Rifts around the world have led to the fact that there is no safe place left in the world anymore. And in order to save humanity from these rifts, the newly formed Association of Users with Disabilities has become the leaders of this world. In order to gain wealth and recognition, many families were created to work with the association, and they trained hunters, but there were families that only wanted power, and among them is the worst. The mentor of the Divine Sword family, Beck, asked young Peck callously what their family motto was, which indicated their principles and loyalty, even in the most difficult circumstances, when they had to act without hesitation. He had no choice but to reiterate that their slogan is strength above all orders above all else, indicating that discipline and strength of mind are the basis of their existence and development. His enemies could not keep silent and said that this was the reason why he found himself in such a situation, while they could not ignore the fact that his choice was obvious. He added as he approached Peck that he should be ashamed of himself because he is part of the family of the Divine Sword Beck, and it is his duty to respect this tradition. And once again, he asked if Peck knew his family's motto, and he shook his head and said, "Strength above all orders above all else. That's all you need to know to be true to your family and its traditions." He said, without hiding his disdain, that he was sure that Peck understood what this meant and showed him the order of expulsion from the family and the requirement for certain changes in his life. Later, he added that the elder confirmed his decision and said on his own that someone like him had no right to be part of this family, and that only 3 people did not agree to his expulsion, and that was decisive. Peck mentioned his father, but his opponent said that the elder had personally given his consent, and that it was the father he idolized because of his principles and methods of teaching in the family. He added that, of course, he asked if he could personally deliver this document to Pekka about his expulsion, and this was enough to fulfill the order from the elder. Peck heard him laughing behind him and slowly boiled with rage, realizing that everything was happening for a reason, and that his reaction was a sign that he was not going to give up. He added that such talentless people should work on the street, so there is no point in training with them. In all the time, Peck has reached only the first rank, and does he know when someone who did not believe in him got it? He also proudly noted that he was only 14 years old, and at that age his extraordinary abilities were already evident, which could not but attract the attention of other mentors and his family. Then, with a brave clap of his hands, he gave the command to his so-called world that they could start their next task, and everything would be done properly without any questions or doubts. Peck did not understand what they meant and began to scream and ask what they wanted to do to him, why he was the target of their actions, and why they were treating him like this right now. They all grabbed him, and even Peck's shouting for them to get behind him didn't help. They said that if he continued to fight back, they might accidentally miss, and it would be even worse. He told Peck that he had no choice but to take everything his family had given him. Peck said what had they given him because he hadn't received anything, and that was his disappointment. However, he further clarified that there were 2 conditions for the exorcism, one of which was the removal of a vein from his hand in which he held the sword. Peck realized that this would be painful and almost impossible to endure. He went on to add that the second condition was to destroy the heart aura and said it was very easy. Peck was shocked because it meant that he would be deprived not only of his power, but also of his very raison d'etre. Peck was outraged by their behavior and very unhappy with what they said. It was hard for him to accept what was happening, and even thinking about it only made him feel frustrated. 22. But Peck said that he tried very hard and made as much effort as possible not to disgrace his family's name. And all this was in vain because no one saw his efforts. He said that despite this, they treated him badly. Despite the fact that he had no talent, he did his best, tried harder than anyone else, so it hurt even more. They threw him to the ground as if he meant nothing in this world. Peck felt useless, and his soul was filled with bitterness at this immortal humiliation. Peck begged them to stop abusing him. He was very afraid of losing all his strength because it was his only hope for salvation, and he did not know what to do next. However, they responded by saying that they could not afford to make a scene in front of strangers. They were again showing their indifference and making Peck even more disappointed in people. They also said that they did not do anything, but only did what they were not told. This was another confirmation of how Peck had become disempowered in his own world and family. They also asked him not to hate them too much. These words could not change Peck's attitude because he felt only pain and indignation at their actions. Then they announced very loudly that they wanted to start with the heart aura. Peck felt that every move they made brought him closer to ultimate loss, and that was his greatest fear. Peck was very scared and incredibly angry, his eyes filled with rage and tears. He felt that he had no strength for anything, and the situation was becoming even more tense. Despite everything, the door closed in front of him. A whole year passed, and he realized that this time had changed him and he had become stronger, even if he could not change anything then. The whole city was on fire, and on the top floor of one of the high-rise buildings someone was calling for help. It was heard from every corner, and it was terrifying. The terrible monster cornered the man and did not allow him to escape. The victim's eyes reflected only horror and hopelessness, and he was doomed to die. These terrible monsters were everywhere. The whole city was in flames. No one could escape because the monsters were getting closer with every step. People fled in different directions, but the monsters kept coming and coming. Their invasion was unstoppable, and panic gripped everyone in their path. A year has passed since Peck was kicked out of his family. He thought it couldn't get any worse, but how wrong he was. Every day was getting worse and worse for him. He thought that the recognition itself was the worst day of his life. He didn't know then that all the trials were just beginning, and that he had much harder things to come. It was one of those days he spent living as a loser. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the Korean sky that surpassed all previous disasters in size. Monsters began to emerge from this rift at an incredible rate. A catastrophe that even the Association of Ability Users could not predict forced people to flee. People were panicked and fled in different directions. Peck was also among them, and he was greatly impressed by the size of the fault, and thoughts of the future only worried him. He decided that he had better get away from there as quickly as possible before anything happened to him. But every step he took him further and further away from what he wanted. Then Peck stopped for a moment because he smelled an unpleasant odor. It was very strange, and the sense of danger became even more acute because of this smell, which became his nightmare. He froze because the alley he had chosen to hide in was filled with living bodies. This place was a trap he could not have foreseen. Peck didn't immediately notice how a huge monster appeared behind him. He did not understand how it was possible and whether he would be able to react in time to this new horror. Then Peck froze in place and slowly turned his head in his direction. Something inside him told him that this was his last test, and he could not escape. The monster stood behind him, and Peck was very much surprised by its enormous size. He couldn't believe that this creature was so terrifying. He had no faith in himself, because he could not understand how such a creature had gone mad. It was unbelievable, and he could not believe that he was in this situation. The monster swung sharply at Peck, but he jumped away with incredible speed. He was scared, but he tried to stay calm and gather all his strength to fight. Peck saw with his own eyes all the incredible power and strength of the giant's organ. He realized that he had to fight if he wanted to have a chance of survival in this world. However, Peck did not know whether he would be able to survive in his current poor condition by the time the association arrived. He felt that every move he made might be his last. In fact, Peck knew that even if he tried to run away, the giant would immediately catch up with him, and he would not have a chance. He could only try to act differently and find a way to escape. First of all, Peck did not lose hope of somehow holding out until the association arrived, so he decided that he would stand to the last and fight, even if the price was his own life. He did not give up even though he had no vein in his right hand and no aura. He decided for himself that he had to try to survive until the association arrived, no matter how difficult the fight would be. Peck didn't hesitate for a minute. He bravely grabbed the weapon that first came into his hands and ran towards the giant, knowing that this was his only chance for survival in this battle. However, Peck continued to fight the monster, but he could not understand why this giant was so fast and why his attacks were so strong and accurate, as if he had special skills in combat. At first, Peck was very excited and decided for himself that he could not just leave this world because he still had unfinished business and dreams that needed to be fulfilled to the end. For himself, Peck has set a goal that no matter what, he wants to take revenge on the Divine Sword family and restore justice that was violated long ago when he was hurt so badly. Later, Peck continued to bravely fight the monster without retreating a step, because his desperate determination did not allow him to abandon the battle even in the face of such a strong enemy. He could not simply die and abandon his goal, to which he had been striving all this time, because his spirit and will were stronger than any trials and dangers. The words he was told at the time that people like him had no right to be part of this family, that his father had personally given his consent and he had no other choice, kept replaying in his head. Peck always remembered the words that such a useless and talentless creature like him would not find a place in a family, and this seriously wounded his heart and soul for a long time. Then Bayek recalled the words that Baek Ho-jung had said to him when he was kicked out of the family. He said that there was no place for him in the family anymore. So Bayek didn't know why he had a power in his hands that changed everything. Peck had only one wish even when the giant started attacking. Even then, if given another chance, he would not give up the fight despite all the difficulties. He thought that if he passed all the tests and received the title of the owner of the magic sword, what could happen next and how it would change his life in the end. He also thought that he would not be defeated by this giant even if he had to fight to his last breath because his determination was unlimited. Peck thought he was dreaming. He did not understand what was really happening and why all these incredible events seemed so real and important to him for his future. However, Baek Woo-jin noticed that the scar from the vein had disappeared, and he was very surprised to find himself back in the room where he had lived. And that was not all. He felt again the power that the presence of the vein and the aura gave him. The sound of an incoming notification on his phone caught Peck's attention. On the screen, he saw that it was 2020. This meant that it was time for training, and he had to act quickly. He realized that he had returned 10 years ago to the same family that had deprived him of almost everything, and it seemed to him that at that moment he had lost himself and could not change anything. Then Baek Woo-jin asked himself how this could have happened, what could have led to his ending up back in this family where he was abandoned and betrayed, but he could not find the answer. Baek Woo-jin wondered how he could come back here in any case, but decided that if he could feel everything, it simply could not be an ordinary dream, and his fate was changing. Suddenly, Peck heard a voice behind him. He saw Peck wondering and asked if he was in his right mind. He was curious and couldn't figure out if it was real or if it was all fiction. Peck turned back and suddenly he saw the man whose voice he had heard behind him. It was the same person he had heard about many times, but now he was standing right in front of him in reality. The stranger addressed him and called him his master, and he assumed that he was not an experienced child, but someone with great power and an important mission in this world. Blackstone introduced himself as a stranger and said that if the deal was already in place, they needed to meet, and he was ready to help Peck achieve all his goals. Later, Blackstone told Peck that he was a great magical sword that had once overturned all royal families, and now he was ready to help Peck change the course of his fate. Blackstone also noted that there was no one here at all just now, which surprised him because he was convinced that there must be someone else who would help Peck at this stage of his journey. Suddenly, Baek Woo-jin was shocked. He had no idea about any magic sword contract and thought that he had never been involved in anything like this, and that this was a year that promised nothing. Blackstone was also in doubt, thinking that he had lost his life and did not understand what was happening here. He thought to himself that masters usually throw tantrums, but Peck was quite calm. Blackstone's face lit up with a smile, and he realized that his master had a good head on his shoulders, and so he wanted to continue their conversation because he felt that his master had made this decision for a reason. Blackstone explained to Peck that their souls were linked directly by the magical contract of the sword. Peck became his master, and Blackstone became responsible for his growth and offered to tell him a status window to start with. Then Peck could not believe himself and thought that he needed to wait a couple of minutes. He asked what he had just been told, but still could not believe that this was possible in reality, and it was not a dream. But Blackstone patiently began to tell him everything he had said before about the deal they had made. But Peck said that wasn't what he was interested in. Then Blackstone mentioned his height, and Peck said that was closer to what he meant. Finally, Blackstone said the phrase that had interested Peck so much at the time, which sounded like a status window. Peck's face did not express any emotions, but in his heart he felt some anxiety and surprise. Later, Peck decided for himself that he must be asleep. Blackstone stopped him and asked him what he was doing, as he didn't seem to understand what he was trying to tell him and why he wasn't responding to his words. Peck assumed that this situation was similar to the state of having your whole life flash before your eyes, but you don't remember anything. He thought that Beck was playing a trick on him, and that this moment seemed too unusual. Blackstone did not expect such a reaction, and he assumed that Peck thought it was all absurd. But he continued to insist that he say the status window, and only then he would be able to understand everything. Through his dream, Beck began to say that he must realize at the end that he was foolish again and had been deceived by Baek Ho-jung, but it was still too absurd to believe. Blackstone couldn't help but ask if Baek Ho-jung was the person he was afraid of, and he seems to have hit the nail on the head, because even in Beck's eyes you could see the unbearable fear of this man. Blackstone then boldly suggested that this man should pay for that disgrace and that Peck should defeat him. He then politely offered his help if this was true and would help Peck. Peck couldn't believe his ears and eyes. He jumped out of bed and asked if this was even possible, but in fact he was not ready for such a turn of events in his life. However, Blackstone assured him that of course no one could defeat him, and that is why a magical contract was concluded so that Peck could attain powers and defeat his enemies. Blackstone also added that there was one prerequisite. Peck had to trust him completely. Peck wondered to himself if he was really telling him the truth, and if he was pushing him to cheat. And Peck thought that his regression was definitely meaningless, but it happened anyway, and this is the chance he needed. And then he started to remember how he was treated, and how hard he tried, and how much effort he put into achieving the goal. Then Peck decided that this was the opportunity to take revenge on the divine sword family of Bayek, and he would not stop even at the greatest difficulties to get his revenge for everything that happened. Peck still didn't believe Blackstone, but he thought that if he did what Peck really wanted, then he could believe him in return. Blackstone agreed and decided that was enough to start with. Finally, Peck said status window and realized what Blackstone meant. He thought that it was impossible, and he was now at the lowest rank and did not understand how he managed to get here. Blackstone said that the situation with his rank is not so bad because he has a very good mindset, and this is just the beginning of a journey that can lead to big changes in his strength. Peck saw Blackstone's appearance suddenly change. He responded by saying that this was the reason why he was trying to make Peck stronger and prepare him for important tests. Later, Blackstone explained that it was his appearance that expressed Peck's own capabilities, and that is why, because his master is so weak, he looks like this, and this weakness will be overcome in the process. Blackstone turned into a sword and explained that his original form is this sword, that is, it is the power that Peck has, and it is reflected in his appearance, and only after that Peck was able to believe him and understand the whole essence of their agreement. But Peck continued to defend his opinion and thought that it was all nonsense and he had no talent. He said that he would rather die of old age, and even by then he would not regain his strength and become strong. On the contrary, Blackstone said that's why he likes it, because it's not fun to meet a master who already has power, and it's much more interesting to raise his level from scratch, as he originally had. Later, Blackstone hinted that Peck should suffer, overcoming all difficulties on his way to achieve his goal, because it is through difficulties that true strength and character are formed. Then Peck wondered if it was possible that he had regressed him to give him the chance he so desperately needed and to feel the importance of this opportunity as a chance to change his fate. Peck gathered all his will in his fist and agreed to the offer and said that he would fulfill the magical sword contract with him and was ready to go through all the difficulties to get the desired power and revenge. Blackstone was very happy that he finally had a new owner, and his face was beaming with a smile because he was ready to support Peck in everything on his way to great achievements. Blackstone couldn't wait for Peck to come to his senses, though, and pushed him to make the first move, because he believed that with this master, he would achieve great results. First of all, Peck received his first task, but he still couldn't believe that it all made sense. After completing this task, he can get a reward, but for him it's like a video game in which he doesn't understand his abilities. Blackstone then asked if Peck understood that the status window would show him the best methods to accelerate his growth. Although the status window looks outdated, it is appropriate for the time period and works well for their needs. Blackstone emphasized that the ways of communication have always been different for some people. For some it was a collection of books, and for others it was writing. The method of growth of the master is not so important, even if it has not changed. The method remains the same. That is, to continuously push the boundaries and achieve new goals without rest. He said that if Peck followed him, even someone like him would be considered a genius. Peck was surprised why, of all people, this agreement was made with them, because he did not feel outstanding. Peck went on to say that people like him could be found everywhere. Blackstone thought about it and decided to give a reason why he was the one who made the deal, because he saw the potential even in Peck's current form. However, Blackstone thought for a moment and then smiled slyly and said that the desires of the magic sword would be revealed at the end of this test, when everything would become much clearer and the moment of truth would come. In fact, Peck did not believe that this was the wish of the magic sword itself and decided to have enough of such talk. But it was too late, and the first task had begun, and he had nowhere to run from it. Peck tried very hard, but Blackstone was frustrated and constantly advised him to put his body in the right position or to breathe correctly, hinting that he could die of suffocation, and he bent his knees incorrectly and generally thought that he had forgotten what training really was. Despite this, Peck kept running and running, and he thought that this was the basis of his first task. But Blackstone emphasized that he needed to expand his boundaries and not focus on one activity. Then Blackstone said that Peck was doing everything wrong, and that it would not be included in the training because if he didn't correct his mistakes, he would never reach the level he should be striving for. Peck's patience was running out, and he couldn't help but ask his coach to shut up because it was unbearably exhausting, and he couldn't take this kind of criticism anymore. Then Peck decided that he would see who would emerge victorious at the end of it all, because he was no longer confident in his abilities and did not know how he would survive so many challenges. Blackstone thought to himself that no matter how he looked at it, Peck would still be so interesting and strange to him, especially considering all his potential and desire to achieve his goal. Everyone wondered why Peck's performance was so low and his thinking so high. It seemed unrealistic that he could be so weak physically, but so strong mentally. Nevertheless, Blackstone kept pushing Peck and said that even though he was running, he could see his legs and realize that his movements were not perfect and he could achieve better results with the right approach. And Blackstone decided for himself that he had such a strong determination to feel something, and he thought it was connected to Baek Ho-jung, but he couldn't fully understand why it was happening. But Blackstone suddenly thought, and even stopped to think to himself, that it was really hatred, and how such a quantity of it could fill the whole body of such a small boy, even if it all seemed absurd to him. Blackstone continued his reflections and finally realized that the first time he met Peck, he suddenly came up to him and told him that he had finished the exercise, even though it was still far from perfect. Blackstone then noted that it is quite difficult to run at his top speed, and was very surprised that he ran 15 laps without even losing his pace and continued to go towards his goal. Later, Peck noted that he almost died before he pushed his limits, and he wasn't sure exactly how it worked, and decided that he was just wasting his energy through the whole ordeal. However, Peck said that he did everything he was told to do, and he is sure of one thing: he has pride and a mindset. Blackstone noted that aren't these two things the basis for success in everything? Peck also noted that this was an expression and that in any case it was his endurance limit. If he tried less, he would lose efficiency, and if he tried more, he would get injured. Blackstone asked him to look at his physical status for further progress. Peck was shocked because despite all this, his temperament and soul are connected, and as a result of this training, his performance improved not only physically, but also mentally. Blackstone noted that Peck Woo-jin told himself that he had no talent, but this was not true. It was his pride and thinking that allowed him to achieve the impossible. Peck Woo-jin was shocked by this and thought to himself that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing and could not understand how Blackstone could so accurately assess his inner abilities and capabilities. But despite this, Peck Woo-jin was so happy that he offered to run again, and Blackstone was shocked because he knew that his body could be hurt. Peck noted that he was not in pain at all and even felt light and free. First of all, Peck Woo-jin said that this was the first time he had ever experienced such a feeling, as if a door he had not opened for a long time had finally given in to him, and now he realizes how important it is not to stop there. Blackstone was very surprised and noted that it was unusual for his performance to increase so much in half a day, and could not believe that his body became even stronger after such training. And Blackstone couldn't contain himself, and thought that Peck Woo-jin had gone crazy and wanted to call him to stop. Peck wondered why, because the task said he needed to take his performance to new heights. Peck also wondered who was giving him these assignments, but Blackstone didn't know. He just said that his soul was inside a sword made by someone else, and since then, he hadn't studied much sword skills or training methods because it was a different stage of development. But Blackstone really wanted to ask Peck about that strange particle inside him. He felt that this particle was important and could help achieve great goals and great changes. Peck was surprised because Blackstone said he felt an unusual amount of hatred coming from him. It was strange because Peck didn't even realize why these emotions were so pronounced. Blackstone noted that this emotion grew very easily in him throughout his growing up, and he noticed how difficult it was to control it, but now he realized how important it was to develop it. Peck didn't know how Blackstone had guessed this, but then he remembered that their souls were connected, and he must know that he had returned, so he shouldn't have been surprised by these words. Then Blackstone still could not guess what the reason for all this was. Pek Wujin thought that if he told Blackstone everything, he would be able to help him understand the situation. Pek Wujin thought about it because Blackstone had spent hundreds of years living the life of a spirit, which gave him an unusual perspective on events and all these encounters with strange personalities. Suddenly, Pek Wujin turned to Blackstone and said that he had already left this world once, so it turned out that Cho Woo-hyun was right, because now he was living in a different reality that surprised him. For himself, Pek Wujin realized that he was getting very tired after swinging his sword so many times. So he decided to rest a bit and gather his strength for the next stage of training. But Pek remembered his voice and how he and his friends had insulted him and thought he was not strong enough. These memories hurt, but they gave him strength on the path to self-improvement. Pek Ho-jong stayed behind and decided to watch the results of his miserable training. He was expecting to fail and just wanted to see Pek succumb to his weakness. Baek didn't understand why Pek Ho-jung was here now and making fun of his training so openly. He felt like this trainer only wanted to break him, not help him achieve his goal. Pek also knew that he was supposed to do the roll call, but for some reason he didn't do it and was insulting him. This raised questions in him, and he felt insecure in the situation. Pek Ho-jun said that his Youngnim was already here, but he hadn't bowed his head to him yet, and he was very surprised by his behavior because it was completely different from his expectations. Next, Baek Ho-jung told him in a commanding tone to bow down before he actually took his life. He was determined to show his power and make Baek obey without question. He had no choice but to bow in greeting, but Baek Ho-jung decided that he only obeyed when he was yelled at. So Baek felt extremely humiliated. Baek Ho-jung swung a stick at him and asked what he was doing because he thought Pek Wujin was supposed to be training, and decided that he had given up and would not fight anymore. Blackstone was surprised and asked Pek Wujin who the loser was who looked like an eel. Pek replied that he was his hyung, that is, his sixth child, and his name was Pek Ho-jun, which was very unpleasant. Finally, Blackstone realized that Pek Wujin was talking about this man when he signed the agreement with him. He decided that Pek Ho-jung was very boring and that Pek would catch up with him in no time and prove him right. Blackstone then added that this would only be possible if Pek Wujin directly followed his training and really showed his determination and hard work at every step. Blackstone attacked Pek Ho-jung from behind, but it turned out that Blackstone could only see Pek Wujin because they had a secret relationship that made the situation completely different for him. Baek In-kyung is the direct heir to the Divine Sword family and the second child, and she approached them and said that her father would be coming soon, so they should be quiet so as not to cause any problems. She turned her attention to Baek Wujin and said that she had heard that he would be having an aura detection ceremony that evening and reminded him that his father would also be watching, so he must not disappoint him. Baek Wujin could not understand why he regressed to this day on the day of his ceremony and why it happened now at this crucial moment. An elder approached them, and they all bowed their heads in greeting before him, all respecting him for his wisdom and greatness, and for his incredible experience and knowledge. Blackstone finally saw Pek's father, Woody, and he asked him what he thought of him. Blackstone was shocked and didn't even know how to answer. Blackstone went on to say that he could not even think that there was an elder in this world as strong as the one who stood before them, and realized that he was no ordinary man. He went on to say that he finally began to understand what Pek Wujin was telling him, and said that he saw a lot of strong people here, but excluded Pek Ho-jung from that list. Later he noted that this was only Pek Wujin's first task, so it was too early to panic. But Pek did not understand, and asked if his task was really to increase his endurance. Blackstone continued the conversation and said that this is why we must not forget that a journey of 1,000 kilometers begins with his first steps, but Pek Wujin started a new training. He replied that he was going to, if he had any advantages from accepting the assignment, he wanted to finish it as soon as possible and wanted to do it before the aura detection ceremony as soon as possible. But Blackstone was shocked and said that no one had ever managed to reach such a level in one day, and Pek continued to stand his ground and said that he would catch up with Pek as soon as possible. Then Blackstone decided that he was just crazy, and he reminded him once again that if he exceeded his limit, he could get hurt, but Pek remained stubborn in his decisions. But despite all this, his level of endurance and strength still increased. Despite all the warnings from Blackstone, Pek decided to continue his journey without retreat. Pek Wujin was very surprised because he managed to improve his endurance and physical strength in one workout, and felt that he changed in a matter of minutes during the training. Blackstone guessed that the conditions of the task had long been determined and immediately realized that Pek Woojin had succeeded because of his own determination and the extraordinary willpower he displayed. He was very much surprised by his student's behavior and said that he had seen many crazy people among his owners before, but this was the first time he had met someone so unpredictable. Once again, he asked Pek Woojin if he really knew he was capable of such a thing, but he replied that he was not a seer and had no idea how it would happen so quickly. For both of them, the status window suddenly indicated that their intimacy was increased, and this was very important for their further training and relationship, which became very important for both of them. However, Blackstone pointed out that Pek needed to constantly increase their level of intimacy because then he would never allow him to take his power, which was a very important aspect of their work. Once again, Pek Woojin thought that maybe he was imagining it all, and it was just a dream that he was changing so much in such a short time, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts and continued training. Blackstone was shocked even more because if Pek continues to watch Blackstone's shock, he will get even more extra points, which will have a very favorable effect on the results. Blackstone was also furious because he could not understand who Pek Woojin was and how he could receive such a huge award in such a short time. Even Blackstone was very upset because his honor was very badly wounded and disintegrated in the 4th chapter, and it was a very great humiliation for him that he will never forget. But Pek Woojin noted that his honor left him at the very moment when he became so small, and then he felt deeply disappointed that he had become so weak and unremarkable. Pek Woojin received 500 points for this task and asked Blackstone what he should spend them on, since it was a large number of points he had earned. Blackstone gave him some very good advice and told him to increase his stamina and physical strength until he was 20, because that's when both characteristics would be at their lowest and would allow him to progress. He also noted that he will see the difference, and that he should save the remaining points for future needs and use them at a critical moment when it is most needed. Pek Woojin was really shocked and felt as if his whole body was collapsing, but he continued to hold on and not give up even in the face of severe trials and pain. He began to call Blackstone and did not understand what was happening to him at all. In fact, his physical body was changed in accordance with his rank, and this was unusual for him. Pek Woojin's physical strength rank was raised to a low level, and his stamina was also raised to a low level, but he didn't feel strong because of it. He also noticed that the pain he had just felt very abruptly disappeared, and his body became much lighter. He felt his strength gradually returning to him. Blackstone said that now he finally has to realize how weak his body is, but fortunately he will be able to endure it and eventually even strengthen his endurance through this test. Blackstone also noted that Pek Woojin was able to take it all, so everything is fine, but Pek wanted to ask what would have happened if he had not been able to take it all. The elder proclaimed that the time had finally come for the last ceremony to reveal the aura of the direct heir, which was to decide many further events and determine the fate of the young disciples. He also noted that his first child did not cope with it and wants everyone to know why, because it was a serious test and a difficult moment for his family. Blackstone therefore decided that everything was going well and there was no need for further delays, so he told Pek Woojin to start the test without delay to complete it quickly. He of course agreed with him, and without waiting a minute started the test. Everyone was focused on the results, and everyone hoped for Pek's success in this important matter. But he found that before the regression at this age he could not manifest anything. But after being humiliated for so long, he finally manifested his aura for 24 years in hellish conditions. Blackstone did not lose faith, even if it turned out to be a useless white aura. He still decided that he could do it because he knew Pek's potential and his ability to adapt. Pek Woojin has received a new task that he must follow his own path and activate his unique aura, which will be decisive for his future and development in this world. He was very surprised because it was a very unusual and interesting task that he had never done before, and he could not understand its essence, but he was ready to accept it. Blackstone reassured him and told him to just trust and fulfill the task, emphasizing that he should have an aura that best suited the wielder of a magic sword. Blackstone went on to emphasize that this would be different from most people in his world, and experts usually go their own way, so they do not follow general rules. Pek Woojin realized that even if he didn't accept the task, it would give him a unique aura and decided to try to understand more about his true power. He rejected all hesitations, believing that the task would help him grow, and he started it because he could not miss the chance to show his true capabilities in new conditions. All those present were very surprised and could not understand what had happened, and then they saw the color of his aura, which did not meet their expectations and caused a real shock and surprise among them. The color of his aura became black, and everyone decided that there was a demon inside the aura because this color usually indicates the presence of dark and dangerous forces in a person. Everyone was very surprised and could not understand how he managed to get a demon in this form, because no one had ever seen such a phenomenon in this world or among his family before. They all decided that if his aura contained a demon, he should be destroyed because such an aura could be extremely dangerous to others and even pose a threat to the whole world. He turned to her and asked her what they were doing and what was happening to his aura, because it all looked extremely strange and defied any logical explanation. She responded by telling him to get out of her way if he didn't want to leave this life as well, because she had no intention of making concessions and was ready to defend her position to the end. Everyone kept saying that the black aura was the energy of a demon, and that Baek Woo-jin had received the power of a demon family, which meant new dangers and serious trials ahead for him. But he couldn't understand what the color of his aura meant and how it was connected to the demon's energy, because this had never happened to anyone else, and it was a complete mystery and a serious challenge for him. He said that he was confident in Blackstone, with whom he had signed a contract, and added that he had spoken about the aura of the magic sword and now realized that this energy could have played a big role in everything. They all said they had never heard of a person using black energy and emphasized once again that his aura contained demonic energy, which was completely unheard of in their world. She warned his defender that if he did not get out of her way, she would hurt him first, showing her readiness to defend herself and her territory from any threat. The elder was dissatisfied with her behavior and asked her what she was doing now, and when he gave her the order that she could go out and draw her sword to stop any threats. He was very angry and asked when did he ever make it clear that she could destroy her brother because his actions looked extremely unfriendly and did not meet the family's norms. The elder emphasized that we need to see it with our own eyes because it is endless pure mana that differs from the energy of the demon, and the color is different. This is the power that comes from mana with a trained aura. She realized her mistake and agreed that everything was as he had said and apologized, because she realized that her mistakes could lead to serious consequences in their world. The elder said that he knows she has a very strong resentment against the demon family, but with this attitude she will eventually lose her head over it, and that could be a fatal mistake. He prescribed 6 months of meditation for In-ken. She lowered her head and agreed to this, realizing that her actions had serious consequences, and now she would have to correct her mistake. Everyone expected him to look after Baek In-kyung. If someone else had been in her place, he would not have been able to stand on his feet because her reaction was extremely aggressive and unpredictable. Baek Woo-jin thought that if he had the right clothes and a praise system, it would be easier to destroy this family. But suddenly, he was called by an elder who began to talk about the future. He said that he never saw the black aura, but he felt exceptional energy from it and congratulated him for being able to reveal his true power even in such conditions. He also wondered why Baek Woo-jin kept his mana in Dantian because it looked unusual and could have a deeper meaning for his strength and development in the future. Baek Woo-jin was very shocked that he was exposed so quickly and did not know what to say because he did not really expect such attention to his methods and choices in this matter. Everyone was very shocked to learn that he kept his mana there because it was extremely rare and had many unclear aspects for everyone around him. Peck thought to himself that this was to be expected, and he would find out anyway that he had released his mana through Dantian because it was already part of his path. He began to think about how to carefully and correctly formulate his answer so that his words would not cause new misunderstandings and help him explain his actions more clearly. He was also convinced that his father could destroy his aura because he was different from others, and this created additional difficulties for him in understanding how to act in this situation. He said without hesitation that he was different from his brothers and sisters and had not inherited his family's talent, so he would have to find his own way and do things his way. And he explained that his body is weak and his heart is not very active and he has very big problems when he feels and uses mana, so he built his own way to cope with it. His father asked if this was how he was going to follow the will of those who were excluded, the will of those who could not train their hearts, because this was an important aspect for his development. He concluded that Peck was being unreasonable by constantly choosing between two vital points. His son agreed with him and realized that it was indeed a difficult decision for him. Peck said that by following his own method, he would become stronger than anyone else, because he believes that only through an independent path can you achieve the highest results. He also added that he does not need to give explanations and will prove everything with his results, even if it requires more time and effort on his part to achieve the goals. The father also noted that his son had become very self-confident, and that is why he liked him. so he allowed him to do as he wished because he saw his determination and stubbornness. However, the father added at the end that he needed to rise above his 7 brothers and sisters to prove his strength and place in the family, and to become a true leader of the family. He also has to achieve the highest position in the divine sword Baek family, which made his family all smiles because it looked like an extremely difficult task for him. The father also added that if he did not do this, he would either leave this world or live a terrible life with no chance of respect or restoring his place in the family. Baek responded to all of this with just one phrase and told his father to watch over him because he would decide how to act and believed that he could overcome any difficulties on his own. The father was surprised by this answer, but he agreed to the terms that his son had given him anyway, because he realized that his determination could lead to great changes in their world. They sat across from each other and said that it was all very strange, that he had an aura, but it was also black, which raised additional questions among them. He was very surprised that during all this, Incan wanted to destroy him, and even as he thought about it, he asked if he had trained his aura through Dantian or some other way. He also noted that today was more amazing than the day when the new dungeon was opened, because he did not expect such a moment and did not understand what could be ahead of him. He touched his hand, and Baek Woojin could not understand what he did because his actions were quick and elusive, which led to a sense of uncertainty and curiosity. He then asked Baek how he had strengthened his body so quickly that it was much better, and his reaction to the mana was milder, indicating a significant change in his physical condition. He also noted that during the last examination his body was like this and looked completely different, so he wondered how it had changed and why he looked so strong now. Later, he explained that he does not train with a sword, but simply trains endurance. This was very unusual for someone who practices fencing all the time and does not pay attention to other aspects. He did not know that it was possible to do so much endurance training in 1 week, and said that he could continue training anyway because it suited him better. Baek Woojin emphasized that he would try his best and that he told his father that he would respect his decision and prove his determination. He was very impressed by Baek's words and was about to leave when he remembered that he wanted to give him something that would be very useful for his development in the battles and paths ahead. First of all, he gave him Camilla's stone, which he had received on previous missions, and said that it would be a great help in stabilizing the aura, but that it should be used later when the time was right. Baek Woojin was very surprised, because it was a very expensive gift, and he did not expect such generosity from someone who could use it only for his own purposes and benefit. Han told him that it was okay and he could take it. It was his reward, and Baek thanked him, realizing that this stone could be an important part of his development and future steps. Baek Myung-hun came up behind him and called out to Baek, noting that he was so confident when he talked to his father and bragged that he was just releasing his aura as usual. He said that even though Baek had released her, she would remain only a first-ranked swordsman and would not be able to rise higher without serious achievements and experience in battles and trials. Meng Hong also noted that it was good for him to talk to his hen, because anyone who wants to achieve something important must be able to hear and learn from those who are older. Baek Woojin replied that he had nothing to talk to him about and had no desire to do so because he did not understand what he wanted to say and was not ready to listen to his position. He offered to follow him as long as he was still kind and had patience, and then Baek Woojin wondered whether it was worth continuing this dialogue and whether it made sense to him. He also added that he had to follow him anyway if he didn't want to cry like a little child again after being beaten like last week, when he had already shown his weakness and defeat. The system informed him that a new task had appeared, namely to defeat Baek Myung-hun, from whom he had suffered all his life, and this was his chance to change everything and prove his strength. Blackstone emphasized that this is an unexpected task that sometimes happens, and he needs to receive this award because it will be beyond his expectations and will help him in his achievements. Baek Woojin decided to try it because there was a very big reward and a surprise for this task, and Baek Myung-hun only encouraged him and did not understand what was behind it. Baek Myung-hun said that this happened in his past life, but now it will be the same, and maybe he felt sorry for him then. But now it is just another part of the battle between them. Baek didn't hesitate long and said that maybe he felt sorry for him then, but now the situation has changed and he is ready to act on his own and prove that he will not be stronger. They both decided that it was worth a try and started their fight without further ado or questions, because they each knew that this moment could be decisive. Then they sat in front of each other and could not resolve their confrontation and thought about going to the warehouse because neither of them was ready to give up in such a fight without further results. Baek Myung-hun assumed that he wanted him to be injured until he lost consciousness or lost consciousness from being injured, so he wanted to leave an impression on him. He also noted that he said very interesting things and asked what he had said to his father at the time because it was an important moment in his development and in solving life issues. He went on to suggest that Paek plans to become stronger than anyone else only by using his own methods, which seemed to him to be the only correct ones and the only way to gain true strength. He also added that this could never happen in his life, but Paek told him to shut up and added that he knew nothing about this life and nothing would change with his help. Blackstone was there all the time and asked Paek if he really thought he could do it and why he was so confident in his strength after all these trials. Baek Myung-hun decided that he had enough and wanted to teach his so-called students a lesson and decided that nothing had changed since last week when Baek listened to him and did nothing. He went on the offensive, but Paek managed to block his punch very well, which surprised the opponent, and he realized that Paek had become much stronger recently. He continued his offensive, but Baek resisted with all the strength he had, and his every move was precise and deliberate, making it increasingly difficult for Baek Myung-hun to break through. Baek Myung-hun continued to attack and said that even so, he would never be able to reach his level and that he would never be able to defeat him because he did not have enough strength and experience. Paek continued to resist, holding on with his last strength but not succumbing to his opponent's provocations, although inside he felt that every blow brought them closer to the end. Baek Myung-hun continued to stand his ground and said that he should have just shut up and obeyed only him, because then he could have become stronger and would not have been defeated. He drove him into a dead end and felt victorious. But Paek did not give up and knew that any moment could change the outcome of this fight. Baek Woojin showed his dissatisfaction with the situation with his entire look and expression because he was not going to give in and intended to go all the way to win the battle. Baek Myung-hun stood over him and said insulting words that hurt Baek and advised him to pay attention to himself, because only then could he become a real strong warrior in the future. He wanted to make sure that Paek would never be able to answer him and would not gain strength and courage because he thought that this defeat would leave him powerless for the rest of his life. Baek Woojin, quite unexpectedly for Baek Myung-hun, grabbed his leg and abruptly rose up, using the moment to surprise his opponent and gain a certain advantage in the battle. Then Baek Woojin, rising up, began to strike after strike, which surprised the enemy and made him confused because he did not expect such an active and decisive counterattack. Baek Myung-hun became very angry and began to threaten Baek and even promised to end his life on the spot, but his words had no effect on Baek. However, Baek Myung-hun, despite all his attempts to inflict some kind of injury on Paek, found himself on his knees before him and realized that his tactics and self-confidence did not help him in this battle. He was very surprised by the situation and could not understand how it all happened because he thought he would be able to control the fight and dominate his opponent until the very end. Then Baek Woojin kindly explained to him that he now had a concussion from a sharp blow to the jaw because he did not know where it hurt the most when he was hit, and this helped him neutralize his aggression. Paek did not allow his opponent to say a word and told him to let him cripple him first, because only then he would be able to understand who the real leader in this fight was. Then Paek successfully completed his task and received a reward in the form of points and a long-awaited surprise that will provide him with additional opportunities for further development and strength building. Blackstone was there and said that his master did a great job and he was proud of him because it was an extremely difficult victory, and Paek showed great determination and resilience. Even Blackstone could not have thought that his master was waiting for the right moment to deliver his decisive blow. He believed that he had simply lost consciousness, and that it was all over. He then asked Baek whether he thought Baek Myung-hun would be looking for him when he came to, and his master replied that he had a very high self-esteem and many fears. In the future, he doubted that he would be looking for him because he was sure that everything would be quiet for now, because after such a blow, Baek Myung-hun would not be able to return to fighting in the near future. Blackstone was eager to ask his master questions and couldn't wait to get more explanations about what had happened and how it all happened. He asked because it turns out that, including the swordsman they saw today, it seems that everyone in his family has mana located around their hearts, which creates a certain unique aura. Then he led to the point where he wanted to ask why the master does not store his mana in its energy core, showing the appropriate place, which is usually the main energy storage for most people. Paek replied that it was much more efficient and easier to focus his mana storage this way, because it was the only way out. If he continued to be as indecisive as he had been in the past, he would not have destroyed his energy core. Blackstone finally realized that this was how he was given the task that gave him the aura when he accumulated mana to his core and realized that it was very important for his development. He also added that considering that the aura in his previous life was not suitable, he was very happy that this time he got a better one, and it helped him to increase his strength and confidence significantly. Blackstone was confused and asked his master again what he had said because he still could not understand how this was possible and what exactly Peck meant in his story. He patiently repeated that if he had continued to be as indecisive as he had been in the past, he would not have been able to destroy his energy core, and that would have been a great defeat for him. Blackstone was shocked by his phrase because he had been interested in the word in the past and began asking questions to learn more about Peck's life and his previous experiences and trials. And then Blackstone realized that Peck Wujin was hiding something from him, and he said that there was no point in keeping it to himself, and he wanted to tell him so that he would not remain in the dark. He said that he had passed away at the age of 25 and then regressed back to his 15-year-old body, which was a new chance for him and the beginning of a new stage in his journey. Blackstone was shocked, and his master told him that because of his lack of talent, he was a burden in the family and did not receive normal treatment. He was constantly beaten and deprived of support. Peck Wujin also said that he was kicked out of his family by taking his vein and aura, and then a huge rift appeared in the sky from which an organizational giant jumped out, and that day he passed away. Blackstone was deep in thought and wondered if it was true, and he tried to understand how Peck could survive such brutal circumstances and how it affected his character and strength. Peck continued the conversation and also said that when he was regressing, he met him, and it was an important milestone for him because it was then that their paths crossed and a new story began. Blackstone finally understood, and everything fell into place and made sense, which is why he was able to accept this task so easily and why his master acts the way he does in difficult situations. He could not stand it and asked his master what the essence of his goal was, because it was difficult for him to understand why everything he was doing did not give an unambiguous answer to this question. He began to explain that he now had a strong ally in Blackstone, which he had not had in his past life, so he boldly suggested that he had a goal to strive for. Peck Wujin noted that all his troubles are connected to the family of the divine sword Beck, and it all started here, where he began to feel his true potential and strength. He ended his passionate speech by saying that his main goal was to become the strongest swordsman and gain honor and power among all the masters of this art. But he waited a little longer and added that he wanted to defeat his father and become an elder and change the way of life of the middle family, which has been in the shadow of its own glory for many years. Blackstone laughed, because deep down he knew that this was exactly what his master wanted and even predicted his every move as he chose the path that would lead to great victories. He was very pleased with Peck's answer and noted that this was exactly what his master should be like, because his determination and courage amazed Blackstone and he believed in his potential. He also added that Peck's regression has nothing to do with their contract, but it has already happened, and now he has other opportunities and chances to realize his plans. However, he promised that he would not only be stronger than all his opponents they had talked about in their first meeting, but that he would make him stronger than his entire family and all the swordsmen on the planet. Peck Wujin did not believe Blackstone's words and asked him again if they could really achieve this together. And he replied that it all depends on him and it will be possible if he achieves his goals without any doubts. But Peck Wujin noted that he is ready to achieve his goal, and even he is already in the process of preparing, which once again emphasizes his determination and growing strength in these endeavors. Blackstone again said that it would be like a magic sword, and that he would tell him again as its owner, which would make him the strongest swordsman in the world through constant concentration and exercise. During this time, the system notified Peck Wujin that a surprise reward for the task was available and allowed him to choose only one card, which creates even more intrigue around the process. Blackstone warned him that this was a reward for the task and that he would need to practice before receiving it, because achieving certain results required additional effort and preparation. Even Blackstone also answered the question that the reward was random because the task appeared unexpectedly, and he just needed to choose one of the cards without excessive expectations and fears. Peck Wujin noted that the game is similar to gacha, and that he is in it because both the front and back of the cards look the same, and he can only guess when he opens it to the end. Blackstone could not keep silent, and added that his previous owner was constantly unlucky in this game, but Peck Wujin had already made his choice, and his decision looked much wiser. Pek Woojin held the ball in his palm and was surprised by his win because what he got had nothing to do with his expectations and caused surprise among everyone present. He found out that it was a mana perception pill, and he asked himself what it was because he was not ready for such a reward and doubted its usefulness for his future. Blackstone was not at all like himself, and he was very surprised because this pill permanently increased his master's perception of mana, which was a great achievement for Pek. He could not contain his delight and wondered aloud why a poor man like him had received such a priceless thing, for he had no idea how such a level of development could be achieved. Pek Woojin didn't take long to say that he was overreacting and that it was more important to accept mana now because it would help him achieve a great goal in the future. He also added that if his master eats this pill, his aura will grow several times, allowing him to become even stronger and reach the heights he dreamed of. Just in case, Baek Woojin asked if this so-called pill had any side effects, because he doesn't want to make decisions hastily and always chooses the best for himself. Blackstone was very shocked by what his master said because it was a priceless thing that had no such effects at all, and he reminded him of how he had been injured in the process of his growth when, for example, he first increased his characteristics. He once again reminded his master that this was all happening because his body condition was extremely bad, and only thanks to his determination, he was able to fix the situation and get through it. Pek Woojin decided that since everything was going to be so well, he would eat it right away since there were no side effects because that was what he had been waiting for and was ready to take this important step. He noted that he felt nothing and asked if it was really that pill because it seemed that the effect should have been much stronger, but his body did not react to the dose. Later he added that the more it grows, the more effects it will have, so he shouldn't worry about it because everything will change as soon as it becomes more powerful. Blackstone added that in any case, he had done a very good job today and urged him to rest because tomorrow he would teach him how to accumulate mana and train for future fights. Pek Woojin didn't want to listen to Blackstone's advice, and he was very worried because he believed that he still needed to rest even when he was training in order not to overload. Calmly, Pek Woojin noted that his recovery was much faster as a result of the effect of the title, and now he says he's gone crazy, which Blackstone began to worry about. Moon Ju-yun of the Dark Sword Squad has appeared nearby and pays his respects to the elder in the form of a bow and waits for permission to continue his message. He tells the elder that he has witnessed an incident that he simply must report so that everyone is informed and the actions are not ignored. He also announced that the young master Wu Jin had defeated the young master Meng Hong, which surprised everyone present because even the most daring observers did not expect such a result. The elder was very surprised, but his interlocutor also added that they fought without swords, which was unexpected and made the victory even more impressive in terms of tactics. He was very surprised at how a second-ranked swordsman like Wu Jin could lose to him, despite the fact that he didn't even have the ability to properly use his aura at that level. Later, he continued to recount all the details of the fight and said that he first mutilated the young Wu Jin, although he defended himself and tried to resist his attacks. The elder assumed that Meng Hong had underestimated Wu Jin, and that was why he was outsmarted, and he considered testing this again in the future under similar conditions. He asked what Meng Hong was doing now, and he replied that after he woke up, he went to his room and never came out, which was very puzzling. The elder called him a coward and noted that he did not even order him to isolate himself so as not to spread gossip or draw attention to his failures. The elder then asked what Wu Jin was doing and was told that he was also in his room and seemed to be training all the time without taking his eyes off the process and the results. He said that he thought he would be bored watching this, but suddenly an interesting change happened, and he said to bring Meng Hong to him for further steps. Meng Hoon decided that he would prepare the ground for Baek Wu Jin to continue his studies and help him overcome new difficulties together with his accomplices. Pek Woojin asked Blackstone the next day that he should stabilize the mana in his dantian, and he was thinking about it all the time and thought there was an easy way to do it. Blackstone wondered how this was such an easy way and what he wanted to do, because it was not entirely clear and needed additional clarification for accurate execution. Pek Woojin knows how to accumulate mana now, and he needs to use this method that allows him to collect more energy in the shortest possible time. Blackstone couldn't understand why he picked up the hammer and what he was going to do with it, because it was very unusual and looked like something completely unexpected. He took a hammer, swung it, and smashed the stone. Blackstone was shocked and asked him what he was doing because he had never seen such a tool used for manipulation. Blackstone realizes that his master hates Baek's family, but he believed that this stone was a gift from his older brother as a symbol of some kind of help. Baek Woo Jin assured him that he liked Seung Hyun, and that this was the way Camille's stone was used, which is now known among the elders of the family for such occasions. Together they saw the mana radiating from this stone and were very surprised because they had not expected it even after such experiments and research. Then he explained that if you break the stone, the mana in it will spread around the room, and in this state he will be able to train his aura and absorb it from the air. All he has to do is concentrate and keep trying to inhale the mana to actively collect it in his body, as this will help him to strengthen his aura over time. The system notified him that his mana characteristic had increased by 5 points because he had captured a large amount of mana, and for this he was added a few more points to reach the goal. The system also added that Baek Woo-jin was one of the first to use the stone. Blackstone was surprised because he thought that this stone was very famous and not so easy to find such an effective item. Blackstone noted that despite the fact that Baek Woo-jin used the stone in a very interesting way, he was lucky again because such an application rarely gives such results. Baek Woo-jin noted that at this rate, his aura will grow very quickly even by itself, without the need for additional efforts or outside help. He was surprised because he had no idea what kind of restriction he was talking about because he had never heard of it before and did not understand how it could affect his future achievements. The system notified us that the first seal was removed from Blackstone, which means that its capabilities have increased and it is now ready for the next level. Baek Woo-jin asked whether he understood correctly that this meant that he would become a weapon and would be able to fulfill his role as it should be in accordance with the new conditions and tasks. Blackstone said that he was right, and that if he wanted to, he could use it as a weapon, which would make their team much stronger and allow them to gain an advantage. Blackstone then agreed and said that when he recovered, he would become a sword, and offered him a swing to test the strength and potential of the new form. Baek Woo-jin held the sword for the first time after the regression, and had quite strange feelings, and could not describe it with any words and feelings that filled his heart. For a moment, Baek Woo-jin froze and then began to feel a hitherto unknown aura that became more and more tangible and stronger against the backdrop of the events around him. He felt as if the aura was running away from him, and Blackstone emphasized that now he had to understand why it was called the magic sword and why it was important. Later he added that the stronger his master is, the stronger he becomes, and that Baek Woo-jin needs to reach a certain level to be able to use his power all the time. Baek Woo-jin let go of the sword because he could not cope with its power, which was extremely great, and felt that even his control was not enough. Blackstone returned to his normal appearance and added that he had to realize the great responsibility he was taking on in his current form. He then added that the first seal removed from him does not compensate for even half of his capabilities, which means they have a hard road ahead of them full of trials. Blackstone noted that it will be difficult for him only at first, but he does not need to worry yet because he is growing and has other advantages available to him. But if he continues his practice, the result will not be long in coming. The system informed him that as a benefit of removing the first seal, he was granted access to his inventory, which serves as a kind of bag in his pocket and allows him to store various items. Blackstone explained that his master can put his belongings in an inventory that is in his personal aura as if it were a C-ranked item, and now he can store whatever he wants. He continued to talk and said that now his owner can only use a space the size of a small room, and the more he removes the cob, the more space he will have for different needs. Baek Woo-jin thought about it and decided that this meant he had to train like crazy until he could use himself normally and not be limited by any factors. He decided not to put everything on the back burner and immediately turned to the status window to see what tasks were still unfinished and how he could complete them faster without unnecessary delays. He decided to finish all the unfinished tasks, one of which is that he needs to go his own way and find new opportunities to develop his skills. The elder turned to Manhwa and asked him what was happening to his appearance and why he had become so thin after losing a duel with his younger brother. He was looking forward to hearing from him and getting an answer to his question, and he was thinking about something of his own in preparation for the further development of the situation that had occurred between them recently. Manhwa realized that the elder knew everything, and he knew that he had lost to Woo-jin, and he realized that his reputation was now in serious doubt in their eyes. He began to make excuses and said that when he lowered his observation, he was wounded by Woo-jin, and if he could look in his direction normally, he would have defeated him. The elder did not believe his words, and said that he had been beaten and lost consciousness because of his brother, who was lower in rank than him, and now he was just saying nonsense that could not be true. Manhwa had no choice but to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness for his failure and powerlessness in the fight with his younger brother, who was stronger. The elder did not pay attention to this and continued his interrogation. asking what he did after his younger brother defeated him and whether he changed his attitude to training and strength. He continues to explain that he needed information, but his father interrupted him and said that he needed to be able to defeat his brother and offered his sword for further action. Meng-hoon also added that he saw his younger brother receive something from Jen-hyun-hyun, and this was another reason for his defeat because he was unable to prepare properly. He kept shouting and saying that if he had known what it was, he would have defeated him, but his father interrupted him and said that he had gone back to his selfish way and did not act immediately. Meng Hong was shocked by his father's attitude and could only turn to him, expressing his plea in his eyes, hoping to improve his situation and restore his honor. The elder did not tolerate such explanations, and even a pleading look did not deter him, and he simply told his son to go away so that he would not bother him with his problems anymore. Meng Hong turned around and was about to leave when he heard his father call him back and suggest that he force Wu Jin to surrender, which could lead to further plans for the future. He looked at him with a sly look and asked if he remembered the divine sword Beck family's credo, which should remain unchanged and serve as the basis for all decisions in difficult situations. Then he helped him to remember and told him that strength comes first and orders come first, and added that he should step on Wu Jin and make him surrender to show his true strength. Meng Hong was not sure if anyone could know what might happen to him after that, because step by step everyone can make their way to the elder and receive his blessing. In the future, Meng Hong will not make you wait long for an answer, and said that he will definitely show his best on the way to achieving new heights in development and fulfillment of the task. Blackstone noted that Meng Hong had been standing outside their windows for several hours, but he had not been able to make a move to approach their location. Blackstone also suggested that he would not approach them for a very long time, but Baek Woo-jin said that his father must have done something and now he was waiting for an opportunity to give an answer. Baek Woo-jin added that in his past life his father constantly provoked his brothers to fight, and now he is sure that he said something to his brother to push him to new decisions. He assumed that if he were the father, he would also say something to his son, and would probably ask him why he did nothing about the fact that he was so easily defeated by his younger brother. Blackstone was unpleasantly surprised because he saw a family full of people who were ready to fight with each other at any moment, and it was happening non-stop. Baek Woo-jin did not share his concern, and on the contrary said that this was a good opportunity for them to tear him into small pieces and make him worship them in submission and unquestioning. Blackstone thought to himself that parental education is extremely important in this matter, but he interrupted his thoughts and emphasized that in any case it was better to train instead of focusing on this member of his family, because it only takes time and distracts him. Blackstone agreed with him and recommended that he concentrate again because he was doing much better than the first time, and he saw significant progress in his training. He advised him to focus not on the flow of mana, but on creating a path along which it would flow to him, allowing him to effectively control it and use the flow of energy. However, he continued to explain that it was necessary for mana to enter not only his heart, but also his body, so that he could concentrate it in his energy core and gather all the energy into one point. He then added that this method of training is called Kane's aura training, which allows you to store and manage energy at a higher level even under heavy loads. Baek Woo-jin began to feel as if the aura was pulsating inside him like a waterfall, and it was an incredible feeling when the energy flows inside him began to move and synchronize. He also said that he had felt the mana of his past life, but then it was a completely different feeling, and now it was like a different form of mana that was more powerful and deeper in feeling. Then he continued the training and said that it was the setting of the energy core, and now he felt mana not only inside his body but also around him as the space was filled with energy. Baek Woo-jin described his feelings in this way, as he noted that it completely fills his body, creating a sense of wholeness and power balance within and around him. He then added that this feeling seemed extremely familiar, and somewhere he had seen it before, perhaps from the past or in his dreams, which made it even more intriguing and exciting. He remembered that this was the man named Kane whom Blackstone had told him about, because it all looked extremely familiar, and he felt as if a part of his energy belonged to him. Baek Woo-jin didn't notice how it was getting dark outside, and Blackstone praised him for doing a very good job, even though he was distracted by his thoughts. Despite this, his susceptibility to mana was destroyed. The system informed him that his mana was very steadily invested, so Baek Woo-jin understood what this meant and that he had mastered the new technique correctly, which would significantly improve his future results in battle. Then the system notified him that the task that was intended to make him follow his own path was completed, and he could now move on to the next stages of his skill development. Blackstone doubted his master, but was very surprised that he had learned such a difficult method of aura training extremely quickly, which confirmed his great potential. The system also informed that Pek Woojin received extra points for surprising Blackstone by showing him his readiness for challenges and development. Pek Woojin asked Blackstone to be surprised more often to get extra points, but Blackstone said it doesn't work that way because surprise is the result of his efforts, not a strategy. He saw memories that meant a lot to him, and it was very important for him to see this because it allowed him to better understand his true potential and purpose in this world. Pek Woojin noted that now he should be happy with every task he is given for completing the garden, and he should make the most of every opportunity for development. He also asked Blackstone if he had really taught him the method of training Kane's aura, and Blackstone nodded approvingly, confirming that this method was effective and would produce results. Pek Woojin then came to the conclusion that his sword aura originated from Rasadum, and this could be the key to his further development and new achievements on his path. Blackstone emphasized that it was the first time he had heard such a name, but noted that it was his first stay in their world, and added that his master had acquired a very valuable aura that was very powerful. And Blackstone, as expected, assumed that it all happened thanks to him, because he was always known for his temper and had a certain influence on the development of his master. Blackstone also said that he was delighted with how fast his owner was developing. Pek Woojin added that this is just the beginning and asked him how he should manage his points. He advised him that if he did not have any new tasks yet, it was better to try to raise all his characteristics to a low level to gain more strength and opportunities for further steps. He also mentioned that when he performs all these actions, something special can happen that will allow him to significantly improve his abilities and gain new abilities for combat. Pek Woojin first wanted to improve his fencing skills, and Blackstone was surprised by this decision because it was not the most obvious choice for his further development. Blackstone thought about it and came to the conclusion that his master had guessed something unexpected, and therefore decided to improve his fencing skills for future trials on the battlefield. And Blackstone could not keep silent and said that after receiving such a master, his mental readings became useless. But Pek Woojin grabbed his hand and asked him about his next steps. He reminded me that he was not alive and agreed that this was not the worst choice because he needed to raise everything to a low level to be able to make a breakthrough in his power. Pek Woojin set out to improve all his characteristics, including wisdom, because he needs to improve his mana and aura, so he started training to significantly increase his strength. Blackstone warned him that Meng Hun was waiting for him to take revenge, but he assured him that he would wait for the next time because he was a coward and would not be able to oppose him at that moment. Blackstone then agreed that his master could train in peace, but Pek Woojin disagreed and thought it was better not to put it off until later, but to solve it immediately. He reminded him that Blackstone had said that to improve his wisdom, he needed to train his aura and use all available resources to achieve the most effective results. He went on to add that he had a great opportunity to conduct the training because it was Beckman Hoon he had in mind when he talked about improving his skills and gaining new experience. Pek Woojin did not wait for him to arrive, and personally went in search of him to fulfill his plan and show everyone who is really the strongest among them in this competition. Blackstone added that he is already using his aura, and that he knows that he is actually much older, and that this will not be an obstacle to his development at such a fast pace. He also noted that it could be dangerous to meet him face-to-face, but Pek Woojin said he knew what he was doing and asked him to just keep an eye on him so that he would not get into danger. Blackstone sighed heavily and realized that his master had really gone crazy, deciding to look for problems on his own when he should have been better trained and careful. Baek Myung-hun was doing his training on the street, and constantly recalled Pek Woojin reminding him of how he lost to what was considered his much weaker opponent in a fight. Nuna walked by and couldn't help but bump into Baek Myung-hun because she wanted to tell him something about his recent actions and how he looked after his defeat by Pek Woojin. She looked at him with reproach and asked him how he felt after what he had done, because losing to such a weak opponent was a great humiliation for him, and he should have considered it. Baek Myung-hun could not correctly navigate the situation, and decided that she had pushed him on purpose to lower his dignity in front of everyone else and to make him interested in her words. She couldn't keep quiet and asked him if he wasn't ashamed, but Baek Myung-hun didn't understand what she meant at all, because he didn't consider himself weak and didn't understand her reaction to the defeat. Nuna finally explained that she had heard that he had lost to Pek Woojin, and that everyone at the university was talking about it and judging him to be a loser because he had lost to someone who didn't even have a rank yet. She also suggested that all this happened because he was constantly looking down on him, and now he himself was at the bottom and felt all the pain and humiliation that others had felt before. Nuna walked past him and continued to mock him. Baek Myung-hun was extremely angry and continued his training with more force to show his dedication to the fight. Baek Myung-hun heard a voice behind him saying that he looked like he was in a very good mood, but in fact he was extremely angry and furious at his defeat. He turned around and saw Baek Woo-jin, who said that he thought his brother had been treated like a king, but now he had to look at his shining face and his weaknesses. Baek Woo-jin said that their doctor was really talented, but Baek Myung-hun was hostile and threatened him that he had come to die here and was trying to provoke him. Then Baek Woo-jin offered him another chance and said that they could fight right now. He was shocked at his determination and willingness to fight even under such circumstances. Baek Myung-hun couldn't contain his anger and started shouting that Baek Woo-jin wasn't that cool. Even though he had some kind of aura, it didn't make him stronger than him. However, Baek Myung-hun could not understand what was happening to his brother because he himself was offering him a duel. It was unexpected and completely unnatural for their relationship. Baek Woo-jin wondered what his brother might be thinking because it seemed to him that he was standing in front of a completely different person and he did not recognize him because of the changes that had taken place in him. Then Baek Myung-hun thought about the fact that only a few days had passed since his younger brother manifested his aura, and now things were happening that he did not understand why. He began to think that perhaps his brother had acquired some skills that he was not aware of, and this changed his attitude to all their previous arguments. Without hesitation, he suggested that we fight without using swords, so that he could just use his hands, because it would be easier for him and much safer for him. And he threw me out of his hands and became extremely angry because he wanted to defeat his brother very badly to show who was really strong and capable of winning this fight. He was very angry and shouted that he would not allow himself to be defeated like the last time, no matter what the difficulties, because he could not lose again because he could not stand it. They engaged in a duel, and Baek Myung-hun was the first to attack Baek Woo-jin, but the latter stood calmly and waited for him, which confirmed his inner confidence and control of the situation. Baek Woo-jin stunned him by saying that he clearly saw his strategy because he was trying to use the same method that he used against him last time, and now he will not succeed. Baek Myung-hun didn't listen to Baek Woo-jin's words and proceeded to attack him, and then something unexpected happened. Baek Woo-jin activated the aura of Rasadum, which greatly increased his strength. He did not hesitate to strike back and thus slowed down his opponent's movement, which allowed him to take a favorable position and have an advantage in the fight over a more aggressive opponent. Baek Myung-hun was in a state of prostration and could not come to his senses to understand what was really happening because everything seemed unreal and unexpected in this battle. Baek Woo-jin was so strong that Baek Myung-hun flew very far to the other side from the blow, and Baek himself remained absolutely calm and ready for the next attack in this decisive battle. But he did not leave him alone, very quickly caught up with him, and delivered another decisive blow that immediately changed the course of the battle and finally determined the winner of this brutal fight. Baek Myung-hun was shocked by the situation and could not understand whether it all made any sense at all, because the defeat from his brother was a real shock and a heavy blow to him. Blackstone came along and was also deeply impressed by the situation and how quickly his master won the fight, showing incredible skills and strategy in battle. Baek Woo-jin was very pleased with himself and proud of what he had just done and how he had defeated his brother, especially since he felt incredible strength after applying the aura, which made him even stronger. He also added that he finally understood how to use his aura properly and how to better control its power in critical situations, which will greatly improve his combat capabilities in the future. Blackstone went out to the city with Baek Woo-jin and was very surprised by the construction and asked where they were going and if they were leaving home, but Baek said they had an important purpose. Baek Woo-jin explained that now that he can use his aura to its fullest potential, he has to go through the registration process to be officially recognized as an aura user and swordsman. He explained that since he is an aura user now, he has to go through the registration process with the association to officially obtain the status and be able to participate in various competitions. Baek Woo-jin went to the reception desk of the association, where he was politely asked how they could help him and if he needed any support or additional information for registration. He explained that he wanted to go through the registration process with the association and register as a user, i.e. a swordsman, which would allow him to officially participate in major competitions among fighters. They understood that he wanted to register as a first-ranked swordsman and provided him with documents to enter his personal data to check his aura and compliance. Baek Woo-jin started filling out the paperwork very quickly, and the assistant was very surprised to see his speed and accuracy in filling in all the data. She looked at the documents for a very long time, and then looked up and did not boldly ask if his name was really Pek Woo-jin, because she was impressed that his data was real and there were no doubts. She also asked him if he was a member of the Divine Swordbeck family, since his name was very similar and many of the family members had certain abilities and characteristics. He replied that he did not like the family, and the assistant apologized and admitted that some of the family had come to her last month with similar requests. She went on to explain that the person who came to her last time did not behave very well and said that he was not such a bad aura checker, and this created some tension. Baek Woo-jin said that if she wanted to ask him if he knew that person, he said that he could not answer because he was seeing him for the first time and had no memories of that person. She later added that such a good man as Baek Woo-jin simply could not be related to such a person, and this dispelled her doubts about his past and the family he represents. Baek Woo-jin was very embarrassed and ashamed because she also said that he was very good-looking, and it was an unexpected compliment for him at that moment. She further explained that his certificate was attached to his application, and now he can simply register his own aura in order to continue his official registration with the association. He was very happy and sincerely thanked her and told Blackstone that he did not attach importance to his family and wanted to destroy it to get rid of all unnecessary ties and free himself from them. Blackstone asked a clarifying question about whether his master was really happy now after everything that had happened, because he understood the importance of this moment for Pek Woo-jin and his future goals. Pek Woo-jin noted that he is so happy because in his past life he received his first certificate at the age of 24, and it was a big step in his development and self-improvement. Blackstone also noted that a lot of things will change in the future, and even now it is too early to be surprised because Pek's life is just beginning and his power will grow. They continued to walk down the street until they were suddenly overtaken by the association's registration assistant and asked if he had a couple of minutes of free time to complete a small task. She explained that a new dungeon had appeared not far from here, and there was a shortage of swordsmen, so she decided to contact him because this place could be a good opportunity for his development. She also added that in fact someone was waiting for the association, but she specifically asked him because it was a dungeon with vine moles, and it would be good practice for him to test his skills. Blackstone couldn't wait long and explained that she was treating his master so well because he hadn't spoken well of his family, and now it would be interesting to see what would happen next. Pek Woo-jin received a notification on his phone that he had been granted a certificate of ability, and Blackstone suggested that since he had talent, it would be a good idea to test it in real conditions because it was important. He noted that this was very different from his previous life, and agreed to participate because it was a chance to test himself and find out what he was capable of in new and dangerous conditions. He arrived at the place and was immediately called a newcomer to the job and introduced himself to them, trying to look confident, although he did not quite understand what exactly was expected of him. Ho In-soo introduced himself as his mentor and noted that he was very lucky to go to the dungeon on his first day because it was a great opportunity and a real chance for development. He was immediately informed that this guy who came to them was from the Beck family and why he was talking to him like that, because this usually raises certain questions because the reputation of this family is very controversial. He explained that if he really thought he could come to such a place and a small dungeon as a member of this family, it might not be as easy as he thought at first glance. He also gave the order to go and complete all the preparations that should have been done long ago because time was running out and every minute was important in order not to miss any opportunity or important moment. He came back and continued his conversation with Baek Woo-jin and asked him if he was really a swordsman from the Baek family because his manner of behavior was very unusual and not like the others. Baek Woo-jin hastened to assure him that he did not like his own family very much, to which Ho In-soo was very surprised because he did not expect such a response from a member of this legendary family. Ho In-soo also noted that he knows how cruel the swordsmen from this family are, and how they often use their power for completely different purposes than other representatives of this world. However, Pek Woo-jin was upset by this answer, and Blackstone did not even realize that the reputation of his master's family was so bad, and that because of this, Pek constantly faced misunderstandings. Pek Woo-jin saw this girl and he had a feeling that he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where it was and why it was so familiar and intrusive. He stood and looked at her for a very long time, wondering where he might have met her before and trying to recall even the smallest details of her appearance and behavior in order to understand her. She didn't take long to introduce herself as Young Un-hwa from the Formation and Thundercloud, adding that her family has always been ready for great challenges and incredible adventures. And she was the youngest daughter of the cruel Red Lotus family, and her family was constantly at odds with the Beck family, so it was known to everyone in their circle and always caused hostility. Baek Woo-jin noted that even in his past life, she was among those talented people who constantly received a lot of hatred and condemnation from others because of her background and family ties. He also added that there were rumors that she trained alone without the support of her family. And this made it even more admirable because it was hard to imagine how she could reach such heights. Yoonhwa was invited to start the task and told that everything was ready and they could start the mission without any unnecessary delays so as not to miss any important moments in the process. She was passing by and asked him his name because they hadn't met yet and had no experience of working together, so she was curious to learn more about this newcomer. Baek Woo-jin introduced himself and extended his hand to meet her because he also wanted to get to know her and understand how to better build a relationship with this strong and independent person. She did not wait long and extended her hand in response, shaking it firmly as a sign of respect for his determination and desire to work together to achieve a common goal. Blackstone finally understood why he hid his family identity during training. It was very important to avoid causing unnecessary questions or misunderstandings among others. She also emphasized that this is a habitual training without using her surname, even though it can cause completely different emotions or even undesirable consequences for some people. Hong In-soo turned to them and suggested that they leave before they were too late, since every delay in such a situation could cost them a lot of time, and they could not afford to waste it. They answered in the affirmative and went to the dungeon together to start the task as soon as possible, as each of them realized that their success and future fate depended on it. The leader warned everyone that the place they were going to was called the Dungeon of the Vine Moles, which is famous for its dangerous animals and treacherous traps waiting at every turn. He also warned that at first glance it seems calm, but in fact, it is very dangerous, and you need to walk carefully to avoid getting hurt, and each participant should be prepared for unforeseen situations. Blackstone asked if they really needed to be afraid of these vine moles, but Baek Woo-jin said that it was quite different, because their capabilities far exceeded the usual strength of any underground creatures. He further added that they are very dangerous, because the tunnels through which they now pass are very large, and this vine mole created them with the great goal of using this territory to hunt them. The leader suddenly screamed and said that he had stepped on something very bad, and the whole group felt a vibration, which was very unexpected and caused doubts about what awaited them in this underworld. He warned everyone that he could not know where they would come from, and urged everyone to be very careful to look under their feet and not to approach cracks in the ground, because it could lead to great trouble for everyone. A large crack appeared in front of them, from which hitherto unknown monsters began to fly out, looking incredibly scary and aggressive, and now they had to be prepared for a serious battle with them on the territory. They were all scared, and decided together that it would be very difficult to deal with all this, because these monsters had found out that they would be here, and now they would constantly pursue them in the dungeon without stopping. Blackstone noted that the hearing of these moles is much better than their eyesight, and therefore they should be very careful when moving, because even a small noise can cause them to attack the group from all sides. The leader urged everyone to be very careful, because although they are easy to destroy, their claws pose a very serious threat and can seriously damage even the most trained fighters among them. Yoonhwa became very interested in these creatures and was not going to retreat or hide anywhere because she was stubborn and determined in her actions, even though she knew the dangers of this struggle. We all noticed that there was a vine around the neck of these moles, and it looked very stiff, and their ability to defend themselves from attacks with this vine could be a serious problem. Ho In-soo noted that it would be much easier to aim at other parts of their body because their neck was the most vulnerable part, and attacking it gave them a great chance of winning the battle against them. He held his sword at the ready. Blackstone warned him that this was the best environment to take it in hand because there was no room for caution and he had to act decisively. And Baek Woo-jin added that he has experience of fighting these creatures from his past life and knows exactly how to act to defeat them without any losses and keep all his comrades alive and well. The vine moles began to surround them very quickly and attacked, forcing all the participants to prepare for the most difficult battle of their entire dungeon career among these horrible creatures. Everyone stood next to each other and watched as these creatures loomed over them from above and approached them from all sides, adjusting their movements to trap their victims underground. Ho In-soo was the first to break down and attack with his sledgehammer, which was one of his main weapons, and allowed him to deliver powerful blows when fighting such powerful monsters. Yunhua easily fought off the mole's attacks and at the same time managed to ask if everyone was okay and if there were any injuries, as it was important for her to ensure the safety of all members of their group. Everyone noted that there seemed to be no injuries among them yet, but their vision is limited because of the smoke that appears as if from nowhere and completely covers the field of view, thus complicating the situation. Blackstone warned his master to be careful because he had no practical experience in such battles and needed to be doubly careful not to fall into a trap. Baek Woo-jin did not wait very long to draw his sword and said that there were too many of them for them even if they were extremely strong, and even the most trained fighters had to remain very careful. He advised everyone to try to dodge and find the best moment to attack, but no one listened to him, even though he knew better than anyone else the weakness of these creatures and how to defeat them with minimal losses. The system notified him that his work would activate the Black Wind aura, and now he felt the power of this phenomenon, which gave him new opportunities to defeat and overcome enemies in battle. He was looking for a small opening between their vines and tried to reach in to find the most vulnerable spot and use this knowledge to effectively attack the moles without too much effort. Finally, he was able to calculate everything correctly and find the exact hole he was looking for from the beginning, after which he was able to attack the vine moles with maximum efficiency and take them out of the game. He defeated the first monster and informed everyone that there was an extremely soft and weak spot between the vines, its neck, which could be the key to destroying all the moles in a short time. Ho In-soo started to say something to him and praise him for his correct statement when he suddenly shouted that another man appeared behind him, approaching quickly and ready to strike. He barely managed to dodge the monster's swing and began to run very quickly to the nearest shelter to avoid a second blow that could have seriously injured him and left him unprotected. Yunhua rushed to the rescue and did not hesitate for a moment to help her partner, as she knew that losing any second could cost them their lives during this fierce battle. She pushed off the ground and delivered a crushing blow to his head, which led to the enemy's instant fall and enabled all the other soldiers to attack the monsters without much danger to themselves. He was very shocked and surprised by the courage Park Yunhua showed, because her act really impressed him more than he expected, and now he saw her in a different light as a powerful warrior. When she landed on the ground, she said that you really should try to aim for their neck, and that this is the easiest and most effective way to hit them quickly without wasting energy. She also asked whether Baek Woo-jin could really destroy them using only his strength, and whether he believed that he could overcome them even if there were a lot of them in this battle. Baek Woo-jin did not take long to praise the Red Lotus family member, noting that he is a true warrior who is definitely not afraid of such challenges and can fight back against any enemy. They worked together very well and managed to neutralize most of them, leaving only a few monsters that were still trying to attack and create a danger for their further journey. Ho In-soo noted that they attacked them almost immediately when they entered the dungeon and how it looked ugly because the attack came without warning and caused a lot of panic among them. Yunhua caught up with Baek Woo-jin and said that everyone tries to avoid this dungeon and there is very little information about the monsters in it. So how does he know that the neck is their weak point that can be attacked? After some thought, he said that someone had told him about this in the past, and he decided that knowing about any monsters before entering a dungeon is very useful because it gives you an advantage. Blackstone asked his host who had given him this information, and he replied that he had actually told him about himself from the past because he had experienced many such situations in his previous life. They all went together side by side and could not have imagined that this dungeon would be filled with such aggressive monsters who were ready to attack at once and would require all their strength to fight. Ho In-soo noted that the skin of these moles was much rougher than it was stated and suggested that something had happened to them because they looked different and became much stronger and more resilient. He was walking ahead and suddenly stopped and signaled for everyone to stop as well, because he felt some kind of threat coming, and it made him very alert while moving through this dungeon. They saw that the path was splitting further and began to decide how they would split into two groups to cover more territory. But something suddenly happened that changed their plans and complicated things. They all turned around and looked deep into one of the passages and were frightened when they saw a huge monster standing right in front of them, ready to attack them from all possible directions. They saw an extremely large monster standing in front of him, with a boss seal shining on its head, indicating that it was a particularly dangerous enemy to fight. Everyone came to the conclusion that it was because of the appearance of the boss that all his followers seemed much heavier to them and wondered what they were doing here at all, since they had not expected such a serious danger. Blackstone did not hesitate to turn to his master, and he told him that he was the guardian of the dungeon who protects this place and is a very strong opponent for those who try to go further. He also explained that although dungeons with bosses are very well rewarded, they are much harder to clear because of the enormous power and complexity of fighting such bosses in this dungeon world. He added that the reward for hard work was bigger, and Pek Woojin thought that this meant that the dungeon was equal in difficulty to the second rank, and now they would have to go through serious tests. Park Yunhua interrupted the conversation and added that there was no need to worry, because she had a plan and was ready to overcome this monster on her own so that others would be safe. She added that she would take care of this monster and advised all the others to destroy the other monsters to clear the way for their group to advance and avoid greater danger. Everyone wanted to stop her, but she didn't listen to anyone. She quickly turned and marched in his direction because she was determined and stubborn and was ready to meet the boss on her way without fear. They all didn't know what to do, whether they should stay or whether it was better for them all to follow her. But the situation was complicated and they couldn't decide exactly how best to help her in this struggle. However, they assured each other that she had the necessary skills and were confident that she would be fine. But they were worried that she had gone off all alone and left them without support at this critical time. Pek Woojin offered to help, but everyone said that he had just entered the dungeon for the first time and should be careful because his experience in such battles was not yet sufficient to fight effectively. They consulted with each other, and some of them said that he could be entrusted with this work, while they could go the other way and finish everything quickly, as this seemed the best option. The leader said that although Eunhwa is very brave and experienced, she still needs support in this fight, because even experienced fighters sometimes need help to defeat strong enemies. He let Pek Woojin go, but when he meets him, as soon as he realizes that there is some danger, he may run away if the situation becomes too serious and he cannot help in time. And he jumped up and ran to the rescue very quickly, and everyone else looked at him, knowing that now they had to be ready for anything and wait for what would happen next in this dungeon. Blackstone asked why his master had volunteered to help, and he replied that the Red Lotus had crossed an invisible line, and now he had to take responsibility for the outcome of the battle. He also added that how dare she go to destroy the boss he had already set his sights on, and now he was ready to meet her on the battlefield and find out who was stronger. Blackstone said that it was not just a mole that was a little stronger than all the others, to which he replied that he did not understand anything because this mole had special properties and considerable strength. He ran very fast through the dungeon and added that hadn't he warned Blackstone that if he defeated the boss, he would get a reward, so he had a good chance because he was confident in his abilities. The system notified him that he had received a surprise task, which was to beat the boss first. Of course, he agreed and immediately started acting, knowing that this would give him great advantages. Blackstone added that he had heard what a vine mole looks like but had never seen one before, and believed it had a peculiar appearance with powerful limbs and the ability to move quickly, even in difficult conditions. Pek Woojin said that this monster appeared here not so long ago, and that is why those people failed to defeat it because they were not prepared for its speed and dangerous attacks from all directions. He also added that all of them seem not so strong at first glance because they move in big steps and therefore get tired very quickly, but in fact, their strength is hidden in their endurance. He also said that they are very easy to catch if you stall for time, and that is why their weaknesses are not well known, because they usually manage to escape before their enemies can attack them. Pek Woojin added that even after 10 years, they have certain differences, and they are not the same now as they were then, because during this time they were able to adapt to new conditions and changed some of their fighting strategies. He began to recall that it was then that a certain strategy was created, and looking back, he notes that he is increasingly different from himself because his skills have become much more developed. Baek Woojin said that this time everything will be different, and he has become much stronger and will be able to overthrow the rule of the Baek family, which has been in power for a very long time and has been committing cruel acts in the dungeons. Finally, Baek Woojin caught up with Eunhwa and saw her fighting two very strong monsters at once and looking absolutely calm in this fight, demonstrating her great skill. He also felt a surge of joy because he noticed that the boss hadn't had his turn yet and hurried to defeat him first, knowing that he could gain great advantages and get more resources for himself. Eunhwa was very surprised by his behavior because he didn't try to help her, but ran in the other direction, leaving her alone with the two monsters. But she understood that it was his choice. Then Eunhwa also wondered why he came to her aid and could not understand it because she was used to the fact that every battle has its own strategy and it was unexpected to see him in such a situation. She caught up with him, defeating two monsters at once, showing her undeniable strength and ability to cope with even the biggest threats in this dangerous dungeon. And then she came up behind him and was very unhappy, and also asked where he was going to go while she had to fight her enemies, and she did not understand his hasty steps in such a situation. He explained that he had come to help defeat the boss, but she refused him and said that she was taking it on herself, believing that she could handle all the difficulties in this battle without any help. She did not wait for explanations and said that she did not need help and refused it, claiming that she could win without any help and did not need any support in her actions. Baek Woo-jin replied that he didn't understand what she was talking about and that he hadn't come to help at all, which shocked Yunhwa, who was sure that his intention was only to help in this situation. He finally revealed all the cards and explained that he came to defeat the boss himself, thus driving Yunhwa crazy because his ambitions had become so great that she couldn't believe it. She began to say that if he had just become a first-ranked swordsman and gone down to the dungeon today, she was beginning to understand him and realized that he was not yet experienced enough to do such great things. However, she was very frowning and explained that the dungeon was not a toy because he came in ordinary clothes without proper training with ambitions that could not be allowed in such a dangerous place. She added at the end of the conversation that with such behavior he could only commit suicide, because in a dungeon without proper preparation, it is very easy to lose everything and even your own life. Blackstone realized what was going on and quietly warned the owner not to take her words to heart, as it was just an emotional reaction to his excessive stubbornness and determination. There was no stopping Baek Woo-jin, and he offered to make a bet that he would be the first to fight the boss, confident that he could overcome all difficulties and win this fight on his own terms. He explained the conditions. If he was the first to defeat him in 3 minutes, he won, and if he failed, it would be her turn and he would not object to her participation in this battle with the boss. He also added that as an additional reward, he would fulfill any of her requests, regardless of what she asked, because he was sure that it would give him even more strength to fight. Yunhwa had a very surprised look on her face and asked him if he was really going to win in such a short period of time, as it seemed like an incredible and extremely difficult task. She thought to herself that he must have some kind of problem with his head, because the idea of overcoming this boss in such a short time seemed completely unrealistic and extremely brave. He waited patiently for her answer, and she finally agreed, but also offered that if he could do this, she would also fulfill one of his requests, which gave him even more motivation. She decided for herself that he would not be able to cope with the task anyway and agreed, although she felt a little insecure about her own abilities and decided to observe his actions in the process. Blackstone was very worried about his master and asked him if he was really sure that the allotted time would be enough for him, as the situation looked very difficult for success. He assured him that 3 minutes was enough for him 10 years ago, but now 1 minute is enough, because during this time his strength has grown significantly and he has become much more experienced in such battles. Yunhwa stood next to him and couldn't understand how he had come all the way here and now made such a foolish bet, since it seemed that his chances of winning were very slim due to the circumstances. She thought that he was probably doing it to get her attention or to prove his strength and determination, even in such a difficult situation where victory was unlikely. Now she remembered that he had looked at her very strangely at the beginning, and it was so unusual that she began to doubt his motives and goals in general during this dangerous adventure. Blackstone warned the burning Baek Woo-jin that Yunhwa had begun to watch him strangely without blinking her eyes, her gaze so penetrating that even he could feel her attentiveness. He assumed that she thought she would get the boss all to herself, but he was only for him. Blackstone assured him that the reason was completely different, and it was not just curiosity, but deep strategic thinking. And he continued to fight very bravely and courageously, even when he had to face very strong attacks from the enemy. And this gave him even more confidence in his own abilities. She was very surprised and unable to hide her admiration when she saw his incredible actions during the battle, and was impressed by his agility and reaction in the most difficult situations. He continued to strike after strike and very deftly dodge the monster, demonstrating extraordinary speed and accuracy of each movement, making him look almost invincible. And he noticed that the boss started making very large movements during their battle, which allowed him to easily dodge and gave him a chance to identify the enemy's weaknesses at the moment of attack. The system notified him that his aura Rasduma Black Wind was activated, allowing him to sense changes in the environment and increase his speed and strength for future attacks. The system also added that the target's movement was slowed down by this aura, which gave him a huge advantage because every movement of the enemy was now predictable and Baek Woo-jin could easily dodge. Baek Woo-jin began to strike the monster, and very quickly push it to the other side. One of the blows became decisive, and the boss was unable to react, which allowed him to win the battle. She couldn't believe her eyes because Baek Woo-jin had won an impressive victory and defeated her boss in such a short period of time that even she couldn't have predicted it. He was very pleased with himself, and noted that it took him only half a minute to win because he had long been counting on such a result thanks to his new skills and aura. And he went up to her and correctly noticed that he had won the bet after all and got his victory, confirming his determination and strength in this dangerous battle with an extremely strong boss. Yunhwa couldn't believe herself and asked him again if he was really a first-ranked swordsman who had just started his training today, which was completely unexpected. The only thing she could not understand was how he managed to defeat the boss so quickly, because his achievements looked extraordinary even for experienced fighters with a lot of battles under their belt. However, she pounced on him with questions and noted that his sword had an aura and that he wielded a sword that was capable of delivering such fast and powerful blows, so she was very surprised by his abilities. She was very confused and could not understand what had happened because what happened did not meet her expectations, and she could not explain to herself the victory of such a novice in the battle. Baek Woo-jin decided to share his secret, but at the last moment he said that he would never tell her, because he believes that everyone should keep some secrets for themselves. Yunhwa was furious because he had told her to ask him, but now he was refusing to answer, and this made her indignant and want to understand why he did this. Baek Woo-jin could not restrain himself and said that no intelligent person ever reveals his secrets because it can give an advantage to enemies and lead to unpredictable consequences in the future. Even Baek Woo-jin concluded that since he had won, Yeonhwa had to fulfill one of his requests, because it was a condition of the bet, and now he was waiting for her answer on what she was willing to do. He began to think out loud about what he would like to make a wish for, because in this situation he really wanted to come up with something interesting and useful, but he also doubted whether it was worth doing. Yeonhwa agreed that she had underestimated him at first sight and knew it, but still could not fully understand his motives and actions in that battle, which raised even more questions. Baek Woo-jin decided that he would leave this wish for later and was very happy because he had already achieved his goal and did not rush to make a new wish because it was not his priority. He also added that he knew that she was from the Red Lotus and what formation she was from, which surprised her greatly because she did not know how he had received this information and how it had become known to him. She began to think about the fact that she had a feeling that she was losing to this ignorant man and that it all seemed like a dream or a trap from which she would not be able to escape. He began to laugh at her and said that his wish would be fulfilled by his younger daughter from the Thundercloud formation, and he was very interested in how to use this opportunity, which she did not understand. She added that he was from the Baek family and that she did not like his family. He assured her that he could curse his family if he wanted to, but it would not change who he was. Blackstone was sure that his master was doing this on purpose to see how she would grit her teeth in anger and whether she could withstand his abuse, although he also knew that it was just a test. He also added that it was too much, but it worked and helped him achieve the desired result, because now he had the opportunity to control the situation and decide how to proceed. He also suggested that there was something else that could have been added to the reward he had already mentioned, and now Baek Woo-jin had a chance to get something he did not expect, an even greater advantage in the fight. He didn't wait long and took the reward that appeared near the defeated boss, as he was sure that this item would be useful for further victories and achievements. Baek Woo-jin also added that he would have to check the award in a special place. Blackstone assured him that he could do it himself because it was his wish and he could decide when to do it. Even Baek Woo-jin was surprised that he could do this, but he told him to wait a bit because he was not used to such quick decisions and needed some time to comprehend this innovation. Blackstone said that this ring enhances all of his basic characteristics. Yunhwa gritted her teeth and congratulated him for this victory, even though she felt very confused by the news. She concluded that she had lost the bet because of her recklessness and because she had underestimated his abilities, and now she was forced to recognize his victory even with her stubbornness and refusal. He was not offended by her words and took it as a compliment to himself. In turn, he gave her an unexpected gift that was very valuable and unusual in her opinion at that moment. All the other team members showed up and were shocked that the young ability user had done this and won without much effort, and now they had a hard time understanding his level of power. Hong In-chu praised everyone and said that they did their job very well and that they did a great job, but there is still a lot to do in the future and they need to be ready. Yunhua pointed her finger at Baek Woo-jin and told everyone that he was the one who defeated the boss, which was a great surprise to everyone because no one expected the newcomer to win such a significant victory. They were all amazed at how the newcomer was able to take down the boss one-on-one despite the fact that his strength was much less than the enemy's in this battle. Blackstone noted that the first task was quite easy because they met good people who even helped them in solving problems and provided proper support. And Blackstone asked if that was the end of it. Baek Woo-jin asked what exactly he meant, because he didn't understand why his question sounded so serious after everything had been resolved. He reminded his master about the Red Lotus because she could find it very easily, and this moment could change the course of events if they did not take care of the possible consequences of this situation. Blackstone rightly pointed out that Baek Woo-jin lied about not being from the Baek family because his ancestry was much more important than he tried to show in his behavior. Baek Woo-jin explained that he had said the wrong thing. He said that he hated his family, but he never said that he was not a part of it, because it was just his personal view of the situation and his attitude towards it. Blackstone could not disagree and noted that his master was a very irritating personality, but he also recognized his abilities and intelligence, so it was not important for their further cooperation. They approached the house together and saw that two young men were waiting for them, ready to accompany them and fulfill all their orders without any questions or doubts for the future. They also gave their names. One of them was Young Jung-hyuk and the other was Moon Ju-yeon, and they explained that they would accompany him so that everything would go quickly and without any problems on the way to the goal. Blackstone noted that Baek Woody now has 2 servants, and that he is very fortunate to have such capable assistants who are always ready to help him achieve all his goals. Baek Woo-jin told them to take very good care of him, and they in turn said that they were extremely honored and would try to help him at any time. He sent them home, explaining that it was very late, and that tomorrow they would finish getting to know each other and start working at full capacity to be ready for any challenges. They were in no hurry to leave him, and, after a little change, told him that his room was now located on the 8th floor of the monastery, and he could always ask for help or support. Moon Ju-yeon emphasized that it was the owner of the house who ordered Baek Woo-jin to move there, and this step was important for everyone because he believed that it would allow him to perform his duties more effectively. Blackstone noted that after he cleared the dungeon on the day of the aura registration, the owner immediately ordered him to move to the ancestral home so that he could receive a proper place and increased attention. Baek Woo-jin was very surprised by this news and could not believe that he was moving to the monastery, and it was a completely unexpected turn of events that he could not even foresee. He went to get acquainted with his room, and when he got there, he noticed that he was finally allowed to live there, and it gave him some freedom and a feeling that everything was developing according to his plan. Blackstone sincerely asked whether his master was really happy to live there and whether he was crying by accident, because he could not understand why such a serious step surprised his master so much. He assured Blackstone that this is only the beginning and he wants to regain his composure and needs time to sort everything out and take the right steps for his future goals. And he advised his master that he should let go of the past and look only forward, because it makes no sense to dwell on old problems when new challenges lie ahead. Baek Woo-jin said that he was right because he had already dealt with Meng Hoon, so there would be no more problems. He added that there were only 6 others who could be a danger to him. He concluded that having 8 children at such a time and at such an age is not a wise decision because it requires a lot of responsibility and difficult decisions for each of them. Blackstone asked if his host knew at least one of the 2 men who had met him, for he was not sure whether Baek Woo-jin would be able to remember even their names in such a situation. He said that in one of them, namely Zhuan, he was ordered to follow him, and this gave him some control over the situation, although it raised some doubts about his true intentions. Baek Woo-jin said that in his past life he did not know this. But now he has increased his perception of mana, and he felt it when he was in an unfamiliar environment again. He also wondered why his father had assigned one of the Dark Sword family members to him. This had its own meaning, and Baek Woo-jin began to realize how important it was for him to have such an observer by his side. He continued to speak and explained that this was a group of swordsmen who received orders directly from his father and had a special task to control and protect important people. They exist at the court and perform duties like elite security, so not everyone had the opportunity to see them or understand how powerful they really are in their profession. Baek Woo-jin noted that he seemed to have attracted his father's attention and suggested that they leave now to continue their work with renewed vigor and achieve new results in their affairs. He took his family back to the monastery, and one of his assistants showed him which way his room was located, and this was the beginning of a new stage of his stay in this unfamiliar place. Mr. Wu Jin thanked them and said that they were doing a good job, and it was their first day, so he was letting them go and decided to give them a chance to rest so that they could work harder tomorrow. They both turned around and were about to leave when Baek Woo Jin called Ju En over for a moment and said a few words to him that prevented him from going straight to his next business. Then he smiled victoriously and hinted that everything was fine and warned him to keep his distance when he was watching him because he valued personal space in such situations. He had already jokingly hinted that he also needed personal space and that he should understand this because he did not like his attention to be occupied by constant observation without necessity. And without letting me say another word, he quickly turned around and strode off toward his room, leaving him surprised and perhaps unprepared for such an abrupt end to the conversation. Baek Woo Jin assured Blackstone that since he had gained such a high status, he would not be left without the privilege and would soon be given special attention in these new conditions. Blackstone asked if his master spoke like that. Would it not affect him in the future, because such words could be perceived not so positively by other people? Baek Woo Jin assured Blackstone that he knew his father very well and knew what kind of person he was, so he was not worried about any unforeseen situations or problems with his family. Ju Yan told the elders that Baek Woo Jin had realized that he was being sent to him to keep an eye on him, and it was no surprise to him because he was prepared for such a turn. The elder thought about it and decided that in fact his son would be very happy and that such a development could bring him great benefits in the future if everything went according to plan. Blackstone sighed heavily and said once again that he would never understand this family because their actions seemed too complex and impossible for him to understand and predict. Baek Woo Jin did not share his thoughts because he was very eager to open the award for the unexpected task. Blackstone only asked what he would receive this time as part of the process. The system informed him that as a reward for the task, he was given the opportunity to choose a card again, and he had to be smart about it in order not to make a mistake and choose the best possible option. Baek Woo Jin was no longer hopeful, but Blackstone assured him that you never know when you will win the jackpot and that even a small victory can lead to big changes. He wondered if, with such an unknown choice, he should take the card that looks the most appealing, since the first impression can be key to further decisions and actions in this process. And he made his choice without thinking about it for a very long time. And only after quickly reviewing all the options did he choose what seemed to him the simplest and most profitable at first glance. Baek Woo Jin was very disappointed because his prize was an ordinary-looking mask that looked no different from the others and seemed like a completely unnecessary thing in his situation. Blackstone almost fainted at the way his master reacted to the award because he could not believe that Baek Woo Jin really did not understand the value of what he had just received. Baek Woo Jin added that the mask looked like a cheap thing made in a regular workshop, and therefore he could not understand how it could be something valuable or useful for his future plans. Blackstone could not find a place for himself, and was very much disappointed in his master's mental abilities, because how could such a thing have occurred to him when he himself felt it and knew the truth about the mask? He ended his hysteria and advised me to look very closely at this seemingly ordinary mask because there was something special about it that could not be seen at first glance. The system explained that this was a legendary item that allowed you to change not only your appearance but also your strength, so Baek Woo Jin was momentarily speechless and realized how big his mistake was. Blackstone was very pleased with himself because finally his master understood what it was, and he felt a certain pride in being able to explain and prove the importance of this subject. He also explained that he would not be able to change his height, but within reasonable limits he could alter his face to deceive others and make himself less visible to those looking for him. He also said that with the help of this mask, he can change not only himself, but also the color of his own aura, thus deceiving anyone who tries to recognize him by ordinary signs. Blackstone didn't wait and offered him a test right away, because the best way to evaluate a mask is to use it in real life to see how it really works. Baek Woo Jin put the mask to his face, and the system told him that he needed to imagine the image of his transformation, which was a difficult task because he had to think about the result. He could think of nothing better than to transform into the person he had seen last today because it was the easiest option to start with, and he could control this image. The system notified him that after he chose the blue color of his mana, he successfully transformed, and this was an unexpected confirmation that the mask really worked. He couldn't believe his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror and looked like an exact copy of Ju En, which caused him great surprise and made him question everything he knew. Blackstone warned him that he needed to use the aura and check whether its color had really changed, as this would help determine exactly how effectively the mask had changed his appearance. Pek Wu-jin summoned his aura and saw that its color had indeed changed, and concluded that it must be a very incredible object that could change the course of his further actions and even his fate. Blackstone mockingly asked if he still thought it was a cheap thing, because the mask turned out to be much more powerful than Pek Wu-jin had originally imagined, and this changed his mind. He thought that if he had listened to Blackstone and chosen very carefully, he would not have pulled out this mask, which actually turned out to be very valuable and had enormous potential in the future. Blackstone jokingly asked his master to be quiet. Pek Wu-jin asked about the Kane Empire mentioned in the description because it was the name of his training method, and he was interested in this connection. He voiced his question, which was whether this training method and the mask were really somehow related, because he was wondering how they could be connected. Blackstone emphasized that he could not find a definite connection between the mask and the training method because it is the source of everything he studies, but Pek Wu-jin continued to speculate. Pek Wu-jin was surprised because he could not even think that this was the source. Blackstone said that he would soon find out for himself, and that this discovery would change his view of many things. He correctly pointed out that for now, his master should focus on his growth in order to achieve greater strength and prepare for what is yet to come and requires concentration. He also suggested that he would not use the mask often because he is the son of a famous family and tries to keep his identity and reputation secret. Pek Wu-jin had to say that he disagreed and would like to use the mask tomorrow, as he realized that it could be a useful tool for achieving new goals. Blackstone couldn't understand why he was doing all this and what the result would be, because he wasn't sure if it was really necessary for the owner and what he would get from using this mask. The elder called him in and asked him if he had really gone to the dungeon yesterday because it was an important moment, and he wanted to know more about what happened in that situation. Blackstone was very interested in how he found out about their trip to the dungeon despite the fact that Ju-en did not follow them, so he decided to find out all the details of this case. Pek Wu-jin assured Blackstone that his father had eyes and ears everywhere, and suggested that perhaps the association had told him about it because secret connections could have led to this information. The elder continued his interrogation and said that he had also heard that his son had made a very interesting bet with a young woman from the Chok family who was very influential and had great opportunities for the future. He asked his son if he knew with which family member he had made the bet. Pek Wu-jin replied that of course he knew and even understood why it was done in this way to achieve the goal. And he explained that he knew from the beginning that this was the youngest daughter of the Chok family because she was very popular and had her own interests. The father asked how he did it in spite of everything. Without waiting for the next question, he said that this was the reason he made the deal and wanted to show that he was the youngest son, even if it meant taking risks. The father asked why he had hidden it from his family. He replied that he hadn't hidden anything and wanted to see her face when she found out about the deal and how she would react. The elder looked at his son and said that he would allow it, but warned him that all the consequences would be on his conscience and he should be ready for it. He explained that from now on he is allowed to use everything available to the heir of the Beck family, and this can be a big step forward in his career. Whenever he needs to, he can use their name. Then he allowed him not only to enter the monastery, but also a large training room and libraries where knowledge is stored that can help him develop and improve his skills. Pek Wu-jin thought to himself that he had finally achieved the same start as everyone else in his family. And now he had the opportunity to put his plans into practice with the help of the privileges he had received. The system sent a new message and informed him that he had a new task called Go Your Own Way, too, and it was a great challenge for him and an opportunity to show his independence. Blackstone explained that now the choice is his, because he has the same start as the others, so everything happened this way, and he can decide which way to go without outside influence. He added that now his master has to make a choice. Either he will follow the same path as the others, or he will become a swordsman who will create his own path and will not be tied to the traditions and rules of the family. Pek Wu-jin now wonders what would happen if he took on this task and used other skills he had already developed over the years to accomplish it and consider how he could influence the future. Blackstone, of course, wanted to assure him that he would eventually fail the task because, according to all calculations, it was difficult for him to achieve his goal without additional help. The elder interrupted their imaginary conversation and asked what he was going to do without asking him and whether he would refuse, since it was an important decision for the family's future and prestige. Baek Woojin hastened to assure him that this was not the case and that he had thought it through very carefully, so his decision would be the right one, even if it seemed risky or unpleasant to others. He added that his brothers and even sisters have been at a high level for quite some time, and this gives him additional motivation to keep up and prove his worth and potential. He was also starting to get angry and wondered if there was any point for a person with no talent in fencing to try to catch up with them, because it was hard for him to accept the fact that others were much stronger. He accepted the task and decided that in any case, he needed to create his own path, no matter how many difficulties he had to overcome and what it would cost him. And he asked his father for permission to train on his own because he had gained a lot of experience during these trainings, and now he would like to try new methods that could help him achieve better results. My father began to explain that if he trained under a good coach, he would not grow much faster. He did not understand how he could refuse the advice of a professional. Baek Woojin couldn't sit in one place and jumped up and said once again that he really wanted to train on his own because he believed in his own strength and wanted to develop without outside help or guidance. The father did not hesitate to agree to his son's request and added that he had 2 months to prove that this decision was the right one and that he had a clear plan of action. The elder added that after 2 months he will conduct a test, and if he fails, he will be punished, and it will be a difficult test that will test his capabilities and readiness. The father slyly squinted his eyes and asked his son if he was satisfied with such conditions, to which he replied that he would prove his point and that even if it was difficult, he did not intend to retreat from his goal. At the same time, Yunhua was very angry and was training so hard that she broke a punching bag because of her dissatisfaction with the situation and the fact that she was not heard and her opinions were not respected. One of the brothers came up to her and told her that the pair was new and very expensive, and also that her father wanted to talk to her because it was an important situation and he was interested in her behavior. She was very angry and said that she was not in the mood to talk and also did not advise me to kick her out because she was not in the best condition for such conversations and needed time to herself. And he slowly added that he had information about the person she was looking for, which interested her greatly and made her stop immediately and decide to listen to him and learn more about it. He began to mock her and noted that she immediately turned around and said that she was at the age when she was beginning to be interested in love, and that he found it funny because she was no longer a little child. And he laughed very hard and said that his sister has an unbearable temper that often makes others nervous and even lose patience, so it is difficult for him to keep a calm conversation with her. She eagerly read the piece of paper her brother had brought her and noted to herself that they were the same age as Baek Woojin, but that this would not prevent her from achieving more than him in the future. Then she read the whole thing and saw that he was part of the Baek family. She was very angry that he could deceive her and not tell her the truth that he had such an important background. Her brother began to reassure her and noted that it was very difficult to get this information because of the limited access to such classified materials and personal connections that require some effort. He defended him and said that family is everything, and now he was making his debut, so there is not much information about him because newcomers are not always taken seriously because of their young age. Yunhua asks her brother if Baek Woojin registers for the dungeon raid, that he also register her because she wants to get back at him for treating her unfairly before. She finally understood why he was behaving this way and decided that she would be the first to compete with the boss because it was important for her to prove her superiority and get a well-deserved victory. The brother was very surprised to see his sister so interested in someone for the first time, and could not believe that Baek Woojin had become such an important figure in her life. He had already moved far away from her and said to himself that Baek Woojin was from the Divine Sword Baek family, and smiled, for this family had great influence and a great reputation among others. Baek Woojin was back in the place where it all began, and now he felt that the situation had changed significantly, although he still did not fully understand why everything had returned to the same beginning. He looked around and saw that something had changed over time, and the familiar look of the area was no longer there, because everything looked much more unusual and even mysterious. The two of them saw Baek Myung-hun and were surprised that he appeared here in this place when they did not expect to see him at all, and it was a great surprise for both of them. Baek Woojin began to greet him joyfully, waving his hand, and added that in his past life he would not have done this, and it was some kind of incredible achievement for him that he could not even foresee. Blackstone was not surprised, and said that he would also not greet a person who insulted him when he met him, and advised him to start training so as not to waste time on empty conversations. He told his master that today he should practice drawing his sword and learn how to handle it properly to improve his skills and be ready for future challenges. Blackstone assured him that he needed to see how he performed this skill before deciding what to do with him, and he started training, knowing that Pek Woojin needed time to master this technique. He pulled his sword out sharply and it slipped from his hands and flew almost across the training ground, which caused him unpleasant emotions because he felt disappointed by this movement. Pek Woojin immediately heard various insulting words flying back at him and was told again that he was one of the weakest in the family, and this became an additional incentive for him to improve and change. Blackstone summarized that the movement made him realize that some people have no reason to have a gun or even an idea of how to properly use it, because their efforts are futile. Meng-hoon appeared and said that he was not using the sword properly, not even up to the standards of others, and it was very painful for Pek Woojin because he could not understand why this happened. He began to teach Pek Woojin that he was doing a lot for himself, but it wouldn't help if he didn't change his approach and treat training as a serious improvement of his abilities. He added that he should live the way he had lived before, so as not to deceive everyone around him and not to pretend to be someone he was not, as this would only lead to his failure in the future. Everyone began to talk among themselves and came to the conclusion that with such skills, Pek Woojin could not defeat Meng-hoon and did not even have a chance because of his lack of training and experience. Blackstone asked what they were talking about, and Pek Woojin had no idea and was very surprised why he was being discussed and whether he really should have been called so weak. He noted that his master needs to grow up as fast as possible to scare these people and show his strength, because only in this way he will be able to achieve success and respect from others. Pek Woojin did not understand what Blackstone was talking about, and he asked him to wait a bit to explain everything and prepare him for what was to happen next and how he should act in the coming moments. He drew an imaginary line on the simulator and instructed Pek Woojin to aim at it, and then took the next step to see if he could handle this difficult task and show his abilities. Then he began to explain that it would not be easy, but if he succeeded, he would at least understand the art of sword drawing and improve his skills on the way to higher levels of mastery. Pek Woojin was encouraged by the fact that he was able to defeat the rain moles, so this exercise should be easy for him, and even thought that it would be a real challenge that would allow him to improve his technique. He took aim very carefully, concentrated and struck, feeling every movement become even more controlled and precise after the numerous trainings and efforts he had put into his preparation. Everyone around him was surprised because it was a very precise and beautiful blow that split the simulator into two parts and even created a small crack in the material itself due to the incredible force of the blow. Blackstone was sincerely happy for his master. He stood by and listened to the comments of other people, realizing that this moment was important for Pek's further development in the training process. Pek Woojin began to explain that he hadn't done anything on purpose and why this happens to him almost all the time, because he often doesn't understand what exactly caused his extraordinary abilities. He said that after Blackstone's explanation, he understood something and began to look into it, because at first he could not understand why his abilities were so manifest at the most crucial moments. Meng Hong, meanwhile, was knocked out by a part of the simulator, and everyone gathered around him trying to lift him up to give him some rest and help him regain consciousness after such a blow. Pek Woojin noted that experience points are found right here in real life, and that only by experiencing real battles and trials can you truly improve your skills. He started to get angry and said that if someone wanted to say something to him, they should say it directly to his face and not behind his back, as it only adds unnecessary conversations and can lead to conflicts. They all went up to Pek Woojin and started talking about how he dared to hurt Meng-hoon by cutting the simulator into two pieces without even thinking about the consequences of his actions for others around him. Ju-yan watched from a tree and noted that the rumors about him hiding his talent were true, since only today was Pek Woojin able to show such impressive skills. He wondered how a person who had just started practicing fencing could cut through the simulator with just one swing, and whether this was a manifestation of extraordinary potential or just a fluke. Pek Woojin did not hesitate to ask if he could take part in the sparring match that would be held in the evening, as he was ready for new challenges and wanted to prove himself in practice. Meng Hong had already been picked up from the ground and was standing firmly with both feet and holding his head, still in great pain from the impact and unable to believe that he had been hit by this particular participant. The teacher looked at both of them and, after a little thought, agreed to sparring, knowing that it would be useful for their further development and mutual improvement. He approached Baek Woo-jin and began to explain that he would be holding a sparring match where he would compete against a large number of people to test his strength and prepare for future fights. Baek Woo-jin understood all the rules and nodded his head in the affirmative, saying that he would wait for the start and couldn't wait to prove himself in this serious battle among the other participants. He began to recall all those who had told him various tall tales and even wondered why he was actually being evaluated in such a way without a real understanding of his true abilities. Blackstone said that there is a belief that if you speak behind other people's backs, you will surely suffer bad karma, which can ruin a person's entire path and career if they do not notice this threat. Although Blackstone said this, he still knew that his master would not listen to him and would ignore his advice, so he told him to do whatever he wanted and not to pay attention to others. All those present were surprised that Baek Woo-jin decided to take part in the sparring, and were even surprised by his determination and desire to test his strength against other more experienced participants. Tenor asked if anyone wanted to fight against Baek Woo-jin if they didn't mind, and everyone raised their hands together to show their readiness for the fight and their desire to test their strength against the new participant. Blackstone couldn't help but emphasize that there were a lot of people waiting for him in quotation marks, because right now the strongest and bravest participants were gathered in the arena ready for this challenge. Baek Woo-jin asked if he could choose who he would fight, because there were so many applicants, and he was interested in choosing a worthy opponent who could give him a real challenge. He chose a young black-haired boy who stood in the middle between all the others. He said that it was a great honor and he was ready to compete with Baek Woo-jin to show his abilities in this fight. The trainer introduced him as a student named Eun-sik. Blackstone was surprised by his master's choice, as he did not expect that Baek Woo-jin would choose this young and less experienced participant for the fight. Baek Woo-jin suggested that Blackstone, since they already had an agreement, look into his memories to learn more about the past and decide how best to act in future situations. Blackstone saw him bullying Baek Woo-jin and never missed an opportunity to jab him mentally and physically, making his training even harder and causing him to lose confidence. He asked him if he understood why he chose this guy and if he could see why he could be a good opponent for Baek Woo-jin in the future. Blackstone understood now. He understood everything. His eyes burned with anger, and he said that he had to destroy him because this guy was a worthy opponent and did not deserve mercy. He was so angry that he said he could just wave his sword in different directions, and he would do the rest and take care of the result himself because his experience allowed him to do it easily. He introduced himself once again and added that he was a second-ranked swordsman, and he was very happy to train with him. And how happy was Baek Woo-jin to be able to continue his journey? He also asked why Baek Woo-jin practiced only the art of sword striking, because it is strange and not even quite suitable for strategic fighting, where not only technique but also deliberation of steps is important. Baek Woo-jin planned not to answer anything and said that he did not need to know or take it into account at all, and that he would continue training at the pace that he thought was best for his development. Eun-sik did not listen to his answer and began to ask questions and comment that this was not the best method and skill in fencing because the opponent could strike first and then it would be too late. He deliberately asked such stupid questions to divert attention and was the first to attack, hoping to gain some advantage over his opponent, although he failed. Baek Woo-jin was completely calm and only began to mention to himself the presence of an imaginary purple line that helped him focus and assess the situation objectively before making any decision. He waited for his opponent to come close to him, drew his swords, and then the unimaginable happened. With one sharp swing, he cut the sword in half, which caused a great shock among everyone in the arena. Eun-sik couldn't believe his eyes and just sat down on the ground with his head bowed in defeat, not believing that his opponent could do this in such a short period of time. He came up to him and politely reminded him of all the things he had said about the first strike and how important it was to be able to react to the situation in time without relying on theory alone. Eun-sik was defeated and had no choice but to continue sitting on the ground, and he suddenly began to beat his hands on it in rage, feeling very frustrated and angry with himself. Baek Woo-jin wanted to throw a lot more punches, but it was just a sparring match, so he stopped and looked at Eun-sik, who had turned into a little child and started crying from powerlessness. Everyone was surprised by this reaction and couldn't understand why he was so upset, because it was just a sparring session, not a real fight. But some said it was probably because of his attitude. The trainer decided to end this useless chatter and told everyone to be quiet and behave with dignity, as training should be aimed at improvement, not unnecessary arguments or emotions. Baek Woo-jin was smiling and looking invincible, and he also asked who would have the courage to come out against him, wanting to find a worthy opponent among those present at the training. The coach was shocked because only one fight was supposed to be held and he thought it was over. But when he saw Baek Woo-jin's decision, he realized that there would be several more fights that day. Baek Woo-jin noted that he hoped to meet not just one opponent, but several, in order to experience the full range of emotions and prove himself in different situations. He did not wait long and pointed to another swordsman, expressing his desire to fight with him and accept a challenge in battle to test his strength and improve his skills. Baek Woo-jin noted that Seo Yunho had already raised his hand to fight him, but he realized that it would not be so easy and that he should take this fight seriously. Blackstone had already quietly rummaged through his master's memories and became even more nervous because he had insulted him and was now a sycophant to Meng Hong, which greatly disturbed Blackstone and his sense of honor. Even Blackstone could not contain his anger and began to shout at the top of his voice that in his past life they had beaten him even when he was not a first-ranked swordsman, and it had greatly affected his health. He was persistent and asked them not to leave until he had defeated all those who humiliated him and received true recognition from all those who had once doubted his capabilities and strength of spirit. Baek Woo-jin stood in front of many swordsmen he had defeated and waited for his next opponent. Despite the fact that he had already won many victories, he needed to maintain concentration to the end. He very quickly killed everyone and stated that there was only one opponent left and was ready for the final battle, preparing to give him everything he had to finally resolve the conflict. Meng Hong asked why there was only one left, and then he realized that he meant him and he wanted to fight him again to demonstrate his strength in the arena. Baek Woo-jin calmly pointed his finger at him and said that he would be his next and last opponent in this fight, and he was ready for the final fight for victory in the sparring match. The coach seemed to be hiding behind Meng Hong's back and begged them to stop it, but he said that he would compete with him and was not going to give up even in front of such a strong opponent. Baek Woo-jin was surprised by his answer because he thought, and said it out loud, that he would simply run away from him because he did not have the courage to face such a challenge. They started a verbal altercation, and Baek Woo-jin reminded him how he had defeated him twice already, while Meng Hong suggested that they dispense with the rules of politeness, which only added fuel to the fire. Baek Woo-jin was alert and looking forward to the fight with Meng Hoon, knowing that this fight would be decisive to determine which of them was really stronger in the arena and in their fighting skills. Blackstone wanted to warn his master and told him that his brother had grown a lot and definitely had his own talent, although Baek Woo-jin was sure that he could defeat even the strongest opponent. Baek Woo-jin, however, brushed it off very easily and said that he could predict his brother's strategy because he knew his fighting style well and understood exactly how he would act in different situations. Blackstone suggested that his brother uses footwork to get much closer than it might seem at first glance, and that he does it very quickly and almost invisibly to the opponent's eyes. There was a fierce battle between the two brothers. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other, and each of them tried to find a weakness in the opponent's defense to gain an advantage and win the fight. Baek Woo-jin went on the offensive, and suddenly his brother was able to block the blow, which impressed him and made him delay for a moment, allowing Meng Hoon to prepare for a counterattack. He continued to attack Meng Hong, and the latter replied that he had greatly underestimated his abilities and that it was at such moments that true strength was revealed. A fighter should not give up at the first stage. Meng Hong wanted to intimidate Baek Woo-jin and began to say that he would fight him this time with full force, saying that there would be no mercy and even ready to go to extremes to prove his superiority. He asked if Baek Woo-jin would use aura again and promised to teach him a lesson because he realized that even without aura, he could win against an opponent like Baek. They competed against each other, and each time it became more and more interesting because both brothers showed everything they could do and felt that they needed to apply a strategy at every step. Meng Hong also added that he somehow found out about his father and Baek Woo-jin's agreement on training methods and noted that it could have seriously affected their results and capabilities. Blackstone began to warn Baek Woo-jin that he must concentrate all his attention on the sword line because every step and movement is now crucial, and any mistake could cost him victory in battle. He began to encourage the owner and said that he was doing very well and coping with everything despite the difficulties, and also emphasized that it was important not to relax even after the first successes. It was very difficult for Baek Woo-jin to remain calm because his opponent did not even allow him to swing his sword, constantly attacking with new forces and forcing him to fight to the limit. Blackstone urged him not to give up and to use his own aura, because only in this way could he get out of this situation and seize the initiative again, since his opponent was trying to break him. He also added that the owner could pick up the sword again and continue the fight if he wanted to, but he had to make a decision quickly because no moment could be missed in such an intense fight. The system notified that Baek Woo-jin had activated Razdam's aura called Black Wind, which allowed him to increase his speed and accuracy of attacks, allowing him to withstand even the strongest opponent. Meng Hong reacted instantly and said that he would also use his aura because he did not listen to him, and now the fighter must be prepared for a completely different level of battle on his part. They continued to fight hard, quickly changing their body position in space, as each of them tried to find the best position for a counterattack to gain an advantage in a serious fight. And they both used aura, and neither of them wanted to give up. Each wanted to win this battle, and each of them put everything they had into every punch and every movement to achieve this goal. Baek Woo-jin managed to catch Meng Hong in a rash move and knock him to the ground, taking advantage of his underestimation and thus gaining a temporary advantage in this intense fight. Blackstone eagerly asked if his master was all right and how he felt, for he had seen Baek Woo-jin struggle in the fight, but he tried to be reserved and not show his feelings. He quietly admitted that although he seemed to be fine, it was still very close, because he felt that this battle could change the course of events and put everything in question. And he pretended to be self-confident and everything was fine, but in fact he thought he could definitely lose, because the situation was very tense, and all his strength at that moment was already on the verge of exhaustion. Blackstone noted that this time his opponent's movements were very light and precise, and that he had underestimated him last time when he hadn't paid enough attention to how much he could change. The coach hurried up to them and expressed his surprise at the path they had chosen to become strong, as he had seen a very high level and it exceeded his expectations. He apologized to Baek Woo-jin and said that he now understood his skill level and considered him much better than he thought, which even made him respect this young warrior. Baek Woo-jin thanked him, smiled, and said that maybe they should finish it all tomorrow, because they have already achieved a lot today and need to give themselves time to rest and gain strength for new fights. The coach couldn't hide his surprise because he thought that this was all for today, and the training shouldn't be so easy. So he began to think that Baek was actually much stronger. Baek Woo-jin turned around and added that he has to compete against well-trained opponents to reach his full potential and constantly improve his skills in these challenging conditions. He smiled condescendingly at the coach and strode away, because he felt that the victory was already in his hands and he did not want to waste time talking and instead moved forward. The system appeared in front of them and informed them that he had received an additional reward for completely destroying the opponent's desire to train, demonstrating that he was a true leader in this arena. Blackstone speculated that these extra points were somehow related to the points he received for surprising him, as each new act and achievement added new strength and motivation. He said that this time the principle of awarding additional points is probably very similar to the previous one, and it looks like it will be very difficult to gain big advantages without significant effort this time. An unfamiliar guy ran up to him and handed him the letter, saying that the administrative department wanted him to read it because it was important information for future decisions. Blackstone first heard that there was some sort of administrative office here, and was surprised because he did not expect such a structure for an organization dealing with important issues. Baek Woo-jin said that this office is responsible for various administrative things of his family, including finances, property, and development strategies, so his participation in solving such issues was mandatory. Blackstone began to suggest that it was a kind of company, and said that his family was very large and had many divisions to manage different aspects of its activities. When Baek Woo-jin opened the letter, he saw that there was a request for his help in a certain mission that he needed to fulfill immediately due to specific conditions. The person who brought the letter added that the request did not come from the family, but from someone outside who has influence over the situation and wants Baek Woo-jin to take part in an important cause. Mr. Woo-jin asked if he was referring to the association, to which he nodded approvingly, confirming that it was indeed the association that was actively seeking his help in solving certain problems. He could not understand why he received the letter as if it was from the administrative department, and he said that he never looked at his phone, so he did not even know about the letters that could have come. The messenger said that they had to return because the administrative department had prepared detailed clarifications and other information for the mission that required immediate reaction and action. He turned to his opponents, who were just starting to get up from the ground, and smiled at them, and said that they would meet tomorrow during the next stage because today was already over. Baek Woo-jin finally found his phone and noticed that it was almost dead, and assumed that was why he hadn't received any messages for the past few hours and didn't know what was going on. Blackstone rightly notes that his master had no friends with whom he corresponded, and this created a certain tension in their communication, as he was used to more active communication. Baek Woojin added that he hears all this from someone who talks to him all day long and also has no friends, so their joint conversations do not seem strange to him because each of them is lonely in his own way. He began to clarify whether Blackstone had really been imprisoned in a dark place for 5 centuries and whether he had no experience in such conditions because he could not believe such a story. They left the conversation and decided to turn their attention back to the phone and see what the request was, as it could be important information for their further actions. The mission was to protect the first circle of the Legion because this is a place where monsters constantly appear that are not only dangerous for travelers, but can pose a serious threat to the entire region. Baek Woojin added that such places are different from dungeons because the latter disappear after a certain time and leave no traces, which makes them difficult to explore, while the Legion circles do not change so quickly. Blackstone logically assumed that this place should be popular and you can practice there, but it is not. He added that the district gives neither mana nor points because it is a purely strategic place to protect the territory. They also noted that the name of the person recommending all this sounded very familiar to them, although they could not remember where they had heard it before and what it had to do with their previous missions. And they remembered that Hong In-soo was the man from their previous trip to the dungeon who was also ready to help them with various issues if it was necessary to complete important tasks. Baek Woojin suggested that he was helping him because, in the last meeting, he said that he hated his family and that maybe he wanted to use this chance to change his situation to break out of the system. Then he emphasized that if no one told his words, he would say every day how bad his family was to somehow divert attention from the real problems he had to solve. Blackstone also wondered why Seo Yi-na was also going to that place, because it was quite unexpected and looked like she knew something important that they couldn't immediately understand. Baek Woojin didn't even notice that she was the one who requested the mission because the incident happened right there, and he couldn't immediately understand who was really the initiator of the whole process. Blackstone asked who she was, and Baek Woojin explained that she was the only daughter of the leader of the Magic Guild, an industrial guild that competes for first and second place in the production of special materials. They produce things of very good quality, and now she has come to the Circle of Legion to participate in these events because it is important to have the support of strong people in such missions to achieve results. All the other members of the guild passed away under unknown circumstances. They searched for the guilty for a long time, but never found them, and this mysterious situation made many people wonder what was really going on. Blackstone hinted that it was probably dangerous to go there because all previous events point to potential threats and they may be related to something serious that has not yet been fully disclosed. He asked what if he managed to save them all, and Blackstone said that no one can know in advance what will happen, so it is important to remain prepared for any contingency. He also emphasized that it would be very terrible if a person like him passed away, leaving everyone in great confusion, because his presence always helped in solving important issues. Blackstone had a very good idea that his master would say exactly that, because swordsmen must help each other support and protect each other, even if it is extremely difficult. At that very moment, the system also informed him that he had an additional task and was given the opportunity to save those who were in danger of being destroyed, and his participation in this was very important. Blackstone noted that this task has a lot of variables and no one can know in advance what will happen because it can be dangerous, and even the best strategies may not work in such a situation. Baek Woojin noted that he simply has no other choice and needs to somehow get out of this difficult situation. So he is ready to do everything to survive and fulfill an important mission. He warned Blackstone that he had repeatedly told him to go out only when he was in grave danger, and that every step they took should be as well thought out as possible. He also added that this is why he decided to bring Ju Yen with him, because it is better than going through life alone, and he believes that with such support, they will be able to complete any mission successfully. He also added that of course he had not come unprepared for such a difficult and dangerous mission and had brought everything he needed to cope with any difficulties along the way. And he explained that he had taken everything he could from the family's arsenal to be ready for any situation, and in case the situation could change dramatically and more resources were needed. Hong In-seo called Baek Woojin over and asked him if he wanted to know something really cool that could help them in their mission and find out important details they needed to know. Baek Woojin didn't understand anything at first, but his mentor showed him that he needed to look in a different direction where a new opportunity appeared and it could be important for the successful completion of the mission. He couldn't believe his eyes because here was the girl from the dungeon of the vine moles, and she came of her own accord, and no one called her, and this surprised everyone because it was unusual. They could not guess why she came here and what she was doing here, because her presence was completely unexpected, and it raised a lot of questions for all participants of this event. And she noticed how they were looking at her and decided to stand aside for a while longer and walked towards them, approaching with a small smile that added even more mystery to her behavior. Baek Woojin noted that in his past life, she had not come here and remained alive until his death, so he wondered why her presence now seemed so unusual. She came close to him and said that it looked quite interesting that they met here because it was unexpected, and it seemed that their fates had crossed again according to a certain plan. Baek Woojin asked her what brought her here, but she wasn't going to answer the question and just smiled, which further fueled the curiosity of Peck and the others present. Blackstone agreed with her and added that no one tells anyone such things, because one can only be present here if they have a specific task that requires absolute confidentiality and caution. She came up to the side and greeted everyone and thanked them for being brave and being here, because only the brave can cope with what the future holds. And she decided to introduce herself to everyone and said her name, So Yi-na. She added that she was glad to meet them all and was ready to go through all the challenges that lay ahead. Hong Inacio said that he had heard from the corner of his ear that the purpose of today was research, because that is what they would be looking for, and their task is to learn more about the secrets of this place. She said that sometimes something appears in the area around the region. It is called black thorny grass, and she came here to find it because it has special value and properties. Blackstone asked if it really had anything to do with the events of his past life, because he couldn't understand how it could be important and why this herb was so valuable in this situation for the mission. He went on to explain that in his past life, this herb was collected by ordinary people and was not dangerous. But now it became clear that it was not just a plant, but something more with a powerful effect. Then he can't understand why such a company and the invited user of the ability are here today, because he couldn't believe that these people have such an important role in the fulfillment of future tasks. They had been talking for a long time, and it was time to go on the mission to finally find out what was going to happen and how they should act to succeed in this mission. Baek Woojin said that they shouldn't worry too much because they had Ju-yeon with them, and waved his hand and told them to move because they had all the resources and were ready for any difficulties. Co Yi-na said to start from here, but warned that no one knows where the monsters might come from, so they should be careful and act together as a team because unforeseen situations can arise. Hong in SEO said that 2 people should guard Yi-na and the others should be on the alert because the situation can change very quickly and everyone should be prepared for any dangers that may arise. Everyone stood next to each other and decided who would guard and who would observe, each of them carefully studying the situation to choose the most appropriate role for further fulfillment of the mission. Blackstone suggested that he thinks he knows why such a tragedy occurred at this place in his past life, and that it was due to the dangerous influence of certain forces that changed the course of events and caused mass death. He pointed high up and there was a timer counting down to the boss's appearance, which was a sign that the situation was approaching a critical point when you needed to be ready for battle. Baek Woojin asked what this could mean, to which Blackstone said that he has the ability to judge and that he can calculate important moments in time, which allows them to be more careful in their actions. He assumed that this timer became visible when they had this ability and that it appeared when they came here and somehow combined with their stay in this place. Blackstone went on to suggest that the massive deaths could have occurred precisely because of the presence of a boss who could have extraordinary strength and control the situation around him at a certain point in time. Mr. Woojin doubted and explained that the leader of this research group has very good skills and extensive experience, and he would not have allowed the disaster to happen with such powerful strategic decisions. He went on to explain that this manager had been a user of the ability for many decades, and he would not let everything be destroyed because of one boss, because he knew how to deal with such threats. Then he expressed his opinion and said that in any case, if he felt threatened, the head of the research would have given the order to flee, and all the mission members would have to act as a team in such a crisis situation. He added in the end that even despite all this, the monster of the County of Legions could not go beyond certain limits because measures were taken to keep the situation under control and protect the participants. He went on to add that even if an extremely strong monster appeared, one could simply run away when it appeared, and in this case at least one person would survive and be able to continue fighting it. He explained that it would be ridiculous and strange that everyone died at the hands of the boss, because with such skills and training, it would be almost impossible even in case of great danger. They noticed that before they arrived, there was another person here and a young man came out to meet them, who seemed very calm and did not show any emotions at that moment, only smiled slightly. He raised his hat in a gesture of welcome and said that he rarely met a security mission here, and this aroused their curiosity because it seemed that he might know something important or have some purpose. Hong In-seo also greeted him and smiled sincerely, feeling a certain ease in this situation because the stranger seemed less scary and even somewhat friendly. He began to explain to the stranger that they were here to protect a man who was looking for black thorny grass, and it was an important task for everyone, so they had to be very careful. The stranger said nothing and did not comment on the purpose of their search, but said goodbye and walked away, leaving behind some questions about whether his presence was really important. Baek Woo-jin felt that they had met a very strong man, and Blackstone also noticed this, confirming that this man clearly had a lot of experience and his strength was at a very high level. They decided that by their standards, this ability user would be rank 4 and he was using an axe. The timer ran out and they realized that they had to act quickly and without delay. They all looked up to the sky together and noticed that it had changed color to crimson red, which meant that a great danger was approaching and they had to be prepared for what would happen next. They finally realized that they had a boss, and he was extremely large and a berserker goblin, which made them all very afraid but also determined to act in response to the threat. The head of the security mission noted that the boss appeared absolutely out of nowhere, and it was very strange because no warnings or signals of his presence had been noticed in the neighborhood before. They all decided together that they had to rush to the rescue and protect Seo Yi-nu, because her safety was paramount and they had to act quickly to protect her from the enemy. Then they were divided into 2 camps, one of which believed that they should run away and the other that they should fight, decided to act according to the plan and be prepared for unforeseen circumstances in any case. Hong In-seo assured that there is nothing to worry about. He has everything under control and will sort everything out, so everyone should be calm and not take rash steps until they receive a signal to act. He also added that Yunhua is now among them, and this is their advantage because her skills and experience allow them to have a serious chance of winning even against such a powerful opponent. He summarized that this is why it will be much easier for them to defeat the goblin thanks to Yunhua's experience, her strength, and incredible abilities that make her one of the most valuable allies in this battle. Yunhua assured us that she had defeated the goblin before and warned us that everyone should move as far away as possible because its power can be extremely powerful and it needs more space to attack. Seo Yi-na was very worried about her, but she wished her success from the bottom of her heart. For Baek Woo-jin, everything was clear now, for he realized that this moment was crucial to their mission and much depended on the outcome. Baek Woo-jin concluded that Seo Yi-na didn't die at the hands of her boss, but was killed by someone else, which gave him more questions about what really happened in their world. And Baek Woo-jin realized that the people who performed this task died afterwards and were unable to complete the mission, which meant a huge danger for everyone else who might be in a similar situation. Yunhua advised him to knock the goblin to the ground, and Hong In-seo was already fighting off the boss's attack, trying to keep him from further attacks, because they realized that only coordinated action could save them. She ran very quickly to the berserker goblin and began to deliver blow after blow, trying to attack his weaknesses and not give him time to counterattack until he could gather his strength. She kept fighting, and even managed to shout at Baek Woo-jin to get out of the way and not interfere with her because her blows were so powerful that they could hit him if he didn't move away. The berserker goblin growled so loudly that everyone could barely stand on their feet. He was about to go on a rampage, and it was a signal to everyone that the situation was becoming critical and they needed to act as quickly and decisively as possible. Hong In-seo has passed a verdict that he is still much stronger than they could have imagined, because he is the boss and his strength exceeds all expectations, so they need to immediately change their strategy to fight him. Yunhua assured them that if they continue to stand in one place, other monsters may appear and they will be surrounded, so they need to be prepared for any danger. She said she would just go up to him and try to disarm him and wanted to ask Baek Woo-jin for help. But he was already gone and she realized she would have to act alone. Baek Woo-jin was facing the monster from the other side and was about to attack it, and Yunhua was distracting him with her screaming, trying to draw attention to herself and make him focus on his combat strategy. She said that even if he was confident in his abilities, it was very dangerous to fight a goblin berserker on his own, as it could lead to fatal consequences even for experienced fighters. He did not heed her warnings and continued to fight alone, feeling a strong desire to prove his abilities and not to give up in the face of such a powerful opponent, even at any cost. She watched him struggle and couldn't understand how he moved so fast because his movements were so exquisite and precise that she couldn't even predict his next move. And she was neither happy nor unhappy and approached him and asked what kind of sword art was it that allowed him to be so effective and instantly react to the situation. He explained to her that this art is called sword nakedness, and she, in turn, could not understand how quickly he managed to learn it because such skills usually require many years of practice. Hong In-seo also noted that he was very surprised by his skills and his speed, and began to admire him because he did not expect such skill from a young man in such conditions. Yunhua was surprised and said that he did it again by himself, which is quite impressive for someone as young as him and clearly shows his great potential and incredible abilities. Baek Woojin decided to play on her nerves and jokingly asked her if she really wanted to know his secret and tell her, but he could see that she was taking it seriously and didn't want to give her an answer. He started laughing and said that his answer had not changed since the last time and he would not say anything even if it looked like a temptation because he was confident in his tactics. Seo Yina appeared out of nowhere and ran up to them, calling out to them to wait for her because she had just found what they were looking for and could now help them complete the mission faster than they expected. She started shouting loudly that she had finally found it and it was right there, and everyone immediately realized that their mission was now coming to an end and the risks were decreasing. Then she knelt down and began to collect the grass that had grown around the body of the dead berserker goblin, realizing that the success of their mission and the preservation of its outcome now depended on it. She couldn't get enough of it and kept showing everyone that she had finally found this black thorny grass, and everyone realized that it was a very important element for completing their task in this place. They did a very good job and accomplished both the mission and the task. Everything went much faster than they thought, because all the actions were clearly coordinated and the results were impressive even for them. And they agreed that this security mission was much easier than planned, until suddenly they noticed that an object fell out of the boss, and they all looked at each other in surprise. Hong In-seo suggested that they all have a barbecue together because everything went much easier than they had planned, and it would be a great opportunity to celebrate the successful completion of the mission. Baek Woojin kept wondering when the tragedy was going to happen, probably after he left this circle, until suddenly Juyan called Woojin and said that he was in danger, which caused him to be alarmed. He stood there and didn't even see something fast and lightning fast flying at him from behind, and only later realized that it was an attack from one of the monsters that had unnoticed them. Then they all did not have time to react and just stood in one place and could not move because the attack was so sudden and fast that they did not even realize what was happening at that moment. They saw an axe fly into a nearby tree with incredible speed, which surprised them with its accuracy and force of impact, because this could only happen to a very strong enemy. Then they remembered that before that, they had seen a man with 2 axes on his back and guessed that it was the same attacker who was now trying to kill them in such a quick and unexpected way. He turned around and was very surprised that Baek Woojin was able to dodge a direct stab in the back and said that this time he would definitely get him because he considered Baek Woojin a worthy opponent. They all stood there bewildered because they could not understand why he was attacking them without any warning and whether he had any special reason for such actions or it was just part of his plan. He didn't explain the reasons, just said that the black thorny grass and the bracelet that fell from the monster were enough evidence for them to realize that the situation was serious. He also noted that he came back by accident and did not expect to see such a jackpot in quotes that could turn his life around. But it added even more questions to everything that happened. Baek Woojin could not contain his anger and hatred and asked what his name was. He answered Sa Jin-woo with some calmness in his voice and clearly explained who he was and why he was here. And Baek Woojin began to recall him, and Yunhua realized from the expression on his face that he knew who he was and that their paths had crossed more than once. But she did not yet know the whole truth about this man. He couldn't remember who it was. But the head of the mission explained that there is a legend about a madman who destroys all the people he doesn't like, and this list could include anyone who disturbs his peace. So Jinwoo saw how they could not remember who he was, and began to explain that he still had a reason for being so hostile to them, and that it should not be ignored. Juyan, despite his personal dislike, offered to help, but Baek Woojin told him not to interfere and to leave it at that, since everyone should act according to their own plan. He also asked him to think about how his father would react and thanked him, saying that this was enough for the stopped axe and that he did not need to do anything else because the situation was already under control. Juyan continued to stand his ground and said that if anything went wrong, he could help, but Woojin interrupted and said that everything would be fine. They would handle any problems. He also added that he did not come here to end his life so senselessly, and that he had more important tasks, and that these petty situations did not deserve such a serious reaction. Juyan still stuck to his opinion that he would help as soon as he saw that it was getting dangerous, but Baek Woo-jin didn't pay attention to it, and didn't worry about possible complications in their actions. Baek Woo-jin added that he also needed an opponent to practice with. Yunhwa couldn't understand what was going on in his head and what he was doing in such a tense situation among enemies. He asked her only to protect the others and take care of their safety, and he would deal with him and solve all the problems on his own without relying on the help of others at that moment. She could not just let him go, and began to explain that he had just reached the first rank and did not have enough strength to resist such strong enemies as those present here. Without saying a word, he thought that if he didn't stop it now, everyone here would die, and he couldn't let that happen because he had his responsibilities to this team. He asked her out loud to trust him and said that he would save everyone, but he only needed her cooperation because only together they could resist the threat and get out of this situation alive. Sejin Woo stood there and shouted very loudly that he found him extremely funny and interesting, and that he simply could not miss this opportunity to fight such a strong opponent. He was the first to attack Baek Woo-jin, shouting that he was going to play very well today, and that it didn't matter how it ended, as long as he showed his superiority in the fight. Baek Woo-jin decided not to hesitate for a long time and activated the Black Wind Aura, which was his strongest skill, and he was ready for a serious fight with an opponent who did not look weak. They entered into a fierce battle with each other, inflicting constant blows on each other, and each of them tried to find the weaknesses of his opponent in order to gain an advantage in the battle. Sejin Woo thought he was invincible and wondered how Baek Woo-jin could block his strongest punch without any difficulty, and this made him doubt his abilities. Baek Woo-jin did not make any concessions in the duel between him and began to threaten to separate his legs from his body if he did not stop his attacking actions and allow him to fight in peace. Blackstone was there and reassured his master, saying that there was no need to worry because he could at least read movements with his aura, and this gave him an advantage in battle. They continued their furious fight, neither of them being inferior in strength or cleverness to the other, and both trying to find the moment for a decisive blow that would change the course of the battle. Sejin Woo raised his most important weapon, an axe, high in the air, and began to threaten that his opponent would now say goodbye to both limbs, and he could no longer tolerate such delays. They continued to fight, and only the echo of their blows, which were so strong that the ground under their feet shook from the force of their collisions, could be heard throughout the area. Sejin Woo took the axe high up and brought it over Woo-jin and swung, and he managed to block the blow, but the unexpected happened. His sword was damaged, and he was afraid of this result. Everyone who was present at the site could not hide their surprise because they saw it for the first time and could not believe that someone was capable of such a level of strength in battle and such endurance. Sejin Woo began to smile and decided for himself that he had won this fight and would bring death to everyone who got in his way, even if they were not his enemies. Juyan suddenly shouted out that he agreed and would fulfill Baek Woo-jin's every wish because he understood the seriousness of the situation and did not want to leave everything to chance at this critical moment. Blackstone had completely different plans for these events and suggested using his power as an important element in their plan because his abilities could change the course of the battle in their favor. He only added that he should take it as quickly as possible and shout out the phrase, "Fragile Night," in which case he would be able to use it to the fullest, as it was the only thing that could solve everything. The system announced that Blackstone's first sword, called the Fragile Knight of Carnage, has been unlocked and is now available for use in critical situations against serious enemies. Sejin Woo could not believe his eyes because he could not have foreseen or even imagined what was happening in his worst nightmares, and he felt that it could all end very badly for him. Baek Woo-jin was surrounded by an aura and began to circle around, and Sejin Woo began to back away because he was so scared and didn't know what to do, and he felt fear slowly spreading through his body. He suddenly felt that his aura was disappearing, but he held on to the last and was not going to give up because it was a matter of his honor and the opportunity to leave behind his victory. He called Juyan and ordered him to protect the people until they all left the rift safely, because their safety was most important, and Baek Woo-jin could not allow any losses among them. He suddenly fainted after saying that, and Yunhwa and everyone else rushed to his aid and tried to bring him back to life, as he looked very exhausted after everything that had happened. Then the events moved a few miles away. An unknown person ran into Director Yun-hyun's office and opened the door without even knocking, and he was terrified and could not understand what had happened. The director was completely relaxed because he had almost fallen asleep while reading the book and did not expect such news that could change the course of their plans for the worse in the coming hours. He removed the book from his face and asked what could have happened. He was informed that Sajin had died, and it was so unexpected that the director could not immediately understand how to react. The director was shocked because he had lost sight of him for a long time. His student suggested that he must have been hiding in the Legion's territory, and that could be the reason why they could not find him. Finally, the director realized why they hadn't been able to find him for so long. They couldn't just go through the entire area, which explained his absence for so long. The student did not end there and continued the conversation, saying that the person he was caught by was quite strange and clearly had unusual abilities that he could not even guess at before. He began to explain that he was Baek Woojin, the youngest son of the Divine Sword family, and the director exhaled and said that it was probably an unknown family that had not yet established itself in this world. Suddenly, he got out of the city and began to remember that the oldest of them was 17 years old, so the youngest must be about 10, which is a very young age for such a strong fighter. Haesob told him that it was true that Baek Woojin was 15, and the director asked him to say something reassuring because he had more questions than answers. Yoon-hyun asked him to explain and think with Haesob about the fact that it seems that the youngest son is now only a first-rank swordsman, and this was another shock for everyone who had heard about his abilities. And Yoon-hyun started to get angry and repeated it all over again, saying that how could such a young man catch a fourth-ranked criminal, and how could this happen in the face of such great danger? Haesob began to justify himself and say that even Yoonhwa and Seo Yi-na had testified in his favor, and that this could be proof of his ability and worthiness to achieve such a great achievement. Yoon-hyun couldn't even understand how he was able to get so close to this criminal and get past all kinds of defenses, as this operation was one of the most difficult in their history. Haesob continued to explain and said that he first threw him to the ground with his sword naked art and then used the sword key to defeat him in a lightning fight. The director thought for a moment, what if it was true? And in the history of the Baek family, they had the most gifted swordsman who could change a lot of things around the world with his skills. Somewhere in the back of his subconscious, Baek Woojin began to recognize the man he was seeing, although it was the first time he had seen him, but he seemed very familiar, as if he had used Blackstone to transform into a sword. He began to feel their power, remembering how he had fought skillfully, and felt the presence of someone nearby when he used Fragile Night, and that power remained in his memory as a real nightmare. Suddenly, he woke up in bed and immediately heard Blackstone's mocking words that his master could wake up only now because he was used to quick recoveries and could not tolerate such delays. He was coming to and asked how long he had been unconscious. Blackstone told him that it had been 2 days, and he had been brought here after he had passed out using the Fragile Night. Suddenly, Jung Hek came in, and he was very happy that finally Baek Woojin regained consciousness, and he even took care of him for 2 days and did everything possible to help his master recover as soon as possible after a difficult battle. Mr. Baek Woojin said that he feels very well now, but he has a mild headache that will go away in a few hours, and he has already started to feel much better after resting. Young Hyuk explained that the doctor had warned him about such possible consequences and that he had lost consciousness due to the abuse of his aura as a result of excessive use of this power during the recent events. And Young Hyuk smiled and said that he was very worried about him, but added that there were people who were much more worried and could not even think calmly while he remained unconscious in this state. Baek Woojin was pleasantly surprised by such care, and Jung Hyuk added that even now these people were waiting for him outside, and they could not believe that he had finally regained consciousness after such a difficult ordeal. Even Baek Woojin was extremely surprised that for 2 days someone had been waiting for a moment to meet with him, and he could not believe that even after all this, they were ready to support him and help him in his time of need. This exciting moment came when Jung Hyuk called out to the 2 people waiting outside the door, and Baek Woojin's heart started beating faster. He couldn't even imagine who they might be waiting for some news. Baek Woojin expected to see anyone, but he could not even imagine that it would be them. And he was stunned by their appearance because their presence in such a place was completely unexpected. Yoonhwa and Seo Yi-na were standing in front of him. They were very excited and very happy to see him alive and well, because they thought they would never be able to see him again after everything that happened. They said that they wanted to personally thank him for saving them almost at the cost of his own life, and they understood that he risked everything to save them from certain death at that moment. Baek Woojin was pleasantly surprised. Yunhua added that she couldn't even react in time to the axe coming at him, and her heart was filled with despair when she saw this danger to him. Seo Yi-na added that she said this from the bottom of her heart, and even as a representative and direct heir to the secret guild, she still felt very grateful to him for his life-saving courage and self-sacrifice. She bowed in a low bow to thank him and added that she owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life, and it was her deep sense of respect and gratitude that could not be ignored. Baek Woo-jin asked her to get off her knees immediately and explained that she didn't need to do that because she had hired him and why she was doing it now, but he understood her desire to show respect. She ignored his request and explained that she had heard that this criminal was very dangerous and that he could have done even more harm if Baek Woo-jin had not saved them in that difficult moment. She also added to her answer that even if they had died, they would have been found very late anyway, and she would not be here now if it were not for him, because it was her only chance to survive. Yunhua joined the conversation and explained that there were already very few people left from Yi-na's family, and after this time, there could have been even fewer, and this chance would have been lost if Baek Woo-jin hadn't saved them. She sincerely admired Baek Woo-jin because he finally managed to stop these inhuman acts of the criminal, and it was thanks to him that they were able to avoid an even greater catastrophe in a world on the brink. Baek Woo-jin finally found out what had happened to him and was very impressed with his victory over him because it was incredibly difficult and even shocking for him to survive such a battle. Seo Yi-na added that she wanted to thank him and was extremely grateful for one more thing, because his heroic actions changed her life and made it safer after everything that happened in the past. She explained that thanks to the courage and skill of her bodyguard, she was able to finally get this herb, which was very important for her mission, and without it, everything could have been in vain at that critical moment. Baek Woo-jin asked her why she needed this black thorny grass and what she intended to do with it, as these herbs were known for their strange properties and use in special rituals. She explained that she couldn't tell yet because it was a secret, but she promised that when she was done, Baek Woo-jin would be the first to know, and he respected her desire to keep it a secret for a while. Then she winked at him and added that she needed to thank her savior, and explained that she did it not to get something in return, but simply because of her deep gratitude to him. She explained that his sword had been broken during the fight, and she wanted to give him this handmade sword with great respect as a token of her gratitude for giving everything to save her. She also explained that this sword was called the Binding Radiance. Baek Woo-jin was very embarrassed because it was a very valuable and unique sword that he did not expect to receive from her so unexpectedly. She continued to explain and said that this sword is designed to merge light together, and it will help him in the future because it gives him the opportunity to increase his energy to extraordinary levels. He can use its energy, and this sword will be extremely useful for him because it increases the strength of his energy and allows him to achieve greater skill in battle with strong enemies. Baek Woo-jin held the sword firmly with both hands and said that he had heard that this sword that binds the radiance was one of the most famous and had great power, which could have significantly influenced his future career. He asked her if she was sure she wanted to give such a precious gift to him personally. She replied that her father had told her to do so, and that it was a very important step for her family. She received a kind of protection from refusal in the form of parental approval, so Baek Woo-jin simply could not refuse because it was not just a desire, but her family's duty to him for his actions. Baek Woo-jin was embarrassed and said that under the circumstances, he had no choice but to thank him and accept the gift because he could not refuse in such a situation. She added that he needs more rest now, so she will leave and warned that she will not be able to go outside for some time as the situation requires complete rest and recuperation. And she explained the last sentence by saying that, in fact, she came to the Legion District without telling anyone anything at all because she did not want to attract unnecessary attention and decided to do everything without noise and unnecessary questions. She is now under house arrest and was allowed to leave only to meet and thank her for her help, because the situation was such that even a small mistake would have been fatal. Iona was very interested in continuing to communicate with Baek Woo-jin and suggested that we meet when she was free because she valued this moment and wanted to talk to him about important matters. Blackstone added that when she left, at least her family was protecting their children, while Baek's family didn't even bat an eye because his family acted as if they were not bound by any ties or responsibilities. Yunhua watched with equal interest and also turned toward Baek Woo-jin to give him the bracelet she had won, knowing that it was an important symbol and that he was entitled to it. Then Yunhua explained that since he had won it in a fair fight by defeating his boss, this bracelet now belonged to him, and she held up a small box, explaining that her brother had asked her to give it to him. Baek Woo-jin was speechless because he received so many nice words and thanks, and he just stood there and blinked his eyes, not knowing how to react to such a manifestation of gratitude and respect from her. Yunhwa finally decided to be curious and asked him why he had told her a lie, because her words were full of curiosity and to some extent even some indignation at his words, which seemed strange to her. Baek Woo-jin frankly could not understand where and when he had told her a lie, because he was convinced that he had not done anything like that, but some moments could be perceived differently than he meant. She decided not to wait long and explained that he was a direct heir to the divine sword family of Baek, so why did he say he was not? Because that would be a lie, and thus he was misleading her. And she was boiling with rage because Baek Woo-jin said that he doubted that he had ever really said that, and she couldn't understand whether he had actually forgotten what he had said or was just joking. He explained that even though he hates his family, it does not mean that he is not a part of it. If he wants to, he can even now curse this family, but this does not change the facts and his attitude towards them. And he jokingly added that he could insult this family as much as he wanted. She thought that he was not strange, but even crazy, because not everyone could afford to treat their relatives in such a way. She said that she had given everything she could, thanked him, saw that he was feeling well, and now she could leave because her duties were completed and she had no more reason to stay. Baek Woo-jin could not keep silent and thanked for the gift and promised that he would use it properly, because it was extremely valuable, and he promised that he would do everything to make this gift useful to him. Eunhwa turned her back on him and said softly that next time she would definitely win and overtake him in any fight, and she was sure that she would succeed. Baek Woo-jin added that he did not know why she should be afraid of winning or losing, but she could do as she saw fit, because he respected her determination and ability to set ambitious goals on the way to success. Even Baek Woo-jin enjoyed making Eunhwa furious. It was his favorite task. He succeeded because she slammed the door so hard that the walls shook with the force of her emotions. The system informed him that he had received a lot of rewards and increased favorability. Blackstone asked if his owner was really in control at the time, and if anything unusual had happened. He admitted that he was very worried at the moment the axe was flying in his direction and thought that he was going to die, but fortunately he managed to avoid this terrible outcome. Blackstone encouraged him and assured him that he had done a very good job and even got a lot of bonus points because his skills and courage had made everything go smoothly and successfully. Baek Woo-jin noted that he believed that he received these bonuses at the very moment when he touched the feelings of other people, as it confirmed his ability to understand and influence the emotions of others. Blackstone agreed, but added that he was the only one who received such bonuses because there was no one among his past owners who had such a special opportunity, and this gave him a unique advantage. And Blackstone suggested that his master must like the system very much, and he couldn't help but agree, because he really often managed to get bonuses for seemingly ordinary actions. Baek Woo-jin could not sit in one place for long and suggested that he resume training, but for real, because he felt that for further development he needed to constantly improve. It was as if the system heard him talking and increased his recovery rate 5-fold, so now he won't get hurt even if he exercises excessively, because it will allow him to work without restrictions. Ju Yen came to the elder at that moment to tell him what had happened in the Legion district, and he had a great desire to convey important news that concerned not only him, but also others in the region. Ju Yan began to explain that Baek Woo-jin had received an assignment from the secret guild and was supposed to protect Co-in in the Legion district. This task was extremely important and required high qualifications. Then Ju-an noted that Sa-jin, who was a 4th-ranked criminal, appeared during this task, and this incident became a serious problem that required immediate attention. He explained that his goal was black thorny grass and rewards from his boss, and that was the reason he ambushed everyone present, because he was trying to achieve this goal at any cost. And then he added that he usually uses swords, but that this time he brought axes to hide his identity and make the attack unexpected for all his enemies at that moment. Ju-en recounted the rumors and said that he was hiding in the Legion district because he was wanted for his crimes. The elder asked if his son had really won the conflict. He continued to explain and said that he was able to block the axes that the criminal threw at him with full force, thus demonstrating his incredible endurance and skill in combat. Then he added that his son had done all this with the help of a black aura that he had never seen before, because this aura was so powerful that it was even able to change the course of the battle at any moment. The elder said that he knew his son had a black aura, Juan explained that at the time his aura was unlike any sword energy he had seen in his entire life because of its special power. Juan added that this aura was so strong that it was able to break through Sajin's full strength, so he is sure that it is much stronger than any other aura he has encountered so far. The elder added that his son would never get bored with him because there is nothing more pleasant than to hear that both families are indebted to his youngest son. The father finally decided what the test should be for him. Blackstone at that time was training his master and said something from that moment on. He had to do two main things to become a true master of his craft and reach new heights in martial arts. Baek Woo-jin said that he wanted to follow his own path because he did not like to learn from a teacher, because he felt the desire to develop his own approaches and methods in combat. Blackstone was delighted and said that he agreed with him and advised him to practice the art of swordplay, as it would help him find his own style and become stronger. He explained that even if his master raises the sword only once, this time it should have a specific purpose, because it is important to clearly understand what he wants to achieve with his actions. Blackstone summarized that a sword without meaning is the same as a sword that is not used, and the second thing he has to do is work on his footwork to be able to make quick attacks. Baek Woo-jin explained that he was studying his family's methods, and Blackstone said that he had seen him use it, and that it was passed down to him from his family and was an important part of his training. He clarified whether this is the kind of footwork where he balances using his back and then runs forward to have better maneuverability and the ability to perform powerful strikes from different directions on the battlefield. Blackstone explained that this is not a bad method, but it is not quite suitable for his master because it has no place in any of the family's methods, since he must create his own style of fighting. Baek Woo-jin seems to have begun to understand what Blackstone means, and now he was beginning to realize the importance of adapting methods to his own abilities and needs during battle. He began to explain that the sword art he was studying has a great degree of freedom, so it can be used in any situation, adapting the movements to your own pace and style of fighting. Baek Woo-jin continued to say that his family's skills are very standardized, and he can use them whenever he wants, but he realized that he needed more freedom to win. He needs to repeat them until he embodies the chosen movements in the art of fencing to the fullest extent, so that the movements become part of his body and appear automatically at the right moment of the fight. He concluded that this was not what he needed or wanted. Blackstone didn't expect him to realize that so quickly, and now he realized that Baek Woo-jin was looking for his own way to victory. Blackstone added that if the owner had studied the footwork that really suited him, he would have been able to dodge the axe that was flying at him, thereby developing his ability to maneuver in any conditions. Baek Woo-jin agreed with him and recalled that at that moment he was so scared that he could not even move because he was not prepared for such a speed and forceful attack from the enemy. Blackstone promised that he would teach him a technique called unknown footwork, the essence of which is that he creates it himself with his movements and desires and will be able to control the situation. He explained that at first, you need to put your feet shoulder-width apart and that it doesn't matter which foot you take the first step with, as long as you feel balance and can perform the movements with maximum efficiency. He only added that Baek Woo-jin must remember where he wants to point his sword so that his blows are accurate and not random, because only then can he achieve the desired result in each battle. Baek Woo-jin gave into his body and steps and felt that the movements came much easier to him, and now he could better control his body, which allowed him to become more flexible in combat. He realized that there are predetermined movements, but among them there are non-permanent movements that are naturally connected to others, and their execution gives him much more freedom in combat and the ability to adapt. Then he concluded that this meant that wherever he was, he could attack quickly and without hesitation, because now his movements were more confident and precise in any situation. He was greatly inspired by this truth, and realized that he would be the first to attack using his own sword, relying only on his strength and new knowledge of the art of weaponry. And he realized that this unknown footwork was actually a decisive factor at the beginning of the fight, and how he performed it would determine his ability to respond to the enemy's attacks in the first moments of the fight. He summarized that everything Blackstone said is true, and he can use this technique in any situation that arises during a battle with the enemy because it allows you to adapt to changes. Blackstone also added that this is the most common footwork that he can change at will and adjust to each new movement of the opponent depending on his actions and position. Baek Woo-jin realized that his own footwork, which he creates with every movement, came very easily to him, and he could now control his body with greater comfort and maneuverability. But Baek Woo-jin was distracted from his wonderful thoughts when Ju Yeon came to his training session and not only broke his concentration, but also brought important news about future events. He said that he had something important to convey, and said that the elder had ordered him to come to him immediately so that Baek Woo-jin could receive all the necessary instructions on the next steps. Baek Woo-jin understood why his father was calling him, because he knew that the time had come for a test, and now he had to pass a serious test to prove his readiness for great achievements. He arrived at the father's house and told him that he did not care that his son had lost consciousness and that it did not matter compared to the importance of what was to happen the next day. Then he only said that his son should know why he called him here so suddenly, because he was not used to giving explanations or justifying his decisions to other people, even to his son. Baek Woo-jin said that he remembered the test, and his father decided to get straight to the point and tell the details of this test because time is of the essence and every moment is of great importance for the result. The father called out his future opponent, Baek Woo-jin, which surprised his son because he did not expect the fight to be so difficult and that he would have to compete with such a strong opponent. And his father warned him that the fight would take place in 3 weeks, and that he should use only the third-ranked aura before entering the fight, so that he could demonstrate his true power. As expected, Baek Ho-jung turned out to be his opponent, and he was extremely angry and looked forward to this fight, as he hoped for a long-awaited victory over his brother. His father explained the conditions, which were that Baek Woo-jin had to defeat his older brother to pass the test, and only then would he be able to obtain the status he had been striving for throughout his training. He asked his younger son whether he had enough willpower and whether he could cope with the task at hand, and he agreed without hesitation, feeling confident in his abilities and ready for battle. The elder added that Ho-jung is forbidden to use aura above the 4th rank, and if he breaks this rule, he will automatically lose, and this was an important factor in ensuring the fairness of the battle. He agreed to do anything just to have the opportunity to fight with his younger brother again, to prove who was really stronger and get the satisfaction he deserved. The parents were not in a hurry to let them go, and finally added that he wanted to ask one question, and this question was clearly of great importance to Baek Woo-jin because he was looking forward to this moment. He asked Baek Woo-jin what kind of aura he used to defeat Sa-jin, because he was told that he won with only one punch, and this caused great surprise and interest in the sergeant major. Baek Woo-jin paused, and, with slyness in his eyes, calmly said that he could not tell his father about it because he had his own secret, and was not ready to reveal it even to his own father. The father jumped up from his throne because he did not expect his son to show such disobedience and determination, and it was a real shock for him because he was not used to seeing such courage in his son. Baek Woo-jin was adamant and continued that if they had a bet, he simply could not tell because it would violate the terms of the bet, and he intended to keep it a secret for himself. He explained that he thought that his father had certain expectations for him because he had finally come up with the test conditions for him, and now Baek Woo-jin had a chance to demonstrate his best abilities. And he added that he decided to fight his opponent only because he thought it was a bet and was not going to reveal the secrets of his weapon because it would contradict his personal beliefs and plans. The father could not hold back his laughter because he was so excited and noted that his younger son had become very independent and did not even try to change his mind, which once again emphasized his determination. As soon as they left his father's house, Ho-jung couldn't help but be glad that the opportunity to compete with his younger brother had come so quickly, and he was already waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate his strength again. Baek did not remain in debt and replied that the opportunity to humiliate him again and in public really came very quickly, so he could not miss the chance to prove his brother's superiority in battle. Ho-jun became visibly nervous and added that his brother had the magical ability to make others want to destroy him because he was sure that Baek Woo-jin had incredible strength. He decided to scare Baek Woo-jin and added that he should win because if he loses this imaginary bet, he will feel bad, and it could lead to serious consequences for his honor. Baek Woo-jin was completely calm and told his older brother to calm down because there was still a long time before the duel, and now there was no need to worry about it until it officially started. He did not want to listen to the angry comments any longer and simply ignored all the words and left, saying goodbye, because he did not intend to waste time arguing with people who did not understand him. Baek Woo-jin was left alone with his thoughts and told Blackstone that he did not expect such a task from his father and asked if the plan to win was not my own tactical victory in the fight. Blackstone thought about it and answered that Sa-jung had the 4th rank, and his father forbade his eldest son to use aura above the 3rd rank, which means that it should be easier for the master to win in battle. Baek Woo-jin explained that his brother has an incredible green aura, and that's why he is very fast, and has incredibly precise sword technique, which varies greatly depending on who his opponent is. That is why he is called the Sword of the Falling Flower. and in his past life he hated his brother for no reason at all, because of all his actions that greatly affected his life and caused him great pain. Baek Woo-jin recalled how he had taken everything from him in that life, and now he would defeat him no matter what, because he had a desire to prove his superiority in every situation, in every fight. Baek Woo-jin will never be able to forget everything that happened in his life in the past, and does not want to be weak and helpless anymore, and asked Blackstone if he had any plan of action to solve these problems. Blackstone smiled and jokingly added that it is possible to use a fragile knight, but this also has its drawbacks, because you can destroy the entire Earth at the same time, which greatly complicates the situation. And he explained that first he needed to practice what he had taught him, namely to put his will into the sword and to learn to control his emotions to achieve maximum results in a fight. He asked what kind of will the master wanted to put into his sword, and he explained that he wanted to be strong and fast, so his will had to be transmitted through the sword to achieve maximum efficiency in battle. Blackstone said that 2 desires are too much, and you can't be so greedy, and you need to choose one because only one will help you focus on a specific goal to achieve victory. Baek Woo-jin recalled telling him that he was crazy, and he waved his hand and said, let him do as he pleased, because everyone has the right to choose their own path and make decisions at their own discretion, regardless of advice. Blackstone emphasized once again that you need to put your will into the sword and imagine the upcoming duel, as it will help you create the strongest and fastest technique to fight your opponent. Then he noted his master's efforts and said that he was beginning to understand what he wanted to do because he was able to realize the importance of concentration and a single direction in achieving the goal. 2 weeks quickly passed, and all the members of the Baek team gathered in the tournament hall to see the results of the training and to see who was ready for a hard fight. The siblings said that this fight was pointless. Even though Baek Woo-jin defeated a 4th-ranked thief, he would not defeat his older brother because he had vast experience and skill. Finally, it was time for the duel, and both participants were called to come out and stand opposite each other to start the fight and determine who would be the winner of this important test. All those present took turns introducing the duelists. As always, Ho-jung used intimidating words to try to intimidate his opponent and create an atmosphere of fear so that Baek Woo-jin would be confused at the moment of the fight. Baek Woo-jin calmly replied that he should wait for the duel to begin and not throw empty words to the wind, as only in battle he would be able to show the true strength and skills he was ready to demonstrate. Ho-jung was determined and said that his younger brother could say whatever he wanted, but only after the fight, and then he would be able to understand why his older brother was not afraid of any of his statements and challenges. Baek Woo-jin told his brother directly that his insulting words only betrayed his fear and lack of confidence because a true fighter does not pay attention to empty threats and focuses on winning. All conversation stopped as an elder appeared in the arena, and everyone present watched him closely because it was an important moment, and everyone wanted to see the elder announce the start of the duel. He approached his throne and emphasized that he was present at this duel as an elder, and now everyone should listen carefully to his words in order to understand the rules of the fight and the conditions of the duel. And he explained that this duel between swordsmen of different levels will be of great importance to everyone else because the outcome of this duel will affect the future of all participants and their future careers. He also added that the fight would continue until one of them could no longer compete and stand on his feet, which meant that the fighting would be ruthless and no one would be relieved. However, he allows attacks of any kind, and without waiting any longer, announced that the duel begins, and now both participants will have to demonstrate everything they are capable of to the fullest. Immediately after his words, a signal sounded to announce the start, and now everyone was waiting for the first move of the participants and their strategies that they would use to win the match. Ho-jung began to intimidate again, and said that after the official duel, Baek Woo-jin could be kicked out of the Baek family if he could not win and prove his strength in this important fight. Baek Woo-jin didn't pay any attention to his words. He calmly summoned the Black Wind aura and prepared for the fight, focusing all his energy on winning and showing his true strength. Ho-jung noticed that his brother's aura was black, and he saw it for the first time after the manifestation ceremony, and it really surprised him because he did not expect such a powerful aura from Baek Woo-jin. Baek Woo-jin was the first to attack, but Ho-jun was able to successfully block the blow and even immediately counterattacked in an attempt to force his younger brother to stop the attack and fall into the trap of his attacks. Baek Woo-jin expected a slowing effect from his aura, but his brother was still fast, and his reaction was at a level that even Baek Woo-jin's aura could not have a significant impact. Ho-jun just smiled and said that he could not be defeated by this method, And even if he did not perform the third-rank aura, he would still win because he had much more experience. He didn't wait long and started attacking his younger brother, but to his surprise, he reacted quickly and was also able to avoid the blow, not only because of his speed, but also because of a well-thought-out strategy. Baek Woo-jin was already tired of his older brother's empty talk and believed that he was just talking out of his ass, so he began to actively attack and ignore his older brother's words. Blackstone advised to approach him with the method of unknown footwork, because without it, this game will never end, and they will not be able to fully take advantage of the chance to win the battle. He noted that although this method is not yet stable for him, he knows how his brother attacks and dodges, and this gives him a chance to win because Baek Woo-jin is willing to take risks and experiment. Blackstone also added that despite the more advanced sword skills, Baek Woo-jin has an advantage in the unpredictability of his movements, which allows him to be unexpected by his opponent in the arena. Baek Woo-jin tried to get closer to Ho-jung by conducting a series of attacks and deflecting his attacks, and finally he managed to successfully approach and deliver several accurate blows, forcing his brother to defend himself. He ducked out and managed to hit his older brother in the jaw, which angered him even more and strengthened Baek Woo-jin's resolve to continue the fight to the end without compromise. He decided that it was time to end this game, and proceeded to draw his sword and became more serious than ever as he realized that he needed to use his strongest techniques to win. Baek Woo-jin didn't expect his brother to use his aura so quickly and was unpleasantly surprised as each of his movements made it harder and harder to resist and dodge his older brother's attacks. Now, it became much harder to get close to him to strike him because Ho-jun summoned a powerful third-rank aura, and his every move was impressive in its strength and speed with great accuracy. Blackstone rushed to the rescue and pointed out that he was only the third rank and that he shouldn't let him use the falling flower sword because if his brother activated his technique, they would be in a difficult situation. After all, if he used it, it would become many times harder to defeat him, or even impossible, because the falling flower technique was very strong and could break any defense. Blackstone assured him that his master had been training his strength, to which he replied that endurance alone would not be enough. He needed to destroy his stance and create an open space for attack. Ho-jung noted that since their last meeting, his sword skills and horizontal slash had improved, and he was now able to accurately pierce Baek Woo-jin's defense at the most crucial moments. He simply distracted with his conversations to use his falling flower technique unnoticed and rushed into the attack, trying to confuse his younger brother as much as possible in his strategy. Baek Woo-jin was taken by surprise, but still did not let anyone help him and continued to fight even in a very difficult situation, realizing that every move could determine the outcome of the duel. He could not show weakness and retreat because it would mean that he was finished. He knew that he had to successfully draw his sword at least once, and that could be the turning point in the fight. Ho-jun said that he found this fight very fun and interesting, but it was time to end it because he felt that he would win very soon and all his punches were accurate. Blackstone warned him that if he did not retreat, he might lose his limb. But Baek Woo-jin knew he had to respond and give all his strength to the last decisive step to turn the situation in his favor. He said that the desire he wanted to put in his sword was not only to be strong and fast, but to completely destroy the Baek family and prove his strength and resolve all the old conflicts. And he did it no matter what, bringing his opponent almost to the boiling point and making him doubt his victory once again because he began to act with renewed determination. Baek Woo-jin realized that he could block the blow if he took all the aura he had left, and even if he had to spend all his strength to do so, he was willing to risk everything at that moment. The system informed him that due to his training in extreme conditions, his fencing characteristics have been raised to a new level, which opens up additional opportunities for effective attacks and defense. Given these achievements, he opened the first and second gates of the strong sword, which gave him the opportunity to use new techniques and strengthen his strikes to maximum power and efficiency. He entered a state of extreme concentration and activated extreme focus. His perception became clear, and he could anticipate every move of the enemy even before he made it. Ho-jung thought he had almost won, even though his opponent was still holding the sword, because he believed that Baek Woo-jin would not be able to fight back and would quickly win. Suddenly, he noticed that Baek Woo-jin's aura had become completely dark and threatening. Now he realized that the situation had changed and that the fight was becoming much more dangerous for both participants with each passing moment. Baek Woo-jin managed to combine strength and delight in the art of fencing, thereby activating the dark imperial weapon that became a true symbol of his immense power and determination. Ho-jung was shocked because he did not expect such an attack from Baek Woo-jin. He realized that if he didn't block this punch, he would die, and even in the best of circumstances, he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He gathered all his strength and directed it to block the blow, and suddenly he saw that his aura of the fourth morning was collapsing, and this put him in an extremely dangerous position. He was stunned, and at a loss for words because he had spent all his energy blocking the blow and fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting after such a powerful and accurate strike. Baek Woo-jin remained on his feet, holding his sword in his hand, and everyone present could not recover from what they had just seen, because they could not even imagine such a moment of defeat for their older brother. They couldn't believe that Ho-jung had lost the fight. Baek Woo-jin exhaled and leaned on his sword, saying that he had spent too much aura and couldn't even believe what had just happened. Blackstone was delighted, and noted that the dark imperial weapon of power and grip was a perfect fit for his master, and he carved his own path with the sword through determination and skillful use. Although he was very tired, Baek Woo-jin could not help but say that he had never heard such praise from him, and now realized how many important points were left behind in his studies. The winner turned to his father and loudly shouted that he had defeated Ho-jung as he had told him, and was ready for any new instructions from his father and his further actions in this situation. His father could only say that he could do whatever he wanted without any restrictions, because now Baek Woo-jin had proved his strength and was ready to go forward on his own in the future. All the siblings present saw a smile on their father's face for the first time and were shocked, because he rarely showed his emotions openly, and this was a real surprise for everyone. The elder stood up from his throne and told everyone that the spectacle was over for the day and they could go home, because he had decided that the fight was over and that they could move on to the next stage. He slowly walked along the side of the recent fight and, passing by his defeated son, could only say that he looked very miserable and did not feel even basic respect. On the same day, in the monastery of the Baek family, Woo-jin was recovering from such a difficult fight. His hands were trembling after using the imperial weapon, and it was very difficult for him to gather his strength. Blackstone explained that the problem was that he was unable to get his aura under control, and now he has to wait until it fills up and try to use more precise amounts of his powers. Baek Woo-jin nodded his head in the affirmative and said he understood. But before that, he wanted to check his awards to see the results of his efforts and how much they had affected his capabilities. He was not expecting it, but he received 700 points and a 1-unit increase in all characteristics, which significantly improved his overall capabilities and allowed him to become even stronger in subsequent battles. However, the most important thing was that he created his own way, called the Dark Imperial Weapon, which was his personal achievement and could become the basis for further great achievements in fencing. Blackstone couldn't help but notice that his master's face was now beaming with joy and happiness, because he had finally gotten what he had been seeking for so long and was now ready to move on. The system unexpectedly gave him another nice bonus of 500 points for shocking most, if not all, of the audience and leaving a deep mark on the hearts of all those present. Blackstone could no longer hide his surprise and could not even say a word because he had not expected such a high score and was completely shocked by this development. For the first time, Baek Woo-jin wondered why the system was giving him so many points, whether it was interested in his growth, and how much the system supported his growth in the future at a new level. Blackstone agreed and said that the more people are shocked, the more extra points he will get, which became another incentive for Baek Woo-jin to show his skills and strength. He added that he didn't mind because it was a good incentive for the owner, and the system also seems to be favorable to him and intends to help him at every stage of his development and growth. Baek Woo-jin was pleased with the results, and Blackstone added that even he himself is doing well and believes that with these results, Baek Woo-jin will be able to achieve a lot. And Baek Woo-jin revealed his secret and said that he could not have achieved all this because he was helped by a bracelet that allowed him to reach a new level and become a real sword master. Blackstone said in secret that Yunhua, when he fainted, did not allow anyone to come near the bracelet and told everyone that it belonged to you and thus protected it. Then he asked what his master would do with all the extra points, and he replied that he would increase all the characteristics to 31 to become even stronger and prepare for battles. He added that the weapon will also increase its level, and this will allow him to use more power for effective attacks in future battles, which will help him to fully prepare for new challenges. Meanwhile, everyone in the training room was shocked that Baek Woo-jin had won the bet and actively discussed it without hearing his father's words or paying attention to his comments. The elder lost his patience and got up from his seat and very loudly announced his presence here so that everyone would understand his determination and the impossibility of ignoring his important words. But the elder, surprisingly, calmly agreed that his younger son had won the bet, and even added that there was no point in arguing anymore because his son had now deservedly earned his victory. All those present could not believe their ears because it was the first time they had heard such words from his lips and could not even understand what exactly had caused such a change in the elder's attitude toward his younger son. They did not even suspect that little Pek Woo-jin had made this bet with him and was not afraid, because his determination amazed everyone and no one expected such stubbornness from the young warrior. Pek Woo-jin later admitted to Blackstone that if he had not had the experience of using the fragile knight, he could have fainted again because his strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Blackstone assured the owner that he had done a very good job and thought to himself that the effects of using the aura were difficult to withstand and that his psyche was very impressive and ready to withstand any stress. Pek Woo-jin could not even imagine that the path of the sword would become available to him in such a dangerous moment, as if it were some kind of movie where he became a hero of the struggle for his freedom and future. Blackstone asked what good his master saw in the bracelet, and he told him that the bracelet was like a key to 10,000 swords, and it was a discovery that would change his path. Pek Woo-jin seriously asked Blackstone what these 10,000 swords meant, and he recommended that he think of them as a goal he was trying to achieve, and that the path would be difficult. He went on to explain that as he went along, he would gradually learn more and more new things, but only through great effort would he be able to reach the highest levels of skill. Pek Woo-jin was very impatient and said that he would start right away, which surprised Blackstone because he expected a more cautious approach and planned some time to recover. He added that he would continue training after he regained his mana. Blackstone began to warn him that he might die during such an intense training due to excessive stress. Pek Woo-jin was completely calm and added that he had already said goodbye to his life once, so there was no need to make such a fuss about it because he had made his decision and was ready to go all the way. Meanwhile, conversations and discussions of this enchanting fight did not subside for a moment. Everyone recounted the details of the last blow to each other, trying to understand what had become the decisive moment. Speculation and desire to join Pek Woo-jin's faction began to emerge and spread. Everyone was surprised how he was able to reach such a level and that his power had become such a big factor. People began to wonder whether the younger son had really been hiding his true strength all this time and were already beginning to choose which side to take, as many considered him underestimated and even forgotten. Pek's sister Woo-jin noted how her opinion of him changed and recalled the look on her father's face when he finally recognized his victory, and this was an important signal for her. In-kyung explained her concern that after her older brother's defeat, she is next in line because Ho-jun underestimated her brother and now he is defeated, so she needs to prepare for everything. She added that the plan they had made before needed to be continued, because she had to cut off the first shoots before they grew even larger and became a threat to their entire family. Her faithful servant asked her how many people he should send to accomplish the task. She thought about it and decided that the number of people should be enough to make the plan work. In-kyung asked how many free swordsmen there were and, after thinking about it, replied that she was sending only Yoo Jae-woo and Kim Bum-seok because they were the most prepared for such an important task. She had already decided that these two should be enough to carry out her plan, and that their skills would allow them to overcome any difficulties that might arise on the way to achieving her goal. Then she explained to herself that people like Pek Woo-jin should not be in their family because he was a threat and did not conform to the principles they followed, so her plan was to destroy his influence. Pek Woo-jin continued to train hard and used the Dark Imperial weapon over and over again, trying to reach an even higher level of skill and readiness for the next challenges. Blackstone praised him and noted that he now uses a proportional amount of energy that corresponds to his level, thereby reducing the likelihood of excessive exhaustion during training. Pek Woo-jin decided that if he could use it whenever he wanted without any problems, he would start a new training session because he was ready for new challenges. Blackstone just wanted to offer his master a break, but the system decided otherwise and informed him that a new task was coming up for Pek Woo-jin and he would have to start a new training. The system issued an instruction that Pek Woo-jin should train vertical sword strokes, and Blackstone was happy because it was finally the beginning of the basic fencing on which everything is built. Pek Woo-jin began to joke and said that he felt he was training footwork, which angered Blackstone because he meant fencing along with footwork for even greater combat efficiency. And Pek Woo-jin pretended to understand and agree with Blackstone, but continued to smile, knowing that there would be many more opportunities to hone his skills in the future. He waited for a while and decided not to tease him anymore, but offered to look at his vertical incision, hoping that this demonstrative gesture would help him gain even more confidence. Young Jun-hyuk disrupted the idyll of the training with his unexpected arrival, carrying an unknown letter, which he handed to Baek Woo-jin with a serious look, not even hoping for a normal dialogue. He was happy to say that he had received a letter with a mission, which surprised Baek Woo-jin, who did not expect such news after a hard training and was ready for new challenges. Blackstone could not resist and literally hung on his host, adding that he had already received a similar letter once before and that it could only mean one very serious task ahead. The letter said that the mission was to eliminate risk in an unstable area and that he was provided with 2 bodyguards for this purpose, and Baek Woo-jin was also interested in a sign at the bottom of the letter that seemed extremely important. He said that this sign is called the Debt of the Divine Sword, which is given to the heirs of the Baek family, and that now it has reached him, emphasizing the importance of this moment for his future. He added that it is usually forbidden to take security on such missions, and this possibility seems to put a target on his back, putting him in even greater danger on the way to fulfilling this task. Baek Woo-jin assumed that his father would not have given such a task right away because it would have given him a chance to rest after the enchanting victory over his brother, and it could have been a cunning strategy of other family members. But Baek Woo-jin assumed that it was all the work of Baek Sung's 5th sister, because the bodyguards he had been assigned in the past had been members of her faction, which only confirmed his suspicions about this mission. Blackstone offered not to agree to all this, but the owner replied that everyone in his family had to pay this debt and that it would be his duty as the heir to the family and he could not evade it. Baek Woo-jin dreamily thought that there would be something good in that place, and therefore he would not be in danger, because he felt that even on such a mission he could find something useful for himself. He added that if his sister decides to play dirty, he will not be in debt and will do the same, showing his readiness for any trials and traps that may arise. That same night at the Baek Monastery, Baek Woo-jin, as one of the family members, shouted joyfully, informing everyone that he had finally received the debt of the Divine Sword, and this was a real sign for everyone. He was happy to add that the mission given to a 3rd-ranked Avenger was given to him by an Avenger of only the 1st rank, and it was a great honor for him, which only strengthened his resolve. Blackstone was completely confused and couldn't understand why his master was yelling so loudly to inform everyone about it, so he decided that he must be underestimating the situation and should act cautiously. Ju-yeon urged him to refuse the mission, emphasizing the danger that could await Baek Woo-jin in such a delicate task because of his role in the family. He explained that he would not be able to protect Baek Woo-jin when it came to the debt of the sword because he understood how great the danger could be and that often these missions end tragically. Baek Woo-jin insisted that those who refuse to pay their debt will face hard times and added that he will have 2 bodyguards with him to ensure the successful completion of this mission. Ju-en stood his ground and stubbornly explained that it had only been a day since the fight with his brother, and such a quick new assignment could mean only one thing: an extremely difficult mission and great risks. Blackstone couldn't believe his ears or his eyes because the unfriendly Ju-yeon was now directly worried about Baek Woo-jin, and it was amazing to him because he was always calm and collected. Baek Woo-jin was furious because for some reason he was being underestimated again, even though he had defeated Jung-hyun and could easily handle the 3rd-ranked mission, despite it being very difficult. He started to chase Ju-yeon away since he was talking about him like that, and spoiling his atmosphere before the mission started, and tried to show him that his strength had already grown significantly and he was ready for anything. Ju-yeon had no choice but to put his head down and agree with Baek Woo-jin and get ready to leave, as he realized that there was no point in contradicting his master and he should follow his decisions. Baek Woo-jin sent everyone after him, including Jun-hyuk, and ordered them to follow him without asking questions, because he had decided that everything should happen this way and no one could stop him. Ju-en, passing by, only added that he probably misjudged his abilities and that he was doing this only because he was greedy and did not have a full understanding of the situation and the danger. Baek Woo-jin quietly said that he knew what they were both worried about and was aware of everything and asked them to just trust him and go because he had chosen this path and was convinced of his victory. He also asked me to tell the administrative department that he was taking on this mission and that they were doing it all just so that everyone could see it and appreciate his determination and strength. They had no choice but to bow down before Baek Woo-jin and follow his orders, knowing that he would not give them another chance to refuse or change their minds. His sister was watching all this very closely, and she knew better than anyone that he would take up the mission, because it was simply impossible to imagine him refusing such an important task. After all, no one in the family in their right mind would refuse such an opportunity to fulfill the debt of the sword, and this was Baek Woo-jin's strength, that he never deviated from his duties to his family. She noted for herself that even though her brother is extremely talented in fencing, his thoughts float on the surface, making his behavior predictable in many cases and easy to manipulate. Then she decided to clarify the plan and was told that Baek Woo-jin, the heir to the family, would go first, and when they went further, the guards would ambush them, hoping that everything would go smoothly. After all, they are still registered as third-ranked vigilantes and have recently received the fourth rank, so they will succeed, and no one will know that they are connected to her even if something goes wrong. Her servant was very well prepared and provided a photo of the person who would finish it all so that no one would return from this mission alive, and everyone would be convinced that they had really completed the task to the end. She emphasized that he shouldn't relax until it was over and be ready. She just sighed sadly that she would soon lose her young brother, but realized that it was necessary for her plans. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin was training, and Blackstone tried to persuade him to take a break, saying that a break on a 3-hour journey would be the perfect time to recuperate. Blackstone stood his ground and said that his master was crazy, but Baek Woo-jin just loves to train, and for him it is not so much a necessity as a way to calm his soul. And he was surprised because he had been practicing the kick and vertical slash since dawn, demonstrating his boundless determination and desire to get stronger with each new workout. Baek Woo-jin could only answer that he was getting stronger with every training session, and that this had never happened in his past life because he hadn't been able to devote himself to training like that before. He was quickly approached and apologized for his lateness by 2 unidentified men who looked serious and were trying to quickly clean up before meeting with Baek Woo-jin. Baek Woo-jin could not understand who they were and those who introduced themselves as the bodyguards assigned to him on the mission, and he doubted their qualifications for such a responsible task. They started exchanging pleasantries, and somehow it all seemed strained and false, which only reinforced Baek Woo-jin's suspicions about their true intentions and goals for this mission. Blackstone, who could not be fooled, and said that they were not the 3rd but the 4th rank, exposing their secret at the moment when the guards began to try to look safe. Baek Woo-jin only added that this was not all his loving sister had in store for him, and that it would not end with these 2 guards, as he was not sure they were actually capable of completing the task. Ju-yeon rushed to Baek Woo-jin to tell him that the preparations were over and brought him the necessary things, and Baek Woo-jin quickly started checking them to be ready for any situation. Baek Woo-jin just checked to see if he had packed everything he had asked for the day before, and he nodded approvingly, realizing how important the details of this task were to the success of their mission. Ju-yeon once again expressed his trust and worried about him, and Baek Woo-jin just waved him off and told him to wait for him to return, as he had everything under control. Baek Woo-jin and his bodyguards arrived at the site, where he was met and offered a briefing before going, and explained all the important details of the situation he would later face. He was told that before he entered the altered fault zone, he had to know that it was connected to another dimension, so the world around him would also change, and he had to be prepared for unpredictable changes. Baek Woo-jin understood it as if the impact had spread to the outside of the fault, and he was right, because there was usually no fog, and now he felt the complexity of the upcoming mission. He was also told that he needed to watch his breathing carefully because there was little air inside, which created even more difficulties and dangers while passing through the altered space. Baek Woo-jin turned to his guards and asked if they understood the purpose of the mission, and they replied in chorus that they had to get rid of the monsters and vegetation inside the rift and were ready to act. He made sure that they knew the so-called target and did not hesitate to order them to enter the fault because he was confident in their ability to cope with all the difficulties on the way. Together they set out to meet the unknown in the rift and were hastily wished success on their dangerous journey, where various threats and unpredictable difficulties could await. Although Blackstone was incorporeal, he immediately felt the lack of air, and his owner noted a drop in temperature, indicating a potentially dangerous situation in the fault zone. And he saw by the expression on his face that his host seemed to be thinking about something or even recognized this place, to which he replied that he even knew who lived here, and that this place was not new to him. Monsters appeared from all sides and were ready to pounce on them and destroy them at once, forcing Baek Woo-jin to act decisively and make quick decisions to protect himself and his guards. His so-called bodyguards immediately reported that they saw a whole flock of these monsters, and Baek Woo-jin ordered them to fight them without hesitation because he understood that this was part of their task and a test of strength. They pretended not to understand and started asking for a direct order. Baek Woo-jin had already decided that they were a little retarded and needed to be more clear about their duties. Then they began to hesitate to express their opinions because they had previously believed that the heirs should lead the fight and whether Baek Woo-jin would compete at all, strikingly doubting his abilities. Baek Woo-jin shamed them by saying that he didn't think he would have to waste his personal strength with experienced third-ranked swordsmen around and assured them that he would join the fight when there were more goblins or a boss appeared. The goblins couldn't wait any longer and ran to the meeting, and Baek Woo-jin once again ordered them to be destroyed because it was their duty and he didn't want to delay. The guards could not understand why Baek Woo-jin did not join the fight and stood aside, observing the situation and waiting for the right moment to act. Blackstone was delighted with his master's plan because it seemed that his sister had simply underestimated the intelligence and ingenuity of Baek Woody, who always had his own ideas. Baek Woo-jin added that he specifically told the guards that he would join the fight later because he had completely figured out their plan and realized that they were trying to catch him. The guards quickly dealt with the goblins who were in their way and suggested that they continue on their way, as they did not intend to stop there. They quietly decided among themselves that they had no choice but to attack him when his back was turned, and he was vulnerable to attack. Baek Woo-jin had already taken care of himself and decided that he would deliberately arrange such a moment to make it convenient for those guards to attack him and try to win. One of them suddenly screamed because he was suddenly injured by a plant he wanted to touch, and it was a real shock for him. Baek Woo-jin explained to Blackstone that this plant is called prickly ash, and he began to suspect that the owner had a plan and knew and controlled everything here. Blackstone only added thoughtfully that there was a similar plant in his world, and that the most interesting thing was that it was also called that, and this aroused his curiosity. The guards said that this wound can only be treated with special medicines and that it causes unbearable pain and distracts from the battle, making it difficult to concentrate. Then the guards saw that new monsters began to arrive and prepared to fight for their lives again as the situation became more and more dangerous. Baek Woo-jin seemed to have mercy and said that this time the monster was strong enough to fight him in a wounded state and ordered his subordinates to rest. The guards were just waiting for this and were already planning how they would deal him a fatal blow when his back was turned to them and he could not defend himself. Baek Woo-jin rushed into the fray and saw these two rushing at him behind his back with the intention of striking him and destroying his vulnerability. They decided to intimidate him and break his morale by saying that since he was so young, they would try to do everything quickly and ruthlessly. And they kind of mockingly asked me not to hate them too much when Baek Woo-jin is beyond the other side and can't stop them. They could not even foresee or imagine that Baek Woo-jin was so fast, and that he had long since figured out their plan and was able to dodge a direct attack. Baek Woo-jin was unrivaledly fast and was not going to let them go so easily and intimidated them by saying that it was their turn and they could not escape punishment. He moved very quickly between the remaining monsters, and the guards simply could not catch him, which caused them to panic and fear. The guards couldn't understand how they had missed it, but Baek Woo-jin dispelled their doubts and told them that he had known about it from the beginning and was ready. They just stood there and looked at him and could not believe their eyes because the monsters did not attack him, and he stood calmly among them as if at a holiday. Baek Woo-jin explained, without hiding his smile, that the gnolls they had attacked first were now considered enemies only by them, and this caused a shock. They were literally taken aback by this statement and just stood there open-mouthed, not believing what they were hearing and not knowing how to react. Then they came up with a new plan on the fly. One of them neutralizes the monsters, and the other catches up with Baek Woo-jin to stop him and prevent him from escaping. Their hands were tied because they had to fulfill their mistress's order by any means necessary and had no room for error in this situation. Baek Woo-jin could not hide his triumphant expression and stood between the gnolls as if he were on their side, which made them even more anxious. There was no stopping him, for he activated Rasadum's aura of the Black Wind and prepared to either attack or defend against the enemy's attacks. One of them started attacking Baek Woo-jin, striking him one after another, and he said that if he hadn't, someone else would have killed them both in this fight. Baek Woo-jin fought bravely and won the fight, and the second guard watched closely and could not understand because he was told that he was just an ordinary first-rank swordsman without any special skills. He noted that it would have been much harder if they had attacked quieter, and then turned to the Zeros and told them that they understood that these guys were all that was left from the previous battles and had no chance. And they really understood everything, because they simply turned around and left because their enemies had already left this world and did not intend to stay in the dangerous place for a long time. Blackstone didn't expect it to be over so quickly, but Pek Woojin objected because not all the work was done, and the situation remained tense and required his attention. Bak Woojin explained that his sister, although it means kindness, has definitely sent another criminal to kill those two, and now he will ambush him to punish him. The thief didn't take long to appear, excited by the thin air and fog around him, which created an atmosphere of tension and anticipation of danger. He carefully examined the place and couldn't understand why the orders he had made for him were already in the other world, and Pek Woojin's body was nowhere to be found, and this caused him to feel anxious and suspicious. However, he assumed that Bek Woojin had done it all and felt a light whisper behind him, stating that he was really smarter than he seemed, and this made him even more wary. Bek Woojin did not reveal his presence any further and attacked from behind, thinking to catch him by surprise and deliver a decisive blow to quickly end the fight. He wanted to destroy him at once, but he surprisingly managed to block his blow, thus showing that he was better than he seemed and had certain skills in combat. Blackstone realized that Pek Woojin might know the criminal or even recognize him through his disguise because there was a certain confidence and determination in his eyes. However, Pek Woojin could not guess who had started planning it, as it would be impossible to ambush someone you did not know at all, and this complicated his strategy. Bek Woojin decided to use the fog as a cover because he could use it to his advantage and win the battle thanks to his cunning and knowledge of the terrain. He just asked Blackstone for a small favor and to help him with something, because they didn't have much time and the situation required quick decisions. They saw him, and now these two parallel lines will connect, and they will be able to see who is under the mask, because it could change the course of the battle and give them an advantage. Blackstone advised the owner to move back because this criminal was much more dangerous and wary than those who had gone to protect him, and this was an important warning. Both of them could not understand how the attacker managed to repel such a strong blow and how he managed to survive in such a dangerous situation without serious injuries. Blackstone rushed to the rescue because the stranger had turned on his disguise again, and now he would tell him his location to avoid further dangerous situations. The attacker was as fast and invisible as a shadow, but Blackstone warned Pek Woojin where to move and explained that someone like him could only be destroyed by piercing him at the exact moment. The stranger, however, was already wounded and began to lose his vigilance and speed of reaction, which gave Pek Woojin a chance to win and complete the fight. Pek Woojin prepared to attack and deliver punch after punch to find the exact one he needed to end the battle and gain the upper hand. He was very determined because it could tarnish his honor and all that he had achieved with hard work, and he could not allow defeat. Pek Woojin decided to summon the Dark Imperial weapon, and he did it much faster and better than before because he trained every free minute and became stronger. This was not what the stranger expected, and he was thinking about it as he flew far back after such a strong blow, which came as a surprise and a serious shock to him. He flew for what seemed like a very long time, but as it turned out, he was very far away and hit a tree with all his might and fell down, leaving everyone in shock. Pek Woojin would be very grateful to Blackstone for his help, as he could be said to have saved him from certain death, but he only shrugged it off and added that his opponent relied heavily on his ability. Blackstone hastened to ask what he would do now and whether he would take revenge on his sister for such a stab in the back, because the situation required decisive action and a clear plan. He only replied that his sister was a fifth-ranked one, so it didn't make sense for now, but Blackstone wondered what to do if she did something similar and threatened him again. Bak Woojin shrugged and only added that he knew a way to prevent her future setups, and explained that there would probably be a meeting to discuss the situation after they returned. Blackstone sighed heavily. His master never told him anything up front and at once, and resignedly asked what was at the end of this place, for he was interested in everything related to their mission. He surprisingly gave an answer because, according to him, there was a monster and a flower of the third rank that had incredible power and ability to influence the environment. Blackstone couldn't believe his ears that a flower could have such power. Pek Woojin added that if he was right, they were all close and she must be somewhere here, and this caused him to be surprised. They walked a little further and suddenly saw an incredibly fragile and beautiful flower, radiating bright light and attracting the attention of everyone around them. Blackstone surprised Pek Woojin because he knew this plant, and told him that in his world, such flowers were called early sunflowers, which had special properties and were used in magic. Pek Woojin thought about it, because the names and even the appearance of the monsters were identical, so he assumed that they might have come from his world, and it was a discovery for him. Then, Pek Woojin wisely suggested that he clarify how they were used in Blackstone's world, to which he replied that of course he knew and told him about their magical properties and uses. He explained that it is not necessary to pick it now, because early sunflowers are at their best during sunset or sunrise, and this is important for preserving their strength. They were suddenly distracted and noticed that the water in the pond around this beautiful plant began to boil, and this caused them to be concerned and anxious. Suddenly they froze together, speechless, because the head of an extremely large monster, which looked very menacing and dangerous, suddenly appeared above the water. It grew larger and larger until it was as tall as the trees around it, and finally it stood in front of them, protecting the early sunflower from everyone. Blackstone noted that the name of this monster was Mud Goblin, and suggested that it would not be so easy to deal with it, because it has a good regenerative potential, and this caused concern. Pek Woojin just shrugged it off and added that he was a low-ranking opponent. But Blackstone wanted to warn that even though he was, it was still necessary to destroy his core. He saw a smile on his host's lips and carefully asked him if he remembered where the core was, because without knowing this, it would be difficult for them to win. The monster rose to its full height and looked very formidable and majestic because it wanted to preserve its place in this world and not allow anyone to threaten its existence. He rushed at Pek Woojin and brought his huge limb in for a punch, but he managed to bounce back, adding that Blackstone was distracting him with his talk at a critical moment. He exclaimed that if he allowed himself to be hit at least once, he would not live, and the golem was just preparing to strike again, which created tension in the atmosphere of the battle. Pek Woojin listened carefully and looked closely at the pigeon and began to distinguish the barely perceptible and then more distinct tramp of its limbs as it approached him. He concluded that the movements of this golem were identical to those of a troll he had met in his past life, and this gave him a certain advantage in battle. Then he bravely deflected the blows and wondered what could happen if he did not dodge the attempt and let it slip, because the consequences could be fatal. Pek Woojin was fully focused and concentrated on destroying his position and made every effort to do so, and surprisingly, he succeeded in time. Blackstone asked about the secret of the victory and suggested that the master had put strength and passion into his sword, to which he nodded in the affirmative, explaining that it was all necessary for success. He rightly pointed out that the core, which must be destroyed, survived, and the monster could be reborn again if the necessary measures are not taken. Once again, Pek Woojin did not reveal all his plans and explained with a smile that such a wonderful specimen capable of constant revival would be perfect for his training. Blackstone could not even imagine such a thing, and Pek Woojin continued to calmly reflect on how useful the pigeon's ability to constantly revive would be and how it would help him. And Blackstone had no choice but to accept all of his master's crazy desires and simply asked if he really intended to have fun with a monster with a core. He explained that he was doing all this only for the sake of training that would be really useful and help him perfect his fighting skills and reach new heights. Pek Woojin had already turned away from Blackstone and turned his attention to the pigeon, which had already begun its journey of recovery and return to life, and it was a fascinating sight. Then Pek Woojin suggested that he take another close look at how he was making the cut, because it was important to make it in a clear, straight line, regardless of the swing of the sword itself in battle. He began to patiently explain that he had realized and learned something new for himself later, and that it had become an important lesson for him in his combat practice. He showed an imaginary line that he sees on the pigeon, and everything seems to be straight and runs exactly in the center, which is the key to a successful cut. The golem is constantly in motion, and the straight line changes its location and becomes not the straight line according to which you need to strike because its movements are unpredictable. Pek Woojin now asked Blackstone if this workout was good enough to try many times, and Blackstone couldn't help but agree, only adding that it all looked a little crazy. Blackstone now advised to fully define the characteristics of the sword, to which the master did not hesitate to answer that for a vertical cut, it was speed and mass, and for a strike, speed and accuracy were important. He was no longer surprised, and only advised him to prepare himself and put his will into the sword so that he could swing it and strike hard. No one knows what the golem was thinking, but he was probably ready to die himself. Pek Woojin practiced with the pigeon all day until the sun began to set and the fog began to sink lower and lower, creating a mysterious atmosphere around him. As if by accident, Pek Woojin remembered that he had to pick up the morning sunflower and get ready to go home, because he was waiting for a magical show that promised to be unforgettable. He just wanted to finish the job he had started when the sun was high overhead and took an aiming swing at the plant that beckoned him. And he hit the spot on the limb where the pigeon had a kernel that Blackstone thought the owner didn't know where, and that could have been the decisive moment. Immediately afterwards, the system notified me that Pek Woo-jin had completed the task called the basics to the very end, which was a real achievement in his training. She was extremely generous, giving him 700 points for the assignment and another 100 for surprising Blackstone again and taking their friendship to new heights. The generosity did not end there, and the system added that the Sword of Capture and the Sword of Mass were unlocked, and that's not all. But a sword path was created that contained all this, and plus the fog that collects cuts. The system could have simply given everything to Blackstone's opinion, but he was even more surprised to learn that the owner had studied this path with great care and diligence. Blackstone quickly recovered from what he had seen and received from Pek Woo-jin, and reminded him that despite all the awards, there was one more important thing waiting for him in the middle of the pond. Pek Woo-jin got there in one jump and saw that the flower had turned a bright orange color, and Blackstone added that now was the time to pick it because it was ready to be harvested. Pek Woo-jin was so sincerely happy about the morning sunflower and the new training toy that would never break, and promised to become indispensable in his future training. Blackstone added that a sane person would not have a homo at home to train, and Pek Woo-jin himself did not see this as a crime and told Blackstone to open his mouth and not interfere. He asked why. But as soon as he left, Pek Woo-jin decided that it was there that Morning Sun Dew would be completely safe and not be harmed by the outside world. He could now leave the rift with a calm soul and was met there and congratulated on the successful completion of the mission, which was a real triumph for him. The man who met him asked where the others were, and Pek Woo-jin calmly replied that when they were there, they were attacked by a thief who did not leave them a chance. Pek Woo-jin was so strong now that he brought the body of that criminal with one hand and threw it right in front of them, threatening to find out who else had entered the fissure and why. He quickly started searching and checked databases using photos, because if the criminal was registered, he had to be there and it could help in the investigation. The system very quickly gave the result and informed us that it was a 4th-ranked criminal, Park Chul-hyun, and we should immediately run away when we saw him because he was dangerous. He sincerely repented because he could not even imagine that such a criminal could appear here, and added that this terrible crime was entirely his fault for his carelessness. Pek Woo-jin began to calm the poor man down and explained that he was not offended because he knew who hired him and why, and this helped to dispel his fears. Then Pek Woo-jin stopped and asked if there was a reward for him in the system since he was classified as a wanted man, and he replied that there was, and as soon as he received the reward, he would transfer it to Pek Woo-jin. He stood there and just looked at Pek Woo-jin and then suddenly asked how he was able to defeat him alone, because it seemed almost impossible in such conditions. Once again, Pek Woo-jin decided to keep all his secrets to himself and simply told him to pull himself together and just defeat him because it was the only way out of the situation. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and added that he should get rid of the bodies of the 2 self-proclaimed bodyguards at any cost, because they had no place in the Beck family, and it was important. Blackstone was happy for his host and congratulated him on his successful exit from the rift and asked about his further plan of action, but the answer was as vague and unclear as ever. As always, Pek Woo-jin left the most interesting and shocking things for later and added that he wanted to see his sister's face when he got home, which made him impatient. She will see her brother again, whom she hated so much that she hired special bodyguards to get even with Pek Woo-jin, and this came as a real shock to her. They were both standing in front of their father, and even without words, he saw through them and knew that his daughter had done something, as if it were like when she was a child and always got into trouble. Her father turned his gaze stern and asked her again what she had done and what was wrong with it, because he wanted to understand her motives. The elder had already begun to lose the last crumbs of patience and thundered throughout the hall whether his daughter could hear his question and whether she was going to answer it, but she silently fell to her knees and began to beg for forgiveness. She finally spoke and admitted that it was she who changed her mission in an attempt to kill her brother, whom she hated, and this came as a shock to everyone present. It was she who gave him a false debt of the divine sword and ordered 2 Avengers to go with him and ambush him there, and this caused outrage. Just in case, her father asked her if she had told him everything and if she was hiding anything else, because he wanted to be sure of her sincerity and truthfulness. And the father would not be an elder, so he wisely decided to ask the one who was the main victim in this game to find out the truth firsthand, and understand the situation. Baek Woojin was resolute and immediately replied that Song Ah's only fault was that she had completely failed her own plan, and this was a shocking revelation to everyone. He explained that Sung Ah had everything in her arsenal, and even more, but she still missed her chance, and it was her big mistake. He emphasized that his sister even hired a criminal with a criminal record, but this did not help her plan come to fruition, as all her efforts were in vain. Sung Ah just started losing her mind because she and no one else there understood how Baek Woojin had defeated the fourth-ranked swordsman, and it raised a lot of questions. The father could no longer bear to see Sung Ah's mental suffering and looked up at all his children asking if she had really failed in her mission, which caused tension in the room. Everyone unanimously agreed with Baek Woojin that Song Ah had failed the mission because her plans were completely ridiculous and had no chance of success. The father continued his thought that it is impossible to repay the debt of the divine sword without a certain permission, and then everyone thought about it because it was a really important question. Then her father gave his verdict that someone higher up than her had helped her. But even the swordsman she hired couldn't do it. And as if that wasn't enough, she hired a criminal, which was very risky. He added that having such a large arsenal, she still managed to lose, and that is her fault, because she was unable to take advantage of her advantages. The father now turned his attention to his son and asked him what he had to do now, and he did not hesitate to answer that he would repay the same coin, and this aroused the interest of the audience. Baek Woojin had the same revenge in mind, which would be extremely dangerous for his sister, but the elder asked if it was possible to do it now because time was limited. And Baek Woojin, being completely serious, replied that he could not do it now, to which his father only laughed out loud because he considered it ridiculous and risky. The elder stopped mocking his son and told him that Song Ah had long been a fifth-ranked swordsman with a whole squad of swordsmen, and he said he could defeat her because he thought she was weak. He patiently repeated to his father that he had already tried to explain that it was impossible now, but he could not just give up his intentions. Baek Woojin asked for the time he needed, and he would take revenge because his determination was unwavering and he was not going to give up. The elder smiled slyly and turned to his daughter, saying that now the 20 swordsmen were no longer hers, and that she should go and think about her mistakes for 9 months by the wall. Sun A could barely contain her anger because her father had taken 20 and she had only 25, but she could not disobey because it would be humiliating for her. The elder ended the discussion and announced that they were free to go, and they bowed hastily and left quickly because they did not want to stay in this tense atmosphere. Sung Ah could not contain her anger and hissed to her brother that she would return very quickly and meet him immediately because she was sure of her victory. Baek Woojin was not at all afraid and calmly replied that he would give her the same fate as everyone else because he had already been so arrogant and had already been beaten, and this had taught him a lesson. Sung Ah also couldn't help but make fun of her defeated brother and noted that for a loser, he was overly confident, but that only served to emphasize his determination. The loser emphasized that, unlike the others, he would still win, even in 9 months, because his strength would grow every day and he would not stop. Sung Ah only added that her name was the exact opposite of her character because she was always determined and stubborn in her intentions and never backed down. Baek Woojin couldn't keep quiet and added that he was looking forward to meeting her after such a long time because he was ready for anything. Meanwhile, an anxious Manhwa ran into the manager, which even puzzled him a bit, and asked what he wanted since he was urgently called to a meeting. The commander asked him what he wanted from him at such a time, and he asked him who were the guys who took part in the crime and whether he was using the division's abilities to the appropriate extent, because it was important. Then the supervisor said that their names were Park Chul-hyun and Sa-jin Woo, and asked why he was not on duty at the moment, as it was unusual for them. Meng Huan, having gathered his courage, reported that Park Chul-hyun was no longer alive. The leader could not calm down, because who could do such a thing to a fourth-ranked swordsman, and it caused anxiety. And Myung-hwan added that he was in the database of users of abilities, and a large reward was promised for him, which made the situation even more strange and dangerous. Meng-hwan said that he died in the altered fault zone, and that the reason for his premature departure from this world was the youngest son of the Baek family, which came as a shock. The manager could not contain his emotions, and again mentioned that Baek Woojin was at the center of the events, and Meng-hwan asked if he knew him, because it was important for the investigation. The manager sighed heavily and added that he was also the reason for the untimely passing of Sa-jin Woo, which raised even more questions. Meng-hwan mentioned that there is an older brother and sister in the family, and that the younger one is doing all the work now, and added that Baek Woo-jin had just recently become a second-ranked swordsman. The manager said that by taking Park Chul-hyun's life, he had only become stronger, but Manhwa couldn't believe that a child could do such a thing because it seemed unbelievable. Then the leader became gloomy and added that this was why he was a monster to them, because his strength and determination caused fear among many. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin received a new notification from the system that he was getting stronger and stronger every day, and this gave him confidence in his abilities. Already in his room, Baek Woo-jin irritably said that things would get harder in the future, but Blackstone didn't understand why, since Song-ah had already been punished and defeated. Baek Woo-jin explained that his father was right to notice that she had help from someone higher up, which meant only one thing. Someone had a grudge against him there, and that was a cause for concern. And Baek Woo-jin looked very distraught because the whole situation was beyond his understanding and he didn't know who it could be, and suddenly someone came to them. They did not expect Sung-hyun to come to them, but he was determined because he knew where to look for them right away. And it was a surprise to everyone. He didn't seem to really understand what was going on and why he asked why my sister knelt down in front of her father and what kind of failure they were all talking about, because it was strange. Baek Woo-jin believed him because Sung-hyun had just returned from a mission and simply could not know everything, so he suggested that he sit down and listen to the story because it was an extremely long one. Then Baek Woo-jin recounted in detail everything that had happened during the fulfillment of the Divine Sword's duty, and Sung-hyun could not believe his ears that he could be attacked by a cruel criminal. He asked what Baek Woo-jin was going to do now, since 9 months is a very short time, and he replied calmly that he would, of course, train. Song-hyun said that the skills were very good, but added that his sister had many swordsmen under her command. He offered his help and also suggested the possibility of reconciliation with his sister. Baek Woo-jin was unmoved by the fact that he had almost been wiped out of the world, and now he didn't need ordinary apologies because he was determined. Sung-hyun could think of nothing better than to remind him of their family's motto that strength comes first and orders come first, giving him some ideas about what to do. He had already risen from his seat and put his hand on his shoulder in a brotherly manner, apologizing for not taking his feelings seriously. Baek Woo-jin sincerely thanked him for such unexpected concern for him. Song-hyun offered his help in any matter, but Baek Woo-jin realized that he had just returned from a difficult assignment and refused, telling him to go rest. Blackstone watched him go and noted that he seemed to be embarrassed next to Baek Woo-jin, thinking that his younger brother had changed for the better and become more confident. He noted that only a few months ago, Baek Woo-jin was still unable to get stronger despite his efforts, and this made him somewhat jealous. Baek Woo-jin added that now he feels sorry for his brother because he is not the same as he was before, but much stronger because the status window helps him to become that way, and it gave him hope. Blackstone caught his attention by advising him to use the morning sunflower because it was still waiting for him and could be a real source of strength for him. Then he decided to clarify once again whether his master really knew how to use it, because the flower would be very useful for his aura and mana, and this was important for his preparation. Baek Woo-jin couldn't believe it, and was so delighted with what he heard that he immediately began to forgive and almost begged to tell him how to do it right because it was important. Blackstone continued his story respectfully, saying that the morning sunflower is not treated like all medicinal herbs, but that it can be improved by placing it in your aura. It turned into a beautiful pearly powder, which Blackstone added needed to be eaten to get all its beneficial properties, and that was very important. Baek Woo-jin, looking at all this, rightly noted that it would be difficult to use it in this form and suggested mixing the powder with water, as this would make the process easier. And Baek Woo-jin thought that if this is a medicinal plant, then all powders from such herbs are mixed with water, so he should do so, and began to pour water without listening to anyone. Blackstone belatedly emphasized that this should not be done, but Baek Woo-jin had already been drinking his own solution, and it could have led to undesirable consequences. The system began to notify him in bursts that his resistance to 4 characteristics and mana perception had permanently increased, and he was really excited about it. The system also added that his mana resistance had increased, and he was the first to use the flower correctly and received extra points for it, which was a pleasant surprise. Baek Woo-jin now asked Blackstone if he really knew his master that well, because the system was impressed with his skills and efforts, and it gave him hope. Blackstone was defeated because the master had done everything wrong again, and was rewarded and simply asked to trust him more because he knew how to act. Baek Woojin looked at his achievements with interest, and he explained that now he could put 4 characteristics into his aura, and if everything was at a high level, he could use the spirit. Blackstone added that only special auras have this ability, and Baek Woojin asked if he could use it, as it could be his big advantage. He shrugged and explained that he couldn't know because he was just a sword, and none of his wielders had this ability, and it was quite a shame. Baek Woojin was eager and decided to find a specialist because such a skill could be very useful for him, and it opened up new horizons. He was already planning what kind of training he would do when Ju Yeon knocked on his door, and of course he let him in because he wanted to hear the news. And he noted that he had heard about the successful completion of the Divine Sword's task and asked how he was feeling now, as it was important for his further actions. Baek Woojin reiterated that he shouldn't have done it, and Ju Yeon added that it was very dangerous and somewhat reminiscent of the situation with Sa Jin because it was alarming. Blackstone couldn't help but add that for a security guard, he was very loyal and worried about him because his safety was extremely important to everyone. Then Blackstone came up with a good idea to ask him to help train him because he was ready to support his master in all his endeavors. The system had just notified him of a new task to clear 20 dungeons in order to obtain different heights, and this became a new challenge for him. Baek Woojin noted that the level of clearing must be high, which means that he has to do it himself, because only then can he test his skills and prepare for the next stage. Blackstone also added that this condition was the only one that was crucial for the correct enrollment, and meanwhile, Zhu En's eyes widened when he heard this, because he did not expect such a serious task. Baek Woojin was excited about what he was about to do, and now turned his attention to his bodyguard, apologizing for asking for a favor, only now he wanted to change his appearance for safety. The system showed him that it was the turn of the first dungeon, where 50 monsters were waiting for him, and they did not retreat even when damaged, which caused him some concern. Blackstone added that when attacking, orcs rely on strength and instincts, so you need to avoid the first blow and then attack yourself, because this will allow you to maintain the advantage in battle. He did as he was advised, successfully dodging the orc's first blow and then launched a lightning attack, determined to win. Baek Woojin praised Ju En for such a good place, to which Blackstone was very offended because he also took part in the preparation for the battle and wanted to be recognized. He also added that the owner should also be grateful to the system that tells him everything in detail, because without its help it would be difficult to cope with such a complex task. Baek Woojin only added that it was all good for him, and he would quickly cope with the task because he felt strong and confident in his abilities. Blackstone couldn't believe what he just heard. It was too much for him, because he always thought that Baek Woojin needed more time to prepare for such challenges. He added that the system had been very generous to him many times and gave him very generous rewards for his tasks, which gave him hope for a successful future. Blackstone couldn't get used to his master's new appearance because he looked so much like a bandit. But he said he had to have what he had because it was all just a disguise. A few days earlier, Ju Yeon had brought him a false ID at his master's request, and now he was Kim Ji-hoon, a third-ranked swordsman without a family, which opened up new opportunities. He is now a 28-year-old man to everyone, but Ju En noticed that he has a very recognizable black aura that could have raised suspicions among those who know him, and he asked if the owner had come up with something about this, because the aura needs to be hidden somehow so as not to attract unnecessary attention while performing tasks. Baek Woojin added that he trusted him and that's why he will show how he is going to do it, because he believes in his bodyguard's abilities and experience. He reached into his subspace pocket, surprising his bodyguard even with this, because the latter did not expect such a move from his master and was intrigued. And he emphasized that he had long ago received a very interesting object as a reward and hoped that it would help him in future battles. Baek Woojin showed Ju En the mask he had received as a reward a long time ago and explained its features, which aroused great interest in his friend. He explained that it was called the Almighty Demonic Transformation Mask, and after putting it on, he instantly changed himself in front of Ju En, which became a real show. Ju En was amazed because he had never seen someone change completely so quickly, and it made him want to know more about this mask. Baek Woojin also added that the mask also works for the aura, so he can simply change its color to whatever he needs at the moment. He was simply amazed and could only say that he had never seen or heard anything like it because it was a real technological miracle. Baek Woojin appeared before him as a completely different person who is radically different from the original, so that now no one recognizes him in any way. He added that he was the first person to whom he showed it all, and he was shocked why the owner told him everything, because it was a great trust. Pek Woojin explained that he did all this because he trusts him the most among all those around him, because he is his protector and is always ready to help. He explained that when he received the letter with the divine sword mission, he was the only one who noticed that only 1 day had passed since the battle with Ho Jin, and this caused anxiety. And he was so worried about his life and health, and so Pek Woojin did not expect him to take his side because it would have been too risky for both of them. Pek Woojin emphasized that although he was only there because his father ordered him to be, he was the only one who cared about him besides Seung-hyun, and that gave him confidence. He also added that he felt that Juyeon was sincere in his actions and deeds, and this was important for his further actions in their joint journey. He also said words that he could not have predicted because he just thanked him and explained that he was glad to have such a person around because it was a great support. Juyeon did not remain in debt and added that he would protect him in any way possible because he recognized his potential and believed in his success in the future. He assured me that he would not tell anyone and would keep the secret, and added that he would even hide it from the elder because it would be dangerous. And he sincerely believed that the owner had every reason to hide it, to which he replied that he would train in dungeons of the 2nd rank. He nodded in the affirmative, because now for everyone he is just a 1st-ranked vigilante who defeated 2 4th-ranked criminals, and this gave him a certain popularity. The rumors spread quickly, and even in the department of countering criminal users, he was called a monster and the genius of the family, which aroused even more interest in his personality. That's why Pek Woojin changed his appearance, because people might start to doubt him when they see him in the 2nd-ranked dungeons, and this could threaten his plans. He also added that the most important thing for him was not to have his life threatened by his sister, as it could have become a serious problem for his safety. Juyeon listened attentively and added that he would find a dungeon for him as soon as possible so that he could start training, as it was important for his development. Pek Woojin just told his bodyguard, who was about to leave, that there should be bosses there because it would give him experience and prepare him for serious fights. Blackstone noted that after learning more about him, he had no doubt that he would keep his promises, as he had always performed his tasks perfectly. Now it became clear what was happening. And meanwhile, there were fewer and fewer monsters as Pek Woojin became stronger and more confident in his abilities. Pek Woojin noted that they needed to speed up because they had a very long way to go to the next dungeons and it required effort. He sped up so much that now the monsters simply disappeared right before his eyes because his new skills allowed him to destroy them faster. They were already so angry that they were throwing themselves at him so that he would not even approach them, and this gave him a feeling of real satisfaction. Pek Woojin was also happy to have a ready-made map from the system, where all of them were in front of him, which made his task much easier. He had already reached 40 monsters defeated and did not look tired at all, because his stamina and strength were at the highest level during the battles. Pek Woojin asked Blackstone when the boss was going to show up, because he had already taken out so many, and his patience was beginning to wear thin. The system finally notified him that the boss had appeared and was moving very quickly in his direction, and this gave Pek Woojin a new adrenaline rush. Blackstone emphasized that the peculiarity of this boss is that it will be difficult to attack him and you need to break his position because he is a master of the art of the shield. Pek Woojin noted that he had many more such bosses waiting for him and started the fight with renewed determination because it was a chance to show his skills. The first attack was unsuccessful because the shield art was very well used, and Pek Woojin realized that he needed to change his strategy. Pek Woojin now saw how good he was at defense and realized that he couldn't compete with him directly and needed to act cunningly. And Pek Woojin stopped dodging punches, which worried Blackstone, and added that he had to act decisively because it would take years to fight and that would be unacceptable. He reminded him that he had learned a new skill while fighting the golem, and now he had a very interesting idea on how to defeat this boss. Then he put his strength and passion into the sword, and decided to use a vertical cut because it could be his key to victory in this battle. He put all his strength into this punch, and really hoped that now he would be able to break the boss's position, because it was critical to his success. Even without expecting it, he created a new foggy dominant cut, which surprised him because it was a real achievement. The boss was defeated, and the system sent a notification that the dungeon was perfectly cleared, and he was moving forward with the task, and it gave him confidence. He only now felt tired after the hard fights because his strength was at its limit, and this was a signal to rest. Blackstone noted that mixing grip and power turns you into a monster, and he noted that using his aura, he becomes stronger with each fight. He noticed that a belt had fallen off the defeated boss, and he politely asked Blackstone to evaluate it, as it could be a good trophy. He was offended, however, because the owner only approached him when he needed something, but of course he agreed and began to examine the belt. Blackstone stated that this belt is extremely good, and Pek Woojin added that this dungeon was good in terms of gaining combat experience and knowledge. They noticed that the dungeon began to gradually disappear because the boss was defeated, and it meant that they had completed their task. And they finished the first task out of 20, so they were in a hurry to return because new challenges and adventures awaited them at the next stage. Everyone who was waiting for them could not understand why it was over so quickly, because they were hoping for a longer battle and more emotions. Ju-en was very happy to see his young master safe and sound, and congratulated him on the successful completion of the task. And he added that it was his duty to protect and help Pek Woojin, at least morally, because the friendship between them was important. He asked if his master had gained much combat experience, and he replied that he had taken out 40 orcs and 1 boss, which was an impressive achievement. Ju-en couldn't believe what he heard and assumed that the owner had created some hitherto unknown team, which surprised him even more. He calmly replied that he had come for training and therefore neutralized them all by himself. Once again, Ju-en couldn't understand why his master was being insulted so constantly because it was unusual. He quickly came to his senses and promised that he would start looking for a new dungeon right away, and that he was honored to serve him because he believed in his potential. He kept his promise, and the 4th dungeon was successfully cleared, which was a testament to his dedication and professionalism. Blackstone noticed that Ju-en was extremely happy to find new dungeons for his master because it gave him the opportunity to show his abilities. Pek Woojin also recalled that it was the first time he had seen Ju-en so happy because he liked dungeons where everyone could die, and it made him optimistic. Blackstone rightly noted that with this approach, Ju-en will become a real master in search of dungeons, and this will open up new horizons for everyone. However, he noted that the dungeon he provided them with today looked unusual because of the atmosphere of tension and anxiety around them, which caused him concern. The people who were with them had strange expressions on their faces, and immediately upon arrival, split into 3 separate groups, each with its own specific tasks and goals. The first group takes all the winnings and lures the monsters, while the second group neutralizes them, and the third group constantly monitors the situation to avoid mistakes. Pek Woojin was called by what he thought was the leader of this group, who was large and clumsy at first glance, but his eyes betrayed cunning and experience. He explained that this was his hyena zone, but he could turn a blind eye to his presence if he gave back 80% of what he received, because that was his rule. Pek Woojin pretended not to understand, so he explained again and emphasized that after this calculation he could let him go in peace without touching him. He twisted his face into a kind of smile and added that if he was afraid of that, he shouldn't have entered the foreign territory, because it was no place for the weak. He also went on to say that the dungeon was very profitable today, and if he proved himself, he could join his own guild, which looked tempting. Pek Woojin now understood why everyone in the room had such a look on their faces. They were serious and were not going to back down. The manager was now waiting for a response from what seemed to him to be a lone stranger who did not know the rules of the place and could have become an easy victim. Pek Woojin said that in his past life, he saw many of them because they sign a real slave contract with people who use them without any doubt. The manager noticed that he did not surprise or interest the stranger and began to threaten to cut off his limb if he refused his offer. Pek Woojin was not afraid, but only saw before his eyes a guild of wicked people who acted according to a multi-level scheme of their own invention and had no principles. He waved his whole limb in front of his nose and said that he had little time for all this and did not intend to waste it on meaningless conversations. And he made his supervisor very angry, and the latter immediately rushed at him, full of anger and a desire to punish him for disregarding his words. He could not even imagine that an ordinary stranger would be so strong and fast because he was already behind him and struck a blow that shocked everyone. Blackstone praised the owner, and he told him that such people always want to seem stronger than they really are, and this is their biggest mistake. He stepped away from the offended person and saw that all his people were also hostile, so they were on the same side and ready to fight. Blackstone asked if he would let them go knowing who they were, to which he simply waved his hand and said that they had no time for talk and excuses. He only replied that he had seen enough of those who abuse the weak and turn them into their henchmen, who have no chance of freedom. He also added that despite the fact that they are all divided into 3 groups, they try to outnumber each other and thus assign themselves a place in the dungeon. They assumed that the one they destroyed the most was once a member of the guild and, having learned the weaknesses of these people, made terrible deals with them. Blackstone recommended getting rid of these people, which Pek Woojin did not want to waste his time on, and decided that he would get rid of only his boss and nothing more. Meanwhile, the boss came to his senses and began to threaten and intimidate everyone around him again to regain control of the situation and scare his subordinates. Pek Woojin was surprised that his boss had come to his senses so quickly, but he didn't let on that it was part of his plan, and he didn't want to give himself away. People who were connected to this boss by agreements began to whisper that he was not like the usual boss because he went up against their boss one-on-one, and this scared them. One of them raised a faint voice and offered his employer to let him go, but this only made the boss angry and he started threatening everyone. He began to threaten everyone around him with a quick end if they just stood there and did nothing, because this was unacceptable in his eyes and he demanded respect. Blackstone began to worry because he really wanted to set everyone against his master, and he was alone and not ready for such a fight. They had no choice but to rush at Pek Woojin as a group, but he already knew that they had only a numerical advantage and was ready for their attack. The boss set everyone on fire, while he stood by and gave out commands on what to do and how to do it, hoping for a quick victory and control of the situation. He thought he had won an easy victory, but then something happened that he could not even imagine, because Pek Woojin was much stronger. Pek Woojin just disappeared, he was right in front of them and he was gone, and it caused a real shock among everyone there. They were all standing there and couldn't understand anything, and Pek Woojin was running very fast among them, and they didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The boss wondered who he really was, because his rank was low and his skills were such that he had never seen before, and this caused him anxiety. Pek Woojin said, with a laugh, that he was a third-ranked swordsman who just happened to be passing by and did not intend to stay here for long. He intimidated them so much that they all quieted down and listened to him attentively, and he forbade them to do this forever because he would find them, and then they would be sorry. He approached the so-called boss, who was lying on the ground and afraid to get up, and asked him his name and guild affiliation, which caused him to be afraid. And he wanted to lie and said it wasn't his guild, but you can't fool Pek Woojin because he knew how to act in such situations and wasn't going to back down. He sighed and said the name of the real guild because he had no choice and realized that he could not lie anymore. The Tribune Guild is the name of the guild, and it reminded Pek Woojin of something because he had heard of it before and knew its reputation. He recalled that in his past life, it was a multi-level guild that would grow and become very large and powerful over time if left unchecked. And he turned to his boss and asked if all the people who were present were also members of the organization, because it could give him more information about their organization. The boss shook his head and nodded in the affirmative, saying that he had brought people from lower status to monopolize the guild to increase his power. Pek Woojin correctly noted that all those people were exactly like him because they also had no choice and were forced to serve this guild. The boss had a hard time answering the questions, but he did say that these were the people who were forced to join the force, and it became a big burden for him. He explained that every time they use weaknesses of family, debt, deception, etc., to force people to sign contracts and become their slaves. Pek Woojin wondered who was behind it all, who was giving the orders and running the whole horrible business, because it was important to his plan. Then Pek Woojin realized that he was facing an unremarkable boss, and decided that those who betray their comrades do not deserve this life and must be destroyed. Blackstone noted that it wouldn't change anything. But then an additional task appeared where it was necessary to destroy this particular guild, and it was a surprise. The reward promised was more than good, but the head of the guild was very cautious, so Blackstone doubted that the master would accept the task because it was dangerous. All the others who remained at the scene began to beg for mercy and explained that they knew nothing about the guild leader's plans and actions. Pek Woojin asked them to ask their supervisors to join the Tribune Guild because it could change their lives for the better. They replied that they were in the lowest position, and Pek Woojin assured them that if they told the elders, everything would reach the head of the guild. Blackstone did not believe that everything could reach Jung-hyun so quickly and expressed his doubts because it looked too optimistic. Pek Woojin explained that in his past life, he read newspapers that described the detection of such multi-level guilds and their methods. He added with a smile that among all these people, there must be a person at the top who controls everything and has his own interests in this system. When Pek Woojin returned to his family's monastery, he found Meng Hong and asked him what he knew about the Tribune Guild, as it was important to his plans. He honestly answered that he did not know anything, and then the owner said that their men had attacked him in the dungeon, and Meng Hong exploded with anger and concern for his safety. He began to ask if he was okay and even offered to call a doctor because he was sincerely concerned about him. and his well-being in this dangerous situation. His other bodyguard surprisingly replied that he had heard of the guild, and this was the beginning of a new line of information for Pek Woojin. He started explaining that everyone there gets equipment, and then signs a contract, and the interest on the debt is constantly growing and increasing, which was horrible. Baek Woojin realized that he had found a great source and asked to find more information about this guild and its structure to learn more. He added that he was going to do something because he saw how many people in the dungeon were just slaves and it made him want to help. Meng Hong realized that his master wanted to help these people by destroying the guild, and this became a great incentive for him to support him in this. Pek Woojin said yes and added that he didn't like their methods, and Blackstone jokingly added that there were also tasks. Meng Hong was furious, and at the same time admiring and very sincerely expressed his admiration for him for his determination and desire to fight for justice. And Myung-hoon added that other members of the Bayek family do not care about the suffering of other people, and he almost cried because it was very painful for him. Baek Woojin did not expect Meng-hoon to conclude that his master's talent was a good heart and a desire to help. He has finally found a person who can walk the path of justice and will not stop in front of difficulties on his way. He saw him as a man who could change the whole family. Blackstone believed that he looked at his master as a hero, and this gave him hope. Mong-hoon concluded that no one but Baek Woojin could be that person and promised to learn everything he asked to help him with his plans. Mr. Woojin also added that he had a plan to spread a message, and he would like to ask them to help him with this because it was important for his strategy. A month has passed since these words, and the rumors that were being spread diligently reached the head of the guild, which aroused his interest and anxiety. The head of the guild asked the servant about the new members of the Tribune and who was planning to join it, as this could affect their activities. The chairman asked about the new candidate and whether they had found out any additional information about him, and was told that he had killed the boss himself, even though all the guild members were there. He added that the candidate was not affiliated with anyone, had the 4th rank and good prospects. The chairman wondered why he wanted to join them. They explained that he liked their way of monopolizing the dungeons because it appropriates all the magic items and does not share them with others. And they decided that, given all the rumors, he was the perfect candidate because he spent everything he won on gambling, and that suited their purpose. The head realized that this was indeed an ideal candidate for their guild and ordered to call him to offer him favorable terms of cooperation. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin successfully cleared the 9th dungeon and noted that it was easier each time. And Blackstone added that Meng Hong puts his whole soul into finding new opportunities. Blackstone noted that a whole month had passed and the Tribune had not responded, to which the owner replied that he should not worry, as an official response had already been given about their plans. He was again surprised that he knew nothing until Pek Woojin called him by a false name, which caused him anxiety and misunderstanding. The stranger introduced himself as Sun Taiyun and added that he was very glad to meet him because he had heard many good things about his achievements in the dungeons. Pek Woojin said that they had been thinking about the answer for a long time, and he was already doubting whether they would accept his proposal because time was running out and he did not want to wait. Sung Tae informed him that if he hadn't changed his mind, he could go with him and start a new stage of cooperation in the Tribune Guild. Baek Woojin stood his ground and said that a whole month had passed and they had only just responded, but Sung Tae apologized and continued to call them. As a sign of apology, Sung Tae brought a magic crystal with him and added that if he went with him, he would receive another as a bonus for his willingness. Baek Woojin jokingly added that they have good manners and a habit of apologizing well because it shows their respect for each other in this matter. They came to an agreement, and Sung Tae thought that he really loved money and asked him to get in the car and drive to the meeting place to discuss everything. The faithful assistant was also ready and went with them following their plan to arrive at Jung Haeun's base, which was located near the meeting place. Back then, Baek Woojin told him to arrive at the scene at the appropriate signal because it was important for the successful execution of their plan. They arrived and were told that the head of the guild was already waiting for them, and he added that he might be able to complete this task much earlier than expected. Blackstone suspected that he again did not know everything, to which the owner calmly replied that he should simply observe the situation and not interfere unnecessarily. The head of the guild greeted him with a smile, to which Baek Woojin immediately replied that he had expected an answer earlier because time was an important factor. And the chairman was very kind and apologized for the inconvenience, explaining that he had been looking for information about him for a long time and wanted to learn more about his abilities. Blackstone was once again convinced of the owner's foresight, and he only confirmed that very cautious people work here who do not like to rush into decisions. The chairman offered any assistance and in return asked them to provide appropriate assistance to strengthen their cooperation and interaction in the future. Baek Woojin was serious and feigned offense at the delay and asked for 14 dungeons with second-ranked bosses to practice on. He wasn't even afraid to set a time limit of 2 weeks because he knew it could be a difficult task, but he was confident in his abilities. Blackstone realized what his master was really up to now, because all thieves must be used to achieve a common goal and benefit. Baek Woojin was told by the chairman that the Baek family could handle such a task as an example. He said that there was no point in comparing them to this unworthy family because they were weak. The chairman just couldn't stop laughing, and Blackstone now began to wonder which of them was the thief, because the situation looked quite comical and absurd. Baek Woojin thought they had several guilds under their command, but the head added regretfully that they would have nothing to eat after giving all the dungeons to their members. He continued to speak calmly, explaining that they would be hungry for a while and then receive a sword that would do all their bidding and help them fight their enemies. The chairman asked him if he meant himself, and he replied, "Of course, who else?" because he was ready to take all the risks. He had already thought to himself that he would become the sword that would cut through this place and put an end to all the horrible things that were happening here, without any doubt. They began to bargain, and Baek Woojin firmly added that he would not agree to less than 12 dungeons, as this was his minimum requirement for starting cooperation. Sung Tae said that he could not accept more than 11, and he could not afford to agree to such conditions that were unacceptable to him. Baek Woojin knew their sore spot, and added that their strength was only equal to 11 dungeons, and that was far from what they could withstand. He did not wait long, but simply turned around and walked away, adding that if they found him, they could call, but only as long as they had an invitation and no more. Sung Tae began to apologize to the chairman for not knowing in time that he had such a high opinion of himself, and this caused him some anxiety. The chairman, on the contrary, said that he liked him especially for his greed and the metaphor of the sword, which was very apt and showed his character. He added that their guild needed weapons, not people, but Sung Tae felt sorry for the 11 dungeons because it was too few for their needs. The chairman still said that he was smart and strong, and if he failed to cope with the task, he would make him suffer for not fulfilling his demands. He ordered that Baek Woojin be given everything he wanted for the maximum number of ants, as it was important for the fulfillment of their plans. The head could not wait to see with his own eyes how sharp his sword would be, as it was a matter of honor for the entire guild. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin told Blackstone that he had specifically named so many dungeons because he knew that he would start bargaining and try to lower the demands. Blackstone added that sometimes he could not understand who the real thief was because the situation looked quite confusing and everyone had their own interests. And Blackstone was curious to see the look on their faces when they realized they had been beaten. But meanwhile, he was watching from the sidelines. Ju-en was already waiting for the owner and said that he had found the Tribune Guild's database of documents and would do everything in time to help the owner with his plans. The next day, Baek Woojin was already in the dungeon that the guild had found for him so quickly, and he liked the speed of solving the problems that arose. Blackstone pointed out to the owner that there was a man not far from them, and that they must have seen him before because he seemed familiar to him. They took a closer look, and it turned out to be Hong In-soo, who was always an active participant in events and tried to keep up with all the news. Then they remembered that this was the man who was constantly meddling in business, and for some reason now he was behaving very interestingly because he may have been involved in a multi-level scam. They remembered how kind and righteous he was, and it is always difficult for such people to live in this world where everyone seeks profit and does not care about others. Baek Woojin was furious because he couldn't just take it anymore. Blackstone asked him to pull himself together and not let all his efforts go to waste. He realized that if he disrupted their plan now, everything would go wrong, and he had to pretend that he was seeing him for the first time. Sung Tae called him and told him that he would personally guide him and asked him how he liked the dungeon because he wanted to know his opinion. He clapped his hands and said that he had called them specifically for the ants to help them with their tasks and make their work in the dungeon easier. He explained that they call them that because there are so many of them and they do everything, and that Baek Woojin will only have to fight and not think about other things. Baek Woojin asked if the guild chairman had ordered all this to be done, to which he nodded and said that he had the best service now that everything was under control. Blackstone said that it was all a lie and had a double bottom because he came with them to constantly monitor their actions and not leave them unattended. Baek Woojin decided that it was probably for the best, because it would be harder for him to lose his temper when he saw the suffering of good people in a difficult situation. The dungeon was again perfectly cleared, and the plan was quietly implemented without any problems or obstacles that could hinder their success. Pek Woo-jin didn't feel sorry for himself, and dealt with all the dungeons in 11 days, and only then sat down to rest, to recuperate and collect his thoughts. The system notified him that he had received points and the title of participant in 20 real battles and a 1-point increase in all characteristics, which was a pleasant surprise. It was very hard for him, but he was morally strong because he realized how many people were risking their lives for him and his success in this dangerous mission. He was constantly thinking about Hong In-sung because he had participated in battles like no one else and knew how important it was to keep in touch with such people. Baek Woo-jin decided that the time had come and called up the system window of his status, and all his characteristics increased, and even the Dark Imperial weapon had the 2nd rank. Blackstone began to explain that Sung Tae was level 4 and the guild leader was level 5, so he should use the points he had accumulated to raise his performance to a new level. He decided that fencing would raise his physical potential and mana to an average level, and use the energy of the sword to compete in battles with strong opponents. The system notified him that his body had changed to a new level, and he felt a surge of strength and energy that filled him with new possibilities. He finally made it to the middle level and noticed that his body didn't hurt as much as it did before, and Blackstone felt stronger and ready for battle. Sung Tae was already there and recognized his good work in the dungeon by bowing low to him for his efforts and achievements in fighting the enemies. He added that he was happy to provide the dungeon, and politely reminded me that he needed to see someone important for the further development of the guild. Baek Woo-jin agreed and said that he was running out of patience and was ready for the new challenges that lay ahead. The head of the guild was waiting for him and said that he had done a great job, and Baek Woo-jin just nodded his head in approval because it was important to them both. Then the chairman noted that he was now speaking very freely, and he added that he could not do otherwise because he had to work for him all his life, and this cheered him up. Baek Woo-jin asked him if he could ask him something, and he, of course, allowed him to, and he asked how Hong In joined the guild and what his motivations were. The chairman couldn't remember who it was, and Sung Tae explained that it was someone he called stupid and who always tried to interfere in other people's affairs for no reason. He finally remembered and laughed out loud. It was funny to him to watch him save his friend from danger and then be forced into the guild after all these events and obstacles. The chairman also added that there was a case involving his daughter, who was in danger and could not do without the support of true allies. They threatened his daughter, and he almost died because he was afraid for her. And then she joined the guild to save her father, even though she was scared of what she would have to go through. And they laughed and saw such people as victims who could never pay back. And so the guild always thrives again and again, destroying the lives of those who cannot resist their power. He ordered Pek Woo-jin to kill the man who was interfering with them. And suddenly he took out his phone and started typing something in search of additional information that could change the course of this important case. He put the phone on the table in front of him and asked his ally if he had found what he had asked for, and if he had managed to uncover the secrets surrounding this difficult situation. And he began to list all the documents he had. And they now know all the abilities of the members and ways to intimidate the guild that could affect their plans and strategy against their enemies. The guild head simply froze in place and couldn't move in shock. Baek Woo-jin praised him for his courage and disconnected instantly, leaving him completely confused and unable to act. Baek Woo-jin didn't give them a minute to recover and already summoned a fragile knight to finish everything quickly and without any problems, creating a situation for the final victory over their enemies. The reprisal was swift and lightning fast, and now the guild was finished forever because they could not cope with such power and intelligence, and all their influence was destroyed in one blow. Pek Woo-jin was very angry and said that he had stabbed them in the back, which they deserved for their cruelty and indifference to others who suffered from their actions. The head of the guild was still conscious and began to curse at himself, trying to find at least some hope for salvation, but it was useless because Baek Woo-jin could not stop. Blackstone immediately warned me that I needed to concentrate. Although everything was spectacular and unexpected, he was still alive, and I couldn't lose my vigilance even when it seemed that victory was near. The chairman had already picked up a sword and could not understand who was in front of him and why he was so quickly put in such a hopeless situation where everything was against him with no chance of escape. He suggested that it might have been Yoon Hyun from the association who sent him on the mission, but he was not sure and was trying to understand the situation before making a final decision. He didn't care who sent him and promised to deal with him very quickly, but it was a dangerous decision and one could not be sure that it would bring results. And he quickly rushed to him and said that he would ask him everything personally, leaving the enemy in a certain indecision and forcing him to be ready for the next powerful attack from him. Baek Woo-jin did not listen to his mutterings and had already summoned the Black Wind to give him no chance of escape and to secure his advantage in this important battle until the very end. He made a vertical cut with force and grip that caused an explosion of emotions and a shaking throughout his body, which greatly complicated his ability to resist further. The chairman began to fight back and at the same time did something with his aura, trying to gather all his strength to get at least some chance to win, although the chances were very small. Baek Woo-jin pushed him far back with the power of his aura, which was so strong that it was impossible to even imagine how much damage it could inflict on such opponents. Blackstone explained that he had pulled his aura out by force, and now his organs were definitely damaged, and encouraged his master, even though it was an extremely difficult ordeal for both of them. The chairman was going to push with the power of his aura and its volume, and I had to warn him somehow to avoid finding myself in an even more difficult situation with no chance of winning. Blackstone advised him to either defeat him with a soft sword or with great strength, and he, of course, chose the latter, which was to be the decisive step in this battle that had been going on for far too long. They clashed in a fierce fight, and neither gave in to the other, with each blow demonstrating their steadfastness and willingness to go all the way in this test of strength and endurance. Baek Woo-jin activated the Imperial weapon with the power and enthusiasm that was supposed to give him an advantage in battle and break the enemy's resistance, no matter how strong or cunning. The head could not foresee such strength and power, and his sword simply fell to pieces, and his arm left his body, leaving him in a state of helplessness and without a chance for further confrontation. Baek Woo-jin approached him, and he asked him to stop and asked why he wanted to treat him so ruthlessly after all these years of struggle for power and dominance. He decided that this game was enough and opened the mask in front of him, demonstrating his true nature and power, which no longer allowed him to leave any chance of salvation to this enemy. He said that although I despise my family, their credo appeals to him, and that one cannot make a deal with a crow even on the verge of death because it would be a big mistake that could not be made. The chairman now realized who he was and what family he came from, and he was seriously frightened because he realized what consequences his daring actions could lead to, and that he had plunged into a dangerous world. Baek Woo-jin raised his sword high up the mountain and said that even watching him be a prisoner was impossible for him because he could not afford to be associated with any of his enemies. The system notified him that he had received points for the work he had done and 2 surprises that looked extremely promising, but now he had to make an important decision about the next steps. Blackstone noticed that his master was having a hard time walking and noted that he stopped standing firmly after the first fight, which was a sign of physical and psychological damage after the fight. He assured Blackstone that he had called Ju Yong and that he should be there soon, and suggested that he would wake up in the hospital again, but hoped that the situation would be more controlled this time. He finally opened his eyes and immediately saw the excited guards who were very happy to see him conscious, and all of them breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed his vitality. They began to beg him to think about himself at least sometimes because he had fallen down again, as he did in the Legion district, and they were worried that this time might be his last because of his great effort. It took him a while, but he noticed someone unknown at his bedside whom he did not know even in his past life, and could not understand why this person was now here, next to him, in such a difficult situation. He introduced himself as the head of the association's criminal investigation department, and this was their first meeting. And although the circumstances were extremely unexpected, he felt that this meeting was of particular importance. His name is Yi Yun-hyun, and he came to him to personally thank him for his bravery and determination in the fight against the guild, and to explain why he needs help in his future endeavors. He said that he had been investigating the Tribune Guild case for a long time, but because of the strength of the group, the investigation had taken a turn and an angle that they could not overcome, and which became a real challenge for everyone. He added that the guild had connections in the association, so they turned a blind eye to them, and surprisingly, he not only destroyed them, but also took possession of documents that were of serious importance for further investigations. Yun-hyun added that his efforts helped to free more than 400 people who were held captive and influenced by this powerful organization, making him a great hero among them. All documents and agreements with the guild became invalid, and the property was transferred to the victims as moral compensation for all the suffering they endured as a result of the actions of this criminal organization. Baek Woo-jin was overjoyed because it meant that Hong In and his daughter were now free and would no longer be under the influence of this dangerous force that had held them captive for so many years. His bodyguards politely hinted that everyone was talking about him and the multi-level guild because he was only 16 years old and had defeated a 5th-ranked criminal, which was a huge achievement. Yunhyun expressed his respect for justice and help to complete strangers, as well as for fighting to the end and striving to prove that even in the most difficult situations one can remain strong. Baek Woo-jin could only think that if everyone was talking about him, his father would definitely know about it, which could be a real challenge for him in the future because of these unpredictable events. Yoon-hyun added that after defeating 2 4th-ranked criminals, he defeated a 5th-ranked criminal and has repeatedly proven his strength and determination in the fight against the most dangerous enemies. He also revealed the name of the head of the guild, a pseudonym, and the reward for it will soon be credited to his account, which was good news for Paek Woody and his allies. The system notified him that he had received points for completing the task, and 2 surprises that further increased his rating among all other participants in the system, and now it was easier for him to get new opportunities. Baek Woo-jin was awarded 10,000 swords for saving so many people and touching their hearts, which was an impressive achievement for such a young warrior and brought him new opportunities. However, Paek Woo-jin checked only 1 reward, and then he had to choose 2 cards blindly again, which created additional excitement because it was impossible to predict the outcome of this choice. He was very excited because he could choose 2 cards and had already taken the first one, which gave him a chance to change his fate and gain new strength and opportunities to fight stronger opponents. His reward was a seemingly ordinary stone, and Blackstone laughed behind him that even in such situations you can get something important that will be very useful in the future. Blackstone emphasized that at least once it was necessary to feel the bitterness of losing in order to understand the true value of victories and not to become too confident in your abilities and capabilities. Without hesitation, he chose the second card and looked at it carefully, waiting for the result and hoping that this choice would bring him even more strength and help him in future battles with his enemies. Then he was rewarded with a very interesting spiritual stone that, when used, increased sensitivity and resistance to attributes and also had the ability to give the user additional strength in combat situations. Paek Woo-jin decided that he should definitely find a magician to evaluate his treasures, since he had found 2 spiritual stones in a row, which opened up new opportunities for his future adventures and battles. Blackstone explained that the spiritual stone boosts one of his stats to medium level, so he decided to use it now to improve his chances in the upcoming battle with strong enemies. The system notified him that the stone's energy was slowly being absorbed, and now his sensitivity and resistance to attributes had increased by 5 points, giving him even more advantages in future battles and trials. Blackstone added that the hosts were lucky this time, but there was still 1 more award that could have changed the course of events and made them much more favorable for him and his team in the future. He received 10,000 swords, and this is a very important award because these swords could be the key to new opportunities and strengthen his position in the system and on the battlefield against stronger enemies. And he hesitated for a long time about which of the 2 cards to choose, and finally chose the one that was closer to him because he intuitively felt that it would bring him more benefits and change his fate in the following battles. His reward was surprisingly the door to the path of the sword, and Blackstone was again open-mouthed because he had not expected such a result, and could not imagine that this door would open up new horizons and opportunities for him. Paek Woo-jin grabbed his head and Blackstone assured him that he had to be patient because the system was testing his abilities and he had to be ready for any difficulties to successfully pass all the tests. The system finished the test and opened the first door of the Sword of Capture to the 4th door of the Sword of Lightning, which promised much greater challenges and potentially powerful new opportunities for developing its power. Paek Woo-jin said that now the path of the sword appeared in his head, and Blackstone saw it for the first time because no one had ever been able to go through that door and gain so much experience before. Blackstone simply boiled over and demanded that the owner at least bow to the system, and he only asked in which direction to do so, because for him there was nothing difficult in performing this symbolic act. The elder summoned him and noted that he had fully recovered, and that his ability to recover was impressive even for experienced masters, as not everyone can quickly return to battle after such an injury. Baek Woo-jin bowed his head in respect and greeted the head of the family, who was his authority and an example of strength and courage even in the most difficult circumstances. The elder said that he had once again done something incredible by killing a 5th-ranked user because no one in his guild or family had ever done it, and it was a real proof of his power. Pek Woojin explained that he is a direct descendant of the family, and that challenging the family is the same as challenging him, because the family was everything to him, and he is ready to fight for its honor to the last. The elder said that it was all very wonderful, and his son was so surprised because he had never heard such words from him, which only emphasized the importance of what happened and the result achieved. The elder continued and said that there are still people who doubt this, especially those who consider themselves equivalent to their family and try to destroy what they have built over the years. The father explained that they were mocking his son, and he was disgusted to hear this because he had always believed in his abilities and was ready to fight for justice for his loved ones. The elder said that he would prepare something for him to make them shut their mouths, and this would be an important step to show the strength of their family and its influence on all spheres of life. The father explained that they had found a third-ranked dungeon that had gone unnoticed until now, which means that there are new monsters that can become a real challenge for anyone who decides to go there. He added that the mana was also on the 4th rank, so there would definitely be a boss there, and he would spread rumors about his presence in this raid, which would make his goal even more difficult and dangerous for him. And he explained that rumors about him spread very quickly, so if he goes into the dungeon, those who oppose the family will also go, which will allow him to solve the problem at once. Pek Woojin realized that he needed to outrun everyone and be the first to defeat the boss. And his father nodded and added that no one knew anything about the dungeon, so everyone was equal, and he needed to act quickly and decisively. Blackstone could not understand how he could send his son back to fight when he had just been released from the hospital. But he realized that it would be a great chance for Pek Wooden to prove his loyalty to his family. The elder added that he would provide him with equipment for a 5th-ranked Avenger, which would be of great use and allow him to withstand even greater challenges in battle against the family's enemies. Blackstone suggested that perhaps he should take Ju Yen with him, because this mission was much more difficult than the one he had been given by his sister, and he was trying to find the best solution for his master's safety. He asked his father what would happen when he lost, and he replied that there was no point in regretting failure because every defeat was a lesson, and you had to learn from your mistakes to become stronger. Blackstone could not believe how anyone could say such a thing to his child, and was upset because he wanted his master to receive only support and not feel pressure from others. Pek Woojin has already decided for himself that as long as his father is alive, he must defeat him at any cost and take his place, and prove that he is capable of becoming better than the man who gave birth to him. The father was satisfied with his son's answer, and added that he would provide all the information to his security, and he left, leaving Pek Woojin alone with his thoughts and plans for the future. Manhwa, meanwhile, flew into her family's room unannounced and did not wait, but immediately asked her brother about the rumors about the Bayek family and his youngest son. She asked her brother if he also knew the rumors about the Beck family, including about the youngest son, who was the talk of the town because of his achievements and impressive accomplishments in the fight against the enemy. He smiled and added that of course he knew everything, and his sister added that there was new news that was really important for the family and could change their fate in the near future. She said that they found the dungeon at 3 in the morning, and that word is spreading that Bayek Woojin will go there, which means that he is ready to fight for his family's honor and his place in it again. Her brother thought about it, and Eunhwa exclaimed that she would go no matter what, because she felt that this moment was important to her, and that she should be part of this important event for the family. At the Beck family's monastery, Ju Yon was bursting into tears because his master was being sent to the 3rd-ranked dungeon almost alone, and he could not imagine how it could end. Pek Woojin reassured the guards and said that everything was easy for him, even though he had just been discharged from the hospital and was ready for a new challenge without any doubts. He tried to reassure Ju Yen and added that he had indeed recovered and was feeling well and had no fears about what the future held for him. Ju Yan was at a loss for words and had no choice but to shrug his shoulders and exhale, realizing that Bayek Woojin had the inner strength to cope with all the challenges. He calmly passed on the information and told me that this new dungeon was ranked 3rd according to his mana score, which would allow him to gain more experience in the future. Blackstone expected that there would be at least some quality changes or new information, but everything remained as unknown as last time, and they remain at the same level without any new discoveries. The letter said that the dungeon could not be completely cleared and that the monsters had escaped, so we should be prepared for any danger that might arise at any time. Blackstone came to the conclusion that nothing was known anyway, but the owner thought otherwise and intended to act according to his own beliefs, given the situation in the dungeon. He believed that this would help him to prepare himself and not go there empty-handed, having important things with him that could be useful during the dangerous journey to the dungeon. The guards asked if Ju-en alone was enough, since no one else would go with him, and they were prepared for any situation that might arise during the exploration of this dungeon. Baek Woojin didn't even know what to say, but in order not to frighten them, he said that it would be enough to go with one bodyguard, and he tried to calmly assess all the options for possible risks. And Baek Woojin had already begun to develop a plan and wrote a list of what he needed to buy and gave it to the guards, preparing everything necessary for effective work in the dangerous conditions of the dungeon. When he handed over the list, he added that they could not worry about the money and could safely use his father's name, which would provide all the necessary assistance to fulfill the mission. One of them read the list and had very rounded eyes because he could not understand what kind of list it was and why everything looked so serious for a mission of extreme importance in such conditions. The next day, Ju-yeon and Baek Woojin were already standing at the entrance to the dungeon, ready to fulfill their mission and overcome all the difficulties on the way to victory in this dangerous place. Baek Woojin asked the guard what he had talked about with the department head in the ward, and the guard simply said that he had told him the truth and did not even try to hide the details of his assignment. He added that he told how he was following the path of justice and created the plan himself, how he was competing alone, and that he would do everything to save people, but for some reason he was stopped at the most crucial moment. Blackstone correctly noted what might have happened to his face if he had known about the task, and that his master had agreed to such a dangerous mission without full preparation and information. Ju-yeon insisted that he was telling the truth, and many people are already praising his achievements, which makes him feel powerful and able to change the situation in his favor. He also added that, as always, there are those who do not believe him, unfortunately, but he will not back down and will do everything possible to achieve the desired result without any doubts. Other members of the mission began to arrive and whispered that they did not see any fighting spirit in Baek Woojin and could not understand how he was able to lead such strong people. Blackstone concluded that his host has already become quite popular, but he said that Ju-en helped him receive the award for his great efforts and supported him in his most difficult moment. Baek Woojin noted that his bodyguard has changed because he used to be quiet, but he said that his childhood was spent in a terrible guild and he could not afford to be weak or indifferent. He explained that where he grew up, life was not worth anything, but a mere bargaining chip, and he did everything he could to become strong and stay alive in such conditions of cruelty. He wanted to reach the heights but was not ready to pay the price, so he gave up everything and became his guard, faithfully serving his master and not looking for excuses or easy ways to achieve his goal. And he admitted that when the elder gave him the task, he did not even know who it was, and he did not care about the essence of the task because he was just a tool in someone else's hands. He continued that at first he thought he was pretending, but realized otherwise when Sa-jin ambushed him, and he was forced to act in extreme danger to protect his reputation. He saw how the owner sincerely thought about other people, even when his sister forged the assignment, and was ready to act in defense of all those who were in danger due to other people's manipulations and lies. Then he finally added that other families treat their swordsmen and bodyguards as things and do not appreciate their merits, and give them nothing in exchange for their loyalty or personal sacrifices. Baek Woojin is not like that, and he is the only one who treats them as equals and shows them respect, which allows him to create an atmosphere of trust and support among those who work for him. And Baek Woojin understood him like no one else, because in his past life he was treated the same way, and that is why he tries to be kind to the people he is assigned to and takes care of them. He recalled the exciting moment when he revealed the secret mask to Ju-en and how he was grateful for it, because it became a symbol of new beginnings and trust between them as master and guardian. Ju-yeon added that after he said that he would save people, he realized that he was ready to give his life for him because he would not tell a lie, and Baek Woojin could not even think that there was someone like him. Baek Woojin said that they will manage because he also cannot stand this family anymore and wants to change its structure and attitude towards people. He added that they have a great opportunity to change everything together and make sure that not only swordsmen, but also ordinary people and every family member, regardless of rank or status, are valued in the family. They will create a family where human traits are much more valuable than achievements, and it will be a place where even the smallest and most ordinary people have a voice and support from others. Ju-en could not hide his admiration and knelt down before his master with deep gratitude for his support and loyalty in the most difficult moments. They had to concentrate on the dungeon until someone called them, and all their thoughts turned back to the next step in the difficult journey that awaited them in the dungeon. Manhwa approached them and was fully prepared for whatever awaited them in the dungeon, and she had no doubts about her abilities to complete the mission with them. Baek Woojin pretended not to recognize her, but she didn't flinch. and I told her that I had always been who I am, and that I hadn't changed, and was ready to follow my plan to the end. She said that she trained all the time, sacrificing even sleep, and he didn't remember her at all, which only strengthened her desire to prove her strength and reliability. And she realized that he really didn't remember, and told him to ignore her words, because she would show him what she was capable of, and she was no longer afraid to use all her skills to win. She was seriously angry, and as she passed by, she added that they would see who would win later, and he didn't even consider her an opponent and didn't understand the meaning of victory in her eyes. Ju-en couldn't help but say something to this theatrical performance, because it was all so serious on the part of the host. But he considered it just part of their relationship and the struggle for leadership. Blackstone knew that he remembered her and didn't understand why he was so unfriendly, but he just liked to tease her and didn't expect her to get even stronger during this time. Then Blackstone concluded that she was still far from it, but she was very close to the 4th rank, and therefore he believed that she needed a little more time to fully master her strengths and become a real leader. He noted that everyone who came was extremely strong, and Ju-en wanted to say something else before entering the dungeon, but did not have time because they had already been called by the master himself for the next step. He pointed to the big man and called him Sung Jin Hun from the Light Gate, who was not interested until they learned that he would be there because his presence was very important for the upcoming events. And he added that they also came from the Phoenix Guild and the Hero Guild, Sung Jin Hwan and Kwang Hoon, all of the same age, and they had experience and strength and could be useful in any situation in the dungeon. He said that during this mission the guard has no right to intervene until the situation becomes dangerous. So it is always a fight between children of families, and everyone has to show their strategy and strength. A notification sounded that the entrance to the dungeon was open and you can start entering it. Everyone was preparing to meet very dangerous monsters, so they had mixed emotions. Everyone who was present quickly ran to the entrance, overtaking each other as they went, each striving to be the first at that moment. It was important to win at least one battle and demonstrate their superiority. And everyone was running as if they thought the boss was already there waiting for them. Only Baek Woo-jin and Ju-eun were standing there watching, taking their time because they understood that it was best to act with a cool head in such situations. Baek Woo-jin suggested that they take their time to start entering. Ju-yeon couldn't go right away. Why were they waiting? He was impatient, but Baek Woo-jin knew that it would most likely help in the future. They finally entered and saw something incredible, because they were greeted by a castle that was unlike any other dungeon they had ever been in before and had its own special atmosphere. Baek Woo-jin only said that he already knew what kind of dungeon it was, and it hadn't changed at all since he had been here before, but this time it could be much more complicated than they could have imagined. Everyone was looking at the castle with interest and noticed that the entrance was divided into several doors, and each of the participants had different assumptions about which way would be more profitable. The doors were located on all sides, and it was not known which door would be the best to enter through, so each player thought about his plan and was ready to take risks and improvise. They chose one of the doors and moved through it, deciding not to linger any longer, although they were still not sure that this was the best choice at the time, relying on their intuition. One of the attendees called out Baek Woo-jin, which interested everyone else. Everyone was now waiting for a new idea, and this question could be the key to further progress in the dungeon. He decided to make him one offer in public, which could have been an important moment for everyone, and show who really had control in this situation, which was necessary for success. And he suggested that the one who defeated the boss of this dungeon would be the first to take the weapons of the others, which meant that someone could immediately become the strongest and gain a significant advantage over the others. Everyone started looking at each other and watching each other's reactions, each of them hesitating because they all knew that these rules would be crucial for their further development and success. Then he saw that everyone was hesitating and suggested playing like an adult, and the one who defeated the boss would take everything, which increased the stakes and inflated the atmosphere, forcing everyone to act decisively. Everyone thought about it and decided that if they retreated now, they would no longer be users of the powers, so they started to agree because it was a chance to show their strength or stay in the shadows. Eunhwa was one of the last to stand and hesitate. But since everyone was in favor, she had no choice but to make a choice and not stop halfway. Baek Woo-jin said the last word and also agreed to it all. He realized that this step was an important part of the plan and that there was no going back. He added that Baek Woo-jin's agreement was not fun, but he accepted it anyway because they understood the seriousness of the situation and that each of them had to go all the way. He also added that no one should renounce this promise later because there is no going back, which meant that they had to be prepared for all the difficulties that lay ahead. The guilds began to divide among themselves, and everyone went in different directions. It was a moment of choice, each of them deciding how best to continue their journey and achieve their goals. Yunhua was also called by one of her family members and would have no choice but to go with him, and she made the choice with the hope that it would be the best thing for her. She replied that she was still looking and deciding where to go, realizing that every step would be important and the decision would come over time when she saw more opportunities. Then she went up to Pek Wu-jin and said that she was sure he was strong. But now standing here, he was just wasting time because he could have acted faster and looked for ways to win without delay. He looked at her and then directly into her eyes and asked if it was just his imagination or if she was still worried about him. He could feel her anxiety and decided not to give her the opportunity to escape her feelings. Yunhua was again skillfully thrown off balance and began to threaten that she would be the one to defeat him and that he would not let others do so until that moment, becoming completely stubborn. She suddenly took off running and advised him not to linger because every moment had to be used to the fullest and no time could be wasted on unnecessary thoughts. He called her as Ms. Jung Eunhwa and asked her to be careful, even though he knew she was strong, but the dungeon could still hide very dangerous enemies who could overpower them. And he stood there smiling, and she couldn't understand whether he was really worried about her. That was the moment when their feelings became inseparable, and she began to feel that his concern was real. She was a little embarrassed because it was so unexpected and asked him to be careful as well. She didn't know what to say, but she wanted him to be careful because it was important. Juan noticed that everyone had already left and they were alone, and he felt that now he and his host had to act without others because the situation was becoming more and more serious. He also asked whether it was really worth it to agree to such a bet, and the owner assured him to prepare to collect weapons from everyone because they should be ready for all the dangers of this place. Blackstone added that he was overwhelmed with confidence because he would definitely not lose to those who made such big bets, and it was clear that he could handle any challenge. He had to decide which side would be better to start from, and then he thought about it because it could change the course of events and determine how quickly they would advance inside this dangerous dungeon. He seemed to randomly point his finger at the first window that caught his eye, hoping that it would be the right decision and help them find a way to victory. Everyone was surprised, to put it mildly. Why climb up there when you can go through the door? But Pek Wu-jin knew that his choice was the best and did not count on the ease of passing this place. Pek Wu-jin emphasized that his family members had to create their own path to follow, which was important because it was the only way to gain real experience and victory. They pushed off and instantly found themselves in one of the rooms of the castle. This was an important part of their journey, and now they had to overcome all the difficulties to achieve their goal in this new challenge. They thought they would find themselves in something like a corridor, but they found themselves in an ordinary room that had no clear shape and looked like a random place to rest with minimal lighting. Pek Wu-jin suggested that this dungeon had a maze effect, and Blackstone didn't even understand what was expected because he thought it would be much simpler and didn't anticipate such complexity. He added that if you enter the castle through the window, you will always end up in a random place that is not necessarily the closest to the boss, which complicates every further strategy. He said that if you are lucky, you can immediately run into the boss, and if not, you can even find yourself underground. Blackstone was simply knocked out and could not believe that everything could be so complicated. They examined everything and concluded that the boss was not nearby and that they were probably somewhere in the center because there were no people or monsters, which could indicate a lack of activity at this stage. Then they began to understand each other at a glance, and now decided to use the maze effect to their advantage, which gave them a chance to get to their goal faster and save resources for the future. He took out a smoke balloon and decided to use it to create a temporary cover until he understood how to move forward and what to do with the results. Zhu Yen warned that they should wait until the smoke has completely cleared to get a clear picture of where their enemies are and how best to approach the next steps. When it completely envelops everything, they will have an accurate map of the castle, which will help them build a strategy and minimize risks while moving inside this dangerous place. Juan wondered whether his master knew about the possibility of such a situation, and he replied that he had prepared for everything and was ready for any scenario in the castle. Blackstone actually knew everything and just laughed at him for pretending to be good and wonderful, when in fact he had a plan for a long time and knew exactly how to proceed in this dungeon. The smoke balloon has finished its research, and now the map is fully formed, allowing them to build precise tactics and effectively move on in the castle without wasting time on futile attempts. Baek Woojin was pleased and said that they had to finish everything as soon as possible because time was running out, and they had to act quickly to avoid unnecessary delays in their mission. Meanwhile, the other members of the mission wandered aimlessly around the castle, returning to places they had already been, which only increased their frustration and dissatisfaction with wasting so much time. They were very angry because they didn't like mazes with only gargoyles in them and couldn't think of a strategy because of the constant unpredictability of this dungeon. And because of the large number of stone statues, they couldn't tell which was real and which was just a stone, and they had no way of finding out, even though they tried to be very attentive to every detail around them. They came across a room full of statues and ran from one to the other until they realized that all of them were fake and were just parts of the scenery created to confuse them. Then they simply wasted time without finding anything, given that each new room only complicated their situation and gave no clues as to how to move on. One of them began to calm himself down with the thought that they were the first to arrive, so they should be able to do everything in time. And this optimism helped him not to despair that all their efforts seemed to be in vain. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin was carefully walking down the map and saw it, immediately realizing that it was no accident, but an indication of where the boss was likely to be, and he needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. A flaming gargoyle appeared before them, and she was the boss of this dungeon, with impressive abilities and mercilessly destroying anyone who dared to enter her domain by lighting fire around her. They stood together and just looked at her, and Ju-en didn't understand how the master had so quickly identified the weakness he had discovered after several attempts to attack her, even though it was very difficult. A few hours ago, when they first entered the room, a gargoyle flew at them, and Baek Woojin ordered them to stand still, because this was a test of their strength and endurance where everyone had to act independently. He had to go through it on his own, and without anyone's help, because this moment was critical for his development, and the only way he could prove to his comrades that he was able to fight without assistance. Ju-en was worried, and Blackstone waited for the master to come up with a strategy, realizing that only careful planning would help them defeat this powerful enemy who was not giving them peace of mind. Baek Woojin asked for a single health potion because he had an idea that could be a decisive factor in the fight against the enemy, as he already felt that the situation was becoming extremely difficult. He poured the potion on the blade of his sword because he had seen them destroy one of them before, and there were black sparks that indicated that it was something powerful and special that could change the course of the battle. If all this is true, then black sparks are a sign of evil, and he had a plan that would completely change the outcome of the battle because he knew how best to use this information to win. He explained that evil is weakest in front of holy objects, so he decided to use this knowledge to his advantage because in this way he could weaken the enemy and break down his defenses. If he strikes with an object sprinkled with holy water, he will win, because the power of holiness could destroy even the darkest entity that had the strength to resist ordinary attacks. They went very fast, although they entered through the window and were the last, which means that the rest of the team did worse because other parts of the team might have had more difficulties due to the intricate structure of the dungeon. Baek Woojin wondered how things were going with Yunhua because he knew that she always had a strategy and might have important news about what was happening in other parts of the castle. At that time, she was doing well, but one of the assistants offered to walk in front because he thought it was difficult for her, although she stubbornly refused to help, wanting to solve everything on her own. She was adamant and said that all this would be meaningless, and that she would reach the exit without needing help, because every step had to be her own and part of her struggle. She thought that Baek Woojin must be somewhere nearby, but he was neither seen nor heard, which alarmed her and caused a feeling of uncertainty about what was really going on in this castle. Then she emphasized to everyone that she was not waiting for him, but was just watching for an attack from behind, because she was ready for any surprise and was not going to let her guard down even for a moment. Meanwhile, Baek Woojin entered the new room and saw a non-stone gargoyle that looked much more powerful than the other enemies they had met, and now he had to act quickly. She seemed to recognize them as enemies, and Baek Woojin assured her that he could handle her even if she had powers, because he already had a certain strategy and was ready for any changes in the battle. Blackstone added a flame-breathing gargoyle that learns and memorizes attacks, and Baek Woojin has already activated Black Wind, ready to use his strongest skills to fight this creature. They rushed at each other with lightning speed, each trying to outrun the other to strike first, realizing that every delay could cost them their lives in this fight. The gargoyle was fast, and Baek Woojin had to concentrate on his footwork as he had to keep his balance and dodge the attacks that came from its every move. He released all his energy and practically flew very high up to have a better position to attack and deliver a powerful blow that could cause serious damage to the gargoyle. The gargoyle began to breathe flames, and he flew straight at it, focusing on its movements to avoid the flames at the right moment and deliver a powerful blow when it would be most effective. The best moment for a decisive strike is when she opens her mouth to breathe in the flames, because it was the only moment when her defense was weakest, and Baek Woo-jin decided not to miss this opportunity. Baek Woo-jin filled his sword with excitement and intelligence and attacked by directing his strength to the point of weakness, which allowed him to maximize his skills and force the enemy to retreat. He struck, and the aura was like a fog around him, which added to his advantage because his movements became unpredictable, and the gargoyle could not understand where the next attack would come from. And he landed on the floor, and there was almost a whole fireworks display behind him. His clothes were still on fire in some places, but he didn't pay attention to it because the main thing was to destroy the enemy and end the battle. Blackstone sincerely praised him, but he never liked this luck because he knew that victory should not depend on chance, but on a clear strategy and the right decisions at the right time. Ju-en was worried about him, but he said that he had put on an anti-magic uniform on purpose to protect himself from possible attacks and not to depend on luck because it was a very important battle. The dungeon began to collapse, which meant that the labyrinth was also collapsing, so it was time to leave, because there was no point in staying in this dangerous place that had already lost its power. They met with the other members of the mission, and they were not happy with this result, to put it mildly, because they thought their plan would be much more effective, and surprisingly, their expectations were not met. He still ordered Ju-en to gather all the magic items and leave so as not to linger too long, because there was no time and it was more important to leave the place as soon as possible and avoid danger. But he did not take their weapons. He simply turned around and walked away, ignoring the indignation of the others, because he believed that their plan was already complete and no longer required his intervention. Baek Woo-jin nobly reminded about the bet after leaving the dungeon when everyone was exhausted and tired, but this did not cancel his right to win, and he was ready to get what he was promised. He ordered the weapons to be given only to the three who had come up with the bet, because these were the people who were responsible for the whole plan, and now they had to pay for it. Yunhwa couldn't believe that he won so easily again, because it seemed like the situation was much more complicated, but he found a way out and left everyone impressed with his strategy. Baek Woo-jin once again reminded the bettors of the terms and conditions and waited for his prizes as he promised after the successful completion of the mission, believing that everyone would now understand his strength and skills. He said that he remembered everything and only trusted them to take his weapons and other valuable items out of the dungeon because it was an important part of his strategy and should not be left behind. Everyone who was present finally realized how strong Baek Woo-jin was, and it was not just a simple demonstration of strength, but a real ability to predict and control every step in this test. Yunhwa's bodyguard could read from her expression that she wished him victory with all her heart, and it became clear even without words, her emotions clearly expressed in every look. Baek Woo-jin decided to stand his ground and politely asked for his winnings. Even if others began to doubt the fairness of the bet, he was confident in his rightness and did not back down from his demands. They finally realized that this was no joke and started to throw their weapons, but they did it very slowly and with anger because they realized that they had lost and this disappointment was extremely difficult for them. He just stood there and calmly watched as weapons fell at his feet, while the others felt increasingly insecure and could not understand how their plan had failed so easily. Ju-en asked what to do with it, and he said that he would take it and sell it at a black market auction, as it could be used to make a lot of money or other benefits. Then Ju-eun warned that problems could arise after that, and even Yunhwa agreed with this, because it could really lead to serious consequences, to which Baek Woo-jin replied that he would take responsibility. Yunhwa wanted to know how he won by coming in last, but as usual, he kept all the secrets to himself, leaving everyone guessing and not giving any clear answers to their questions. He thought about it for a while and decided to use a smoke bomb and write about the rest in a letter, which was the best tactic to avoid revealing all his tricks at once and keep the intrigue alive. And he offered to make a deal for all this, and he would tell her how he did it, and in return she would help him someday, and she agreed, because this plan could benefit both parties in the future. Baek Woo-jin went back to his father and told him everything, explaining his actions and motives, knowing that his father would respect his choice and that the comments would only add to his strategy. The father only said that he already knew everything and was curious because he had long predicted that his son would reach such heights and was now just waiting for him to reveal all the cards of his victory. The elder was very fond of fame, and now their family was on the rise, and he saw how Baek Woo-jin had achieved success in a matter of days, which was an important factor in raising the profile of their family. The father asked what his son was planning to do with the weapons, and when he found out, he was delighted because he immediately realized that it would give them even more influence and status in this world. He added that this was a mild punishment, and the elder was delighted with his son's decision because it was bold and unconventional, and now their family could increase their strength by many levels. The father was pleased and offered him a gift of his choice to express his support and pride in his achievement, as his son had shown great determination. Baek Woo-jin confidently said that he wanted the sword pavilion because he believed that it would be the best solution for his further development and strengthening his position in his family and among his enemies. Blackstone explained that the weapons there were many times better than in general training, and this made it possible to reach new levels of skill and prepare for even more difficult battles in the future. To have such a pendant is an honor because it is proof of belonging to the family, and to lose it is a great shame, so Baek Woo-jin had to realize all the responsibility for his future position in the family. His father gave permission for him to be awarded the 7th pavilion, and everyone in the family knew that this was a great achievement and testified to Baek Woo-jin's extraordinary level of development and his recognition among his relatives. The father was amazed because it was interesting to take the glory from his sister. After that, he began to decide on a successor and realized that his son could be a worthy candidate. The second sister of the family approached Baek Woo-jin knowing that this moment could be important for their mutual understanding and further plans for the development of family relations and strategy. She noted that he had become very famous, and he agreed because you have to be able to live in such a family and not break under the pressure of circumstances and the huge expectations from relatives. And she surprisingly apologized for the past and added that if he became strong, they would fight together. And then she took it back. But her words still remained in his memory. He said that he accepted the apology but would not forget it, and she smiled and threw him a gift for training, saying that she intended to help him improve his skills even more. Baek Woo-jin couldn't understand what happened, and neither could Blackstone, because their plan was perfect. But everything went completely differently than they expected, and this caused them great doubts. Juen said that the owner had guests and that he had helped them in the past, so they were grateful to him and decided to come to express their gratitude for everything he had done for them. Hong In-soo came with his daughter, whom he introduced as Ara, impressing everyone with his stories about how the girl has already made great progress in her studies. Baek Woo-jin was pleased to see them and invited them to a more comfortable place to talk, as he always welcomed guests and appreciated the opportunity to discuss important issues in an informal setting. Once in the room, they immediately thanked him for saving them, recognizing that it not only changed their lives but also gave them a chance for a new beginning that they could not have done on their own. Baek Woo-jin was embarrassed because his daughter was present, but they thanked him sincerely, and it was a moment of real gratitude for what he had done for their well-being and future. He added that he had no idea that he was a fencing genius, and that he came from a family where such a skill was so important and demanding for success. He also apologized for the way he had spoken to him earlier and for thinking that none of his family would come to the dungeon because he considered it a dangerous place for any of them. Baek Woo-jin surprised him by saying that he himself had to come after what happened in the Legion District, and that all these events made him change his attitude to people and their actions. He added that he was sincerely glad that Ara was alive and well because his worries were significant after learning about her danger, and now he could see her so strong and brave. She was so happy and said that neither she nor her father would ever forget the kindness, and that all these events changed her outlook on life and influenced the way she perceives the world now. Baek Woo-jin only noted that he did exactly what he had to do, and for him, it was part of his duty, because in the world, everything depends on one's own strength and responsibility for one's actions. Blackstone suddenly asked his master to stop Era because her physique is that of a combat secret body, and it would be dangerous to let her just move around without proper control over her abilities. Without hesitation, he grabbed her arm, stopping her, and immediately felt her energy field begin to change, and he realized that her powers could be much stronger than they seemed. Baek Woo-jin was confused because he had stopped her, but he didn't know what to say, so he just kept silent, waiting for further reactions from Blackstone and the other people in the room. He hesitated, and after listening to Blackstone, he suggested that she become a phantom sword and thus use her powers to benefit herself and others, but he was not sure of his decision. They all sat down together at the table and continued negotiations. discussing strategies and opportunities for developing new plans, because the situation in the country was changing too quickly and every moment was important. Blackstone began to tell, and Pek Woojin explained that his daughter has a secret fighting body that allows her to guess the enemy's behavior in advance and use it to achieve victory. He added that it will allow you to literally penetrate the enemy, but you need to train for it and find new strategies to use this ability in real combat conditions. Pek Woojin added that he was in a hurry to explain, and wanted Ara to become his swordswoman because he saw great potential in her and believed that she could succeed in the future. She was nervous because she had never even held a sword in her hands, but Blackstone assured the owner that the training would reveal everything and Ara would quickly understand the basics of the art of fencing and fighting. Pek Woojin added that he did not insist and that it was her choice because he respected her freedom and wanted her to decide for herself whether she was ready to take such responsibility for her fate. After some thought, she added that she trusted him and agreed, but asked him not to be too disappointed in her if something didn't work out, because she still had a lot to learn and improve her skills. At that moment, the system notified him that a new task had arrived, namely to teach Ara, so everything was fine, and Pek Woojin realized that this was a chance for them both to improve their skills. Later, Pek Woojin showed the medallion given by Blackstone's second sister to Blackstone, and it turned out to be unique because this medallion enhanced various characteristics of its owner and was a very powerful artifact. When Pek Woojin saw how many characteristics it increased, he immediately decided that Nuna did it on purpose to compete with him and test her strength against him in battle. He couldn't even assume anything because he hadn't even met her in his past life, so he didn't know what her intentions were, but he was ready for any surprises from her. However, all he knows is that she hates demons, and so if she gave him the medallion, he will become stronger faster, so his powers will grow much faster than others thanks to this gift. Ara came to the pavilion to see Pek Woojin as they had agreed, and you could see in her eyes a new perception of everything around her as she tried to understand what was happening. Another sister came to the pavilion because she learned that its owner had changed and was very surprised to see who it was, because everyone knew that this pavilion was one of the most prestigious among all the others. She noticed Ara and her bodyguard immediately told her about the plan to make her a swordswoman and tried to explain that it was a great honor and responsibility because not everyone can become part of this family. Meanwhile, Pek Woojin finished training and suggested a light duel to test her readiness for new challenges and to see how well she had mastered the basics of what she had been shown. She was nervous and afraid of not being able to cope, but he reassured her and asked her to take a fighting stance because it was important not only for her, but also for his understanding of her real capabilities in combat. Her sister watched them and noticed that Ara was very good at deflecting attacks for someone who had never held a sword, and this surprised her because she could not understand how this was possible. His sister's bodyguard assured him that she had not even received a rank, but she was on her way to them, and this caused some doubts in Pek Woojin's mind, as he was not sure of her intentions. She planned to intercept Ara and take her away from Pek Woojin to strengthen her position in the family and have more opportunities to manipulate other important people in this world. Ara really didn't understand what was going on and why there was such a fuss, because she was just doing her job, but others didn't understand why so much attention was focused on her person in this situation. She began to offer her mountains of gold, and then Pek intervened and added that her sister had already crossed the line, and it was not even worth talking to her anymore because her words were just empty promises. The sister began to compare Ara to a thing and threaten them with the return of Suna, but Pek clearly said that it was forbidden to enter his personal pavilion without permission, and she should know that. Then the sister decided that there were no prohibitions for her and said that her brother was being a mark, and such behavior would quickly destroy his authority because she was ready to do anything to achieve her goals. Pek Woojin did not listen to her threats and insisted on his own way and outright drove his sister away because she had long since gone beyond the bounds of what was permissible, and it was necessary to put an end to her insolence. The sister was angry and her aura was already visible, indicating serious intentions and a willingness to use force to make him change his mind about her behavior. She decided that such actions were an outright challenge to her, and now she could challenge him to a duel because she was the 6th rank, and she thought that this was the best way to resolve the issue with her brother. She offered the couple a duel, and whoever wins would get Ara, and she gave them 2 months to prepare, because she believed that this was the only way to prove her superiority and break his authority. Of course, Pek Woojin agreed and told her to prepare to kneel before her, because he was not ready to give in even under such conditions and was ready for the challenges that lay ahead. After she received the consent, she turned and left, adding that she was disgusted to be here and that she would return with victory because she believed in her undeniable strength in battle. Baek Woo-jin had no idea why his sister Seo-hee had gone crazy and why she reacted to his words and actions in the way she did, but it caused him some concern for the future. Ara was very worried because it seemed to her that Paek was in a disadvantageous situation because of her and that it could have unpredictable consequences for him and all his subjects in the future. He didn't hesitate and asked if Ara would like to train with his sister since she was a higher rank and could teach her all the necessary techniques to help her prepare for the fight. She smiled and said that she wanted to work with him because he recognized her talent and was willing to help her, and Ara was very grateful for the opportunity and extremely motivated to work. He saw that he had found another loyal ally and warned her that there was no turning back now because this meant great responsibility and difficult challenges in the future. Meanwhile, Ju-en informed the owner that he had examined the sword and found serious damage to it, and he was not surprised because the sword had already been through many battles and needed to be repaired. Blackstone agreed because the sword had already been in so many battles and there was no time to repair it due to the constant need to participate in combat and it was constantly being damaged. They looked at the sword again and already knew who they would visit to repair it, because this craftsman was the only one who could perform such a complex repair at the highest level. Baek Woo-jin visited Seo-in and worried about whether her arrest was over, because it would determine whether she could help with important cases and many other nuances needed to be clarified. She reassured Mr. Paek Woo-jin that the arrest had long since passed and asked who had come with him, and he told her everything that had happened and why they were here and what the situation was. Hong Ara wanted to tell her who she was, but Seo-in had already turned her attention to the sword, which caused her great surprise, and she realized that this sword was extremely valuable. As soon as she saw the sword, she almost fell over. Because how could she damage a thing made by her grandfather, who was always very attentive to details and could not allow this to happen? And he and Blackstone recalled all the great fights where this sword was used and what strong opponents they had to face in previous battles and what wounds remained after them. She added that there was a place to visit for repairs, and they traveled to the island of the artisans to her grandfather because only he could restore the sword to its original form. The guards could not even imagine that it was possible to go so far to repair a sword, and they did not understand the importance of this mission because they knew only superficial information. The owner added that this is not a simple island, and now they will see everything for themselves when they reach its shores and realize how important this island is for all the artisans of the world. Paek Woo-jin also remembered and asked how she was doing with her research because he was interested in her achievements and was ready to help in any way he could to make her work more effective. She replied that there were still some components missing, and Paek Woo-jin offered his help by advising where to find them and was even ready to help organize the search. Her face lit up, and she asked if she could really count on his help because it was very important to her, and she didn't want to miss any opportunity to get support. He replied that since she had given him such a sword and was taking him to the island, he could ask for help, and he was ready to be there at any time to help with anything he needed. She added that she would definitely call him because she had his number and would be very grateful for any help, even if it was not just to repair the sword. Paek Woo-jin thought about it, because in his past life the island was closed to visitors and this created certain difficulties in his plans, but he was ready to change everything that had happened before. He explained that in his past life the island was closed because of an accident, because all the artisans died there in just one night, and so no one dared to approach the place. Seo-in told them that there was a fire incarnation hidden on the island, which is why it was so warm, and called them to go to their grandfather, and they all went on their way to the place where they were supposed to repair the sword for Baek. Baek Woo-jin looked at Ju-en, and together they felt a very strong aura and were alert because such an aura could not be ignored and meant that there was danger here. Seo-in met a friend and asked where her grandfather was, and he told her that he was working and they had to wait for a while until he finished his work and then they could talk. She remembered that her grandfather wanted to rest, but he added that new material had been found and it was an important moment for him, so he decided to continue working and not rest. He noticed the people who had come with her, and she hurried to tell him who they were and what they were going to do, because it was an interesting moment for him, and he was looking forward to meeting them. And he was very happy and introduced himself as Park Yeon and thanked them, which embarrassed Paek a little bit because he was not ready for such a greeting and did not know how to respond to it. Park Yeon said that he was really as he was told and invited them to come with him and show them everything they wanted to see on the island, as there were many interesting and important things for them. They would see a burly and tanned man who was working on a new product, and this man seemed very experienced and could do what they needed. It was So Ina's grandfather, and he was very happy to see her, and immediately came up to her to hug her and thank her for everything she had done for him and for helping him with such an important matter. She asked him how he was doing, and he just pointed to a piece of metal that he could not work with because of its unpredictable strength and special properties. Blackstone froze because he recognized the metal, and Pek Woo-jin, meanwhile, began to radiate an aura that made everyone notice a change in his mood and his readiness for new challenges. Blackstone then suggested that this metal was not from this world, and that it reacted to Pek's aura and how he was connected to him, which created new questions about its origin. The old man saw and recognized Pek Woo-jin and asked why the metal he had been working with for so long had reacted to him in such a way. And he asked a similar question because it bothered him a lot. My grandfather went on to say that this piece was found on the border with ebony somewhere on the front line, and he had long assumed that this metal had special properties that could change everything around. Ju-en was terrified because there were monsters much stronger than those present here, and he realized that the fight would be difficult if they got to the island or beyond. He added that the eldest son of the Beck family was also there, which made the situation even more complicated and raised questions about their safety if they were on or near the island. So-in told her grandfather that she had brought the Sword of the Binding Radiance to repair, and added that it was a very important thing for them because the success of their mission in the near future depends on its repair. The grandfather stated disappointedly that it was interesting how the sword had not disintegrated until now, because its life had come to an end, and he was surprised how this sword could withstand such a thing, but decided to help with the repair. He hastened to reassure him that he could certainly give him another sword and would not charge for it, because he understood the importance of this item for everyone involved in this great process. But in return, he asked for help with the piece of metal so that he could continue his research and study all the details of the metal in order to use it for new and important creatures. They stayed on the island so that the metal could react and the master continued to work, giving them enough time to analyze the metal's aura, which would eventually help them find the right solution to this problem. Blackstone could barely stand it because he felt tickled by the way the energy around him was changing, and it was hard to focus on anything other than this unusual aura around him. My grandfather came out of the workshop and said that he couldn't figure out what to do with this metal, but when he saw his reaction, he knew what he needed to finish it, and that it could be an important turn. Blackstone, meanwhile, was bursting out laughing and could no longer restrain himself. The unusual feeling that metal brought him, combined with this strange and unexpected twist, kept him busy. The master came out to them and happily told them that the work was finished, and now they could continue their journey and pass this wonderful artifact on to those who could properly appreciate and use it. He brought out and presented them with the sword that holds back the darkness and explained that it was his best creation, made of the rarest materials, and without a doubt placed it among legendary objects. The sword had extraordinary characteristics and a legendary rank, which made it incredibly powerful and interesting for anyone who dared to become its owner and wield such power. The system notified that Blackstone had put part of his aura into the sword, and now it is extremely strong, allowing it to show incredible power and becoming a real arsenal of strength for the wielder. Ju-en suddenly shouted that they had to run away because an extremely fatal energy was approaching, and everyone began to realize that danger was creeping up fast, and that they had to be prepared for what might happen next. So-in was shocked because someone dared to attack the island, and just as Baek Woo-jin recalled, the island was closed because of a similar situation that led to a great tragedy many years ago. Baek Woo-jin ordered Ju-yeon to stay behind to guard the others, even though the enemy's rank was high. He had to stay with them because it was extremely important for their future survival. Ju-yeon only added that the master didn't have a sword yet, but the master replied that it wasn't a problem. He had already prepared it for this case, and now Baek Woo-jin would be ready for any situation. The master replied that he already knew who would be the owner of the sword and gave it to him without hesitation, because he was sure that this person would be able to use its power correctly and would defend the island and its inhabitants. Ara came up and expressed her desire to go with him because she could not stay away when she felt the danger of coming so close to those she loved and cared about. So-in pointed out that she didn't even have a rank yet, and although she had extraordinary abilities, it didn't mean she was able to withstand all the difficulties and defeat the enemy that was approaching them. She promised that she would protect her master at any cost, but he forbade her to die because he believed that her life was priceless and could not be sacrificed for the sake of victory. Two unknown people were watching them from a tree, and they looked at everything that was happening with some curiosity and caution, realizing that now they had to intervene in this difficult situation. They only agreed among themselves that their plan remained unchanged, that only the embodiment of fire was enough to have an advantage in this battle and achieve their goals. They were non-humans, after all, because they agreed among themselves that they still wanted to destroy anyone who stood in their way, which meant that any resistance would be neutralized without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin and Ara ran to save the island from danger, realizing that time was running out, and only they could change the course of this threat for everyone. They finally stopped and listened, and Blackstone sensed an unsettling aura enveloping them on all sides, causing him to worry and fear for their safety. He ordered Ari to stay close to him because he sensed two enemies who could attack at any moment, and this increased the tension in the air around them. Although Baek Woo-jin was resistant to fire, he realized that not everyone was, and that he had to do everything as quickly as possible, because delay could lead to serious consequences. They attacked together and unexpectedly, but Baek Woo-jin had already sensed their presence and was ready for any development that might occur in this situation. He didn't wait and immediately used the sword he had been given and activated a falling flash of thunder, which created a powerful explosion and surprised his enemies. The attackers managed to deflect and noted that they were facing opponents who were not even of the 4th rank, and this reduced their confidence in victory. Baek Woo-jin realized that they were harnessing the power of fire and using the explosion of the fire incarnation to hide their escape, which made them even more dangerous. Then Baek Woo-jin realized why such a tragedy had occurred in his life on the island, because he could not allow such events to happen again in the future. The attackers surrounded them on both sides, and they were at a disadvantage because the situation looked hopeless, and there was no way out. Baek Woo-jin ordered Ari to keep her strength, and Blackstone assured her that she would cope with all the difficulties, and he attacked the first enemy without hesitation. He swiftly attacked one of the thieves and struck with quick and accurate blows, which allowed him to control the course of the battle. And he finally saw what a 6th-level dark aura looks like, but added that it doesn't even compare to the gargoyle that was defeated, which was much stronger. Baek Woo-jin struck quickly, accurately, and with lightning speed, while dodging the attacks of enemies who tried to surround him and cause damage. The battle was intense, and it was not clear who would win because both sides fought with all their might and were not going to give up without a fight. The attackers recognized him as the guy they had heard so many rumors about and could not believe how calmly he was in the fire and not afraid of anything. Baek Woo-jin activated the technique of sword play, which contains pleasure and strength, because it gave him additional confidence in his actions. He didn't wait long to activate the Dark Imperial weapon, which increased his combat capabilities and gave him an advantage in this uncompromising battle. The attacker was destroyed in a flash and was not even able to harm his opponents because their strength was too great for him. The system notified him that he had even completed a task he had been hiding for 3 months, which gave him confidence. Meanwhile, Ara was having fun as much as she could, and her opponent did not believe that she had no aura at all before, and this caused him to distrust her. She was illuminated by a bright red aura and now understood his sword art, and offered to fight this time in reality without any deception. The thief couldn't understand how she could understand everything without the aura, so he rushed at her with all his might, hoping for an easy victory. He threatened that Ara would not be able to defeat him, and she felt that he would definitely be behind her back, and this only increased her concentration. However, he did get there, but Ara was quick and immediately blocked his blow and demonstrated her skills in combat, which were impressive. He was surprised, but decided that it was not interesting to destroy her so immediately, so he began to strike quickly, hoping that she would not be able to repel them. So he did not understand why no attack succeeded, as if it knew everything in advance, and this caused him confusion and self-doubt. She also deflected another blow and added that it was not difficult to predict the thief's sword art because his fighting style was quite simple and predictable. Ara concentrated and made a decisive swing of her sword that struck the enemy and changed the course of the battle in her favor because she was ready for it. But Ara was extremely happy because she was able to keep her promise and protect him from the danger that threatened their peace and safety in this dangerous world. Baek Woo-jin could not contain his admiration for her and hugged her, sincerely feeling the warmth of her body and gratitude for being there at this difficult moment. After all, they were finally shown what this core looked like, and it was an ordinary statuette at first glance, but inside it was a huge magical power. The master explained that the island was named so because the embodiment of fire does not allow anyone to touch it except the master who has the right to possess this magic. The fire incarnation recognized him and buried him here so that everyone could use his magic to make powerful weapons and artifacts. The master thought that he would not produce anything else. But after learning the hard way, Baek Woo-jin said that he would make weapons for him to help in future battles. The master explained that at first glance he saw how difficult it was for him, and that's why he would help him, and added that Ara had shown herself well during the battle and deserved praise. She was so ashamed and only said that she did what she had to do because it was her duty to protect her friends, and she could not let them down. The master let them go, but warned them not to come empty-handed the next time, because they had to bring something valuable to exchange. Baek Woo-jin was very pleased, and promised that he would not be ashamed of the wall swordsman, and would do his best to justify his trust. They were about to leave when Seo Ina called them over, looking a little nervous and wanting to know what their plans were for the near future. She recalled how Baek Woo-jin asked her upon arrival what she wanted to invent from the previous mission, and it brought back fond memories of their work together. Then she honestly admitted that she was working on inventing clothes with special properties, and this was an important step in her development as a craftsman. She called it the black fur of the beast, and everyone was very interested in it because it was a unique thing that could become popular among warriors and magicians. Seo Ina explained that this unusual garment is made of different materials and monster skin that give it special magical properties and protection. They didn't know about it, so Ina explained that no one did because her grandfather makes these clothes, and this leather is even more protective than the 9th-ranked uniform. She added dreamily that it also increases mana and resistance to attributes, making it very valuable for those who practice magic and martial arts. So Ina explained that it was her dream, and now she has decided exactly who she will create such clothes for, and assured that they will meet soon to discuss the details. Before he left, Ju-en told them that he had finally found a spiritual magician who could help them in their quest, and this gave them hope in their hearts. He assured me that an old friend helped him, and said that this was the best option because this magician had an excellent reputation among those who knew him. The director of the Black Market branch, Yu Jin, turned out to be a longtime friend who knew a lot of useful information and could become an important ally for them. She gave Ju-en a finger and said she was also his friend, and it made him smile because he hadn't expected to meet her here. She then shook hands with her new friends and said that she had already heard a lot about him and was happy to receive them in her office where they could discuss important issues. Baek Woo-jin did not hesitate to say that it would have been better to remove the guards who hear everything because it could have prevented them from achieving their goals. Yu-jin couldn't believe how quickly he had identified the hidden defenses and ordered them to leave, because it showed his high level of observation. She invited them to sit down and told them that she knew about their search for the best spiritual magician and was ready to share information that might be useful to them. Then she added that she was indebted to Ju-yeon, and he had left her sleeping with a constant request, so she would give the information just like that because it was important. She said that even though they consider one to be the best, she has data on what is even better, and so she gives them an envelope with important information about the magicians. Yu-jin was sure that no one had heard of Yun-woo, but Baek Woo-jin had a different opinion because he knew about his abilities and had heard of his great achievements. She said that he was found when he simultaneously summoned 2 spirits, and this aroused Peck's interest because it was a rather rare phenomenon. Blackstone clarified whether it was really he who had summoned the Spirit King and received a favorable answer from Yu-jin, who confirmed all his words about the magician's abilities. Baek Woo-jin said that it was he who summoned the Spirit King on the day of the Great Rift, and this became a well-known fact among the magicians who knew about this event. They went to see him and arrived at a house in the woods surrounded by greenery and nature, which created an atmosphere of peace and mystery. The security guard said that no one knew about his arrival at the black market, so he could be calm because their presence did not arouse suspicion. Baek Woo-jin was surprised by this connection, but Ju-yeon replied that he had known her for a long time and that she had always helped him find everything he needed to succeed. Also, Baek Woo-jin thought that she knew about all his advantages and other fights, but did not tell anyone, so he decided that he would still think positively of her. They went to a meeting with a spiritual magician and knocked on his door, hoping that their efforts would bear fruit and they would find the help they needed. Yun-woo himself came out to meet them and asked who they were and why they had come to see him, since he was not expecting guests at that time. Blackstone added that this magician had a very strong dominant aura that could be felt even at a distance, which indicated his high level of skill. Baek Woo-jin was amazed by his strength because he knew that he could handle an entire area on his own, and this made him respect this magical master. Yun-woo is very strong in his abilities even now, although he cannot summon the Spirit King yet, because it required considerable effort and training. Blackstone warned him to be careful, but Peck had already told him everything straight and that he wanted to study ghostly art that could help in their plans. He knew that the Yunwu from his past life could easily recognize a lie, so he decided to be as honest and open as possible about his intentions and desires. The magician did not expect this and wondered how they had found him at all, because he tried to avoid unnecessary attention and did not want to get involved in dangerous matters. Peck Woojin again told the whole truth that he was helped to find on the black market, and this aroused some interest in their story among the magicians. The magician has been feeling watched lately, and Peck Woojin apologized for causing such inconvenience, but he is very eager to learn from him and gain knowledge. Yunwu felt that it was all true, but it was so unexpected for him because he did not expect to be found and asked for help. The magician recognized him by his surname, and Peck did not hide it because he was ready for all the consequences of his actions and choices. Then the magician added that not everyone can master it, and it required special abilities and efforts to succeed in this difficult task. He explained that one should not study for the sake of attributes, but rather have one's own attribute of sensuality in order to truly understand the essence and power of magic. Yunwu refused and told him to leave, and Peck Woojin then decided to remove all the artifacts he didn't need in this situation so as not to interfere with the learning process. He dropped them all and decided that he would leave there simply and without further ado because he did not want to create unnecessary conflicts and tried to keep calm. When the magician saw so many attributes, he could not understand how one person could possess them and why it was possible at such a young age. Blackstone did not keep silent here either, because he knew that it was the system that was constantly gifted him, and therefore he did not doubt his master's abilities. Yunwu could not believe that they had come to him in search of the best spiritual magician. It sounded so absurd to him that he even laughed. He decided that since he possessed so many attributes, he would teach him the basics of ghostly art to help him develop. Peck Woojin wondered why he didn't want to be called a teacher, and said that the old man would address him as it sounded rather unusual. The magician added that now he did not need a guard and would handle everything on his own, as he believed in his new student's abilities and determination. Peck Woojin said a warm goodbye to Ju-eun, which surprised the magician because he did not think that he was so different from his family and ready for new challenges. They got down to the training, and the magician asked him if he had thought about training all the attributes because it could greatly increase his chances of success in the future. Peck Woojin wanted to show his strength of spirit to prove that he was really talented and ready for all the challenges that might come his way. Yunwu was surprised by his determination, and first of all showed him the basics of art that were necessary for the further development of his abilities. He made it possible to connect the simple energy of the spirits together so that Peck could understand how magic works and how it can be used in battle. The magician added that he would not explain how to do it because everyone has their own method and they have to find it on their own to become a real master. He explained that this was all to increase his wisdom and perception, which would be needed in the future to summon spirits of different classes and levels. The magician added that almost always everything depends on luck, but it is worth training receptivity to be able to feel the energy around you. Blackstone didn't even know what to do now because once again everything relied on luck and selectivity, just as his master likes to do in everything. Meanwhile, Ju-yan reported to the elder that his son was at the Kanwando training center, but he left early and did not know exactly what was going on there. The elder noted that the guard sided with his son, but still ordered him to keep an eye on him because he could not afford to lose control. The father was not surprised because he knew that he would lure at least one guard to his side and was waiting for his son to do more to achieve his goals. After 3 days of training, Peck Woojin was still not getting anywhere, and this was disappointing, but he was not going to give up. Blackstone joked that the heavens had stopped helping him, but Peck decided it was time to invest in his abilities and development. He decided to invest all his points in wisdom, and his thinking and understanding expanded. Now he realized that this was the best way to success. Peck pulled out his sword, and Blackstone didn't understand why, explaining that he had been given a clue from the very beginning that could be useful in his training. He decided to use the sword to organize and combine energy to find a balance between different attributes and improve his skills. He activated Rasadam's aura and put it into the sword, and the attribute allowed him to feel new opportunities and strength in his actions. Then he divided the spiritual energy into small parts, and something finally began to work out for him, because he felt the energy merging into one. The system reported that thanks to this, a new path of the sword was opened, which will give it additional capabilities in battle and increase its strength. The sword piercing the sun was also created, which contains the admiration of justice and emptiness, making it unique among others. Blackstone added that such a sword would allow him to pierce his target without mistakes and would become a powerful tool in the hands of his master. He also added that the Sword of Emptiness, although it does not make sense, can always be placed there and used in different situations for convenience. He assumed that if his master summoned the spirit, he might be able to use the path of the sword, which would contain all 4 attributes to achieve the goal. Blackstone was only a little angry that he was getting everything not because of training, but because of luck, because it seemed unfair from his point of view. The magician suddenly praised him and showed him his new creation, which could become an important step on his way to achieving great goals. He added that he expected a lot of resistance to the fire, but surprisingly, Peck was in perfect harmony with it, and it gave the magician great pleasure. The magician now emphasized that it was time to try to summon the spirit, as this was an important step in the training and development of his new abilities. Baek Woo-jin was happy, and added that it was the magician's advice that helped him find the right path to success in his studies. Yunwoo pointed to a spot in the center of the circle and told him to stand there. Beck calculated that the probability of a challenge was 97% and was confident. The magician warned that if you summon a weak spirit and offend it, you are likely to separate the king of spirits, and this can lead to serious consequences. Yunwoo didn't wait long and ordered to start training to help Baek understand how to properly summon and control spirits. Baek Woo-jin managed to summon the water spirit Nyx and the earth spirit Earth Turtle, who had their own unique abilities and were ready to help. The magician said that they were very cute creatures, and Blackstone couldn't stop laughing because he found it funny to see Peck trying to control them. Peck asked him why he was laughing, even if it was a low-level spirit, because he didn't understand why it caused Blackstone to have such a reaction. Blackstone could see that the host's luck had run out at this point, and this caused him to fear for the further development of the situation. Baek Woo-jin didn't mind. He thanked the spirits for appearing and offered to sign a contract so that they could work together on common goals. Yunwoo now ordered him to summon the spirit of the wind, and he immediately set to work, knowing that this would be an important step in Peck's training and development. Peck put in his best efforts and diligence, and a mid-level wind spirit appeared in front of him, which was a great achievement for him and boosted his confidence. The magician could not believe his eyes, and, although not immediately, his student was able to summon a medium-level spirit, which means that luck is on his side and everything is going well. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin was already in touch with this spirit and signed a contract again, which gave him new opportunities to develop his abilities. Yunwoo now said to summon the fire spirit because he has a special connection to fire and a well-developed attribute, and he was curious who he would summon as a result. Baek Woo-jin saw that something was wrong, and the magician said that it could be that the spirit could be either scared or angry all of a sudden, and it caused anxiety. The magician saw that something unusual was happening and realized that the spirit wanted to appear before him, but it would be difficult to deal with him, and this caused him concern. Peck didn't succeed the first time, and of course he decided to try again, because he really wanted to call the spirit of fire and feel its power and energy. He kept trying and trying until he succeeded, but it was time for the 7th attempt, and he felt his strength draining with each attempt. Peck did not listen to the wizard who had already noted his success, or to Blackstone who thought he would faint from fatigue, and tried one last time with all his determination. Blackstone began to reassure him that he shouldn't get too upset, and that not everything in this world was under his control, because sometimes you just need to give yourself a break. Suddenly, a column of fire appeared behind Blackstone, and they all jumped to the side because it was unexpected and caused them fear and surprise. They did not expect it, but a high-ranking fire spirit appeared before their eyes, a flame dragon that looked majestic and terrifying at the same time. Vujina's Peck immediately warned both the magician and Blackstone that he was dangerous, for his presence filled the air with tension and anxiety. Blackstone added that his previous owner also faced him and was barely frightened and barely defeated him, so you should be careful. The magician ordered the spirit to be returned immediately, and Baek Woo-jin realized why no one else could come. Its power was extraordinary and unpredictable. The magician explained that if the dragon did not like him, he would destroy him in an instant, despite the fact that it was he who summoned him, and it was dangerous. Peck was already thinking about his own, and was glad that he was able to summon such a strong spirit, and planned to make a deal with him to get new powers. The dragon was not friendly, but it did not attack either, and Baek Woo-jin felt it and agreed to fight him to prove his strength. He activated his aura of the 2nd level of Rasadum and entered into a fight that promised to be unforgettable and full of emotions and tension. The magician could not even guess how high Peck's level in martial arts was because his movements were graceful and confident. Yunwoo said that everything he saw now exceeded his expectations by far, and he felt proud of his student and his achievements. The dragon felt the aura of the one who summoned him and now agreed to make a deal with him because he felt Peck's strength and determination. Peck Wujing realized that he had already learned everything he needed to know and said goodbye to the magician, knowing that new challenges and adventures were waiting for him. Yunwoo added that he had taught him only the basics, and now he has to constantly train to improve his speed and accuracy to become stronger. The magician also told him to be careful with the dragon because he did not yet have enough strength to tame it, and this was important. They said goodbye, and meanwhile the magician wondered what he would be able to achieve in the future, as there were many opportunities ahead. Peck showed up at noon at his father's residence and felt anxious because he didn't know how his father would meet him. The father found out and said that he did not expect his son to want to train in the ghostly arts because it was quite unexpected for him. Blackstone said that his father was very angry, but Peck reassured him because he knew this would happen and was thinking about the answer to his father's question. Even Blackstone didn't understand why he would direct such energy against his own son, and then Peck Wujin revealed that he did everything for the sake of the sword and its power. The father did not believe his story, so the son offered to demonstrate everything and he allowed him to pull out his sword to show his skills. Peck Wujin showed his father his skills and what he had achieved because he wanted to prove that his efforts were not in vain and had meaning. He hoped that what he had shown would be enough and began to hide the sword because he felt excitement gripping his heart at that moment. The elder realized now that his son had given the sword an attribute, and Peck added that as a member of such a family, he wanted to find his own way to success. He added that this is his personal journey that should lead him to the top of the Beck family, and he is ready for all the challenges along the way. My father could not contain his laughter and added that his answer was full of arrogance and it caused him some irony. He thought about his words for a while and decided that his son could be free, but he would call him soon to discuss further plans. The father thought that his son had chosen a rather interesting path and was constantly surprising him more and more, so he would soon choose his successor. Blackstone, meanwhile, was furious, because how could anyone aim a sword directly at his father and it looked completely unacceptable? Peck replied that he had finally exhaled and was nervous about giving this answer, but that he would reach the top of his dream someday. Blackstone was glad that it had gone well. Peck was going to go to his pavilion and check on the progress of Era, who was interested in him. On the way there, the system notified him of the completion of the task and, as usual, gave him a bunch of rewards that he could use for his development. As a reward for his constant training, he was also given the opportunity to choose one of the 5 higher paths of the sword, as this was an important step. Peck noted that just as Blackstone had said, he was once again given everything and more, which gave him hope for further success in his studies. He stood and pondered to choose, because if he reached the end point of the Sword of Flight, he could open the Sword of Control for himself. Of course, Peck chose this path, because then he would be able to control the sword with his mind alone, and this would be an incredible achievement for him. Blackstone assured that it was still early, and the best option now would be the Sword of Change, because it was more versatile and practical to use. The system only added that the base of the sword would be directly proportional to the wisdom characteristic, which meant that he would need to train a lot. He decided not to wait long and start testing the Sword of Change right away, and he was thinking about who to do it with to achieve the best results. Peck thought about the right place and went to the family's small practice area where he could focus on his skills. They arrived there and saw that Sun A's unit was training there, which had been kicked out of the pavilion when he took it, and this surprised them. He came closer to them and asked how they were doing, because he wanted to know about their successes and problems they might have had. They were definitely not friendly and very angry. Blackstone noted that the owner seemed to be deliberately provoking them to conflict. Then they replied that if he came to mock him, he could start right now, because they are not afraid of challenges and are ready to fight for their honor. Peck saw how hard it was for them, so he told them that he had come to offer them something, but they just brushed him off and ignored him. Then Baek Wujin asked them if they would like to return the sword pavilion, which definitely caught their attention because it was an opportunity to restore their pride. Peck said that he would give them back the pavilion if they defeated him, and this was a real challenge for them, which they were ready to meet. Blackstone could not believe it, and the master explained that Song A's squad had the best swordmasters who could compete with anyone in the art. They were interested and asked if he would really do it, to which Peck replied that he always keeps his word and never backs down from his promises. He said that he could swear on the family's name, and they decided that it was a good enough offer and they should at least try their hand at a duel. They agreed without hesitation, and Peck said that the bet would be concluded quickly, and the answer to the question of their strength would be known immediately. He offered to arrange a one-on-one duel with the best of them honestly and without any tricks, and he would give them the opportunity to choose who would fight. They decided that he would compete with the captain of the swordsman's squad, Kang Un, who was famous for his skill and ability to fight to the last. Baek Woo-jin said that they would start the fight right now and that there would be no indulgences because there is no room for weakness and compromise in battle. He explained that he should not just try to knock him down, but should completely destroy his will to fight, as this was important for victory. Blackstone said that he felt his anger, but the owner explained that it was good to compete with someone who puts his whole soul into the fight and fights for his honor. Everyone else present had to witness this duel to see how the two masters would come together in battle and determine which of them was stronger. They started the fight, and Kang Un decided that he would definitely not hold back because he wanted to show all his strength and skills. He decided that it would be best to attack first and rushed into the battle with all his energy and determination to win. Kang Un was constantly attacking and already saw himself winning because he noticed that his opponent was not defending himself, and this gave him confidence. Blackstone was worried about him, but he assured him that everything was fine and activated his super concentration, which helped him focus on the fight. Kang Un threw punches, but Baek Woo-jin began to deflect them without even looking in that direction because he felt the opponent's movements intuitively. Baek Woo-jin also activated the features of the secret combat body and now saw everything in the palm of his hand because his perception became extremely sharp. He could now see all the changes of the enemy's sword as it worked, and this gave him an advantage in the battle. Blackstone was simply knocked out by it. Baek Woo-jin was fighting back, and Kang Un was already exhausted, so he decided that he needed to finish the fight and show his strength. He also used the art of sword change, which was also used by Kang Un, to surprise his opponent and end the battle in his favor. All those present could not believe what was happening in front of their eyes because it was a fight between two true masters of their craft. Kang Un couldn't believe how he was using what he had been learning all his life, and now it was his weakness in the fight. The captain of the squad threw himself at him with all his might, but Baek Woo-jin had a different plan and was ready for any development in the battle. In a few maneuvers, he knocked him to the ground and summarized that a swordsman should not give in to emotions, as this could lead to defeat. Blackstone said that he should have bowed to the system for giving him gifts all of a sudden, and that it caused him some surprise. He was called by Sung-ah, who was not sure how she was here, and was very angry because she did not expect to see such a thing at training. She asked him what he was doing here and was very angry because she believed that Peck had no right to treat her squad like that. He said that he had a duel and everything was fair because only he had to pay for the loss and did not understand why she was reacting like that. Other swordsmen confirmed everything said and added that the sword pavilion was at stake and it was a great responsibility for all participants. She was furious because Peck had taken her pavilion away from her and was teasing her with it, and they tried to calm her down, but it was useless because she was angry. Dream A was ready to fight him right now, but she saw his aura and couldn't understand what he had done to her in the meantime and why he had changed so much. She saw the changes and told him about it, to which his brother replied that they could fight even now because he was not afraid of challenges and was ready to fight. Son A knew that he had not yet reached her level, and so she wanted to destroy him right now to prove her superiority and show her strength. Their quarrel was interrupted by a guard who brought a message from an elder, and all those present listened attentively to his words. He said that all the direct relatives of the family should be gathered in the hall, and finally Baek Woo-jin was looking forward to this moment. He told Blackstone that his older brother would appear there because his father would proclaim his successor, and it was an important moment for the whole family. Baek Woo-jin now understood why Song-ah had returned from her punishment early, because she also knew the importance of this meeting. Everyone was waiting for the others to arrive, and finally the last one came, their oldest brother, who had always been an example for the younger ones. They all watched as Yoon-hui walked in and slowly walked around with a majestic posture and unwavering confidence in his actions. Blackstone could not believe that this was his master's first meeting with his older brother, as he had always heard about his achievements and fame. He explained that he had never seen him in his past life, and this made him very curious about his older brother's personality. Yoon-hui is always ahead of everyone, and Blackstone added that he is ranked 8th and is moving up to 9th, which was admirable. Blackstone added that he was only second to his father in strength, and Peck decided that he had to become even stronger to match their level. All the conversations were silent as my father entered and walked to the throne with an aura of authority, and everyone present felt his power. They all bowed their heads together and greeted the elder with respect because they knew that his words had weight and meaning in the family. He asked all those present if they knew why he had called them, And Ang Hui added that there would be a choice of a successor, otherwise he would not have been called. The father praised his son's insight and said that he would tell him how the family would choose a successor. He added that as many as 8 candidates thought this was too much, and they thought it could lead to misunderstandings and conflicts between the participants in the election. He said that he would select exactly half of the candidates, meaning that 4 would take part, and that it would be a fair and just process for all candidates. Mr. Wu Jin said that the course of events has changed, and this has never happened in the past, and this is the first time he has ever made such a serious choice. The father went on to explain that he would make his choice based on the physical strength of fencing and the achievements and respect each of them had gained over the years. They have to achieve it all on their own, and one of the brothers asked what it was like to be the youngest because they didn't have it yet, and he felt in a difficult situation. The elder looked at him and could not understand what he was saying because his words were full of uncertainty and doubts about his strength. My father told me that if he was thinking of using various excuses, he could leave now because there was no room for weakness in their family. He immediately apologized and regretted asking because he realized that his words could have been misinterpreted. His father explained that the youngest in their family proved to him that age does not matter if you have the strength and determination to achieve your goals. The elder continued that recently their family has been shining thanks to Peck's activism, so everyone should follow his example in their struggle. He told his son that if he continued to do so, he would easily succeed him because his efforts and dedication had not gone unnoticed. Blackstone thought his father was cruel because he favored him and thus made him a target for envy and hatred from others. The elder said that he was done with everyone except Yun Hui because he wanted them to focus on their goals. Going in, Peck Wu-jin thought he would outperform everyone and take his family to the top because his goal was clear and he was ready for any challenge. Meanwhile, the elder noted that his eldest son had not changed at all, which disappointed him because he expected more maturity and wisdom from him. He asked why his father was choosing his heir so early, since some of them were not even 20 years old. And this raised some doubts in him. He also added that In-gyong and Sung-hyun from their family are already famous, so why provoke a conflict between the other children if they are already successful? His father used a metaphor about a pot of insects, and Yun-hui did not understand him because his words seemed too strange and incomprehensible. And my father told me that if you put poisonous insects in one pot, they destroy each other until the strongest insect survives. He added that the last insect will be the most dangerous and strongest, because if it survives, it will gain all the strength and experience of its predecessors in battle. The son was shocked, and the father added that he had also been in such a pot and had destroyed everyone who stood in his way. My father said that whoever is last in the pot will get everything he deserves, because victory always goes to the strongest in the fight. The elder noted that he did not want to see the weak around him, and that is why he could not pass the martial arts wall without losing empathy. Hui just laughed and said that he would follow the path he chose for himself and would not allow anyone to control his fate and decisions. His father was expecting this option and asked him if he really wanted to leave the family, as this decision could have changed his life dramatically. He did not hesitate to say that he was thinking of doing so, but did not know whether he could find his place outside the family and its traditions. The family has a person in whom he is now very interested because he could become his support in the new world and help him. A week passed, and Blackstone asked his owner why he was just lying there doing nothing, since the others were actively engaged in business and training. He explained that everyone else literally lives near the administration and takes all the tasks, and he said that's why he was lying down, because there was nothing to do now. He uses this opportunity to think calmly and focus on his thoughts, because it is important for his further development. Baek Woo-jin behaved differently, saying that lately he has been feeling strange looking at the flowers and stars around him. He added that he does not know how to explain it, but he feels that soon he will come up with an incredible idea that will change his life forever and open up new horizons. Blackstone suggested that the host may have reached the level of embodiment because it meant that his awareness became deeper and more mature in the process. He explained that masters of this level are able to create skills from what they have experienced or seen, and this opens up new opportunities for development. And he decided that this was all great and that he could continue to think further because his mind was open to new ideas and solutions in life. Jung Hyuk came to him, saying that he had personally received an assignment from the administration and that this could be an important moment for everyone. He took the letter and read it and grew gloomy because he saw that there might be a conflict with a large guild and it caused him anxiety. Then he ordered the car to be ready and set off for Cheongju. And when he arrived, he listened intently to the report on the situation because it was critical. He was told that his family's territory had been invaded and mutilated by people from the N family, and that this posed a serious threat to their safety. He explained to Blackstone that this was a very large family like them, and they had often had conflicts with his family before due to various misunderstandings. He couldn't understand why the Yen family had put their branch next to theirs, and what they were doing here, because it could have had serious consequences. They were told that their family's branch manager was only rank 5 because he had few dungeons, while the N family had 9 swords of change, which gave them an advantage. Baek Woo-jin knew this leader and was curious what he was up to, because having a sword that changes 9 times can do a lot of interesting things in battle. And Baek Woo-jin decided that this was his chance to better study the Sword of Change and understand its secrets in order to use them in his practice and education. Blackstone doubted that the manager would immediately go into battle, but the owner assured him that he would make such conditions and that he himself would offer to join the fight. They were all heading to their branch, and when they got to the gate, they were surprised because such courage on the part of the Yen family was simply incredible. And they dared to put a strong gate right on the territory of the Baek family, and this caused them indignation because it was unacceptable in their eyes. He immediately wanted to destroy them, to which his escort replied that they had tried to negotiate, but had been denied a peaceful conversation. And it was a shame. He added that the branch manager didn't even want to talk to them, so Baek Woo-jin said that he would go in himself and resolve the situation. And he did not hesitate to go inside with his sword because his determination was strong and he was not afraid of the consequences. Preparations were in full swing inside this branch, as they wanted to destroy the Baek family and everything was going to be inevitable in the near future. Kim Sung, as the branch manager, was pleased to hear and see this because his plans for the future depended on the success of this mission and the strength of his subordinates. He was asked by one of the workers whether the Baek family would really allow them to be destroyed so easily, as this could have serious consequences for everyone. They all said that one of them had recently become very famous, and that this had caused concern among the other guilds who were watching the situation. And they were telling rumors that he was very strong and capable, and could come right here to punish anyone who interfered with his family and their plans. Kim Sung asked if they were talking about Baek Woo-jin's younger son, because he had really become popular among other guilds and groups. The workers came up to the manager and told him that they had heard that he had destroyed the Hive Guild on his own, and that it had horrified everyone present. Kim Sung replied that it was all an exaggeration, and that he was only a child who had not yet achieved real strength and experience in combat. Then Kim Sung was outraged because he did not understand whose side his swordsmen were on and why they were so scared if they had the experience and strength to defend themselves. He suggested that maybe they wanted to go and beg the Baek family to take them in because it could be their only chance for survival. They all rushed to apologize, but still the talk that he was young but strong did not subside, as rumors of his strength spread quickly. The swordsman offered to prepare anyway, which the leader dismissed because he believed that Baek would not be able to get through the protective barriers. He believed that this youngest son of the Baek family could not be crazy enough to come here and challenge their power and authority. Suddenly, their strong iron gates flew apart in different directions into small pieces, causing panic among the swordsmen who had not expected such an attack. The swordsman turned around and just stood there, shocked, because no one could have imagined that the youngest son of the Baek family would be able to break through so easily. Everyone saw that the person they had just discussed had come to them, and this caused them anxiety because they were not ready for the meeting. Baek Woo-jin loudly announced who he was, and was very unhappy, and came to make her pay for all the insults his family had suffered before. He called the branch manager and offered to engage in a duel right now to resolve all issues once and for all without further ado and delay. Everyone was in a panic. They could not believe their eyes because the youngest son of the Baek family looked incredibly confident and ready for battle. They saw the fire in his eyes and began to think he was crazy because no one dared to challenge their power so openly. The swordsmen prepared to fight back and thought that the newcomers did not know where they were and what awaited them in this fight. Baek Woo-jin was of a different opinion and understood everything perfectly well, and ordered them to move away from him so as not to interfere with his resolute intentions. They finally recognized him and lowered their swords and asked him why he was doing all this, because their actions could lead to serious consequences. The swordsman replied that if there were any problems, people like them would solve them in a duel, and Baek agreed without hesitation, because it was traditional. He only added that the loser would have to give up the Cheongju department, and they and Blackstone were terrified because it was a serious decision. And he knew Kim Sung's excessive ego, and that he would not back down even if he was challenged by a lower-ranking officer because it was in his character. Kim Sung now understood why the gate was broken, because it attracted their attention and showed his determination to fight. And Kim Sung got excited and started to run away from the answer, saying that such decisions are collective, and Baek then said that he was just helpless. Baek Woo-jin pissed him off and added that he should call the management if he can't make a decision, because it only shows his weakness. He has achieved his goal with these words and has angered Kim Sung to the point where he is ready to rush into battle without any doubt of his victory. Blackstone noted that if he hadn't shaved, he would have become a saint, and Peck was already planning how he would complete the task in the shortest possible time. The system, of course, notified them of this goal and had very good rewards for achieving it, which further spurred them on. They prepared for the fight while everyone else stood aside and watched the events unfold as it promised to be an unforgettable battle. Kim Sung said that he hoped he wouldn't use the spirits, and Beck, of course, hinted that he was a coward because he didn't believe in his own strength. He promised that he would not use them and told him to attack because it was the only right decision to start a fight between them. Kim Sung began to threaten to kill him, but he could not even imagine what was really waiting for him in this fight with the youngest son of the Baek family. All of his attacks were repelled by Baek Woo-jin, as if he were making no effort at all, because he demonstrated incredible skill and confidence in combat. Baek Woo-jin activated the flame wings over concentration and a special martial body that gave him even more strength and speed in this fight. He threw a strong punch that knocked Kim Sung far away from him, and this signaled the beginning of a real fight between two strong fighters. Kim Sung looked up and saw the very black aura he had heard so much about, and it made him anxious and afraid of the enemy. He decided that he needed to end the fight as soon as possible and threw his strongest punch, hoping that it would force Peck to retreat. Then he showed Baek Woo-jin his sword of the 9 changes, which he had already been informed about, and it made him respectful and anxious at the same time. Kim Sung activated the bright light technique of the 9 changes, and his sword shone with bright light, indicating that he was ready for battle. He rushed at the enemy, but for some reason he looked right through him and didn't even blink his eyes, as he was sure of his victory. Baek Woo-jin opened a new path of the sword, because he achieved enlightenment through incarnation, and this gave him incredible strength and capabilities in battle. He had become extremely powerful and was now about to deliver a crushing blow that would change the course of the fight and prove his superiority over his opponent. Baek Woo-jin opened the 3rd gate of the 10,000 Swords path, called the Elemental Sword, which gave him strength and confidence in his actions. He also opened the 7th and 8th gates of the 10,000 Swords, the Sword of Change and the Sword of Illusion, which gave him even more opportunities in battle. Kim Sung was doomed because now Baek Woo-jin's power was undeniable, and he could not imagine how to resist him in this fight. He attacked, and with one blow destroyed the enemy's sword, and it flew in different directions, which became a symbol of his superiority in this fight. Kim Sung was defeated and lost both the duel and the bet because his dreams of victory were shattered by the pressure of the power of the Baek family's youngest son. Everyone else present simply could not understand what they had just seen, because what happened exceeded all their expectations and ideas of what was possible. Baek Woo-jin did not wait long to order them to pack up and get out, as the situation was becoming dangerous, and he had to act quickly. Meanwhile, at the family's monastery, Seong-ah came to her father and told him that she had completed his task and was now ready for new challenges in the future. Strashina praised her for having done it earlier, but added that Baek had brought the large Yeon family out of Cheongju by himself during this time, and it was impressive to everyone. His father noted that despite his arrogance, he reminded him of himself in his youth, when he also aspired to great fame and victories. After saying this, he let Sung-ah go and added that she still had a lot of work to do to succeed and become a worthy heir to the family. She was furious and couldn't understand how their assignments had coincided because it looked like someone was deliberately trying to set them up. She realized that she could lose the competition and decided to accept the stranger's offer, even though it was dangerous and could lead to problems. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin received a number of awards from the system for his achievements, which boosted his confidence in his abilities and capabilities. Blackstone reiterated that the system could just give him everything and be done with it, because he has earned these awards for his dedication and work. Baek Woo-jin was in a good mood and suggested that he pick a card to try his luck and maybe get something useful. Blackstone replied that he had no luck, but he pointed to one of them at random, hoping that it might bring him good fortune. He added that everyone has to rely on skill, but Peck had already gotten all the sword paths upgraded to level 2, and Blackstone's breath was taken away. And he was just not himself, and Peck added that he would always ask him to pick a card now because it had become a tradition between them. Baek Woojin added that he had received something else from the extended Yoon family, and it aroused his interest because he wanted to learn more. He saw that he had been rewarded with a number of plants that help raise resistance to poisons, and this was an important discovery for him in his development. Blackstone explained that if you use them correctly, you can gain resistance to many poisons, and this will be a great advantage in battles. Peck thought about it because it's a useful skill. And now he needs to figure out the absorption rate of these plants to maximize results. Then Baek called Junhyuk and told him that he had a task for him while he was in the sword pavilion, and it required serious preparation. He added that this case requires a lot of effort, and his bodyguard promised to do everything in his power to fulfill the task. Baek Woojin went to the pavilion, and there, of course, Ara and her bodyguard were training, and they were very happy to see him again. Ju Yong praised Ara and noted that she was a fast learner and had already mastered the basics of martial arts, which gave her confidence in her abilities. Peck was happy, and added that since she was already a first-ranked swordswoman, tomorrow they would go to the dungeon to test their skills in practice. Ju En congratulated her, but she was somehow embarrassed and added that she had one request that she would like to make in front of everyone present. Ara really wanted to clear this dungeon on her own, because it was her dream and she wanted to prove her strength and ability to everyone. She explained that she had heard that Peck, as a swordsman, had defeated the boss on his own the first morning, and Peck now realized who had told him about his achievements. And she wanted it very much, and offered to at least try, because it could be her chance to prove herself and prove her worth. Blackstone added that she is much stronger now, and shouldn't have any problems fighting monsters because she has trained well before. Baek Woojin confided in her and added that if it was difficult, she shouldn't force herself because it was important to listen to her body and instincts during the fight. The next day, they were in the first-ranked dungeon, ready to fight monsters and determined to prove their skills. Ara successfully attacked and destroyed the monsters, and everything went just fine because she felt strong and confident in her actions. Baek Woojin could not let her go alone and followed her in disguise to protect her in case of a dangerous situation. He decided that if everything went well, he wouldn't do it again. But the monsters kept coming and coming, and the situation became more and more tense. Blackstone could not help but note that he was already afraid to imagine what kind of father his master would be, because his determination amazed everyone around him. Ara noticed two strangers standing off to the side watching her, and this caused her concern because they looked suspicious. She turned to them and asked what they were doing here, because it was her dungeon, and she was not going to tolerate the presence of strangers. They were hostile and said that Ara had entered someone else's territory and now had to answer for her actions according to their rules. Ara was a newcomer, so she bowed and apologized sincerely because she didn't know about it and didn't want to cause problems for others. They realized that everything would be simple and demanded that she reveal the mana stones she had just received as proof of her strength and courage. Baek Woojin, seeing this undercover, did not have time to get ahead of Blackstone, who was already discussing their behavior with obvious displeasure. He insisted that the owner go and deal with everything, but Peck knew he shouldn't have been here in the first place, and it was none of his business. Then he suggested that we just wait, because the strangers didn't seem scary at first glance, but Ara was already giving them the stones without any hesitation. She apologized again and said that she would go elsewhere to avoid the conflict because she did not want to get into trouble because of strangers. The strangers could not hide their joy at such an easy prey, and wondered how Ara had gotten here and why she was so naive. They made a terrible mistake and said that the one who taught her was just as uncharacteristic as she was, and this caused Ara to be angry and indignant. Ara turned around and there was no stopping her. She only politely asked what they had just said because she could not believe their impudence. They were determined and repeated the question, but Ara was already very angry and was not going to tolerate insults to her teacher. The biggest of them just flew to the ground with one of her blows, and it was a sign to the others that it was better not to joke with her in this situation. She added that she would not allow them to talk like that about the person who gave her all this, and now she is ready to fight for her dignity and honor. Ara warned them that if they heard something like that again, they would definitely not survive, because she was not going to spare them. Blackstone couldn't help himself, and Baek Woojin was very proud of his swordswoman, who not only has great strength, but also incredible endurance that makes you respect her. The strangers were fearless in their short-sighted minds and went into battle. Ara did not hesitate, deciding that she would better deal with them quickly and without further ado. It angered them even more, and they rushed at each other, not expecting that such a simple trap was actually thought out to the smallest detail and was beyond their power. Ara was very fast and strong even after the battle and easily blocked a blow. Even if the enemy tried to change tactics, she was always one step ahead. They attacked her both at once, not even thinking it was unfair, but Ara did not pay attention to their machinations and was already preparing a response for each of them. Ara was the best student of her teacher and boldly struck back, although they did not expect such a strong and fast counterattack that forced them to retreat. They didn't even know what Ara was capable of until they insulted her, and she had already read all their sword techniques and was ready for their every move with incredible accuracy. Ara was now several steps ahead of them, and they did not understand how this happened because her movements seemed predictable, and they could not guess how she anticipated theirs. They went on the attack together again and thought they were going to win, but every move they made only made Ara's underestimation worse, and she was ready for all the attacks that followed. Ara, however, did not share this opinion and used all the knowledge she had gained, and their swords were shattered before they even realized what had happened to them. They were now confused and just fell to their knees, blinking their eyes and unable to believe their defeat as they watched their own swords become shards in her hands. Ara stood in front of them and repeated her first question. Her eyes were filled with cold determination, and they knew they could not resist her gaze. She dealt with them quickly and added that they needed to learn at least some manners, because it was ridiculous and unworthy of real warriors to behave like that in battle. Ara headed further into the depths, hoping not to be late for her boss. She had no time for delays because even the slightest pause could cost her dearly in this dangerous place. And Ara came back and immediately went to see Baek Woo-jin to tell him everything without delay, knowing that every moment was important and that he needed to be informed immediately. She said that everything went great and that she defeated the goblin fighter using the sword techniques he taught her, which meant she was progressing and ready for battle. Peck praised her and asked if anything else had happened in the dungeon, and he couldn't help but worry because he knew that even the smallest of unforeseen situations could change everything. She added, after a little thought, that nothing happened and everything went well, although you could see some tension and readiness for new challenges in her eyes. Blackstone added only jokingly that the owner should better manage his wards, otherwise it could lead to unexpected results in the near future. Meanwhile, Ju-young came to them with urgent news to see something very important, and only this could stop them from the plans that had already begun to be realized. He saw a flaming dragon that had appeared unpredictably and made everyone alert with its appearance, as it meant a possible threat. Baek Woo-jin knew who to ask and was already calling the magician to ask how this could be, his experience telling him that this dragon did not just appear for no good reason. He explained that the contact spirit had been summoned by itself and was now in front of him, and this was something unusual because it happened very rarely and was associated with great changes. The magician added that his student was very special, and the spirit did not make concessions, and invited him to come to him to learn more about this phenomenon and find out all the details. Ara called Peck and told him that someone was calling him from outside, and he immediately realized that he could not ignore this call and had to go immediately to investigate. Enju went with his master and could not help but scold the swordsman for not being sufficiently vigilant, as all this could have resulted in even greater danger. He introduced himself as Sun Chul and apologized, but added that the situation was urgent and required immediate intervention, his comrades were in danger, and he needed their help. He bowed low and said that he was not training right now because only Baek Woo-jin could help him resolve the situation quickly and without any unnecessary complications at this point. Then he asked for help for his comrades, which surprised everyone, because no one expected this from him. He had high hopes for Peck and was ready to act without delay. Sung Chul explained that his friends went into the dungeon and there was a rift and a monster higher than they expected, which made the situation much more difficult for them. Baek Woo-jin felt that something like this could happen because the dungeons were changing and stronger monsters were appearing, and even he was difficult to deal with without help. Sun Chul added that he had asked for help from everyone from the administration to other members of the Bayek family, but everyone refused, and now he was on the verge of despair, not knowing where to turn. He added that he was told that there was no one else alive there, and no one would dare to go into such danger even to save their comrades. Sung Chul is sure that his comrades are alive and hiding somewhere and begged for help, because without help, he could not help them, and was afraid that they would die without it. Baek Woo-jin decided to go only with Ju-yeon and help the people, even though he understood the risks of this mission and all the possible consequences of this decision. Seong Chul could not hide the joy on his face and sincerely thanked him because it was the last hope for the salvation of his comrades, and he was ready to do anything to save them. The system issued a new task to rescue the swordsmen, so they knew for sure that they were alive, and they had to go to them immediately to avoid an even greater threat that surrounded them. The swordsmen, meanwhile, hid wherever they could and thought they were in a nightmare. They tried not to give themselves away and prayed for salvation from their enemies. They knew that they were in hiding, but it was not for long, and one of them said to wait for help from their family, but no one believed it because they thought they were left to their own devices. One of them said that they had been here for a long time and no one had come, so they were simply abandoned and had no one else to rely on and no chance of being rescued. Meanwhile, the monsters were coming closer and closer and had almost found them, so time was running out and they knew they would soon become their prey if they did not run away quickly. Their shelter was found, and they began to prepare for the last battle, realizing that there was nowhere to retreat, and they had to fight to the end. They all stood next to each other, waiting for the attack and thinking about how they would spend their last moments in this fight in the face of a mortal threat and the possibility of losing everything. However, they already believed that the entire Beck family had abandoned them and were now hostile to them because no one had come and they saw no hope of escape from this horror. The battle began, and they fought and defended themselves with the last of their strength, trying to survive and withstand the blows and push back the monsters who were not allowed to attack in peace. There were more and more monsters, and one of them had already broken his sword, so it was clear that they were on the verge of defeat, and if they did not retreat, they would become easy prey for them. They could not escape or take a break because they were already surrounded. It was too late, and they closed their eyes to the realization that this was their last moment, and there would be no more opportunities. And they heard everything go quiet and someone say that they barely had time to help, and they opened their eyes to see someone they hadn't expected, and it was unpredictable for everyone. A few hours before, Ju Yong had reassured the owner and said that they had gone on this assignment without permission, so he was not quite sure if everything would work out as planned. Mr. Woo Jin only said that he understood all of this, but he promised to remake the family into a place where the value of a person is above weapons, and he will do everything possible to fulfill this promise. He explained that if he backed down now, it would mean that he did not keep his promise, and it would jeopardize all his future efforts and action plan. Ju En was impressed and promised that he would follow him to the very end and carry out all orders regardless of the difficulties that might arise on their way. Pek Vujin explained to Blackstone that in his past life this task was taken by another guild. So events have changed again, and now he needs to act in a completely new way. All the events that have taken place have led to his family becoming more famous than they were in their previous life, and everything is changing now, and they must be prepared for new challenges. They finally reached the place where the fault was visible, and everyone realized that they had to be careful because it looked dangerous and could be trapped. Baek Woojin didn't hesitate long and went into it, saying that they were going to rescue family members because they knew it was their duty and they had no right to hesitate. They now stood side by side and closed the circle of defense, planning what to do next, and each of them waited for the master's direction to decide the next step. Baek Woojin decided to call on the wind spirit to help them and created a wind shield to give them strength and protect them from the attacks of the enemies who were already on their way. Everyone now realized that these were not just talks, but their master had really learned the art of ghosts, and this allowed him to use the forces of nature in battle with his enemies. The monsters were confused for a minute because they did not expect such a turn of events and did not know how to react to the new threat that suddenly appeared in front of them in the form of a windshield. Without hesitation, they rushed into battle and could not understand why it was so hard and where the wind came from because they were not prepared for such a powerful attack. Pek Woo-jin saw that the shield would not last long and the monsters kept coming, and he quickly realized that they needed to find another way to protect themselves from this onslaught. Blackstone reminded him of himself and advised that it was time to use him as a sword because he could sense mana, and therefore his master could use it to win the battle. He added that he can sense mana, so the owner can use it, and this will allow them to increase their chances of winning the battle against a huge number of enemies. They were surrounded on all sides, and monsters were constantly arriving and attacking, hoping to break down their defenses and reveal weaknesses in their planned strategy. The system informed him that he had now discovered Blackstone's second sword, the Blade of Darkness, which was a great achievement and gave him even more strength to fight his enemies. He delivered lightning strikes one after the other and quickly destroyed one monster and moved on to the next without giving them a chance to retreat or counterattack. Pek Woo-jin could not even imagine that he would cope so quickly, but now he has become much stronger and better than he was before, and this gave him confidence in his abilities. Early on, they thought they had won because they heard a sound that indicated the boss was approaching them, and this made them gather themselves again and be ready for a new challenge. The boss didn't watch for long and immediately launched a lightning attack, not even giving his opponents a break, and started a new phase of the battle with all his might. Blackstone, in the form of a sword, assumed that the boss realized that ordinary monsters were no match for him, and therefore he himself went on the attack, hoping to break the defense and win. Baek Woo-jin decided to do it on his own, and used another fog that collects cuts and contains grip and mass, and this created a strong additional protection. The boss did not expect his opponent to be so strong and began to get angrier and angrier, losing control of his emotions and becoming even more dangerous. He growled loudly and rushed into the attack with the hope of a quick and lightning-fast victory, believing that he could defeat his opponents in a few blows. Baek Woo-jin knew that the boss was a boss who would be hard to beat, so he decided to use what he had learned for so long, because this was his chance, and he couldn't miss it. He activated the sword by piercing the sun and decided to put fire energy into it to increase the force of the blow and defeat the enemy even in such difficult battle conditions. He also added the Capture Justice Wasteland and the fire attribute, which became another powerful technique for his next powerful strike on the enemy. The boss was knocked confused and off his feet by one solid punch and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the force of the blow and unable to continue fighting. Baek Woo-jin stood there and watched the power of his punch and felt really tired, but realized that it was worth it to win this fight. He told Blackstone that the simultaneous use of several techniques was difficult, adding that he did not lose consciousness and was able to withstand all the stress. Blackstone decided to praise him this time because he had really tried, and a worried Ju-en was already rushing to him, seeing that the situation was difficult and dangerous. He was very pleased to see and learn that his master had learned to put attributes into the sword, which showed great progress in his development. Blackstone had hoped that Ju Yong would somehow recognize his sword technique, but he had only seen Baek's achievements, and that was both pleasing and a little unsatisfying. All the swordsmen of the family expressed their gratitude to Baek Woo-jin, to which he added that he was glad they were alive and that he had come to their aid even in such a difficult moment. He just wanted to clarify how they ended up here, because Sung Chul had asked him to save them, and he was curious to know the details of their stay in the dungeon. They did not have time to tell anything, because after they took the mana stones, the dungeon began to collapse, and they barely managed to get out before it was completely destroyed. Then they all set off together, and on the way out, they were met by a happy Sung Chul, who was happy that everyone had survived, and now they could go back without endangering their lives. He was very happy to see everyone safe and sound and started hugging everyone, feeling very relieved and happy that everything had ended successfully. Baek Woo-jin came to meet his father's black squad like this, and he already knew where and why he would be called, and he just waved it off, saying that he knew everything and was already moving on to new challenges. They were all left alone and asked how Song Chul had persuaded the administration and the family, but he said that he hadn't persuaded anyone, he had just completed his task. Now they realized that Baek Woo-jin had not received any permission and was rescuing them on his own without any help, even though it was very dangerous and risky in the face of such threats. Sun Chul added that everyone refused to help, and he immediately agreed and went to rescue them with the hope of success, although he was well aware of all the risks and difficulties of this mission. The elder was waiting for him and said that his orders and administration were absolute, and he knew it, realizing the importance of the situation and the consequences of his decisions. He added that his son violated these orders and went to rescue the swordsman, and now his father is waiting for an explanation for this act and will decide what to do with his behavior. Blackstone, as always, noted that the father radiates a fatal aura, but for the son, it has become like a father's love, and it no longer causes any fears or anxiety. Baek Woo-jin began to say that he did not violate his father's order because he himself had said that it was necessary to act in this way in a particular situation and to achieve a certain goal. He said that you need to achieve results no matter what, and using any methods and means, even if it does not quite follow the rules. The father agreed, but said that he had said that at the announcement of the competition, and the son added that in a few days there would be a lead sword ceremony where the students would choose who they would follow in battle. He explained that compared to his other siblings, he had less influence and only one swordsman under his command to help him in future competitions. And he added that now that everyone knows about it, there will be more swordsmen who want to join his side, and his strength in the team will increase significantly because of the support. His father praised his idea, and he continued that he was already building his strategy in the competition and would use any way to win with minimal losses for himself. Baek added that he would even use other people's sense of fairness to manipulate the situation in his favor and win the competition. The elder was pleased with both the explanation and the cold response that his son was not afraid and did not retreat from his convictions even in front of his father. Blackstone noted that his father seemed to believe him, and he wished he could be so convincing and stand his ground even in such situations. The father, however, said that his son still violated his order and he could not turn a blind eye to it, even if the results of his actions led to positive changes in the situation. He gave the smallest punishment and ordered him to help the person who was about to come in, and Peck had to fulfill this order, even though he did not understand it completely. Peck turned around and waited for his father to appear and ordered him to come in to meet a new person who probably had an important task or mission for them. He could not have expected to help In-gyong, and she was also shocked by this turn of events because it was completely unexpected and unpredictable. 3 days have passed since then, and even the spiritual wizard has not called back because he is most likely looking for possible solutions and developments in the situation. Blackstone added that it's probably hard to find something about a ghost sitting right in front of them eating a cookie without raising any doubts or concerns. Baek Woo-jin already knew that tomorrow he and his sister would go to Jeju Island, and that it would definitely be about demons and their plans for further developments. And Baek Woo-jin started training, and Blackstone advised him to use the Dark Dominant step next time to make the next step more effective and accurate. Blackstone was confident in his success because he had conducted the training himself, and was sure that Peck was capable of achieving all the goals and performing the task with maximum efficiency. Baek Woo-jin decided to look at the rewards for the task beforehand and looked almost satisfied, but he did not yet fully believe in his strength and capabilities. He also received a special item, the Shurkan bracelet, which had a legendary rank and provided new powers and opportunities for further battles and challenges. Blackstone thought that nothing like this would happen here, but he was wrong, and now he was just silently seething with disappointment that everything did not go according to plan. Meanwhile, In-gyong asked her father to reconsider his decision because she believes that monsters and demons are different and she needs more time to properly resolve the situation. She argued that she would not have time to supervise the newcomer and that this could lead to undesirable consequences due to her younger brother's lack of experience. The father only said that she had been interested in her brother lately, that she had even given him a pendant, and now he did not understand this excessive concern for him. In-gyong thought that he might die because he was still too inexperienced, to which his father said that then he would know that he was not capable of more and would learn not to repeat his mistakes. She thought that her brother was valuable to her father, but he only valued those who were useful to him at any given moment and did not pay attention to their feelings. After the conversation, In-gyong came to visit her brother, but she thought that if something happened to him, everything would be over and the family would be in a worse situation than before. Peck and Blackstone could not even guess what she was thinking, although they felt that her experiences could be important for further events in their lives. In-gyong called her team together, and Baek felt that everyone present had a high rank and their own reasons to hate demons because of their own tragedies and experiences in the past. Peck suddenly saw a stranger in this life, but in the past he knew him well, and so he sincerely greeted him, congratulating him on the changes in his new life and their first meeting. St. Luke Jae-jung-hyun appeared before them and was surprised that they knew him because he is the possessor of the attribute of holiness and is much talked about in all circles. He recognized Peck and added that he hadn't seen his sister with him for a long time, although he had heard many rumors about how they were coping with all the difficulties together. Baek Woo-jin hastened to explain that he was here on the Elder's assignment to complete the mission and avoid further difficulties on their journey. St. Luke added that after what happened, his sister was never so tough again, and suddenly In-jen came and forbade him to say anything important or dangerous. All those present were called and asked to pay maximum attention to the conversation because the next steps required full concentration and the right choice. The association provided materials based on eyewitness accounts and its own research on recent events and phenomena resulting from the activities of demons and other dangerous creatures. They said they knew little about this demon, but they estimated it to be somewhere between low and medium level in terms of its abilities and combat tactics. Of course, Baek Woo-jin knew him because in his past life, this demon was a high-ranking demon who brainwashed ability users to obey his will and wreak havoc. He noted that such abilities would be a hindrance, and he also has an annoying movement technique that allows him to avoid any attacks and become almost invulnerable to enemies. In-gyong looked unhappy because it seemed that this was not the demon she was looking for, and she decided to check all the data again before taking further action. The association reported where this demon was last seen, and that all the places have been evacuated, so the search can begin, which is extremely important for ensuring the security of the region. In-gyong ordered her brother to go to a completely different part of the city, and if possible, join a patrol unit to protect citizens who might be in danger. Blackstone advised him not to argue, but he already thought he could handle the demon, and his sister seemed to be concerned about his safety, even if her appearance didn't show it. He added that she was definitely worried, and Peck could not believe it, although deep down he knew that she was always trying to hide her true feelings. Peck Wojin already knew that he would not follow his sister's advice, and Blackstone had already studied that glint of adventure in his eyes and was ready for any challenge on his way. He decided at that very moment to start testing the Shirkan bracelet, which was an important element of his plan and could be decisive in the fight against danger. Meanwhile, the demon has already taken possession of the mind of one of the users of the abilities, and this person under its influence has become an unwilling tool in its hands to achieve its goals. He watched the unfortunate man and saw that his consciousness was still intact, but he would not last long and would soon be completely under the control of this terrible demon. He just watched and then added that there was no point in resisting, that he would win anyway, and that he could take the victim's soul just as easily without any resistance. The demon set the two swordsmen against each other, and they could not do anything about it. Their minds were clouded, and they did not understand who was friend and who was foe. He just watched from the sidelines and hoped for a quick end, because it was more important for him to win without delays and further complications. Karaya suddenly felt that his influence was weakening and that someone was interfering with him so much that he began to doubt his abilities and could not explain this sudden interruption in his attack. Peck Wujin stood before him only a little late for this massacre, but still ready for battle and had all the necessary means to fight such an enemy. Karaya couldn't understand how he found him because he had hidden his energy behind a barrier, but as it turned out, Peck was able to sense even the most secretive energy waves. Peck believed that it made no sense for him to know about it, because soon he would be a memory, and his goal was to end the fight as soon as possible and without further ado. Karaya could not understand who this child was in front of him and thought maybe he had accidentally found him here, or this guy was just very talented in his search. Before he met him, Peck Wujin had felt his energy on his own and realized that it was a great threat, so he was prepared for what would happen next. They were walking and suddenly felt such a strong aura and now realized which way to move, because the threat was getting stronger and closer to them every second. Peck Wujin decided to go and see where it all came from on his own, and did not take anyone with him so as not to endanger them and not to be distracted from his mission. They met this demon, but it was probably too late, so Blackstone decided to check the situation and do everything possible to neutralize the threat. Although wounded, the swordsmen were alive because they put up a strong resistance and fought to the last, which gave them a chance to survive and regain their positions. Karaya couldn't believe how an ordinary-looking child had found him and ruined his fun. He must not value his life and not realize that he himself was in danger. Peck didn't wait for the demon to finish speaking and proceeded to attack without any hesitation to seize the moment and not give the enemy a chance to retreat or counterattack. Karaya blocked the shot, but noted that his level of courage was equal to his level of skill. But there was something else that Peck did not understand, and that he lacked to win. The demon repulsed the attack and decided that Peck was a weak opponent for him, and attacked with all his might, ignoring the defense. Blackstone emphasized that in this case, one should not wait and should act seriously now, as this demon will not give them any chance of survival. Peck Wujin saw that the strength of this demon was much greater than the monster's, and from one blow his whole body vibrated, and he realized that he had to act faster. Blackstone advised that even though the bracelet does not work, they should fight with a cool head because the demon knows that help will come soon, and they should be ready for that moment. Peck Wujin went on the attack and began to strike after strike, not giving the demon time to recover and countermeasures, hoping for a quick victory. He did not stop or retreat for a single moment, but wanted to defeat him despite all the difficulties and not take unnecessary risks. Karaya, however, seemed completely unmoved, and afterwards asked if there was anything else in his arsenal, ready for further battles and trying not to make mistakes. Without hesitation, he activated his aura and struck out at Baek Ta, who couldn't understand why the bracelet wasn't working when it was his last chance for salvation. Karaya slowly approached, saying that since he had challenged him, he would destroy him quickly without any delay and take everything he owned as the only just victory. Peck couldn't move. The demon's magic was so strong, and Blackstone demanded that they use his power now because if Peck didn't, they could be in grave danger. And Peck Wujin made an effort and was able to reach Blackstone, who had already turned into a sword, ready to help Peck in the battle and use his abilities to the maximum. Meanwhile, St. Luke and In-gyung noticed that she looked more exhausted than the last time, and even her energy flow was weaker due to the prolonged strain of fighting the dark forces. She only said that there was a lot of work at home, and Luca added that he knew the impact and fear her family had, so he understood why she was so exhausted and focused on her mission. That's why he thought that Ying had brought her brother, but she added that it wasn't her, until their observation was interrupted by the appearance of a new threat in a completely different direction. They turned around, and behind them, they saw a dark energy that was in a completely different direction and began to gradually gain strength, preparing itself for an inevitable attack on them. Ingen felt an incredible holy power along with this energy, but no one knows who it could be and whether they can withstand this attack on their strength and safety. Baek Woojin now had an advantage in the form of holy energy over the demon, who did not understand how he did it because it was completely unexpected and he lost control of the situation. Baek Woojin added that he shouldn't know, but the demon assured him that he could easily block such energy, so he didn't intend to give up and calmly waited for another attack from Baek. Then Baek Woojin did not listen to his words and struck without hesitation and continued to attack without giving the demon time to prepare countermeasures. Karaya could not believe his eyes, because this energy passed through his barrier as if it did not exist, and his dark power could not contain such a powerful attack, and this surprised him greatly. Baek Woojin did not expect such an effect from the bracelet, and decided to start the second round with renewed vigor, because it was the only chance for him to defeat the demon in this battle. Karaya was on the verge of losing his temper with his opponent's courage, and could already feel his energy gradually running out during this incessant battle. Blackstone only warned that the demon is now maximizing its power, so Peck should be prepared for any attack because his enemy is much stronger. Baek Woojin knew this and waited for the right moment to strike, using his newfound strength and ability to break through the demon's defenses and destroy it without mercy. Karaya couldn't understand how he had penetrated his dark energy because he had always been confident in his protective aura, and now he didn't understand why it didn't work. The demon didn't understand why the teenager's equal in strength was now producing such results, and all he could see was Peck's ruthless determination to break through his defense every time. Baek Woojin only added that one should not lower one's guard during the battle and attacked again, not giving the demon any opportunity to restore his strength or plan a counterattack. He managed to paralyze the demon by performing the footwork they had talked about before, which allowed him to confuse the enemy's movements and deliver a powerful blow. The demon was unable to recover and became even more enraged and gathered all his aura into a single point, preparing to throw it out in a powerful explosion with all the fury and power. He created a sphere of the demon's consciousness, which Karaya can touch and use to influence the enemy's psyche. Baek Woojin now understands how the demon manages to control others and how it manipulates the minds of its victims to achieve its goals at the deepest level. And Baek Woojin knew that this could not be allowed to happen. And Blackstone already had a plan to disable this mechanism and neutralize any influence on their actions. He advised me to just trust him and watch, because it would be fun if everything worked out, since Blackstone had his own tactics for dealing with such a strong enemy. Baek Woojin did not expect such an initiative from him, and jokingly threatened that he was expecting something incredible because Blackstone always acts outside the box and is ready for any situation. Karaya was shocked, because Peck had calmly opened his consciousness to him and allowed him to enter its depths, which was unthinkable for someone who had complete control over reality. The demon was so confused that he didn't know where to start destroying his mind, because Peck was much stronger than he could have imagined and wouldn't let him take advantage of his advantage. Karaya traveled through his consciousness and came across an obstacle that can only be created with a high level of energy, and this was a confirmation that he had become extremely strong. The demon could not understand how the child's consciousness could become so strong and suggested that perhaps this was not his first life, so he began to doubt his strategy. Karaya did not expect to hear a voice behind him and was seriously frightened because at that moment he was already completely focused on his own thoughts and did not expect any external interference. The demon felt a powerful aura and knew that if he turned around he would die, and Blackstone noted that it was not polite to do so, as it could lead to serious consequences for him. He slowly turned his head and saw him, and he said that this was not quite the consciousness he had gathered, and now everything could change as a result of this counter-collision. He stood with his arms crossed and said his name, Blackstone, as a confirmation that he was here and ready for whatever was to come in this battle, and determined to win. Karaya could not understand who he was and what he was doing in the mind of this child, because he could not imagine that he could be such a powerful being and why he was here. Blackstone added that it is not necessary to explain everything, because the demon is going to die, so it is better to just leave it at that and not waste time on unnecessary conversations and explanations. He was glad to appear in this form because he was more suited to his own energy than to children's, and now he had all his strength with him to continue his journey. He only added that he was not a human being in this way, and asked me to appreciate his own unique aura, which is a reflection of his true essence in full force and scale. Pek Woojin did not understand what was happening, so Blackstone explained that he would now see his own aura and understand who he really was in this battle and in the world at large. He explained that he was about to demonstrate who he really was, and that he could be so strong that even his most powerful enemies would not be able to resist him. Karaya, however, did not know about their connection, and did not understand who he was talking to, and thought he was being mocked because it all seemed like some kind of very strange game. The demon became very angry and grew several times larger in size because his pride was severely wounded, and he tried to show his strength to everyone around him. He began to threaten that due to his size, he could simply step on him and crush him under his feet, leaving him no chance of survival. The demon quickly lifted his leg and abruptly lowered it, thinking that he had solved the problem and ended the battle with one move that was to change everything in his favor. Blackstone, however, was of a different opinion and simply held his limb with one finger and did not move, which made the demon doubt his strength. He added that this is not a simple child's game, and now he intends to show the demon what a real fight is, and why one should not underestimate their opponents. Blackstone was extremely strong, and knocked him down with a single wave of his hand because he was in perfect control of his strength and did not give his opponent a single chance to recover. He looked down on him and said that they were in different positions and that it should be an honor for him to talk to him because he would not have the strength to resist. Blackstone explained that he has a certain position in space and Pek Woojin has a great opportunity to learn from it in order to understand how to act in such difficult situations. Karaya still could not understand who his opponent was talking to and why he was ignoring him, while he tried to find any weaknesses to counterattack. He was very angry because he could not win in any way, and his every move seemed pointless because his opponent was stronger and had a big advantage in this fight. The demon decided to show one more ability and cloned into many copies of himself, thinking that in this way he could confuse the enemy and cause him serious damage. Pek Woojin began to get bored with it all, and Blackstone pretended that it was all very unexpected, and he was not even surprised by these clones of his enemy. He knew that it was even better for him because now he could demonstrate how to fight such cunning and numerous opponents and not lose the advantage. 2772. And all the cloned demons rushed toward him, and he drew his sword, determined to attack them all without hesitation or fear. Blackstone had eyes full of anger and incredible energy, and skillfully worked with his sword with maximum speed and accuracy, leaving no chance for his opponents. Meanwhile, St. Luke and Ingen quickly ran to Pek's aid because they felt threatened and knew they had to intervene as soon as possible. Together, they felt the aura grow even stronger and decided that the situation had worsened, and now they needed to take action to prevent big trouble for everyone. Luke suddenly stopped abruptly because the aura disappeared in an instant, and they could not understand what was happening there and what happened to this powerful energy that disappeared so quickly. Pek Woojin peeked out from behind a tree and added that they had finally arrived and it was safe to move forward because the situation had changed in his favor. Luca and his sister were very worried about him because they felt a dark energy around him and were sure that something was wrong with the situation, so they could not ignore it. Pek just said that everything was fine and that they shouldn't worry about the aura because he had dealt with the problem and everything was under control. He stretched out his hand and showed them the stone, saying that he had handled everything, and now they should not worry because it was the key to solving the whole problem. Ingen and Luke opened their eyes wide because they were looking at a demon core that they had thought was unattainable and now did not know what to do with it. His sister demanded an explanation because it was impossible to defeat the demon on your own, and he only added that he had defeated it with a sword and left without going into details. Blackstone added that he had destroyed the demon, but Pek said that it was his sword, so he told the truth because it was true and no one could refute it. In-gyong was shocked and finally realized that it had to be him, and that he was actually much stronger than anyone she had ever met before. Pek Woojin was resting after a hard fight and saw an unknown place in front of him that made him focus and decide what to do next. He saw a lot of armed people in front of him and could not understand why these people were here and what they wanted from him. Blackstone was also there, and he held his sword in his hands ready to fight them because he was confident that he could overcome any difficulties and survive. He apologized and began to strike one blow after another in an effort to resolve the situation quickly and effectively. Blackstone killed them all almost in one breath, and left no witnesses to this massacre because he considered it necessary to achieve his goals. He suddenly turned to himself and said that the time had not yet come and that he needed to wait a little longer before taking the next step in his mission. Baek Woo-jin woke up and felt tears flowing and did not understand what he had just seen because everything was very unclear and looked like a nightmare. Blackstone realized that the owner had seen everything, and Peck asked what happened to those people, but he didn't remember anything because it was all too fast and incomprehensible. He added that he had never had any enemies, and lately he has been thinking about this because his memory has started to return and it has forced him to look for answers to these questions. The system notified her that Peck had received a reward for destroying the demon, and Blackstone challenged her to a duel to see if her decisions were correct. He has destroyed that demon and all the rewards will go to Peck again, and now he has no choice but to admit his defeat to the stronger ones. Baek Woo-jin asked him while he was raging whether that fragile knight he saw was the end point or just one of the stages of their long and difficult journey to the goal. He only added that it is radically different from the technique he uses, and therefore he does not see any point in it. He needs something new and more effective to win. Baek Woo-jin added that he was very impressed by this method of fencing. He had never encountered such a technique and now saw opportunities for his own improvement and development of his skills. And Peck felt that he was not ready yet, but now he knows how to help restore memory and realizes that this path will be long but necessary to reach new heights in the fight. He also added that Blackstone is a perfect creation, and therefore no one can blame him because he is a creature that is the result of deep magic and extraordinary power in all aspects of life. Blackstone was pleased and said that he would be happy to teach his master everything, and now he must be ready for tough training that requires a lot of willpower and patience. Baek Woo-jin noted that Blackstone from the dream is extremely strong, and even his father can't compare to him, so he has to be careful in his actions and not rush into decisions. And Peck decided that Blackstone's training methods were much better and tested his performance, which has now improved significantly, and he is ready for new challenges and achievements. He calculated that the increase was 4,000 and that it could soon reach a high level, which would give him more opportunities for development and victories in the future. Blackstone was very unhappy with the quotes and promised to give him a tough training that would help him prepare for all the trials and tribulations ahead. Ju Yong called and said that he knew everything and believed in him and his strength from the very beginning because he was always confident in his abilities and desire to achieve high results. Peck asked him why he was calling and added that he wanted to know their plans and whether there was anything urgent that could affect their future strategy and the distribution of forces in the battles. Ju Yong added that he still needs to come up with a name for his squad as soon as possible because time is running out and he needs to choose the best options to achieve success. He also added that the elder postponed the date of the lead ceremony, and now it will take place earlier than planned, which requires urgent action to prepare for this important moment. Baek Woo-jin had bad premonitions, but he did not consider this ceremony a problem. He was confident that he could solve any difficulties and overcome all obstacles on the way. He explained that important events began to happen faster and may have been influenced by their actions, as everyone realized that time was of the essence, and any delay could lead to unpredictable consequences. He packed his things and was about to leave, but he was met by St. Luke, and Peck said that he had to go because there was an event in the family, and he could not ignore this important activity. St. Luke now understood why In-gyong left so quickly, convinced that his brother had destroyed the demon himself and that he should not interfere with what he was doing because it was his own way. Peck added that she had always thought only of demons, and Luke added that this was true, but not entirely, because there were other important things to do when it was necessary. Luke asked him not to think badly of her, and that when the time came he would find out everything himself, and apologized for detaining him because he understood the importance of these moments for Peck. The saint said goodbye and said that he wanted to talk to him in the future. Peck thought that his sister had many secrets, and he was curious to know what else she was hiding from him. He didn't remember these things from his past life, but he hoped that he would learn them quickly and solve all the secrets and mysteries that surrounded him on his way to a great goal. Meanwhile, Sung-ah received a message about her little brother's return, knowing that he would also want to take part in further tests and prove his strength. And Sung-ah learned about his fame, but her interlocutor was still confident of her victory because she promised to give her a lot of help on the way to victory. She also added that the organization has Avengers of the highest rank, but it will be difficult to recruit them because such people are not easy to recruit and require considerable effort and skill. Sung-ah decided that it was because of Baek Woo-jin that she never succeeded, and she knew that she couldn't predict every step of his strategies, so it was important to be careful. She stopped and thought that her brother had gone into the rift without his father's permission, and that his act could not be ignored because he was taking risks for a great cause. Sung-ah knew that most of the others there had died, and he decided to sacrifice his life to achieve his goal and change the future once and for all. She wished with all her heart that her little brother would disappear there because she believed that his absence would allow her to take her place and prove her importance. Sung-ah overheard a conversation where the swordsman said that Baek had saved everyone there and still managed to avoid a major disaster and loss as a result of an extremely difficult situation. All of this was told by the swordsman he saved over and over again, recounting the details of what they had experienced during the battle and how Paek was able to save them all from death. They were delighted because they knew that he had saved them, despite the fact that he would be punished later, and that it was a difficult test for him in his fight against the forces of darkness. Sung-ah knew that her credibility was shaken because she didn't go to save them, but she was already looking for an undercover man to infiltrate Baek's squad to get important information. Her mentees reported that they had already found such a person and added to their words that he or she could become part of Paek's squad and receive important information about his strategy. She saw this candidate as suitable and now hoped to learn her brother's secrets and possibly use them to achieve her own goals. Baek Woo-jin and his team were sitting around the table discussing plans for the near future and preparing for the new challenges ahead. Ara didn't know what to do because it turned out to be much more complicated than they had expected, and all the options didn't seem quite right for their purpose. Baek Woo-jin was worried because he didn't think it was that hard to come up with a name for the squad, and now he was feeling a lot of pressure to make the right choice. Blackstone suggested the name Lucky Squad of Swordsmen and smiled because he knew it was an unusual option and could fit their close-knit team. He thought that everything was built on it, so he proposed it. Paek immediately rejected it because it was not too serious for him and did not fit their real needs. Ju Yeon suggested that the name Altruistic Swordsman was too much for Baek, as he did not want to look too idealistic in the eyes of his opponents. Ara timidly suggested a Righteous Squad of Swordsmen, which suited Paek much better than the previous options, and he immediately agreed to this proposal. Baek Woo-jin smiled and added that he was not like that, but no one believed his words because his actions often contradicted his words, and so few believed him at that moment. Ara shouted loudly that this was not true, and she considered him the best and fairest, despite everything that had happened and all the difficulties they had faced. She listed all of his achievements and concluded that this word best describes him and that no one can surpass his strength and nobility in this struggle. Juen also added that this word is more appealing to his master than to anyone else in the family because he always treats everyone with understanding and sincerity regardless of the circumstances. He added that Paek is the only one to whom this word can be applied because he is the only one who is able to properly manage and respect all his subordinates and protect them at the same time. Blackstone added that he has humanity in more than one person, and this is a very rare trait that makes it possible to choose and support your people in the most difficult situations. Baek Woo-jin finally got up from his seat and said that he had made a decision and was now ready to act and move forward to new achievements because his determination had become unbreakable. He stopped and chose the Righteous Squad of Swordsmen because it was the path that best suited his beliefs and desire for justice in a world where many people forget about morality. He explained that he wanted to set this family on this path and make sure that its members not only became strong, but also retained their dignity and humanity in any trials. Ara was impressed, and Juen said that he was going to apply for a new squad right now, and everyone else began to prepare for the next steps that would involve big changes. And Ara took it upon herself to prepare everything for the newcomers and to organize the necessary support for Paek and his men, because their tasks would require complete dedication and patience. They left together discussing the details of the preparation and thinking about where to start, since the task was very complex and resources were limited, so everything had to be planned well. Blackstone explained that he is surrounded by such kind people because he is like that and is able to create strong teams that support each other in the most difficult moments of their common journey. Baek Woo-jin received a list of participants on his phone and now knew who needed to be eliminated because some of them had the wrong intentions and were dangerous to the overall goal. All members of the Baek family gathered at the ceremony to mark an important event in the family's life, and everyone was very attentive to every step because the atmosphere was very tense. As expected, Yunhua and In Giyong did not show up and their seats were empty, so everyone looked in their direction with some disappointment, although the reason for their absence remained unknown. Pek Wojin was looking very closely in one direction, and Blackstone wondered where he was looking because Pek often had his own special observations and was able to notice details that others did not. He pointed to one of the vigilantes and said that he looked very useful because his abilities were surprisingly unique, and in this particular case, this choice was very important. Blackstone noted that the master chooses people in advance, but those he rescued are the best because they have already proven their loyalty and ability to act in difficult conditions. Pek Wujin added that he works not for quantity, but for quality, and if someone he chose comes to him, he will be happy because such people are really worthy of trust and respect. The elder came to the ceremony and announced it loudly, and everyone bowed to show their respect because his presence was important for the events that were to follow. Blackstone noted that when he appeared here, the atmosphere changed overnight, and everyone became very tense because everyone realized that this was a signal of the beginning of an important stage for the family. The father looked around at everyone and gave the order to start the ceremony, emphasizing his determination and the importance of this event for the family and all its members in the future. Family members began to take turns introducing their swordsmen to show everyone their strength and potential and to demonstrate that their support is an integral part of the family tradition. Sun Hyun started first and told us that he receives the best education and different missions because he puts a lot of effort into developing and achieving high results in his business. He appealed to the swordsmen that if they want to work like this, the Blue Squad will help them achieve their goal and provide all the necessary resources for development and improvement. They all took turns telling what made their units the best and invited everyone to join them, emphasizing their advantages and opportunities for those looking for strength and support in new competitions. Pek Wujin was waiting for his turn, and everyone froze when he started to speak because his words had weight and could change the future for all the participants of this ceremony and the family as a whole. The swordsmen discussed his recent achievements among themselves, and Pek himself only said that his righteous squad would lead everyone on the right path, giving them hope for a brighter future and justice. Pek Wujin also said that his squad has only one Avenger and honestly did not promise anything incredible because his principles are based on real achievements and mutual support. He added that although other units provide everything possible, they have something special, which is the right approach to the development of their subordinates and their support at every stage. He honestly said that he would give up everything to be able to promise one thing, to always stand up for his people and not abandon them in the most difficult moments of their lives. And he promised them that he would never leave his swordsmen and his people because he believed in their strength, and together they could overcome any difficulties and trials. He promised to fight with them side by side and lead them, and if they were in danger, he would always come to them wherever they were because they were his family. Pek said that if they wanted to get the true spirit of a swordsman, he was waiting for them in his squad because his squad was not only strong, but also able to teach everyone true courage and loyalty. Blackstone added that he senses a change in the atmosphere around him and believes that most people understand what he means and are ready to follow Pek on the way to a great goal. He was able to eventually pass on his ideas and thoughts to others, which allowed him to create a powerful squad that would be able to accomplish any task with maximum results. His father was suspiciously silent, but Pek knew that it was because of what he had said to him a few days ago that there was such silence now, because his words had left a great imprint on everyone present. All the swordsmen have to train one by one and show what they have learned, and then either they or they will be chosen. So everyone has been preparing for this moment with maximum dedication. Kim Woo-hyuk came up to prove himself and promised that he would do his best to prove his worthiness and ability to become part of this squad and earn Bayek's trust. Blackstone saw that he was looking at his master with hope in his eyes to be elected and realized that Kim was willing to do anything to achieve this goal, which earned him respect. He started his training and acted very clearly and quickly, showing all his skills and tactics to prove his value to the squad and prove that he deserves their trust. Kim Woo graduated and was given the opportunity to choose a unit, and of course he wanted to go to Bayek because he knew that this unit would give him the most opportunities to develop and achieve his goals. All the other family members were angry and just sat there with dissatisfied expressions on their faces because they could not get what they wanted, and it made them disappointed and angry at what had happened. All the other family members also wanted him in the squad and raised their hands if Pek had enough hands to go to him because they saw the potential and the necessary qualities for development. and everyone was sitting there waiting for him to decide, and he smiled and said that he was taking him in without hesitation because he felt that this choice would be the best for the whole family and its future. Baek congratulated Kim Woo, and he was very happy to be chosen by the youngest son of the family, as it meant a great chance and support from a strong and influential person that changed his life. Kim Woo thanked him and promised that he would follow him throughout his life and support him in every decision, even if it requires him to make great sacrifices and difficult choices in the future. Paek said that he is now part of the Righteous Squad, and this will be a good start for him as this squad has always been known for its achievements and special strength and discipline. As the ceremony came to an end, Ju-en summarized that they had 5 good swordsmen out of 10, and now they had a lot of work to do to prepare them for the new tasks and challenges ahead. Ara added that now she has to train harder to keep up because the competition is growing, and only the best will be able to become real leaders among their squad mates. Ju-yen was worried that other family members would definitely want to slip their spy into the squad to destabilize the situation and subjugate it for their own interests and purposes. Kim Kwang-hee spoke out and now chose the Righteous Squad because this choice was in line with his principles and moral convictions and gave him the opportunity to act according to his conscience. Baek Woo-jin was pondering the choice, and Sung-ah was smiling quietly because she knew that her brother would make the decision without hesitation and that the choice would be the right one for the future of the family and its tasks. Sung-ah had specially prepared him together with other family members and knew that his brother would definitely choose him because he was a good candidate and had great prospects for the future. All those who wanted to take it for themselves had to raise their hands, but no one did because they felt that Paek's choice would be decisive and only he could make the right decision about this candidate. Baek Woo-jin sat calmly and did not even think of raising his hand because he was sure that his decision would be the most appropriate and support would be given to him without any further doubt or discussion. Sung-ae decided to act decisively and raised her hand to take him to her squad, as she was sure that this choice would help strengthen her position among the other participants. He was accepted into her squad, and Sung-ah's plan failed because everyone saw through her manipulations and made the right decision to support Baek in his choice of this young candidate. She was very angry and could not guess what had happened because all her plans could have been destroyed in an instant because Paek and his allies had already foreseen everything and acted with caution. On the contrary, Paek Woo-jin was smiling because everyone felt his confidence and supported his actions, and he had Blackstone as an assistant who was always ready to help him in important decisions. Sung-ae wondered if her brother could have known about the spy from the beginning and if it was part of his strategy to reveal himself to all family members at the very beginning. Blackstone noticed that Sung-ah looked very angry because she had hoped that it would all work out and she would be able to hide her intentions from Baek and the rest of the family to the last. Paek Woo-jin remembers the spy from his past life, and he was a good man there. But here he switched sides and became part of a bigger conspiracy, which made Paek resentful and determined. Kim Sung-chul had offered his help a couple of days before because he had saved his comrades and was now ready to help uncover the spy to save his family from the threat. He promised Paek that he would do everything possible to find the spy and help him save the squad from possible dangers that could be associated with the presence of a traitor among their people. Kim Min-hwan got the opportunity to prove himself and was very nervous because he knew that his choice and the result of this training would be decisive for his future in his family and squad. He promised that he would make every effort, and he was also among those rescued, so it was very important for him to show his dignity and gain the trust of everyone around him. Sung-ah knew him and his father, who was the head of the sword pavilion, and realized that this candidate had some potential and could become a strong member of her squad with the right training. Unfortunately, Kim Min was a bit clumsy and did not show his best, although this did not stop him from continuing to train and trying to get better in front of his family members. He finished the training and said that he would join any unit that would accept him and do his best, because his only goal was to become a strong warrior and defender. Everyone was sitting and no one was in a hurry to raise their hand. Everyone was thinking about whether this choice was right for them or whether it was better to give preference to another option that might be more beneficial for everyone. His father saw a certain talent in this swordsman, and his children recklessly did not want to choose him. So he decided to take matters into his own hands to give him a chance and show others that he had potential. The elder began to think about taking him to his dark swordsman squad because he believed that this swordsman could cope with all difficulties and prove his loyalty in battle. Paek Woo-jin broke the silence and said that his squad was ready to accept, and this choice was justified by the fact that Paek saw in him certain qualities that were important for the development of the squad and its future. Kim Min was very happy and grateful from the bottom of his heart for this opportunity and was ready to prove his loyalty and strength to all family members and earn their trust. All the other family members were smiling because they thought his brother had underestimated the level of his squad, but Peck himself understood that this choice was important and could give him the necessary experience for future assignments. The father was surprised by the insight of his youngest son and could not hide his loud laughter as he realized that this choice would be important and decisive for the entire future of the unit. All his other children could not understand what had happened to cause their father's reaction. They just looked at him, trying to understand why he reacted the way he did. The father admitted that he was not the first to make it, and is glad that at least one of his children has common sense, and it gives hope for the future for all his children in the family and the squad. The elder congratulated his son on becoming a very good swordsman, but emphasized the need for education and stressed that this step was very important for the future of the unit. Sung-ah realized that this swordsman had a secret potential because her father doesn't just say that to anyone and decided to use it to develop her squad. Blackstone praised the owner for his excellent choice, but he only said that he remembered something important that could help them in the future, and it could change their whole path. Peck remembered that in his past life he had been in his father's squad and suffered greatly, but later became his bodyguard and now understands the importance of every decision in the squad. The ceremony is over, and Baek's squad is complete. He decides to check on the progress of the assignment given to Jung-hyuk and whether there is any progress in their common cause and responsibilities. Sung-hyun decided to catch up with his younger brother and called him to resolve the issues that had accumulated during their separation and to restore brotherly trust. He added that nothing serious had happened, but he just wanted to talk to him and ask how he was doing after the recent events, as he was sure it was hard for him. He said that he had heard the latest news about his destruction of the demon by himself, and impressed by his strength, wanted to know more about this success and his brother's actions. Sung-hyun still couldn't believe it, but he said that he felt the fight was easy for him because he was good with the sword and kept going, which was impressive. The brother emphasized that he has grown a lot despite the fact that in the past he was far behind his family and is now ready to take on more responsibility and duties. Sung-hyun added that he is the best now and he admires him from the bottom of his heart and envies him because his brother has achieved a lot in a short time. He added that he had called him for a reason, even though he was talking nonsense now. He wanted to give him something that could help his brother in the near future. He pulled out a small and inconspicuous wooden box that was carefully hidden and didn't look very valuable at first glance, but it was something special. The brother explained that these were expensive but effective medicines he had recently received and decided to give them to his brother so that he could use them if necessary during heavy fighting. Peck asked him what it was, and he explained that he saw his brother trying so hard, so he decided to give it to him right away to help him in any situation where he needed to stay strong. Sung-hyun was very happy to help because he was really worried about his brother and decided to do everything possible to keep him safe and was ready to support him in any way he could. He also congratulated him on his recruitment of talented swordsmen and noted that he was pleased to talk to him and see his brother's progress in developing his skills. Sung-hyun said goodbye and left, saying that he was looking forward to seeing him again because he was very pleased that his brother had started to change for the better. Baek Woojin was suspicious about his brother's visit and felt uncomfortable because something in his behavior seemed strange and he could not understand why his brother did it. He thought about it and decided that it was all possible for him and that he had simply overestimated his brother's intentions, but in fact he was acting in his best interests and doing everything for their family. He could not simply believe that this was the brother he knew, and even for a moment he thought something was wrong because his behavior was extremely unnatural. For a moment, Peck felt that this was not his brother at all. But then he quickly dismissed these thoughts and decided to ignore the small details because everything could have been different. He waited for his brother to leave and opened his gift, but it was a sweet potato, and he was surprised because he did not expect to see it because it looked very ordinary. Blackstone couldn't believe that the owner didn't recognize the sedum, a fruit that increases resistance to poisons, because it is a very important component for his safety. He explained that it looks very similar to a sweet potato, but the effect is much better, and this fruit can really provide Peck with the necessary resistance to poisons. Blackstone only added one nuance, that this fruit is very bitter, and when he tried it, he could barely hold it down because he did not like the taste, but the effect was very important. He noted that if the sensitivity to mana is high, the fruit will be much more bitter, and given Pekka, he may even faint from the taste. In this case, Baek Woojin decided to turn to Jung Jung to find out how to use the fruit properly and whether there were other ways to reduce its bitterness. He could not even imagine how he would regret this idea and request later, because this broth would be very difficult for him. But he decided to ask for help. Jun looked very strange and had brought everything his master had asked for before, but now he looked even more tired, even though he had done everything Beck had asked for in an urgent manner. Peck replied that the ingredients were given to him by the N family, which made it even more valuable because it was a complex decoction and rarely used in their practices. He was amazed because it turned out that Jung was preparing the broth without resting at all and did not even ask if he needed help. He worked continuously. Peck was overwhelmed and almost pushed the guard over to him to rest, and he didn't mind a little sleep after such a heavy load and fatigue. Blackstone looked at this decoction and, knowing Peck, could have assumed something like this because it was something unusual even for his usual ideas about medicines and decoctions. Vig saw honey next to the decoction and could not understand why it was there, because this combination looked very strange and did not correspond to the usual principles of making such medicines. Peck explained that he had come up with the idea of boiling cedian in honey, and Blackstone was sure that he was out of his mind, because such a combination looked like a complete violation of all the rules. Blackstone couldn't imagine anyone cooking medicine in honey, but he didn't care. He wanted it to be delicious because he was eating it and didn't care about such trifles. He assumed that it might reduce the effectiveness of the medicine because honey usually reduces the strength of such drugs, but he agreed to try it to see the result. The system, however, did not think so and added that mana increased, as did sensitivity to it and resistance to poisons, although it was not known how effective this method was. Peck noted that it was still bitter, but not like that, and Blackstone thought he was already on the cooking channel and even joked at the host because of his choice. And Peck also drank a decoction that enhanced Kane's aura method, and now he is resistant to 1,000 poisons, which became apparent after each test of his reactions to poisons. He began to feel the warmth of the energy and knew that now he would be alive no matter what he ate, because this new strength allowed him to withstand all the strongest poisons. Blackstone was amazed because it was all true, and now he was resistant to so many poisons that it made him practically indestructible, and this was a huge progress. Unexpectedly, Bike finally got a call from Yun-woo, and he was happy to pick up the phone because he hadn't heard from him in a long time and was interested in getting new information. The magician heard about his duel, and the winner said that it just happened and that it meant nothing to him, although in fact he felt incredibly proud. Yun-woo says that he has found a man who knows something about flame dragons, but he is a long way away, so he will go with him to help him find the creature. Blackstone replied that this magician was really cool and immediately called as soon as he found out something, though it took him a long time to find the information. But it was worth it to find the right way. Peck went to the wizard, threatening Blackstone to buy him a honeyed liquor for worrying about trifles when it was not necessary at that moment. Yun-woo led them to the meeting point and said that he would go down alone for now and that he could rest, although Baek decided to stay put and observe the situation. Blackstone noted that the place is quite interesting because the house is located high in the mountains and where there is a guild, so he likes to hide things and create illusions. Peck couldn't believe that the guild could be in the mountains and asked the mage, to which he nodded affirmatively, confirming that this place was really secluded and not for everyone. The magician explained that, having such a character, this scoundrel does not like to be in the palm of everyone's hand. Peck did not expect it to be her and decided to be careful in his actions. She waved to her guests and was really happy to see them, even if they were not quite her usual guests and it was not clear why they had come. She was glad to see her teacher, as she said, but the magician stubbornly asked her not to call him that because he did not like such addresses from his students. And she noted that the teacher did not accept her leaving, and he said that she never stopped ignoring his words, although he hoped that she would change for the better. She finally noticed that the teacher had not come alone and had heard that the magician had a talented boy in his class, whom she did not recognize, but decided to congratulate him. Peck Woo-jin introduced himself, and she smiled so sincerely because she had heard of him and was honored to have him here, even if his appearance was hard to predict. They began to talk together and did not notice that Yun-woo said that he did not consider either of them his students, so he was not ready to respect them as his own. Blackstone saw that the magician had a good relationship with his students, although he did not recognize it, and it seemed to him not quite right and even deceitful in some cases. Jang Gen-ha finally said her name and added that she was a student of this stubborn grandfather who did not stop even in the face of the most difficult tasks in his life. Yun-woo was already boiling over and thinking to himself that he shouldn't have come here. He felt that the situation could have become too complicated and unpredictable for him. She explained that she was also the head of the Unitask guild he was looking for and added that very few people could find this guild easily without a lot of experience. Jen Ha explained that her guild was very small and that he might be hearing about her for the first time. Blackstone, on the contrary, noted that she was carefree but very powerful, and he was impressed. Peck also felt her power and aura, but he was not familiar with her in his past life because it was a completely different moment, and everything looked very unusual for him. Jen Ha invited the teacher and student to follow her because they were already late, and she didn't want them to waste important time talking or thinking. She took the magician's hand and led him inside because it was cool and she was worried about him so that he would not be uncomfortable because of the temperature or humidity. They approached the guild house and Peck Woo-jin saw a medium-level summoned spirit that didn't look impressive but was no less dangerous in its own right. She did not understand how he knew who he was, but he continued that he knew the rank of the spirit and that he was a bit aggressive, although he was not, and she was interested to know more. Peck, however, does not feel this way about this particular spirit, and so he gently stroked it to calm it down, as he sensed it had good intentions and did not want to harm anyone. He explained that he realized this because he knew that there were those who summoned spirits and those who controlled them, and therefore he understood the difference between an ordinary spirit and a real guardian. Jen-ha was impressed by his intelligence, and although she did not expect such a quick reaction and analysis from him, she felt respect for this young man. She sat down next to the spirit and explained that it was she who had summoned it and called it her favorite, which showed her affection for it in the literal sense of the word. The magician added that the spirit appeared thanks to magic and the art of summoning, which confirms its power and connection to this specific branch of magic in the world. Jen-ha smiled and asked if she looked strong in his eyes now and if she inspired confidence in Peck's eyes, as this was important for further development. Meanwhile, the two unknowns noticed Yunwoo's presence in the guild and saw it as a threat to the plan and were ready to take any measures to fix it. One of them, who was in charge, could not guess why the magician had come out of his hiding place just now and what had made him change his plans for the near future. Another explained that he had heard that the magician was looking for something, but unfortunately he did not know the details, so he could not even guess what he was looking for and how it could turn out. The head noted that Peck Woo-jin was also there, and he was also interesting to them, so they could postpone the search for that thing for now and decide what to do next. He said that he would take care of the student and her teacher and that he would take care of everything else, and he decided to try to find out more about their plans and possible vulnerabilities. The servant apologized and added that he was not strong enough to handle the son of the Beck family and therefore asked for permission to postpone his capture and ask for support. The boss was so pleased with him that he decided to give him a spirit as a reward for his efforts and promised that it would allow him to cope with the task if he used the spirit correctly. This spirit, called Bufo, was medium in rank, but he had about 100 poisons in him and was ready to carry out orders because he was much stronger than ordinary spirits. He said that this should be enough to destroy both the guild and get the thing they came for because it was all part of his big plan. The main man saw the two unexpected guests as luck, which allowed him to finally realize his ambitious plans and solve all the problems with competitors and obstacles. He saw it as an opportunity to eliminate all other annoying obstacles and get rid of those who prevented him from achieving his goal and were trying to stand in his way to power. Jen-ha, meanwhile, welcomed them to the guild house and explained that she did not immediately understand what the teacher meant by the spirit being summoned by itself, because it rarely happens. She asked to see it, and Peck immediately called it in without hesitation because it was quite a common thing for him to do, even if it was actually a bit unexpected. Jen-ha admired him and thought he was very cute because such a spirit looked not only powerful, but also very friendly and able to do good in an important cause. Peck was now also confused because the dragon was sitting and eating as usual, not paying attention to the events around him, although it looked very unusual for that moment. Jen-ha was delighted and quickly brought more cookies and candy, despite the fact that the magician didn't like to overly move the spirits and was trying to be nice. She even began to urge him to eat as much as he wanted, although she was not sure that this was right for a spirit who had just been summoned in such an unusual setting. And only now she remembered that she had to tell them the information they had come for, because she wanted to share important facts that could help solve all their questions. She pulled a book on calling spirits off the shelf and said that the book was from another world, so it was difficult to translate it because many of the terms did not correspond to real ones. Jen-ha explained that sometimes such intelligent spirits appear, and she spent a lot of time translating the book, so some points in it were not clear even to her. Manhwa translated that the book does not mention dragons directly, but there is a mention of the royal chalice, which is a spirit energy that becomes stronger under certain conditions and challenges. She continued that this cup has the innate ability to become the king of spirits, so all spirits who receive it gain more influence and power than others. The magician was amazed, and his student replied that this is exactly what the book says, but Peck noted that the spirit does not look like a king now, although it has great potential and should not be underestimated. Peck asked Manhwa for permission to look at the book, and she said she had a translation, but she was surprised by the request because people don't often show interest in this topic. And Peck Woojin wanted to see the original and impressed her because she didn't know anyone who had read these books just because he was really interested in understanding more about spirits. Blackstone knew that the owner wouldn't read it, but Peck just smiled and said that he would because he understood the importance of this information to their plan. He started to resist, but Peck persuasively asked him to do it for him because the translation of the book was an important step for their future development and success. Blackstone translated the first sentence where it talked about the superficial art of challenge, and it did not give them hope because the book did not have many concrete answers to their questions. The magician could not believe his eyes because Peck was just reading the book, and it looked like he was not afraid at all, but actually perceived this moment as part of his training. Peck explained that he had learned that such spirits, as they become stronger, can challenge the throne through an examination, and this will be a crucial step in determining the strength and capabilities of the spirit. The magician asked if it said anything about this test, and Manhwa now realized that the throne was not inherited, so it looked like everyone had to pass the test. Peck added that there was no more information in the book besides the fact that you need to name the spirit so that it develops faster, but it was enough to understand the basic principle. Hyunha couldn't believe what she was seeing because Baek translated the text so quickly, and it actually looked like he had no trouble understanding even the most complicated terms. She was already planning how she could use his knowledge, and the mage only jokingly added that he was better than her, which made her smile, but also a little surprised by his confidence. And she yelled at him, threatened to take offense at him, although the magician understood that it was not serious because they got along very well and such jokes were part of their communication. The magician only added that she was already so old, but she quickly covered his mouth with her hand just to prevent him from bringing up this topic that could cause awkwardness in their dialogue. They were distracted by someone knocking on the door, and Hyunha allowed them to enter, not attaching much importance to the interruption, as it was common for her in such situations. Peck Woojin was greeted warmly by a stranger who came in and said that the preparations for the meal were finished, which made Peck feel a little insecure, but he accepted the invitation. He introduced himself as Jung Han-soo and added that he was his fan, which was unexpected for Beck, but he decided to react calmly even though he was actually interested in this person. Jin Ha explained that he is the manager of the guild and is in charge of internal affairs, so in such circumstances it was important to treat each member properly. He invited everyone to go downstairs and meet there during lunch, as it would be beneficial for everyone to feel the atmosphere of the guild and get to know other people better. They went downstairs, and there were many people waiting for Peck who knew about him and wanted to meet him to talk and learn more about his past and future plans. Beck was surprised that they were all members of the guild, and Manhwa invited them all to the table because they eat together, which made him feel more comfortable in this circle. She did her best to have everything on the table and tried her best to satisfy everyone so that the food was delicious and met the requirements of even the most demanding guests. All the other guild members joked about her because she had spent a lot of money on the table, which had never happened before, and Blackstone noted that they were all very friendly with each other, which was nice. Peck Woojin really liked the atmosphere and wondered if he could ever create the same for himself to have the same atmosphere of harmony and friendliness in his team. Meanwhile, the magician took his student for a walk because he believed that food was digested better that way, and it also allowed them to talk more freely about the remote topic. Manhwa immediately noticed that Peck had become better, and she hoped that she would have a student who would summon the Spirit King, which was her dream and goal for the guild in the future. The magician explained that he had plans to become an Avenger, and Manhwa saw that he could be both, as he combined different qualities and great potential for development. She added that he was very stubborn and reminded her of Chang Hoon, and then immediately fell silent, thinking about what she had said about him. Peck also noticed this and began to listen attentively to Gen-hoo. She hastened to apologize and added that she had gotten carried away thinking about the student because it was an important moment in their conversation, and she did not want to offend or upset anyone. and she carefully asked about the quality of the information about him, and the mage only added that he knew how he had joined a criminal guild in the past, and that this complicated the situation for everyone. They were almost there when they heard a loud voice behind their alcohol offering them to play, which was very unexpected because the voice sounded unfamiliar and completely unclear. Hyunha couldn't understand who he was or how he had crossed the barrier, and he just asked her how she didn't remember him and added that they had once been much closer than they seemed. He stood next to them and told them that they were one family and shared their food, and then the magician got angry because he did not understand who this old acquaintance was. He turned out to be Shin Chong-hoon, and the magician could not understand why he had appeared after all these years, and what his true intentions were at this moment in time. Then he raised his hands and said, laughing, that he was also glad to see them because 11 years had passed and so much had changed since the last time they had met. Shin-chan said that Gen-ha was pretending and playing a role all these years, and that's why she was a favorite student, although in reality she had more secrets than it seemed at first glance. There was no stopping the magician, and he decided to use this opportunity to kill him with his own hands because he could not bear to see this man suddenly appear in front of him. The magician summoned 3 high-level spirits and a lone medium-level one, and Shin-chang was surprised because he had not expected such a turn of events and the power of these spirits. He expected them to feel drowsy and exhausted, but instead they demonstrated resilience and readiness for battle, which shocked everyone around them. The mage and Gen-ha suddenly felt it and realized that they had been poisoned when these unpleasant sensations spread through their bodies, and they began to understand the situation much more seriously than they had thought before. Shin-chan just threw up his hands and said that he hadn't done anything himself and assumed that there was someone in their family who didn't like them or just wanted to do them a disservice. The magician warned that it was impossible to rush into battle, because then the poison would spread faster, and therefore one must be calm and act with utmost caution in order not to lose control. Shin-chan manipulated well and said that the decision was a good one, but that his sister's family was in danger because the situation was becoming more and more tense and difficult for everyone with every passing minute. He didn't think they had anyone to entrust with the protection of their family members because everyone was already heavily exposed to the poison and couldn't act effectively. And he added that he already knew about Peck's arrival, so he left Bufo as a gift and gloated about how they were doing, because it couldn't just be left without consequences. Shin-chan was dishonest, and only after immobilizing them began to attack them with a sinister smile, because he realized that there was no point in retreating or waiting for help. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild was sleeping if all the food was poisoned, because Shin-chan's insidious plan was in effect and the poison was spreading much faster than they could have expected. The manager was the one who did it, and now he was smiling evilly, knowing that his plan had started to work and everyone around him was helpless and powerless. He left there to find and call Bufo, because only his help could change the course of events and complete everything as quickly as possible before it became critical for them. Then he wanted to use it to give sleeping poison so that everyone would die painlessly and in their sleep with no chance of survival or any possible resistance or escape. He decided that he would deal with Peck first and then return to everyone else, because he was the biggest threat to his plan and had to be eliminated first. Then he felt a sudden gust of wind that almost knocked him down, because this unexpected gust of wind scared him and made him think that the situation might change. Baek called the wind spirit for help and has already found the culprit of everything that is happening, and this all changed Shin-chan's plan because he did not expect such reactions. The manager couldn't understand because he had eaten with everyone else. But now he was standing in front of him and clearly showed no signs of poisoning, which made him feel even more fear and doubt. He shouted in horror that the poison must have spread by now, but Peck smiled and added that he did not take it all in and intended to get out of this situation without any problems. Then he ordered Bufo to kill him and melt him down because it was the only way to solve the problem and deprive him of any possibility of resistance or escape. Bufo applied his venom by spitting it directly into Peck's face. But Peck was not as vulnerable as he had been anticipating, and this only fueled his anger and desire to fight back. Peck was already angry and added that he was not being heard, and repeated that the poison would not work on him because he had a defense capable of neutralizing such attacks without consequences. Now Peck was seriously angry and added that it was his turn to go on the offensive, and the situation promised to become even more tense and difficult for all participants in this battle. Bufo was the first to receive a strong, accelerating kick and flew away with a squawk, because even his venom could not stop the rapidly developing events. The manager was scared because now he was moving toward him, and Bufo was somewhere else counting stars, which increased his anxiety and made him question what he was doing. Peck summoned an aura and put power into it and dealt the last blow to the poisonous animal, putting an end to all its sinister actions that seriously affected the situation in this battle. Blackstone only added that even when killed, Bufo spews poison, and it was a good idea to send him away to prevent him from influencing the situation further. Peck was furious because he now realized that the man wanted to destroy all the glorious families with poison, and that meant he had to act immediately and not give the enemy a chance. The manager summoned the spirit of Modius and added that he knew nothing, ordering him to destroy Pika to get rid of this dangerous enemy and complete his plans. Peck Wujing saw it as unreasonable to put up such a simple barrier and overcame it in minutes, knowing that it was only part of a larger evolving strategy. The manager was completely shattered and couldn't believe what he had just seen, because Peck had overcome all the obstacles and now it seemed that the situation was in his hands. The manager wanted to ask another question, but Peck had already prepared his fist and was halfway to the goal because of his rage at what had happened. He was not ready for delays. Peck saw how much he was hurting and was even more angry because everyone present considered this traitor a family member, so he decided not to wait and act. And Peck picked him up and said that he was pretending and that this was not even the beginning of his punishment. It was only the initial stage of his trials. He threatened him and ordered him to explain why he was doing all this because his actions contradicted their values and principles. Peck forcefully put his aura into him and he resisted, but it was all in vain because Peck's power far exceeded his. Genha, meanwhile, was losing her last strength and everything was flashing before her eyes, and her mind was spinning with different thoughts about what was happening. Shin-chan laughed at her and suggested that she lie down to rest because he thought she no longer had the strength to resist. He saw in her eyes that she wanted to take back what he had once taken from her and realized that she did not have the strength to do so. Genha couldn't understand how he had managed to steal her contact spirit, because it was impossible even for the best in the art. The mage pushed her back and told her to go save the guild before it was too late, as the situation was becoming more and more complicated and dangerous. Shin-chan praised his decision and added that he always does this because the right decisions have always been of great importance to them. The magician was very angry and wanted to destroy him right there on the spot because his actions were becoming more and more insolent and threatening. Shin-chan easily and naturally summoned 4 spirits at once, and this was also considered impossible even for the strongest. He explained that all these spirits were stolen from different families and that he himself did not summon anyone, but only stole them and used them at will. And he would mock them and ask them what they thought of his students' collection before he destroyed them and took the last step. The magician thought about what the conditions for stealing spirits should be, but could not find exact answers to his questions. Shin-chan sometimes ordered stolen spirits to attack them, and these spirits did not hesitate to obey the order because their will belonged to him. The magician put up a barrier with his last strength, but he already felt that the end was near, and his strength was leaving him quickly, so he had to act. Baek Woo-jin arrived just in time to strike at all the spirits at once, leaving them no chance of resistance or escape. The mage did not understand where the blow came from, but then he saw the color of the aura and the technique that left no doubt about the power of this fighter. Baek Woo-jin apologized for being late and promised to deal with them in one fell swoop because the situation was critical. He reassured the magician and reminded him that he had to take care of Gen-hu and prevent her from being lost while there was still a chance of saving her. Baek Woo-jin now realized that Shin-chan had been a student in his time too, and that was why he was so skillful with all these spirits. He knew him from his past life, and there he was called a robber because of all his deeds and numerous thefts. And he was a talented fighter, but now he hasn't become one yet, so it will be easier to fight him and win. Shin-chan asked how Beck ended up here, and he showed the manager who had already been tied up, who kindly told him about all his actions. He still could not understand how Peck was standing in front of him alive after so many poisons that should have affected his body and slowed his movements. Peck only replied that no one in their right mind would tell him anything because he knew nothing about what was going on. Shin-chan was worried, but he still rushed into battle against the enemy to demonstrate his strength and prove his point. Baek Woo-jin skillfully repelled the attack of the spirit thief and looked him straight in the eye, not retreating but only approaching him. Shin-chan couldn't believe how this guy's strength could be equal to his own, and he got even angrier because of it. He couldn't understand how a member of the Beck family had reached that level at his age, and what it meant for future fights between them. Baek Woo-jin decided to interrupt his thoughts with an attack, and struck because there was no time to linger. Shin-chan did not expect such a turn of events, and was not at all prepared for this onslaught from his opponent. They stood opposite each other, and the thief was breathing very heavily because using the shield aura took a lot of strength and energy. Blackstone added that he probably didn't even realize that his master had advanced maneuverability, and Peck decided to use soul merging. Shin-chan was furious and could think of nothing better than to order the stolen spirits to attack because there was no other way. Blackstone warned that he was now being attacked from below, but he already knew what to use, so he was calm. He decided to combine a dark advantage step and unknown footwork to get to the opponent's most vulnerable points. Peck Woojin used the Imperial Sword of Superiority, and lightning fast beat back the spirit with great strength. The aura was almost invincible. He recognized that Jin Hee's contact spirit was now running toward him, and this encounter made him even more worried because he knew how strong she was and what to do next. And he deeply regretted what he had to do, but he had no other choice and realized that this was the only way to save everyone from the imminent threat. Shin-chan could not believe his eyes as he destroyed a medium-level spirit with a single swing of his sword, and he was so impressed with the power that he could not even approach. He now saw that an ordinary-looking guy was not only equal in strength but definitely taller than him, and this dispelled all his hopes of victory. Now he realized that he was losing and summoned his last weapon, Mephs, as a last hope for salvation as the situation became critical and the chances were getting slimmer. Blackstone said that he did not sense bad intentions, but did not rule out an outside attack because the situation remained unpredictable, and he had to be careful. The magician, meanwhile, knew what was happening and warned that things had gone too far, and now it was impossible to simply retreat without serious consequences for everyone. The magician also explained that this spirit is contactable, and he is trying to escape with it, so he must be stopped immediately before it is too late for everyone. Baek Woojin also saw the elite orcs who were in Shin-chan's service appear before him, and this made him decide on the next steps faster. And Peck Woojin told Blackstone that time was running out and that he would use his maximum capabilities to neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible and not give them a chance. He just grabbed his sword, and an energy that had never been seen before appeared around him, which seemed almost magical and completely changed the atmosphere around him. Shin-chan realized that he smelled something fried and ordered Mephs to flee right now to at least leave a chance for retreat and not give his opponents a chance. Baek Woojin used Fragile Night and everyone around him was destroyed, while Shin-chan himself was furious and confused by the incredible speed and power of this blow. Everything around was glowing and shimmering with an aura of such power that even the strongest could not remain untouched by this extraordinary energy wave. They all experienced a great shock, and as soon as they came to their senses, they gathered together in the house to discuss further steps and events that had taken place. The magician replied that he was fine, and Jen-ha thanked him because he had saved her from mortal danger and shown his loyalty and strength. Peck was upset because he missed the robber and failed to stop him in time, allowing him to escape and create a new threat. Jen-ha had a different opinion and was grateful to him because he had saved everyone from the worst consequences, and that was more important than anything else that had happened. The magician also added that he did everything right and even left damage on his hand, separating it to prevent a second attack. They blamed each other for what happened and finally told us how they met and why they could not immediately foresee such events. The magician took him in as an orphan because he was very talented and saw great potential for development, but he could not foresee his dark side. He saw great potential in it and was interested in it, but unfortunately he did not notice the evil that was deep inside him and developed over time. They were absent one day, and he personally took the lives of his two brothers, which was unthinkable in their society and left a deep mark. He explained that he wanted to test whether it was possible to take possession of the contact spirit of another and surpass it in strength. It was then that they realized that if he continued to live, he would become a terrible threat to everyone else because his actions were becoming unpredictable. The magician failed to do so, and after hesitating for just 1 second, he allowed him to escape and avoid punishment, which was a fatal mistake. Shin-chan then quickly escaped with the help of this spirit, which became his only chance for escape at a time when everything was almost lost. Peck now understands why the magician no longer takes students, because Shin-chan has turned from someone who showed such promise into a thief who betrayed everyone around him. He also recalled the manager who betrayed them, but he was assured that he was already being punished and would no longer be a threat. Peck added that he was told that he had to steal a certain item that was of great importance and could change the balance of power. Jen-ha decided not to hide anything and opened the box where the object was kept, which became the key to their future actions and fate. She explained that this dagger is the embodiment of water, which contains all its energy and is a divine artifact that gave her great power. Blackstone looked at it and added that it resembled an incarnation of fire, and even the names were similar, which aroused curiosity and reasonable suspicion. Pek Woo-jin now realized why he hadn't known anything about the Unitas Guild in the past, because the robbers' plan had worked out just like the one with the Craftsman's Island. He now felt that the future would change again, and that he had to be ready for the next challenges and accept it as part of his destiny. Jin-ha was thinking about security measures, and the mage agreed to help, and Pek, being on the sidelines, also added that he would help solve all future problems together. The magician replied that they would manage on their own now, because he had business to attend to upon his return and could not leave everything unattended. Jin-ha, in gratitude, gave him a heavenly-colored stone to symbolize the enormous value and her deep gratitude for saving the situation. She explained that it was a spiritual stone collected from the same water dagger that gave strength and was the bearer of her greatest secrets. He was very grateful for the bow, but Jin-ha pointed out that it was nothing compared to what he had done for her and her friends. She also added that from now on, the Unitas Guild will support him in any case, even if it is a dangerous mission or a task that cannot be accomplished without sacrifice or risk. And she added without fear that even in a case that could cost lives, everyone will prepare for the fact that they may need to sacrifice something important for the sake of the goal. Jin-ha explained that all the members of the guild voluntarily agreed to take this oath, and now they were ready to support him even in the most difficult situations, which could change everything around. The magician also decided to take an oath, and assured him that he was now in his debt, and that Pek could call him whenever he wanted, even if it would require a lot of effort on his part. Pek Woo-jin still had unsurpassed manners, and promised that he would also come to their aid at any time, even if the situation became critical and required an immediate response. Jin-ha could not help but add that not all students are like that, and there are faithful and kind ones who are willing to risk their own lives for the sake of their comrades even in the most dangerous circumstances. Pek Woo-jin returned home and immediately called Ara and Ju Yeon because there was a need to solve an important problem, and only they could help find the best solution. On the way there, they already knew that if it was so urgent, it was definitely about an important mission, and they needed to be prepared for any changes in the situation ahead. So they went to the owner, and he immediately invited them to sit down, and then began to explain the seriousness of the situation and what he needed to do next. He explained that he had an important matter that he could not handle alone, and that he needed the help of these two people, who he trusted most in such a situation. They both put their hands up and promised that whatever it was, they would help, because they knew how important this mission was to everyone, and that they had to act as a team. Pek Woo-jin explained that now they have to help come up with a name for the flaming dragon, which has become an important part of his plans, and that name has to matter. They were shocked, but quickly pulled themselves together and pretended that it was really important because it was a new task for them, and they could not but take it seriously. Ara added that without a name, the dragon really seemed to lack something special, because every powerful spirit needs not only strength, but also a symbolic name for full development. Pek Woo-jin honestly tried to think of it himself, and could only give out chalk, because he was loudly enjoying his cookies, which only caused laughter among those who heard him. Ara and Ju-en didn't even know what to say to that, and even the dragon looked at them curiously, because he didn't understand why his name was chosen in this way. The dragon seemed to understand everything and was dissatisfied with this name and looked angrily at Pek because he did not like this frivolity with his title. Ara was filming and jokingly added that perhaps Pek was joking with them and actually had another ideal name for the dragon that was much more suitable, but she hasn't revealed it yet. Pek couldn't think of anything better, so he turned to Blackstone for help because he had experience with names and could suggest something more appropriate for such a strong spirit. Blackstone recalled how he once fought a dragon named Karta, who was no less powerful, and this helped him understand what was needed for the perfect name. This gave Pek a good idea, and he had already come up with a suitable name that combined the strength and greatness of the spirit, and he was sure that it was suitable for this particular dragon. He wanted to name him Ignis, because he thought it was beautiful, and Ara and Ju-en agreed with this choice because the name had great energy and symbolized fire. Blackstone only added that any name he had come up with earlier would have been better because it made a bigger impression and was not so banal. Pek turned to the dragon himself and introduced himself to him, noting that this name would be worthy and appropriate for such a great and impressive spirit. Ignis liked his name because the system immediately informed him about it and about the additional privileges he received thanks to his new name, which enriched his powers. Pek reminded Blackstone that naming him would increase his characteristics, which would open up new opportunities and help him in future battles with enemies and other spirits. Now Pek had no doubt that Ignis belonged to him completely, and that this spirit would become not just an ally, but a powerful helper in difficult situations. He grew so quickly and was so beautiful that Ara noticed that he really liked his name and became much stronger and more majestic after receiving his new name. Peck stared at him in fascination and wondered how far this royal chalice would go, which seemed to be able to raise all of Ignis's characteristics to incredible levels of power. The system also announced that now its characteristics have risen to a new level, and it has become even more powerful, which opens up more opportunities for future battles. Blackstone saw how much the number of fire attributes had increased, and now he could even swim in the lava without harming himself, which impressed him incredibly. Everyone around them was now talking about the Beck family and the competition for heirs, and they could not guess who would be the next leader among them in such a difficult situation. Some people assumed that the eldest son would be a good fit for this position, but he shows no interest at all and does not participate in family affairs, which raises doubts. They all washed the bones of each of the family members and could not decide who was better suited to the role of the next head of the family because everyone had their own preferences. They all agreed, however, that lately it has been the youngest of the family who has been constantly in the thick of things and gaining more experience in all areas of family life. Together, they discussed his new abilities and opportunities and told each other rumors that he had begun to show himself as a true leader and a strong personality. Manhwa, meanwhile, followed Baek Woo-jin's praise online and never wanted to lose to him, even if it was getting harder with each new achievement. Her brother came over and looked at the open tab on the computer and saw all these articles and discussions and was surprised that his sister was so interested in his achievements. Once again, Aihwa asked him to knock before entering her room so as not to disturb her and not to look at her computer unannounced because she was very focused. He saw and smiled because his sister was reading articles about Peck again, and he couldn't understand why she was so fascinated by him when she hadn't been interested in him at all until recently. She was caught red-handed and quickly pushed her brother out the door so that he would not see what was happening and would not ask unnecessary questions that could cause new misunderstandings. She said nothing, and without further ado, simply gave her brother a magical boost out of the room in such a way as not to draw too much attention to her affairs and leave everything unchanged. The brother was sincerely worried about his sister because she was almost like a boy, and until then she was not interested in anything but training and preparing for the upcoming tests. He remembered their past and hoped that Beck was not as ruthless as the guy from their past life and that he would be able to avoid similar situations and painful defeats. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin was doing aura training at home because he hadn't been able to train properly for a long time due to his busy schedule and wanted to regain his fitness as quickly as possible. Blackstone noted that his master had a lot of business and was also involved in it, and therefore often had no time to rest because of his constant work. Baek Woo-jin was thinking about how to focus on the task and how to properly train his squad and manage the points and stone in the right direction to achieve success. Juan, meanwhile, came to see him according to a previous invitation and looked ready for any new tasks and checks from his master about the next step. Baek Woo-jin asked if there was any news, and Ju-yeon gave him the letter that Seo-hee had sent so that he would be aware of it and be able to make the necessary decisions in the situation. Seo-hee reported that due to the coincidence of the dates of the tasks, the competition is postponed and will be held at some point after the mission is over so that all participants can prepare. Peck asked me to tell her that he understood and asked her not to put things off because of this, because he was ready to act and was waiting for further instructions to fulfill his duties. And Baek Woo-jin explained that last time he barely won, but now the other side gives him more time to prepare, and it makes things much easier. Blackstone only noticed that during this time, the opponent also increased his strength, and therefore Peck would have to be even more careful in his actions during the next competition. Baek Woo-jin knew that his sister was an expert in the difficult absolute sword, and that's why he had to prepare himself for any challenges that awaited him and her. He decided to make the training even tougher, and now all the workouts started before sunrise, because he believed that only through difficulties can great results be achieved. Then he made everyone train to the limit and for several hours at a time, because Peck himself believed that only through constant hardship and sacrifice could the desired results be achieved. All the swordsmen were not happy with such a strenuous regimen and gave it their best shot because they chose this path and realized that without hard training there would be no results. Baek Woo-jin motivated them by saying that a training hour is 10 minutes of struggle, and that it is all for their own benefit, because without such efforts they will not be able to become real masters. They all supported each other and continued training relentlessly because they understood the importance of every minute and were ready to go all the way, even if it required considerable effort. Blackstone was only worried about Ara because her desire to get a real mid-level sword was extremely strong, and he wasn't sure if she could withstand the rigors of training. Ara realized that she had to train to become the talent that Peck recognized in her, and that's why she was ready to endure all the difficulties that awaited her during training. Peck Woo-jin finally stopped the training and allowed us to take a break, and then all the participants had to continue training after lunch on their own in order not to lose the energy they had gained. But Peck Woo-jin wanted to start training, but he received a call from an unfamiliar number and had to postpone his plans for a while to find out who was calling. He picked up the phone cautiously and listened intently, trying to figure out who could have called at that time and what exactly they wanted from Peck. Seo Gong-min of the Arcane Guild introduced himself and began to explain his purpose, saying that he wanted to thank them for saving the guild head's daughter, even though he was late due to important business. He explained that he wanted to thank Peck for saving the daughter of the guild head, although he was late in responding because he had important things to do that needed to be done immediately. Peck said that his daughter had helped him a lot and asked if it was no coincidence that he was calling him with an important matter, as he was not prepared for the unexpected news. Seo Gong shaved his head and added that his guild is the best production workshop in Korea, and he is very proud of the achievements of his organization and wants to invite Baek to cooperate. He realized that there was no point in talking for a long time and immediately said that the Arcane Guild was asking for his help because this issue needed to be resolved immediately and Peck's direct involvement. Seo Gong met Baek together with Seo In-ah and warmly greeted him in an attempt to take the first step toward getting to know each other and discussing future plans for cooperation. Baek Woo-jin was happy to see the representative and even happier to see So Ina again, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was a great opportunity for new beginnings. The guild representative now understood what she meant because he had seen Peck's aura and understood how powerful his power was and what a great role he was assigned. He said that there was no point in wasting time and led Peck to the dungeon where he would tell him all the details of the case, which required his immediate attention and intervention. And he was surprised because he was told that the problem was not in the dungeon and that it was none of his business, but he was interested in learning more and seeing everything with his own eyes. They slowly walked downstairs with a happy Seo in the lead and Baek closely following her every step, trying to understand what awaited him ahead. Peck noted that although the dungeon had become dark, they had already opened 3 code locks, which gave them hope that they would quickly solve all the difficulties and be able to move on. Seo Gong saw his interest and said that everyone who comes here reacts the same way to such changes because this place is mysterious and extremely important for their business and safety. Vig explained that earlier they had planned to make a storage facility for classified documents, but for some reason they are now using it in a different way to carry out a high-risk covert mission. He also added that these changes are related to his request that they help to understand the consequences of this experiment and the impact on further events in this place. He had already passed through the gate and did not expect to see Manhwa there because he was not prepared to meet such a famous person, and immediately realized that there would be many surprises in this city. Peck couldn't help but say that he had heard a lot of news about her because she was really famous for her strength, and she added that she was not as popular as he was and only wanted to achieve great success. Seo In stood back and couldn't help but notice the sparks flying between the two of them, because there was always some tension between them when they met for the first time in such a situation. Eunhwa's brother pushed her aside to finally see the famous Baek Woo-jin himself, because it was an important moment for him, and he hoped to meet more than just such a person. He introduced himself as Gen-hoon of the brutal Jock family and offered him his hand, which Baek readily accepted, recognizing the strength and determination of this family in the fight for their important goals. Blackstone only added that he was of the 6th or even 7th rank, so it was better not to joke with him. Peck greeted him and said that he had heard a lot about the activities of the Dragon Fist and its great achievements. Hung-hoon was pleasantly surprised by his manners and noted that he was much more friendly than the rest of his family, who had always been inclined to a more rigid approach to introductions and conversations. Seo Gong explained that it was the Dragon's Fist who wanted to do this mission with him and recommended him personally because of his experience and training in such difficult situations in such places. He explained that he was aware of all his achievements and that he was finally convinced by the events that happened a few days ago with Eunhwa, when he again showed his power and influence. He was flattered by the praise and said that Eunhwa was right to be enthusiastic, because she was right and knew Baek's potential from the very beginning of their meeting and communication. Gon-hoon said that my sister was not participating in the mission. I came here because I heard that Baek would be here, and she wanted to see for herself his skills and determination in difficult situations. He only managed to add that his sister wanted to see how his skills had grown and she pushed him to the side, suddenly making him embarrassed in front of his new interlocutor and everyone present. Yunhua calmly added that her brother was probably still asleep, and therefore saying all sorts of nonsense, and went on her mission without paying attention to what was happening between them in this important situation. Seo Gong interrupted them, deciding that everyone had already met and urged them to move on, as time was short to complete the mission and they needed to be as fast and efficient as possible. Seo In had more details to share and called them to go on to a place where they could discuss the next steps and prepare for what was to come in their important task. They all froze in place because they saw an incredible rift in the dungeon that looked like a huge gap in space itself, and it caught their attention and caused some concern. Jin Hong noted that he is unusual because it is the first time he sees the other side so clearly, and it all looks like a portal that indicates possible new opportunities or dangers for them in the future. Blackstone pointed out that this is not just a rift, but an island where he trained his swordsmen in the past, and now this place has great significance for their task and future struggle. They all thought about it and were inclined to think that it was more like a portal, because some elements looked like parts of another world or reality that they could not control. Blackstone explicitly demanded that the host ask him where he came from, because he realized that this question could be important for revealing the nature of this phenomenon and all its consequences. Seo Gong explained that it appeared here because after the attack on the Artisan Island, it was decided to create a secret space for special tasks and high-priority missions. They decided to create a new secret space and use the energy of fire, and tried for a very long time to do it efficiently and without environmental and sustainability consequences. However, during one of their attempts, they unexpectedly established a connection with this island, and now did not know what to do with the result in such a difficult situation. They assumed that this particular island was caused because they used the energy of fire in the process of creation, and therefore there were some unexpected consequences and unexplained phenomena. Seo Gong explained that it was because he protected the fire core on the island that this experiment was possible, and how it turned out that all the changes now have consequences for their safety and future actions. Pek Wu-jin decided that nothing could be changed and clarified the essence of the task. There are dangerous creatures on the island that need to be destroyed to ensure the safety of all mission participants and the place. They pose a major threat to the facility's expansion, and he is asked to help destroy them before they can cause irreparable damage to the entire team and the upcoming mission. The creatures began to appear just as they were speaking, and it was all very unexpected as it seemed that they had not yet completed their preparations for this dangerous situation. Bak Wujin did not expect to see fire golems because their appearance meant that the situation had become much more dangerous, and an immediate reaction from all participants was required. Hung Hoon asked Beck if he was ready, and Beck didn't understand when they had managed to get on a first-name basis, since their relationship had been more formal and limited to important tasks. Blackstone added that he is a good guy and not like his family, which has always been prone to aggression and unnecessary attempts to show their superiority over others in such situations. Before going there, Geng Hong suggested making a small bet on the achievements of each of them and comparing who could show better results in battles and achievements in the future. He proposed the conditions of whoever destroys the most golems from them during the battle, and whoever shows the best tactics will be determined the winner of this difficult game and fierce competition. Baek added that he is confident of his victory because he is a higher rank than Geng Hong, and he said that he will use the maximum of the 6th rank to succeed and win. Beck noted that he was only the 5th rank, which Gyeong-hun invited because he felt that he was close to the 6th rank, and this gave him confidence in their duel and mutual struggle. Blackstone noted that he is not only good, but also very smart, which allows him to quickly adapt to new conditions and win in the most difficult situations without making mistakes. He offered that if Peck won, he would praise him to his sister and help him in the next tasks that would be important for their business and success. And he laughed so sincerely, because if his sister had heard this, she would have been very disappointed in him and would not have understood the jokes of his behavior in such serious situations and circumstances. Hyun-hun stopped laughing and said that he would fulfill one of his requests within reason if Beck won the bet, and that it would be a symbol of their continued cooperation and support. Peck thought about it for a while and decided to agree to Hyun's terms because it could be an interesting test of his strength and a chance to get closer to him in the future. Gang Hong added that they are forbidden to interfere with each other and will count the points in the middle and at the end when they get out of this difficult dungeon after all the trials and dangers. Peck asked how much the boss would cost because he could be here, and he had no idea how difficult it would be to deal with him without serious effort on his part, which could cause difficulties. He suggested not complicating the situation and following a simple rule. Whoever destroys the boss wins, and thus everything will be much easier and faster. Jin Hong was delighted with how quickly he agreed to the terms of the bet and how easy he was to communicate with, not having to spend a lot of time negotiating. They exchanged glances and headed into the portal, ready for what awaited them ahead, as no one could have predicted the situation with the boss. Jin Hong is indeed a very strong opponent and a great fighter, but Bayek was no less strong, and it promised an interesting and difficult fight for both. His attacks are incredible and lightning fast, hard to resist even for an experienced fighter, and Peck was ready to react instantly. Fire golems fell at his feet one by one, which only increased the level of tension in the fight and made other observers worry about the outcome. He destroyed them one by one and had already counted 7, which boosted his confidence and made him look at Peck with great respect. And he sincerely hoped that Peck had destroyed as many and decided to take a break, because even an experienced fighter sometimes needs to rest before new challenges. Everyone else could watch what was happening and saw that Peck had already destroyed 10 golems almost effortlessly, as if playing with them. Manhwa knew that his abilities had to grow, and his brother must have been influenced by him, because he adapts to difficult situations very quickly and impresses everyone with his agility. Peck Woojin had incredible speed, and from the very beginning he wanted to accept the bet because he always liked to test himself and check his real capabilities. Blackstone added that he had noticed this, and how the master destroyed the golems with a single blow, which undoubtedly testified to his great strength and technical skill. Baek Woojin was extremely quick to strike and destroy them one by one, demonstrating his perfection and making him look invincible. However, Baek Woojin clearly saw the core, because thanks to Ignis, he had increased the sensitivity of the fire attribute, which gives him an advantage in the fight against such powerful opponents. Baek Woojin didn't even see the ball, but said he could feel it, and Blackstone knew that he had the victory in his pocket and that Peck was a true master of his craft. But Mr. Peck emphasized that it was Gun-hoon himself who offered, and during the negotiations he duly refused only a few times and accepted the terms anyway. Blackstone said that he was very cunning because from the very beginning, he did not plan to lose even when his opponent looked very strong and never gave him a chance to win. Having said that, he immediately destroyed another golem, continuing to demonstrate his incredible agility and ability to respond to any situation. And he was not going to give in to anyone who was not his partner, because victory came first for him, and he was ready to go all the way. All the observers present could only stand there and watch with their mouths open, for such a spectacle was a real delight for everyone. Seo Gong noted that his attacks are so precise that he already knows where the golem's core is located, and his speed and efficiency are admired by everyone. He knew that this was all much more than he had expected, and that such heights could not be reached by trickery or dark energy, only through true skill and strength. However, he thought that all the rumors were untrue because Peck does not act for only 1 or 2 years, but now he realized that his abilities are truly unique. Seo Gun now saw him as a real talent worth investing in, because his abilities could change the course of any battle and raise the level of the team. Jin Hong heard the scores being announced, and he already had 17, which was a confirmation of his strength and abilities, but he didn't yet understand who was really in the lead. When he heard that Peck was already 25, his eyes were very big and surprised, because he did not expect such a result after considering himself a strong opponent. And he wondered if he had succumbed to it too much, even though he could see that his skills were superior, but he could not understand why he was so strong and how he managed it. Jin Hong decided that he would now become stronger and would not let up and give the victory because his dignity did not allow him to give in so easily. Peck saw how hard his new friend was trying and knew that if he showed his true abilities, Peck would lose, but he was ready to give his all. But Peck Woojin knew this, and that's why he added the dungeon rule condition to be able to adjust his strategies depending on the situation. He had felt a lot of energy from the very beginning, and now the way was clear for the bosses, so their actions were important to understand what would happen next. They stopped, and Blackstone did not expect that the boss would be underground, because he thought that everything would be much simpler and not so unpredictable. Peck knew that he needed to send his aura into the ground and he would appear, and Blackstone hoped that the owner knew how strong he was and was ready to cope with any difficulties. He had no idea who the boss was and hoped for Blackstone, who thought that the boss was at the peak of his shamelessness, although he did not know how difficult this fight would be. He had no idea who was there, and Peck assured him that he still had a plan, but he wondered who was digging that far because he also felt very dangerous. Peck used his resistance to fire and quietly disturbed the boss to see what would happen next, because this was only the first stage of preparation. It didn't take long for the boss to start showing up to see who was bothering him there, and he was ready for a serious battle without leaving a chance. Geng Hong felt a large amount of fire and could not believe that the boss was there because he did not expect such a scale of power and magic in one place. The boss was extremely huge and was seriously angry that he was being touched. His power was at a level that was hard to even imagine. Blackstone looked closely and recognized Tandalos in him because his strength and appearance were extremely recognizable even after a long absence of such a boss in these parts. He explained that this magical golem would be very difficult to destroy because its design is extremely durable and specially created for long battles with powerful opponents. It has 3 magic cores that must be destroyed simultaneously, making it much stronger and more dangerous for anyone trying to fight it. If this is not done, it will revive and additionally provoke a huge explosion, which can seriously harm everyone around, so you need to act very carefully. Tandalos was very angry and rushed straight at Peck because it was he who had woken him up, and now he was ready to take revenge for his undeserved suffering. Blackstone decided that it was a big mistake to call the boss and fight him on his own because he was unprepared for this level of danger and decided to be more cautious. Peck Woo-jin had a different opinion and decided that he could do anything because he knew how to destroy it, so he was not afraid to take responsibility even before such a powerful enemy. He decided that he could do it all on his own without help because he relied on his own strength and experience and was confident that he could handle any challenge. Peck Woo-jin prepared himself and decided to use the fog cut, which was ideal for this situation because it allowed him to hit the enemy with great accuracy. He also added a triple flash of falling thunder to make his attack even more dangerous and impressive for the boss, who was not expecting such a blow. Blackstone could not believe it because Peck, adjusting the speed of the sword, struck at all 3 points at once, making the attack incredibly effective and almost immortal for the enemy. He felt that the speed of his advancement could not even be equated to something real because Peck had become much faster and more maneuverable than he had imagined. After the battle, Geng Hong could not even flinch that the boss was there because he was amazed at how difficult and unpredictable the battle itself was. He suspected that Peck knew everything in advance, and he added that you need to have your own tricks to pair with the stronger one to win, because without it, you can't win such a battle. Gyeong-hoon accepted his defeat with dignity and reminded him of his wish, but Peck said he would announce it later and only after all the major battles and events were over. He only emphasized that he should do it quickly because it would disappear, but Peck assured him that he would do it by then, and that he always keeps his promises. Seo-in wanted to attract attention and called Bayek, saying that her father wanted to talk to him because he had important information for him. They said goodbye to Jin Hong, and he followed her because he was interested in what her father wanted him to do and was looking forward to further explanations. Hung-hoon turned to his sister, who stood aside and seemed reluctant to say goodbye because she had always been reserved and did not want to show emotions openly. She only said that he hadn't said goodbye to her and that she wouldn't do it because she didn't see the need for such formalities between them. He reminded her how her brother allowed her to do this, and she got very angry and went to train because she did not like anyone giving her instructions, especially not her brother. And he only added that she should be honest with herself because she could lose to him. Because if she doesn't realize her weaknesses, it will be difficult to win. Seo-gong met Peck and thanked him on behalf of the guild, as his participation in this battle was invaluable and he helped us achieve our goal. He added that if they had started construction without knowing the boss's whereabouts, it would have been a disaster and they could have suffered significant losses and lost all chances of success. Peck Woo-jin added that he was happy to gain new experience and wanted to give the stone to the guild because it was important for further missions and development. They saw before them an incredibly dense energy of fire, and it was a legendary object that could change the course of events in the near future. Peck explained that he was giving it back, because the item he received during the mission belonged to the customer, and he had no right to keep it for himself, because it would be dishonest. Seo-gong waved him off and said that it was his subject matter, since he had only ordered the destruction of the golems and nothing else, and therefore Peck had no right to demand anything from the guild. Baek Woo-jin was glad to have this item because it was a testament to his strength and experience and helped him develop his abilities. Seo-gong saw him as a good young man and surprisingly honest and hoped that they would meet again because he saw great potential and opportunities in Baek. Blackstone noted that the owner did the right thing, but Peck said he knew he wouldn't accept it to save his honor and he was ready for it. Peck added that he had no choice but to accept the energy because it is beneficial to both of them and can become an important part of their development and victories in the future. He said that he was now honest in his eyes, to which Blackstone was simply speechless because he did not expect such transparency from Peck in such difficult circumstances. He calmed down and explained that they needed to eat it now because their energy was running low, otherwise their plan might fail and everything would be for nothing. Peck was surprised because he thought he could break his teeth on it, but he noticed that he could not swallow it without some difficulty, which only increased his anxiety. However, Peck figured out what to do and absorbed Ignis, hoping that it would strengthen him and give him new strength for further struggle. He decided to feed the crystal to Ignis to strengthen him, as this step could be key to their future success in fighting the bosses. The dragon was indeed already tasting the crystal and seemed to be satisfied because he felt a surge of new strength and was ready to continue the fight against new opportunities. The system notified him that all the characteristics began to rise rapidly, and Peck felt that his strength and speed had increased significantly, allowing him to be even more effective. Peck Woojin also received a power-up, which again shocked Blackstone because it meant that Peck was getting stronger with each step. He continued to watch and wait for more gifts, because he was ready for any new events and hoped for more, because his journey was just beginning. They suddenly heard a voice somewhere inside them saying that Peck was interested in them, and this voice sounded powerful, as if there was a great secret hanging over him that he had to reveal. The king of the spirits, Ifrit, became interested in the personalities of Peck and Ignis because he was surprised by their strength and ability to withstand such tension without much effort, which made him think. He personally invited them together to the world of spirits, and needless to say, Blackstone was amazed once again because this invitation was already a moment of great importance. Blackstone felt a very strong energy of fire, and it seems that Ifrit himself opened a portal through which powerful energy passed, making him feel the danger and greatness of this place. Peck thought it was a bit much, but he called Ignis anyway, and the two of them set off, realizing that this was a great opportunity and a serious risk for both of them. They all felt that the place they were in was full of energy, and even the air around them was heavy with the magical power that hung in this world of spirits. Peck assumed that thrones were being erected in front of them, and Ifrit himself replied that this was correct, because these thrones symbolized the highest power and control over this world. Finally, Peck saw the Spirit King, who was small but radiated a lot of energy and seemed to fill the environment with incredible power with every movement. Peck bowed in a respectful greeting anyway, because he understood the importance of the moment and wanted to show his respect for such a powerful being. Ifrit asked him to stop because he didn't like it, and added that both he and the dragon were growing fast and he didn't need any signs of submission from such strong warriors. He went on to say that he saw in Peking a very good talent and affinity for fire, and even all 4 elements, which impressed him and made him even more interested in him. Ifrit added that he had called him to make a deal, and if he fulfilled the conditions well, the Spirit King would help his dragon become the next great spirit in their world. Then Ifrit added that there would be only one task, and Peck wondered if it was all connected to the empty thrones around, because the issue of thrones has always been connected to magic and great power. The Fire King noted that he had guessed right away, and that everyone else had gone to cleanse the world tree because it was an important part of their power and balance in this world. He explained that from the very beginning, the Spirit Kings were forbidden to interfere directly in the course of events, but the situation with the world tree made them act much more decisively. Damage to the world tree could lead to the birth of a new elf queen, so they had no choice but to intervene and prevent the impending disaster. Blackstone knew that if there were a queen, she would rule all the kings, because her power could bring the entire magical kingdom under her control. He explained that if the queen takes control of all the spirit kings, hell will open up to the world and an era of destruction and chaos may come that cannot be stopped. Ifrit added that the damaged tree seems to be called dark in their world now, so their task was extremely important for the stability of the entire magical world. He explained that Peck has to help the Spirit Kings in the place where this tree is located because only his power will save this world from an imminent catastrophe. He went on to say that they needed a strong mediator who possessed all the elements to create the seal spell, because only such power could stop the destruction of the tree. Ifrit explained that they had thought about doing it without him, but that the efficiency was greatly reduced, so his help was necessary or they might have failed. Baek Woojin accepted his case anyway. He was going to go there with his older brother and wanted to learn as much as possible because every detail was important for their future struggle. Ifrit accepted his consent, and then the unexpected happened before his eyes, and his dragon, which had remained calm until then, suddenly changed its behavior and became aggressive. He attacked them because he doubted Peck's strength and did not believe that he would be able to successfully complete such a difficult task, so he decided to put him to a real test. Ifrit offered a bet that if Peck did everything he could get his hands on, he would agree to the deal, and it was a chance for Peck to prove his loyalty and strength of mind. Baek Woo-jin summoned all his spirits with whom he had previously made an agreement, and at that moment the spirits gathered around him ready to help him in this important test. Blackstone was delighted with Nyx's water spirit and rejoiced at its appearance, as it was an important ally in the fight against Ifrit and capable of neutralizing many attacks. Baek Woo-jin stood by his spirits and said that now they would face the test of the Spirit King, and this battle would be decisive for their future. Ifrit attacked first, unleashing a force of fire, but Nyx did a great job neutralizing it and demonstrated his great strength and ability to act quickly in critical situations. Baek Woo-jin did not expect that the Nyx would change after that, because it meant that the spirit would adapt and its power would be even greater, making them stronger. Blackstone has heard that this can sometimes happen when the spirit itself wishes it, and is considered a normal process of evolution of spirits when they reach new levels of power. He assumed that the will of the spirit and the stone Peck had combined to change him, because spirit magic is very closely linked to artifacts and can lead to mutations. They became a single entity, and that's why such changes took place, making them even more powerful and able to face any difficulties in battle. He now became a Gleshia, i.e., a spirit of a higher level, and thanks to him, Peck was not fried because this new level gave much more protection from Ifrit's attacks. Ifrit did not expect such a turn of events, but he was in charge of attacking again, and this showed him the seriousness of the situation, because Peck had become an even stronger opponent. He noted that Peck and his spirit became stronger right during the crisis, and he was even more convinced that Peck was capable of handling such a challenge. Ifrit still considered the test unfinished and struck again, wanting to see how Peck would withstand his next attack and whether he would be able to respond. Baek Woo-jin was already ready and ordered Gleshia to attack as well, because he realized that the battle was approaching its climax, and he needed to act quickly to avoid losing his chance. Gleshia flew enchantingly over the King of Fire, but Peck was not there. He remained on the ground and waited for the moment to come to make his own attack and restore the balance in their battle. He had already put the power of sword shape-shifting into the sword and was attacking from the other side, moving quickly and accurately, hoping to surprise the enemy with an unexpected turn of events and achieve victory. Baek Woo-jin used a single fire and was still able to touch the king, and the king noted that he had coped with the task and was able to overcome even the most difficult challenges. But Peck did not expect that the king would allow him to take such a blow because he had always tried to avoid direct confrontation. And now it was a real challenge for him and his forces. Ifrit fulfilled his promises and now asked for the dragon's paw because this symbol was the key to performing an important ritual for the stability and power of the spirits. Ignis was saturated with energy and changed right before our eyes. His form became more and more powerful, and this confirmed his strength, which was constantly growing under the influence of powerful spirits. He proclaimed Ignis to be a royal chalice in the future, signifying the important role of this spirit in future events and securing his place among the most powerful spirits in the world. The King of Spirits added that they were done, and now they could be free until he called them for new tasks, and this gave them the opportunity to rest and prepare for the next challenges. Blackstone felt like something was missing but couldn't figure out what. And Ifrit noticed that Peck was talking to the air, and it was strange because he felt a magical presence on his part. Peck now became a man who had received the blessing of the spirits, which meant that his power was now unlimited, and he had the power of all four elements in his hands. Ifrit looked at them and added that everyone else would definitely like Peck, because his abilities and strength were at such a level that even the Spirit King could not ignore them. Blackstone was already waiting for the sound from the system, and it certainly did not disappoint, which meant that everything was going according to plan, and he received important information about events and new opportunities. He was expecting a lot of rewards, but he could not even imagine that there would be so many of them because the system literally overwhelmed him with various bonuses that seemed incredible and extremely useful. Peck received the body of an immortal sword, but he looked very calm because he realized that this gift from the spirits gave him new opportunities and opened up new horizons for fighting. He didn't mind because he now understood why Blackstone was not himself at the time, because such changes could shake even the most resilient and raise new questions about the system. Peck explained that usually the system notifies him immediately when something new is received, but here it notified him after his visit to Ifrit, which made him think about the significance of this delay. He suggested that there is a lot they don't know about their rebirth, and that perhaps the system is much more complicated than they think, so it is worth diving deeper into its mechanisms. Peck started joking that he gets awards after Blackstone mentions them, and it sounded like an easy way to bypass all the reward systems and get more for himself. Ignis made himself known because he was hungry. Peck offered to eat what he could, and in an effort to help his friend, he searched for food to meet his needs. Ju Yong was waiting for him and said that he did not want to interfere with his training, which lasted 3 days, and he wanted to maintain his concentration on training to reach new heights. Peck could not believe how so much time had passed. But the world of spirits is a completely different world and time and goes on in its own way, so it all seemed strange and unusual to him. And Peck asked if everything was okay, and Ju-an nodded approvingly. Then Peck added that now Ignis was 1 step closer to the King of Spirits, and he only had to take the next big step. Ju Yong congratulated him on this achievement and explained that he was here because he had a guest who kept coming to see him, and her words made him a little surprised by her intentions and goals. She would come to every training session and observe the training, and so Ina was the person who always had a plan and didn't leave anything to chance, trying to manage everything. Peck Woojin found her, and she wanted to discuss something about the Arcane Guild, and this was an important moment for Peck because he realized that the guild could now influence his future. She was happy to see him and praised his squad because her assessment was important to Peck, who was eager to prove his competence and importance in this large guild. She came to him to give him a gift for his help in liberating the island, and it was swords made from the material of that island, which not only symbolized gratitude but also strength. So she wanted to personally present them to the members of his squad because it was a very important and symbolic gift, and each of them respected her for recognizing their efforts. Baek Woojin wanted to look at them and was pleasantly surprised because they were of unsurpassed quality and stood out among others for their elegance and special energy power. Baek started to refuse, but Seo-in insisted that it was her father who was giving them, not her. And this was an important moment for Baek because such a gesture meant a very serious relationship. Peck noted that looking at such generous gifts, it seems that the guild liked him and managed to establish himself as an important ally in their great cause. He decided to accept the gift and went to his squad to present this precious gift to each of the members and to maintain the spirit of unity among his teammates. Peck announced to everyone that the Arcane Guild had given them swords, which was a very important moment for the team, and showed their recognition of the seriousness of their efforts. Then he took a sword, which was translated as a will or out, and it symbolized his new status and determination in the fight, because this sword was endowed with great power. He personally handed them to everyone, and everyone was delighted because these swords not only looked spectacular, but also brought enormous magical power and facilitated combat operations. Seo-in came up to him and asked to talk to him because she wanted to assign him another job, and this new challenge was another opportunity for Baek to demonstrate his abilities. She explained that it was a personal assignment unrelated to the guild, but Peck realized that even such tasks could be important for his future and reputation. She recalled how she explained what she was creating, and now she had to get the last ingredient, and it became an important task that required a lot of attention and care. And she explained that her grandfather said that manticore skin is the main component, and that to get it, you will have to take risks and go through the most dangerous tests. She added that recently in the dungeon the monster turned into a Raycon, and it will definitely become a manticore, so we need to act quickly to achieve the goal before it is fully strengthened. Then she begged me to catch her to complete the work with the mantle, because it was a critical moment for success, and she was sure that only together they could overcome all difficulties. She offered to do it together without fear at all, because her determination was unwavering, and she was ready for any challenges that lay ahead in this dangerous task. So Ina explained that after death, the skin must be removed very carefully in order not to damage its structure and to provide the necessary conditions for further work with this unique material. Blackstone explained that everything would be fine, and that he would have enough strength and would be with them, providing support in any situation, because he would not allow any of them to get into danger. Peck Woojin accepted her offer, and she wanted to tell him about his award, which was an important moment for him because now he would know what he would receive for his work. He said that it was not important to him, but Seo-in had a different opinion and strongly believed that he deserved to be recognized for his dedication and efforts in this case. And he frantically assumed that she would give him dark fur, which looked like the highest gift. and this assumption surprised him because he did not expect such a surprise from So-in. Baek couldn't believe it, because he thought that creating dark fur was Seo-in's dream and didn't even realize that she would take such a step by giving him something that was so important to her. So Ina explained that she only wants to learn how to create it and that fame and money are not for her. She just wants to improve her skills and achieve mastery in this difficult business. She added that they say that the work is over only when the craftsman has given the product to the right person, and that was the main goal of her task, to create something real and useful. Then she added that she agreed with his opinion and saw that this fur would suit him like no other because his strength and spirit reflected the very qualities she had put into this wonderful creation. Baek could not accept such a gift, but Seo-in objected because he had now accepted her assignment and therefore was obliged to receive this award as a well-deserved recognition of his efforts and results. Seo-in knew that the reward for performance is determined by the client, and she had already firmly decided that she would give him the fur because she was sure that he was the one who deserved this exceptional gift. Blackstone couldn't believe it and laughed because he was impressed by such determination and added that his master should try harder because he realized that he could get more out of this alliance with Seo-in. She hadn't yet received permission from the artisans to go there and suggested that we do it together, as she knew that they needed to be careful and well prepared for further work. She further assured me that she had the permit in her pocket, because when she said who would accompany her, she would be allowed to do anything, as her reputation and connections guaranteed success in any task. A week had passed, and Baek and Ju Yong were approaching the dungeon, preparing for an important test that would determine the future path and fate of their mission in this world. Seo-in was also not alone and greeted them by calling out to them. She was happy to report that her father had agreed almost immediately, which was a big plus for their joint plan. She was very active in preparing for this day and took all her top-notch equipment because she knew she would have to go through dangerous situations and be ready for anything. And she introduced the guide her father had given her, and it was Park Ju-hee, a specialist with extensive experience and the ability to deal with the most difficult situations on her way. Blackstone said that she was extremely strong, at least rank 6, and that was too much even for a guide, so they would have to take her every move seriously during the mission. Peck was not surprised, because what happened last time fully explains the power of the leader now, because his previous experience and strength have already shown what he is capable of in critical situations. Park Ju was happy to cooperate with him, shaking hands and adding that she would follow his orders because her experience allowed her to trust her intuition and understanding of the situation on the ground. Ju-en could not hold back his tears because other people trusted his master, and he was happy for him that his efforts and loyalty were so respected and recognized by others. So Ina checked everything and said that they could leave without delay because everything was prepared, and there was no time to delay. Their task required immediate execution and quick response. Meanwhile, the conspirators discussed the plan, and the head of the conspiracy already knew that they had entered the Legion zone, and this was a critical point, because now every move was crucial to their success. The chairman asked only one question, and asked the criminal why he was called to him now, as his experience and abilities could be crucial to their strategy. And the head explained that he wanted Peck to die not so easily and quickly because he was resistant to many things, and so they had to test all his capabilities before proceeding further. He was curious about Peck's strength, and the task of finding out was the first priority, because the stronger the opponent, the more difficult it would be to deal with him and achieve the desired result. The criminal suggested that he only needed to observe, but the chairman said that was not nonsense and that he had to check for himself, because not only Peck's power was at stake, but also their own safety. He ordered him to personally check and evaluate his achievements because without a detailed analysis of the situation, one could not expect success in such a complex and dangerous mission. The chairman knew that Peck would not immediately show his abilities, so he had to give a good reason for this so that they could recognize him as a serious opponent, or even an ally. He did not hesitate to order the destruction of the daughter of the head of the guild, Arcane, as it was another way to test Peck and create additional pressure on him during the mission, and he looked at the photo and believed that Peck would either be desperate or open up completely, because under intense pressure people often show their best or worst traits. Meanwhile, with the help of the spirits, Baek Woo-jin had already moved to the second floor and was ready for new challenges, realizing that every step could be decisive in this deadly world. Park Ju was fascinated by his abilities, and everyone present only confirmed this as she saw him change with each test and gain new strength. Blackstone warned the owner that the main monster was here, and Beck ordered everyone to guard Seo-in because his task was not only to destroy the threats, but also to protect those who trusted him. Peck just turned his head, and immediately the Rakens appeared in front of him, ready to fight and possessing an unusual strength that could surprise even experienced fighters and jeopardize their plans. He did not wait long and decided to start first, knowing that his speed and determination could be the key to a quick victory in such an unpredictable situation. Park Ju felt that the Raken's energy was on a completely different level, so she decided to create a protective barrier because she was sure that without proper protection, they would not be able to withstand their attack. Peck noted that the monsters did not look scary because he had almost been fried by the Spirit King before, so these ordinary Rakens could not scare him and were not at his level. The Rakens were now on the attack and were approaching quickly, but Peck already had his sword ready, and he felt a real connection to it and was ready to use it to its fullest to fight the enemy. He struck quick blows one after another and never stopped for a second, his technique so polished that every move looked almost perfect and precise. Everything was so easy for Pechko, he could not even believe his eyes, because such battles used to be extremely difficult for him, but now he felt much stronger and more confident. Blackstone pointed in the other direction, and there was a systemic golden window that was a signal of something important to them, because these signs always preceded major events. It was the first time they both saw the system window in this color, and it meant that new opportunities or challenges they could not have foreseen before. Blackstone concluded from all this that it was definitely not an ordinary manticore that was about to appear, but something much more powerful that could change the course of their plans several steps ahead. Baek Woojin ordered the guards to be very careful when forming the barrier, and he had to deal with it because his own experience and intuition told him that the situation required special attention. Then Peck explained that no one knows when the boss will show up, and he subconsciously knew that someone else could attack, so it was important to stay prepared for anything and not rely on luck. Baek Woojin asked Seo-in to trust her guides and added that he would also protect her because it was not only his duty, but also his desire to protect her from any danger. Seo-in was happy and smiled sincerely back at him because she realized that Baek had his own principles and was ready to stand by her side regardless of the situation. Baek Woojin thought that his plan was good, and there shouldn't be any problems because he had taken into account all possible scenarios and prepared for any surprises. He raised his head and sighed because they still had 2 days left, and it was a critical time to complete all the work and prepare for the upcoming tests. Peck knew that he would spend this time doing something better, like going hunting, because he felt the need to relax and gather strength for the great challenges that lay ahead. The criminal, meanwhile, was watching Peck and couldn't believe that he was only a 6th rank because his abilities seemed unrivaled for that level. He planned to approach him while he was hunting and competing with the Riken to get more information and find weaknesses in his methods of fighting. Then he began to feel that the man seemed to have already seen him and was only pretending not to notice him. But he felt his presence becoming obvious. The criminal did not want to use insurance but saw no other choice because he realized that the moment was approaching when he would have to act more decisively and with all his courage. He thought that Seo-in could be killed at any time, so Bayek's abilities needed to be evaluated now before he became an even greater threat to them in the future. The thief planned to stand in his way when he was competing with the monsters, because only then did he have a chance to use all his advantages. He continued to do his dark work and wondered how long Peck would last, because it was only a matter of time, and he wondered how the situation would develop. Baek Woojin liked Blackstone teaching him his sword, but the last attempts were especially difficult, and he didn't even know if he could withstand all the blows. Blackstone added that the fragile thing is strong, but it also absorbs just as much force in response, so it was necessary to choose the exact moment to attack and use all the force. He added that the owner should be grateful for these lessons, because every movement and every word gave him the opportunity to develop and acquire new abilities and knowledge. Baek Woojin said that he felt as if someone was watching them all the time, because his intuition was that someone had plans for their group. Blackstone suggested dealing with him earlier so that he wouldn't interfere with the competition with the boss, because then they could concentrate only on the most important things. They knew where the surveillance was coming from, but they could not see him because he was very well disguised, and it seemed that this observer had incredible abilities. Baek Woojin added that it was a waste of time, and that if he was really his target, he would prove himself anyway because he did not allow any doubts about his victory. The system was about to finish its countdown, and they couldn't wait to see who would show up because each of them had their own expectations and hoped for a specific result. Baek Woo-jin was thinking about something of his own when he heard a small voice from behind him, and it was so unexpected that he immediately drew his attention to it and decided to look around. Seo-in called out to him and was very nervous because she didn't know how to start the conversation because her words were important to Baek and she didn't want to make any mistakes. She surprisingly started apologizing because she thought they were supposed to meet the boss soon and they were waiting for him all the time and were getting more and more nervous by the minute. Then she was genuinely upset and thought that she was wasting Paek's time with all this, even though she realized that it might not be as important to him as it was to her in this situation. Baek Woo-jin just smiled and waved his hands that his time was going quite well, and it would not be a big problem because he liked to cope with difficulties. And Baek Woo-jin squinted his eyes and said that most likely the boss would soon make himself known, which meant that they were approaching an important and decisive battle. Time was running out, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would finally show up, because it was the culmination of their long wait and everyone was excited. Suddenly, they felt a sharp change in the atmosphere, and as if everything was divided into small pieces, which made each of them pay attention to what was happening around them. Paek felt that the boss they had been waiting for had finally arrived, and it was a moment of great significance because their test was just beginning. The boss was flying toward them with a dark mass that looked like a part of the world itself, and it gave them a sense of incredible power and threat. He was extremely large and powerful, and everyone felt his power, which was indescribably enormous and left no doubt about who he was. They were all fascinated by the rapidly approaching manticore, and it was a real test for each of them who stood in its way. Blackstone could see that this manticore was no ordinary manticore because it was of the 7th rank and named Rex, and an ordinary manticore could not even compare to it in terms of strength and capabilities. He added that it is better not to compete with her himself, but rather to use Ignis, because every right decision is important in a fight with such an opponent. Baek Woo-jin could not retreat because he finally faced a really strong opponent, and this was his chance to show what he was capable of in a real fight. Now he had to use everything he had learned for so long, and this battle was to be a confirmation of his strength and achievements, because no one expected him to do so. Ju-yeon and Park-ju couldn't believe their eyes because Baek was planning to fight her alone, and it was a very brave and risky decision on his part. Baek Woo-jin turned to them and said that running away would be even more dangerous because she could fly, and that would make the fight much more difficult for everyone. He also remembered that a stranger was watching him all the time and felt that this was not all and that they could be in danger because of him. He calmly added that he had to do it anyway and had no right to back down because the situation was critical and required immediate action on his part. Baek reassured Seo-in that everything would be fine and that she shouldn't worry because he had a plan and was ready for any changes that might occur in the battle. Seo-in was more surprised than anyone else, and her excitement was clearly visible on her face because she didn't know what Baek was planning and why it was so important to him. Without hesitation, Baek Woo-jin rushed toward the direction of the impending danger and was ready to meet the enemy to prevent him from attacking. Seo-in, pulling herself together, reminded him that she trusted him and advised others to do the same because she knew he was doing the right thing and had the strength to do so. She added with a smile that if it was a swordsman from the Baek family, there was nothing to worry about because the family is famous for its skill and strength in battle. Baek Woo-jin seemed to hear her words, but he ran faster and faster to meet his boss because he had no time to waste and had to be ready for a tough battle. He finally came closer and noticed how huge and powerful the manticore was, and it reminded him that he would have to use all his abilities to win. Paek was not at a loss, and was already holding his sword in his hands and ready to attack at any moment, because fighting does not tolerate hesitation, and every movement was important for his survival. He decided to strike first and quickly drew his sword and pointed it at the boss, as the first attack could decide the outcome of this battle. They clashed together in a terrible battle, and neither was inferior in strength to the other, filling the battlefield with the unforgettable echo of their blows that came from all sides. Baek Woo-jin even found the opportunity to joke and thought that this was all she could do, because he could clearly see how ineffective the manticore was attacking at the moment. Manticore seemed to understand everything he was saying and got even angrier, her eyes flashing with rage, and now she was ready to do anything to prove her superiority. Baek Woo-jin now realizes that the boss is really stronger than he expected, and he can't win with one punch, so he has to use all his strength to resist him. Blackstone couldn't stay late because he warned them that this manticore was much stronger than usual, so they had to be prepared for a serious fight at every step. Baek Woo-jin knew and saw all this, and therefore paid due attention and thought to deal with it with all his might, for the victory over the manticore gave him a great chance of success. He summoned all his strength and skills to the rescue and gathered all his knowledge, using every lesson he had learned from Blackstone and the experience of previous battles. The manticore seemed to understand what was happening and therefore did not rush to attack, but watched in a circling manner, its attentive eyes peering at Peck's every move, waiting for him to make a mistake. She walked like this for a long time, and then suddenly made a sound that indicated that she had accepted Peck as an enemy, and now there was no room for retreat. Warrior and beast had become enemies. Blackstone was worried because he knew what this angry manticore would do next, as its attacks became much more aggressive and it posed a threat to everyone around it. She usually launches an attack by first disorienting the enemy with a sound wave that breaks concentration and makes the opponent lose his pace in the battle. It also concentrates the aura, as this is how it reduces the enemy's hearing sensitivity, making them lose clarity of understanding of their attacks and weaken on the battlefield. Peck Woo-jin was at the epicenter of it all and stood firm, not letting the aura of the manticore take over his mind or distract him for a moment of weakness in the face of a terrible enemy. Manticore used all her strength and abilities and skillfully attacked, dodging Peck's blows and matching his every move to the smallest detail in the fight against him. Peck Woo-jin knew all of her techniques as if in advance and predicted that her second technique was a poisonous cloud. But Peck was resilient and ready to adapt. He looked her in the eye and told her directly that she was very lucky that he was her opponent, because only his skill and experience gave her a chance to survive this terrible fight. Manticore was very angry because she didn't even know how to defeat him anymore. Her attacks could not penetrate Peck's defense, and all efforts were in vain in the fight against him. Without waiting for an answer, he invited her to watch what he had learned, because this fight was an opportunity to demonstrate his superiority in every step. Peck Woo-jin gathered all his strength to demonstrate them in all their glory, making every move accurate and effective in the fight against this monstrous manticore and showing his skill. Manticore was amazed because she could not have expected this. It was the moment when Peck's forces became completely unpredictable and did not even lend themselves to her strategy. He noted that it was meant to be and that he should have done it sooner because the time had already come to use all his most powerful techniques to maximize the result. Peck could not expect to feel this crushing energy from the seemingly defeated manticore, but its last attack was so strong that he could barely stand on his feet. However, this move was made by the very thief who had been watching him all along, and his insidious plan became a reality when Peck had already lost some of his attention to the manticore. Peck Woo-jin knew this was going to happen and prepared a response because he knew that the traitor was preparing a strike and was waiting for the moment to strike the decisive blow. He knew that the latter was waiting for his duel with the boss, because from the very beginning their interaction was a strategic move and they could not make any mistakes in this fight. Blackstone added that this stranger was so used to his situation, but that was not all, so they had to take the next step as carefully and as smoothly as possible. He deliberately took a position behind the manticore, waiting for the moment when Peck would be distracted or focused on something important to strike with the easiest and most effective way. Peck was now forced to fight against two at once, and each blow felt heavier than the last because he was being targeted by a manticore and an insidious thief at the same time. He made every effort and defended himself, knowing that it would be a decisive battle and every wrong move could cost him not only victory, but also his life in the fight for his place. Blackstone directly demanded that he send Ignis there, and Peck said that if he did so, the enemy would definitely escape. But Peck saw that this could be fatal to their strategy. Peck would not have been himself if he hadn't found out how strong he was, because the traitor's ability to find himself in such a situation and remain unnoticed was completely unexpected. Blackstone couldn't believe that he wanted to use it here, because it seemed to him that Peck should have kept some of his more powerful techniques for more serious enemies. Peck added that he would be able to defeat two at once, using his smart tactics, and focus on every move because he had nothing to lose in this situation. The thief couldn't believe how Peck managed to dodge all his attacks without stopping fighting the manticore, leaving no room for his insidious attacks and withstanding the heavy pressure. He now realized that the 6th rank was a lie, and that everything he had been told about it was also a lie because Peck was much stronger and more resilient than any of them. And he changed his mind about assessing its strength now and postponed it until later, because now everything was clear and this situation could no longer be ignored or minimized. He remembered that he needed to attack Co-in because she was now his most vulnerable target in this situation, and he had to strike before it was too late. Suddenly he stopped and looked in Peck's direction, for it was this look that made him realize that even secrets and tricks would not help him now. Meanwhile, Peck raised his sword up, and there was an incredible aura of energy radiating around him, which was aimed directly at the manticore and the traitor, choosing the enemy. The thief could not help but see the energy of the sword, and thought that the informant was colossally wrong about the information about him, because what was happening now contradicted all the predictions. Pek Woojin was ready to use all his recent gains, knowing that this would be a decisive moment in his battle, and if he made a mistake, it could be fatal for him. He activated the third sword of Black Destruction and struck at the manticore without hesitation, for this was the moment when his power was to decide the outcome of the battle. The thief couldn't believe his eyes because what he was seeing was definitely not the 6th rank. He was amazed and had to admit that his estimates were completely wrong. He thought about the possibility that the chairman had deliberately withheld this information, and now he thought only about destroying Pek for all his actions and hidden intentions. Pek Woojin appeared in front of him out of nowhere and asked him where he was going and whether he wanted to try to stop him, and, if so, what he could do. Then Pek decided to give him a chance and politely asked who had sent him, because even secrets have limits, and he was ready to hear the truth from him or force him to tell it. Pek seemed to know what he was thinking and reminded him that he would find out even if he remained silent, so he had better answer now to avoid unnecessary consequences. He also found an abandoned object and correctly assumed that it was the one he was trying to destroy, because nothing else could be so dangerous and effective. He gave him the opportunity to tell the rest on his own because he knew that the thief would be able to share useful information if he had the opportunity. The thief decided not to follow the rules that were kindly offered to him and wanted to attack because he could not stand Pek's patience and decided that force would help him. He immediately paid for this disobedience by severing his arm before he even realized the consequences of his hasty decision and fell to the ground in pain and helplessness. Although he was in pain, he still did not want to give up because he believed that he could somehow pull through and save his life even after everything went wrong. Baek Woojin threatened him that there was no point in doing anything else because the reckoning would be instantaneous and he would be better off thinking before making a decision in such a situation. Pek then calmly added that he would be able to extract a confession from him using only one word and would not need to take any further action to get him to talk. Blackstone had no idea what the thief was going to do, but he was amazed at what the owner did to him because he had never seen such methods of force. He watched the search closely and explained that the scroll he found was a thing of the highest order, and if it had been used, no one would have found the thief and he would have gone unnoticed. Blackstone said that this item was extremely expensive, and the thief definitely did not buy it on his own, because even the highest-level units could not afford such a purchase. Pek Woojin once again asked who he was working for and what his goal was in order to understand who was behind all this and why they were trying to prevent him from achieving his goal. Then Pek never got an answer because the thief coughed and used an unexpected weapon to surprise him and show him that he was not as helpless as he had seemed before. He used the means of self-destruction right in front of them, and now he will definitely not tell them anything else because he knew that he had no more chances to survive in such a situation. Blackstone added that he could have hit Pek with this weapon, so maybe he wasn't the target. But now it was impossible to reverse the situation, and it became more complicated. Pek began to guess that someone very unpleasant was behind it all and had some suspicions about who might have been organizing it all step by step. And Pek returned to his little squad, and everyone there welcomed him because they all knew that he could overcome any difficulties, and always returned victorious. They all saw the marks of the massacre on him, but he assured them that everything was fine and said that it was all traces of his reprisal against someone who was watching him and got in his way. Ju-an was sincerely upset because he thought that they were the ones who should have dealt with it, to which the owner reassured him and said that even he was having a hard time because of the whole situation with the enemy. Baek roused Seo in from her daze and suggested that she go get the ingredient they had come for and continue the mission they had already spent a lot of time on. When she came closer, she noticed that everything was done extremely carefully, and every move was planned with maximum precision without any haste or unnecessary mistakes. So Ina explained that manticore skin is difficult to cut because of its special properties, so it is treated as the highest level of armor and requires great skills. Seo Ina went on to say that these particular manticoras are unusual and much stronger, and even so, the work is jewelry-like with no mistakes or damage. She summarized that Baek Woojin always exceeds her expectations, and her surprise was caused by how quickly he overcame all difficulties and remained calm in every situation. Now she could go about her business without being distracted by other unnecessary issues, because she knew that everything would go according to plan, thanks to the joint efforts. She acted quickly and confidently, performing each movement with maximum accuracy and speed to complete the task without unnecessary stops and without making any mistakes. Peck could only see how smoothly and precisely her hands moved without damaging the material at all, and so he couldn't help but admire her skill and ability in every movement. Blackstone also could not believe what he was seeing because she came from such a wealthy family and had the skills of a high-level craftsman, which is not common among such people. She quickly coped with the task without wasting time on unnecessary movements and demonstrating true professionalism in every step of her actions. So Ina laid everything out in order, and everyone saw it and was surprised how quickly and accurately she did everything without the slightest mistake and followed every detail. She saw that Peck was interested in the knife and told him that it was called Netix, and this was an important discovery because the knife could have great potential if used correctly. She explained that it cannot inflict a single scratch on living people, which makes its use very specific but effective in certain situations. It handles inanimate material very well, separating it extremely accurately and quickly, and therefore its capabilities are highly valued in special conditions. Blackstone added that it is immediately clear that this is a legendary item and its abilities are incredible, and therefore it cannot be a random or ordinary tool for use. She added that the last preparations were to be made, and now it was necessary to put his aura into this material so that it would become even more powerful and ready to fulfill its purpose. Peck could even think of such a thing, and she said that it would all enhance the master's abilities and make him even stronger with new opportunities to fight. By placing his aura there, he will make it much more effective and even stronger, as well as increase its stability, which will allow him to control energy even in the most difficult situations. And he thought and added that perhaps, in addition to the aura, you can place something else there, such as another energy or part of your power to increase its power. Peck summoned the spirits and mysteriously added that it would all be their secret for now, because he was not ready to reveal all his cards and prove all his capabilities even to his allies. Sioina couldn't believe that Bayek could already control 4 spirits, all thanks to his tireless training and ability to focus his energy on the right goal. Peck hoped that the skin would not be damaged by putting the energy of all 4 into it, but he realized that the consequences could be unpredictable, so he took it with caution. Sioina enthusiastically added that this will only help her become stronger, and her abilities will reach a new level as she will have access to powerful energy for her development. Peck took the leather in his hands and began the promised process, because every movement was important and every detail was essential to achieve maximum efficiency in working with this material. Peck would not have been alone, for during this process, he decided to invest the energy of his Blackstone sword in an effort to enhance its capabilities, for this sword was an extremely powerful tool. He changed its shape into a sword and continued despite the protest of the sword itself, which was not happy with such interference. But Peck had his own plan and was determined to implement it. And he saw the skin changing right before his eyes as the energy began to transform it and give it new properties that had not been there before, and it was amazing in its speed and efficiency. They just watched and saw how all the effort and energy they had invested came together to create a new and unique object that was much stronger than its previous versions. Blackstone couldn't believe that the system reported that this skin was of legendary level, which meant that its potential was much greater than he could have imagined at first glance. He was impressed again because the system was constantly helping the owner by providing him with new opportunities that he used to achieve his big goals. Sioina also looked at all this and could not understand what was happening because it seemed to exceed her understanding of what she had previously known about such processes. Peck explained that in his opinion this all seems like a great success because everything is going according to plan, and it opens up new horizons for achieving even more important goals in the future. She could even feel this pure and intense power herself, and it gave her confidence that she could change the situation in her favor using all this energy for herself. All her hopes and expectations were exceeded, and now she can create something incredible thanks to the new opportunities that have opened up to her as a result of this process. Baek Woojin only added that he was looking forward to it and trusted her because he knew she would be able to perform all the tasks at the highest level and it would give great results. She was happy and promised to do everything in her power to achieve the goal and perform the task at the most professional level. Meanwhile, the main man was watching Peck's success and believed that his defeat would attract even more attention from those who were interested in his future fate and development. Peck was already at home and was going to rest because after a hard day he needed to recuperate to be ready for the next challenges and events that might come. Then Peck fell down on the bed and could not understand why he was so tired after just walking through the dungeon, because it seemed like he had not put in so much effort. Blackstone explained that he spent a lot of effort putting them into the skin because it was a complicated process and required a lot of energy to achieve the desired result. Blackstone, on the contrary, noted that it was surprising that the host could stand the interview at all, as it took a lot of time and effort that could have knocked anyone out of their usual rhythm. He was so exhausted that he almost fell asleep in the bathroom because he felt so tired and could not even understand why his body was so exhausted. And before he could even finish his thought, he fell asleep because his whole body was so tired that he could not resist the natural desire to rest. Blackstone also began to fall asleep and could not understand why, because he usually had a habit of controlling his thoughts, and this time he could not find an explanation for this state. In his dream, Pek Woojin felt like he was in an unknown place and tried to understand how he got here and what he needed to do to get out of this situation. He saw Blackstone, who was also there, and was surprised because he did not understand why his companion was in the same place and whether it had any significance for their further journey. He realized that he was in his memories, which meant that he could see important moments from Blackstone's past, and this allowed him to better understand his behavior. For the first time in his life, he saw them so clearly, and he saw the castle with Blackstone standing by it, and it all looked so real that he could not believe his eyes. He was surrounded by guards, and surrounded from all sides because they could not allow him to escape, and were ready to defend their territory at any cost. He did not wait long and therefore dealt with them very quickly, using his skills and strength to destroy them without unnecessary movements and excessive energy consumption. Pek Woojin could not even guess how strong he was after seeing all this, because with each new memory, his understanding of what was happening became clearer and clearer. He couldn't understand what was happening and what he was doing because all the events were mixed in his mind and he couldn't find answers to all the questions that arose. Blackstone went inside the castle and destroyed everyone in his path, leaving behind ruins and fire because his goal was clear and he could not stop halfway. Pek couldn't believe what he was seeing because he knew his style, but now he was seeing something completely different, because what was happening looked much more brutal and ruthless. Suddenly, Pek jumped up on the bed and instantly woke up from this nightmare and felt confused, not knowing what to do next and what all he had just seen meant. Blackstone was already here, thinking about what he had seen, and he could not believe that he had done something like that, because his actions had come as a great surprise to him and caused him internal conflict. Pek knew that there must be a reason for this, for he would not have come this far without a clear purpose, and now he sought to find that explanation and uncover all the secrets of this strange dream. He jokingly added that his sword is sometimes noisy and grumbles, but in general it is good and even able to help in the most difficult situations when you need to show all its strength and accuracy. Blackstone couldn't stand it and asked for either support or mockery because his patience was about to burst and he needed a way out in order not to lose face in this situation. Pek was unperturbed and thanked for the demonstration of a piece of his life, as it gave him a new understanding of what was happening in the world and how important it was to stay in control. Pek was sure he would learn more over time, and then a system alert immediately appeared that opened up new opportunities for his development and gave him even more chances for success in the future. She offered an unpredictable duel and a good reward for winning, which made the situation even more interesting and added importance to every move in this competition. Pek couldn't even imagine who exactly he would be dueling with, because none of his previous opponents seemed so strong and he wasn't sure of his abilities. He pulled himself together and noted that there was no difference because he was going to get a good reward and he was ready to fight even the strongest opponent if it would bring him the desired benefit. That's why he immediately accepted the invitation without hesitation, realizing that it could be his chance to improve his skills and strengthen his reputation among others. He found himself in some unknown place where whole piles of swords were lying on the floor, each with its own story and ready to fight anyone who dared to pick them up. And he asked Blackstone if he had any idea who their opponent would be, because this question was bothering him and he was trying to find at least some answer to his doubts. He didn't wait for an answer because he wasn't there, and Pek realized that it was all part of Blackstone's plan, who had disappeared again without a trace, leaving him alone with the situation. Then he appeared there in his adult form and called him. As soon as Pek realized that it was him, it became clear to him that this was not an accident, but part of a larger plan. Pek couldn't believe his eyes as his sword materialized in front of him and looked like it was acquiring new, incredible properties that Pek couldn't have foreseen at the beginning. Finally, Pek realized what it all meant and who his opponent would be, because everything fell into place, and it was the moment when he would have to compete with the greatest master. Blackstone smiled triumphantly and thought the same thing as Pek, because he was ready for this turn of events and took it as a chance to show his superiority. Peck could never have guessed that he would have to compete with him and have him recognize him, because it was a challenge for both Blackstone and Peck, each of whom had their own advantages. On the contrary, Blackstone was very happy and sincerely thanked the system for the opportunity to go this far and prove his strength and dignity in such a difficult struggle that lay ahead. He finally got the chance he had been dreaming of for so long, and he would not give up even under such difficult conditions, because this was his moment to show his strength. Peck realized that he smelled something fried and offered to settle the matter peacefully and discuss the details and rules of the duel, as he knew he could be an important part of this challenge. Blackstone smiled and added that he was sorry because a terrible barbarian lived in this body of his, and it meant that he would have to demonstrate his best abilities to win. He decided to attack immediately and struck the first blow, trying to surprise the enemy with his speed and technique and not even expecting a response from him. And he was amazed because it was as if there was some invisible wall between them that did not allow him to get to his opponent, and this made him start thinking about strategy. He started banging on it and demanding to remove it, but it remained in place and none of his blows could break it, which made him feel like a real failure. Peck received a notification that before starting the task, he had to decide whether to continue the fight or abandon it, because he needed a lot of strength to overcome this obstacle. The system explained that it was not responsible for the consequences because its opponent was much stronger, and if he refused, it would immediately return to a safe place. Peck was happy and overjoyed, and even jokingly added that he didn't know what to choose because he realized how difficult the choice was and didn't know if he was ready for the consequences. Blackstone lured him with a prize, but Peck thought he could get 3,000 points in another way, and that was the main reason for his choice. And Blackstone promised that he would be careful and could simplify the requirements for recognizing him, but Peck was not sure and decided to discuss it in more detail with him before the fight. Peck was interested in this and asked him to list these conditions because he realized that each point was important and he wanted to find out all the details before making a decision. Blackstone could not convince him and then attacked the system, taking back all his words because it turned out that the system had much more influence on the situation than he could have imagined. He was desperate and offered the condition that if Peck could cut off some of his clothes, he would recognize him, and this was the last chance for Peck to prove his skills. Baek Woojin was pleased with this option and decided to accept it, even though it was risky and he could lose more than he expected in this challenge. Blackstone watched the barrier disappear in fascination and could not believe his eyes because it was created by his own power and disappeared only because of Peck's determination. He could no longer hide his joy and everything was written on his face because he realized that this moment was decisive and much of the future depended on it. So he knew that his master had made a mistake and wanted to point it out in a friendly way, but he was too caught up in the situation to intervene in time to warn Peck. Peck didn't know what it was, and Blackstone explained that he hadn't promised to control his power, which was an important point because everything that happened could turn against him at any moment. He could have easily destroyed him, which Peck himself was also well aware of, and this added to his anxiety because he was not sure that he could win. Peck kept saying that if they were going to compete, they had to do it right, and none of them had the right to make a mistake because it could lead to serious consequences. And Peck was happy to learn from the strongest swordsman because it would give him the opportunity to improve his skills and apply them in different situations. He didn't hesitate long and already held his sword in his hands, ready for any challenge, because this was his chance to show his strength and determination in the fight for victory. Blackstone was shocked by his decision and admitted that he had never hated him and would not be able to process his emotions in such a way because he appreciated Peck's wisdom even in the most tense situations. He added, however, that the deal was already done and also prepared for the fight because he realized that now everything depends on whether he can stand up to Peck. They stood opposite each other and no one was in a hurry to attack. It was a kind of endurance game, each waiting for the moment when they could take a step to make the next action. Blackstone had admired his training for 3 years and thought he could provide a good lesson, but he didn't know that Peck had gained wisdom and experience much faster. He wanted Peck to be able to learn something new, so he moved very quickly and tried to prevent him from preparing for the upcoming attack. Blackstone could not have expected Peck to be able to repel his attack. He was not prepared for such a rapid development of events because he thought that Peck was not yet ready for such a challenge. He was able to do the incredible and had a good reaction but a slow body, but his sword was destroyed, which was a shock to Peck himself because he did not expect such strength. Blackstone explained that Peck has to predict his opponent's future moves very quickly, because this is the only way he can survive the fight and compete on equal terms against an experienced opponent. Peck realized that all the weapons here were not real, and that this was not a simple toy, but part of a more complex plan to teach him new and more serious skills. Blackstone, however, was already behind him and pushed him to the ground. Believing that in this way he could finally consolidate his advantage in this competition and take control of the situation. Blackstone then felt some relief that he could finally show his power over what he thought was a thief, but at the same time it fueled his fight with Peck even more. Peck, however, believed on the contrary that the thief was someone else, and Blackstone asked if he was regretting his decision because it was a very difficult decision in such a serious situation. And Peck was confident and knew that one time was definitely not enough to really win, so he had to take a few more important steps to win. He decided that now he would attack and everything would be different because the time had come when he was ready to demonstrate his true skill and strength in the fight for victory. At that time he was exhausted and seemed to be on the verge of giving up. But he kept going because he knew that it was too late to give up even in the most difficult situation. He was very angry with Blackstone because he hit him on the back of the head at the end of every attack, and it threw him off balance, forcing him to really take every punch with maximum attention. Blackstone laughed and said that he liked the sound he heard, and it was his favorite part of the fight when he could gain an advantage with small tricks. Peck had even lost track of time and could not even imagine how many hours had already passed, because this whole battle had become a test for him that he had to go through to the end. He knew that after all these numerous attacks, he would be able to repel only a few of them, but at the same time, he did not want to give up, because this was his chance to win. Peck felt and verified that Blackstone was indeed at an incredibly high level, and that he was dealing with an opponent with skills that surpassed most warriors. Blackstone stood over him and joked that his master hadn't even touched him, which was part of his strategy to make Peck feel less confident and confuse him. Peck still did not give up and knew that he had to squeeze out every last drop of himself because only in this way could he succeed and overcome all the difficulties on his way. He gathered all his will in his fist and decided to attack again without any doubts, because he knew that this was his last chance to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Blackstone had been waiting for something like this to happen, and so he had his sword ready, feeling that this was the moment he had been waiting for and that Peck would try to attack him again at this critical moment. He knew that the sword was very powerful. Even its attributes and techniques and even its shape were incredible and capable of defeating any opponent if you only knew how to use them. Peck considered it all too much for him to understand and even began to doubt his abilities because the level of this battle exceeded everything he had seen and felt before. Blackstone fought back again and said that so far all his victories had been achieved in one way, and that he had no doubt of his victory even under the most difficult conditions. He said that it was unfair to win everything and know everything in advance because it became predictable and did not give him real satisfaction from the victories. He then added that now his opponents would either be stronger than him or know his weaknesses, which meant that he needed to be prepared for new challenges and unpredictable situations. He advised the master not to waste his energy for nothing, but to improve his aura flow to become a true master and reach a new level in battles against strong opponents. He went on to explain that he also had to find out the enemy's weakness and take advantage of it, and not waste a lot of aura because the right use of power can make all the difference in a battle. He added at the end that this is why he cannot even touch him, because his strength and experience allow him to keep his distance and not give him the opportunity to counterattack. Blackstone stopped and asked if he understood anything of what was being said, because it was an important moment for Peck to take these lessons and become stronger. Peck did not give up and said that this time everything would be different, because he felt that he was much better prepared and ready to rise to a new level of fighting and struggle again. And Peck believed that he was already getting used to his attacks, and that next time he would be able to react faster and more accurately, preparing for possible enemy movements. Blackstone did not believe in his intentions and said that he had been hearing this for a long time and had seen many such attempts in battle, but none had been successful for the opponents. Peck, however, assured him that this time it would be much more serious, and he was ready to use all his strength and techniques to win the fight. Blackstone saw his strength and realized that all this was happening because of their duel, and that is why he appreciated it even more, because it was a test for both participants. And Blackstone saw all his movements and attempts and saw again the same mistakes that Peck did not realize, but this only made the battle more interesting for him. He couldn't believe it because he had seen Peck seemingly hide his skill, but it was another strategic move to surprise his opponent at the most crucial moment. Peck got better and better at studying his opponent's fighting styles and movements. This allowed him not only to adapt to the situation, but also to look for new ways to defeat his opponent. Blackstone noted that it was already better, and Peck was even able to approach him during the battle, which indicated significant progress and readiness for further tests. Peck jokingly asked him if he was planning to give in to him, as he increasingly felt that this fight could be a good lesson for him and an opportunity to demonstrate his strength. And Peck was already very angry and eager to win, because he felt that the time had come, and he was ready to end this fight in his favor, using all his collected energy. Blackstone noted his last attempt as a good one, and even one that excited him because he didn't expect such a quick reaction from Peck, which made the fight interesting and difficult. Peck was disappointed because he was unable to do anything in this fight, although he thought he had enough strength to withstand even such a strong opponent as Blackstone. He desperately asked for a short break or pause if possible to recuperate and calm down a bit, because he felt that without a pause he might not be able to continue to the end. Blackstone smiled and showed his hand, and there was a slightly cut edge to his clothes, which was a small signal to Peck that the fight was far from over. He sincerely congratulated him and said that he had successfully completed the task, although he did not share his enthusiasm, because for him it was another victory in the struggle for new achievements. Peck Woojin was extremely happy and excited, although Blackstone did not share his joy because he was only interested in whether Peck could pass all the tests and become stronger. Peck went on to say that if he were in his place, he would also be happy after such slaps because he still has a headache from all of Blackstone's attacks during this brutal duel. Blackstone saw that he still had strength and therefore offered to fight one last time, as he was sure that this last fight would bring new and interesting lessons for both participants. Peck disagreed and returned to his room because he realized that the fight was very exhausting and he needed to recuperate to be ready for the next challenge. The system notified him that the Teacher Recognition Award had been received, and Peck saw that in real life, 2 weeks had passed since he had started this challenging task. Blackstone could not harm his master anymore and begged the system to give him another chance to compete, but he would not give in there because he felt he needed more. Peck knew that he was gaining points and improving his skills because every success and every lesson brought him closer to the level of mastery he wanted to achieve. He hoped that he could quickly reach the 6th rank there and prepare for new challenging situations, as each new level opens up more opportunities and challenges. His guardian was very happy about this because he knew that Peck's success was his success and that all his efforts contributed to this important goal that would make his master even stronger. Jung Hyuk came and looked at him and then at the phone and said that he had only seen him, but that this moment was really significant for both of them, and he couldn't believe that it was real. They sat down on the couch together to watch the show because they needed to rest after all the stressful events and could afford to relax together. Jung Hyun saw that his master had been gone for several days, so he thought that he was somewhere on a mission and did not suspect that his master would return and not see him until then. He decided to come to clean his room and suddenly saw him there, which was a surprise and made us wonder how he could come back so quickly after so many hard fights. However, he could not understand how the master could be here and there at the same time, because it was very difficult to explain and even seemed almost impossible in the context of all the events. Peck knew it wasn't him, but the guard couldn't believe it, because the news about his achievements of the past weeks was false, and everyone thought he was the real master. And Peck realized that this was not the first broadcast and that someone was living his life, and it came as a shock because he realized that he was not the only one who had access to his activities and achievements. He asked the guard if he knew what the imposter had been doing on the doorstep in recent weeks, and the guard wrote it all down, which allowed Peck to learn more about the activities of this mysterious imposter. Peck studied the recordings and agreed that someone was copying his actions exactly because it was obvious in every movement and every detail that seemed extremely familiar to him. But Peck was able to recall a similar case from his past life. But it turned out that the person was possessed by a demon, and this was the first clue that the case was much more complicated than it seemed. This person disliked one of the users of the ability, and a demon appeared nearby and took over his mind, forcing him to act to the detriment of not only himself, but also others. The demon promised to change his strength and will as he wished, and he gave free rein to his emotions and organized mass deaths as part of his dark plans under the influence of dark energy. Blackstone understood, but he couldn't figure out why he would do this and then perform good deeds, because it didn't fit the logic of his usual behavioral pattern. The real Peck decided that he would go and find out now, before the imposter caused new problems, because he realized that the case had become too serious and it was dangerous to postpone the investigation. Meanwhile, the imposter walked the streets and everyone took pictures of him and admired him because he became a real hero for some, and his popularity is growing with every step. Everyone asked what the next mission would be and asked to take a picture, which further boosted his confidence and caused new confusing situations for him. The imposter Peck did not say exactly what his mission would be, but he promised to do good for people, but it was just a mask to avoid revealing his dark intentions and true purpose. Blackstone and Peck were hiding in the crowd watching, and Blackstone asked what he thought, as he wanted to gather more information about how the imposter operated. Peck was very angry because he doesn't behave like that imposter, and he didn't like that his name was used for such manipulations and false actions. Blackstone added that he wished he had recorded him and asked why he didn't grab him right now, because this imposter was becoming more and more dangerous and didn't deserve mercy. Peck knew that the time for this was not right because he could not feel the dark energy, so the demon was not satiated. Then Peck added that he was not doing anything wrong, so in principle we can only observe. Peck assumed that if the criminals were being caught and everything was going well, when else would he be able to use automatic hunting, because every case was important and could not be missed. A few weeks earlier, in his room, a retired first-rank swordsman had been dreaming of becoming Peck, reading the latest news and admiring his determination and achievements. He constantly watched him and considered himself his biggest fan and idol, because Peck was an example to him of how to achieve great results even in difficult circumstances. And he saw him as the only member of the Beck family who helped everyone and had a goal for which he was ready to fight even against the whole world without fear or doubt. He knew all the details about his life and watched him from all possible platforms and wanted to go out to eat, but his friends were already waiting for him, which reminded him of other important things to do. At that time, he could not have expected that he would be attacked by such a demon waiting in the shadows, ready to take advantage of his weakness and his burning desire to become stronger and test his strength. The demon felt his thirst for admiration and came for him because people like him were the perfect victims for the dark forces that are always looking for a lack of control in the souls of others. He couldn't understand why a medium-level demon was here, but he just came to smell the envy that was slowly building up in him from watching other people's lives and achievements. The demon was determined and said that he was perfect for his plan because he had the strength and desire to change his life, even with the help of dark methods. And the demon believed that this guy should even be grateful that the faith would fulfill his dream and give him the opportunity to become the person he always dreamed of being by achieving his goal. He woke up after the attack and thought he was imagining it, but when he went to the kitchen he saw his reflection and could not believe that this was really happening to him. And he was so scared that he couldn't even stand on his feet and felt terrible anxiety in every cell of his body when he saw his copy in the mirror, which confirmed his greatest fears. He found the strength to get up and look in the mirror and see in front of him an exact copy of Peck Wojin, whom he knew from the news and whom he had always looked up to. And he was completely similar in skin, hair, eyes, and everything else. Even his mannerisms and movements were the same, which only strengthened his belief that something serious had happened to his mind. He checked everything and made sure that it was exactly the face he saw every day on TV, and it turns out that it was not a dream, because even his thoughts and feelings were completely different. Realizing this, he also felt an extraordinary power in himself that ordered him to act and control his every step in a new reality where his role became different. The demon controlled him like a puppet and ordered him to do everything his idol would do because he needed to fulfill his plans with the help of someone else's powers. He wondered how he could do this using someone else's face and pretend powers, and thought that it might be a chance to change his life even with someone else's methods. Ju-En served the imposter Peck and brought the address he asked for to help him fulfill his new tasks, knowing that all this required great effort and responsibilities. Beck really hoped that no one suspected him, and Ju-Yan assured him that they didn't because he looked so much like him, which made the situation so convincing to everyone. Now, Peck Woo-jin realized that the imposter's consciousness had weakened so much that he really believed he was a different person, and this became a serious problem for everyone around him. Baek Woo-jin listened to everything the guard told him and said that he would tell him everything when he finished thinking about the situation, because he realized that the importance of this news could not be ignored. He passed on information about a branch of a large criminal organization in Korea through a security guard and was convinced that this information could be decisive in future events. And he knew that although the future had changed, the location remained the same, but it was not certain that the manager was the same person because everything changes over time. Blackstone suggested that the imposter might be able to defeat him in a duel, which Peck himself doubted because he knew his strength and could better assess the situation. He knew that the body always has a limit to the power it can hold, even if it is controlled by a demon, because even a demon cannot provide infinite energy without limits. And he knew that after the demon's host died, he lost a lot of power, And when the difference in abilities became noticeable, he would expose himself, and that would be his biggest mistake. Blackstone added that even the demon would not be able to exceed the original's plans, and he would be forced to admit defeat to the real Peck because his power was much greater. Peck suggested waiting outside and going in at the right time to make the most of the situation and choose the most effective way to make your next move. Meanwhile, Peck the imposter was busy organizing and getting incredible satisfaction from the fact that everything was going according to his plan, and he was approaching the desired result without any obstacles. He replied that he was a judge who punished evil and upheld justice because it was the only way to prove his true value and not allow his principles to be violated. The criminal he captured thought otherwise, because justice did not matter to him, and he believed that sending him to death was the only solution to his problems. Peck the imposter heard that there was an underground of thieves, but they were all too weak for him to pose a threat because he was stronger and in control of the situation. He felt a push from the side and an incredible force flying by and assumed that it was a leader who had reached a level of skill that could be much stronger than him. Meanwhile, the manager did not hide and said that he himself was thinking of visiting him because this meeting was inevitable, and he could not wait any longer to check everything. It was a thief whose arm he had severed after a fight with a manticore, and he complained that the pain had not gone away because he was wounded and could not function normally. He began to blame the imposter Peck for all his problems and troubles because it was his actions that led to the loss of his arm, and now he suffered from these terrible pains. Peck, the imposter, could not have known this, and therefore asked what exactly he had done, because the situation looked very suspicious and needed explanation. He said without hesitation that he was seeing him for the first time in his life and had no idea what was happening around them. The thief was furious with this disrespect and decided that he would attack him immediately because he could not tolerate such humiliation from a stranger. And the thief got a strange limb and stretched it out to him, attacking him with all his might, hoping for a quick victory. He demanded that the imposter keep the blow and not dodge or fight at all because he did not want their fight to end in disgrace. And he used dark mania to restore his arm and wanted to test it to the fullest to make sure he was able to fight. The imposter started talking to himself because his body and mind were already severely affected by stress, and he was trying to find a way out. The thief saw that something was wrong with him and stopped to look at him because his behavior, but the thief immediately realized that something was drowning and assumed that he must be possessed by something or someone because his eyes were glowing with a strange light. Despite all this, the imposter continued to say that he would be able to return only after all this was over and he had found inner peace. Peck the imposter activated the dark imperial weapon and was ready to attack because he felt that now was the time for decisive action. The thief saw that he was making some new and hitherto unknown attacks and could not understand why his aura changed color to something unusual. However, the thief rejected all thoughts and decided that it was none of his business, and he had to destroy it at any cost because he did not like this situation. He had already prepared to use dark magic to destroy him at any cost and not regret the consequences of his actions. The thief had done his job and believed that his opponent's personality would cause a lot of talk, and he would finally get the recognition he wanted. And the thief thought that now that he thought he had dealt with him, he could get the recognition he deserved and become a legend. He did not expect to see the demon he had destroyed in the place of Peck, but it was there, smiling gloatingly because it was his plans that had been ruined. The demon looked at him and only said that all these manipulations were quite dangerous and could lead to serious consequences. The thief couldn't understand why the demon was standing in front of him, but he didn't have time because he had already attacked him with incredible speed. The demon was very angry because his plan was interrupted, and he promised to take all the life force from the culprit of this mess around him. But the demon held him with one hand and watched him in pain, while wondering aloud how long he could withstand such aggression. The real Peck finally showed up and asked us to wait a bit because his face and image are expensive and he can't spoil them. The thief could not believe that he had killed the wrong person, and now he was simply powerless to do anything because the situation was out of control. The demon was glad to see the original and considered him a very strong opponent because his strength was tangible and he felt threatened. He wanted to destroy the original to take away its power and immediately went on the attack, hoping for a quick victory over his enemy. The demon could not have expected that Peck would be much faster and even stronger, and he threw the demon out of the window of the room with one blow. Peck did not give the thief a word to say, and looked at him sternly and said that he had not yet figured out what to do with them, and it confused him. The thief was alarmed by this attitude and said that he had heard of his dark art but had not mastered it, and now felt afraid. Peck nodded in approval and added with a smile that the story was really interesting, and he would like to know more about this situation and its consequences. The demon returned, and Peck told the thief that he would not leave him alive, nor the demon, because he would not tolerate betrayal and meanness on his part. Peck explained that he cannot tolerate those who impersonate him and those who try to destroy people he cares about because it is unacceptable. The demon could not understand how he dared to say such things in front of him, and how he could be so bold and confident in such a situation among enemies and threats. He directed all his energy at Peck, but the latter easily stopped it and remained unmoved, not even moving or flinching from the force of the blow. Peck casually called Ignis and, being certain, ordered him to take him, which impressed everyone who watched the situation and changed the attitude towards Peck. The demon remembered that he had heard somewhere that he possessed a spirit, but he could not have imagined that it would be of the highest level, and even its power was incredibly powerful for him. Peck decided that this was enough of a show and that it was time to end it all as soon as possible to prevent the enemy from creating unnecessary problems in this conflict. Peck then suggested that the thief had replaced his hands with the remains of summoned spirits, making him much stronger and more dangerous to any opponent. The thief began to threaten that he could easily take Peck's spirit and combine it with his own hand, which would make him even stronger and invincible to any attack. He was in for a phenomenal fiasco because he was not even able to capture it during the attack and realized that his plans had failed miserably in this battle. Peck just laughed at him and told him that his pathetic technique didn't work, and that he wouldn't catch the cup of the Spirit King even if he tried to the end. The thief pretended not to understand, but Peck knew that he simply had no more skills, and it was evident in his movements and behavior. Peck boldly told him to attack, and they began to fight each other, realizing that this battle would be the last between them and everything would depend on their strength. They fought so hard that sparks flew in different directions, and each blow felt like the most powerful on the battlefield, and even the ground trembled under their feet. Peck, however, was much stronger and noted that his opponent was now simply defending himself, no longer having any opportunity for an active attack and losing. The thief could not use the forbidden challenge technique and decided to use a more aggressive offensive technique, hoping to impress his opponent at least that way. Peck noted that he had gotten stronger since the last meeting, but not by much, which angered him, and he realized that he would not give him a chance. He created the strongest aura around him, which was woven from all possible auras of demons and monsters, making his defense impenetrable and impregnable. Blackstone explained that this aura was close to the 7th rank, and now he turned his attention to defense, knowing that it could decide the outcome of the battle. However, Blackstone knew that no matter how strong the armor was, there must be a weakness that he intended to find and use to his advantage in battle. Peck knew that he had to try and find the slightest gap to seize the moment and deliver a blow that could decide the outcome of this fight. He knew that he also had to use the sharpest sword in his arsenal because it was the one that could pierce the strongest enemy defense. The thief didn't understand how the attack happened so quickly and stood still, feeling only the pain of being hit, which made him realize his own powerlessness. Peck found the spot and attacked it with a precise strike, to which the thief reacted by falling loudly to the floor and losing control of the situation after this powerful blow. Meanwhile, the demon tried to resist the spirit of a high rank, but his strength was no longer enough to withstand such a powerful enemy. And the demon could not believe that Peck knew not only fencing, but also the art of spirits, which was extremely powerful and dangerous for him. He felt that he was out of shape and transformed, and decided to destroy the whole place to leave Peck no chance of winning this fight. And having done so, he threw himself at Ignis, who did not seem to be afraid of him, accepting this challenge as an opportunity to prove his strength and incredible endurance. Peck walked up behind him and praised him, adding that he would now take care of him himself, preparing his most powerful attack for that moment. Blackstone asked if he was sure after one fight to do it again, but Peck had a beautiful bracelet that gave him extra strength in battle. He hoped that the power of this bracelet should be enough to end the battle and defeat such a strong opponent without having to exert himself anymore. Meanwhile, the magician and his best student were walking through the forest, discussing upcoming events and the importance of their next steps on the path to victory. He suddenly felt something unpleasant prickle near his heart, and it immediately became a signal of danger, which made him alert and prepare for the unexpected. She was very worried about him because she believed that the teacher was of a respectable age and something serious could have happened, so she could not contain her fear for him. The magician was simply shocked because he considered himself still full of strength and energy and did not expect such a drop in strength that he suddenly felt without realizing what had happened to him. Peck continued his battle with the demon and did not even think about stopping until he had gained the final victory over his opponent. And Peck could feel this demonic energy, and he finally showed his true form and named him Bridge, which indicated his true power and danger to everyone. He wanted to share his plans, but Peck interrupted him, saying that he didn't want to hear it from the inanimate, and that it wasn't even worth the time. Bridge thought these words were insolent, and promised to teach him manners so that Peck would learn to behave as he should in the presence of a real demon. Peck didn't fall for it, and promised to feed him a delicious meal in his own manner, and in the same style as Bridge had tried to teach him earlier. He struck very quickly, and repelled his attacks without giving the enemy a chance to counterattack, and without deviating from his strategy. Peck continued to accelerate, but was in no hurry to attack, although Blackstone was pushing him, and this irritated his opponent even more, which he could not stand. But Peck was expecting the effect of the bracelet, but the blow missed, and he realized that the effect was not enough to achieve the desired result, and he needed to act faster. Bridge seemed strong, although he had not fully assimilated with the host, but his strength was already considerable, and he was ready for new battles with his rivals. Blackstone advised to do it all with one precise sword strike to the core, and this should have been enough to end the fight and free him from all difficulties. Peck decided to use the sword of the invincible day and gained great speed, and he had no doubt that this blow would be fatal to his opponent. He hit the core, and the demon now screamed in pain because the defeat was irreversible, and his strength could no longer protect him from this fatal blow. The bridge left the body, and now its bearer fell to the floor with a loud thud, feeling all his energy evaporate after the demon left. The host was alive, but the demon lost its shell and threatened to kill anyone who dared to stand in its way after it was destroyed. Peck noted that he is like an insect living parasitically on others, and without them, he would not be able to achieve any of his goals or even have such power. Then Peck called Blackstone, and he understood without words, and together they struck the demon, which finally decided the fate of this battle, and no one had a chance. Peck hoped that this would be the last ray of sunshine he would see in his life, for the destruction of the demon would grant him liberation and victory. The demon was destroyed, and everyone could see it because the force of the explosion was so strong that it broke the windows in the buildings around, and the whole area shook from the impact. The carrier finally came to his senses after everything the demon had done to his body, and he tried to understand what had happened to him and how he had survived such a brutal struggle. Peck personally visited him and expressed his joy at his good health and wished him strength for the next steps in his life. He didn't understand why he was here, and Peck explained his obsession and recent events with a demonic force that changed his fate along the way. Peck said that he did not hold a grudge against him, and that if everything was fine, he would leave. But he asked him to stay and explained that he needed his help at the moment. He asked for something incredible because he is his fantasy, and wants to take a photo with him because it will become his memory of an important event in their relationship. Peck was shocked, but he couldn't refuse, so of course he took a picture even if it didn't seem strange and unusual in this situation. Everyone already knew from the news that Shin Jong-hyun was detained because he lost control of the demon, and this was huge news that was discussed in all circles. Gray was sent by her master after the news to keep an eye on Baek Woo-jin and make sure he doesn't become a threat to their plans. Meanwhile, he wondered if his father had really raised him to be like him because all these events were becoming more and more difficult for him. Blackstone, meanwhile, could not stop being angry because he was the one who defeated the demon. But no one knew about it, and he was not given proper credit for it. Peck recalled how, after defeating him, the power he had been gathering was captured by Blackstone, and this was a major change in their dynamic. He immediately felt himself becoming stronger and more powerful, and had no doubt that this path would bring him the desired victory in future battles. Peck felt that this energy also reached out to him, and he realized that it would strengthen his strength in the fight against the strongest opponents. And Peck couldn't understand why the demonic energy was flowing so freely and why it was so pure that it allowed him to integrate it into his body. Blackstone felt that all this energy was passing through him like a filter to the host, and this allowed him to become even stronger in the process. The system notified them that it was true and everything went well, which confirmed the effectiveness of their actions, and the result exceeded all expectations. Peck couldn't help but ask how his ward was feeling, but he was already steaming and was amazed at the rapid changes in his condition. Peck then emphasized that the stronger he becomes, the faster I unlock his memories, and he grows with him more and more at each stage. Peck now wanted to start studying the piercing sword because he wanted to place the enemy's energy and aura to strengthen his tactics in battles. He saw this as an opportunity to save mana and effectively defend himself against powerful attacks from his enemies using the piercing sword technique. They were returning from training and were overtaken by Ju-en, who brought a document with very important information for them and unknown details for further steps. He brought a document that his father had given him with an important task that called into question everything they planned to do in the next few days. His father gave him a task in a 6th-level dungeon with a mandatory victory over a lizard boss, which made him doubt his abilities a bit. Peck couldn't understand why he was the one to do it because the mission seemed very easy, but he felt that something important was hidden behind this task. He read to the end and realized that it would all look like a Hunger Game, and everyone was already there, and it made him think seriously about everything. Sung-ah was already walking toward them and smiling evilly, her gaze full of confidence and cold determination in her eyes, showing that she was ready to do anything to win. Peck could see that she was no longer the 6th rank, but rather the 7th, and even more so, she had become much stronger than in the previous stage. She had definitely come a long way, and also noted that Peck was not as weak as he used to be, and that his development had not gone unnoticed by her, as she could see in his every movement. Peck asked what she was doing here, and Sung-ah smiled and said that they were on an elimination mission that could change everything, so they had to be prepared for the unexpected. She decided to offer him to complete this mission using only his sword skills, because that is her greatest strength in battle, and she is confident in her abilities. Sung-ae shrugged and added that this was their last assignment, after which they could start a new phase in their lives and put an end to their past disputes. She just smiled and added that this would be their last fight as members of the Beck family, after which their paths would diverge and they would no longer be together. Sung-ae was not herself, and it seemed that she had watched too many dramas and wanted to end it all peacefully, and the situation looked strange to everyone around her. Peck agreed and nodded his head, and his sister was surprised by his calmness and complete lack of fear, as she was sure he would be afraid. Peck knew that she would do everything to win, but he was sure that he would win anyway, because his determination and training allowed him to be ready for anything. He added that this is their last fight and he will do his best, and why not use everything he has to win? He does not want to leave any chance for defeat. Sung-ah started to get angry because she wanted to beat him, and every step he took made her realize that victory might be even harder than she had originally thought. She turned around and left, adding that she would make him regret what she had said. Her determination was strong and she would not let him win so easily. Peck felt something strange, because it seemed to him that she wasn't even really angry. Her emotions seemed more like part of a plan than real anger. It was as if he felt that there was someone else here and that he was standing behind Sun-ae. This presence was so strong that he could almost physically feel its influence. Peck decided that they had to win at all costs, even if it meant that he would have to work harder than usual. Meanwhile, while in her room, Dream A got in touch with a secret stranger, and a few seconds later, the face of an unknown person appeared on her screen. The stranger did not pay attention to her words that she could defeat him herself, and emphasized that he would send something that would help defeat even the strongest demon in battle. He explained that he was helping her for free, and that she should receive his parcel as soon as possible, because time was limited and the situation could change at any time. Dream A saw the box and immediately opened it, finding pills that could quickly improve her strength and become much more powerful for a short time. The stranger explained that the golden one could be eaten and would strengthen strength and aura, and the remaining black pill had a short-lived but powerful effect. He added that black has a short-term effect and she should eat it before the fight, which will increase all her characteristics, even strength and speed in the fight. The stranger added that the effect lasts for 10 minutes, and then you can't use mana for 3 days because otherwise you will lose all your abilities and may become weak. She added that this was enough time for her and hung up the phone, and on the other end they noted that her character could use some improvement, but she was still determined. Dream A felt that it was all for a reason, and that someone was definitely making fun of her, her inner feeling telling her that there was more than one person behind it all. The day of the fight came and everyone gathered to watch it. A huge number of people gathered in the arena to watch this important battle. All those present discussed this fight and noticed Peck Woo-jin walking towards them. His confidence and calmness caused a real delight among the audience and participants. They knew that in just a few years he had managed to reach this level and become one of the most famous participants in this tournament on the entire continent. Ju Yong noted that the owner is becoming more and more famous because he hears his name everywhere and even the biggest players are now afraid of him. He felt that very soon everyone in the world would know Peck's name, and that even the greatest leaders would pay attention to his strength and determination. Bak felt Sung-ah walking toward them as well. Her movements were precise and confident, and he could tell she was determined to win at any cost. All those present were very nervous and could not even breathe, because they could not predict who would win. The fight was tense, and everyone was waiting for the moment of decision. Sung-ae looked at her brother and asked if he was ready to lose. Her question was unexpected and had no hint of joking or weakness. He boldly replied that he was not worried about anything at all. But she should have thought about how to get through this fight without losing too much strength and being defeated. Blackstone was certainly not fooled, and immediately sensed the elixirs she had taken and began preparing countermeasures to use it to his advantage. He now had no doubt that someone very insidious was behind Sung-a's back. He was certain that an invisible ally was already preparing to intervene in the battle. Baek Woo-jin easily defeated the dungeon boss, and it was easier than he thought because he had trained hard and was ready for such a challenge, which ensured his victory. And Baek Woo-jin looked around and hurried his bodyguard, Ju Yong, who was standing waiting for the command. He didn't want to be delayed and hurried as the situation was becoming more and more tense. He stood there and thought about the fact that the guard, Sung-a, was a member of the Black Sword Association, which meant that they had a lot in common, and not just in their fighting skills. He was ashamed to admit that he had never defeated her in a fight, although he had fought her more than once, but every time he lost, even if he tried to become stronger. He wondered what would happen if they met, and he was worried because he thought she was very strong and would not give him a chance to win in a fight. Baek took this carefully and reminded him that he was not the same person he used to be, and now had every chance of defeating her because he had changed a lot and become much stronger. He emphasized that now he was no longer a simple man, but his faithful assistant, and he was happy because he knew that together they could achieve a lot and overcome all the difficulties on the way. Blackstone saw it as just a game, but Baek said that he was always so kind and would not get carried away with difficult situations, even if they looked like a risky gamble. Baek couldn't resist telling him that he had a certain scenario for Sung-a and her bodyguard, and he would tell him everything on the way, as it was important to be prepared for any surprises in battle. Meanwhile, Dream A was following Baek's footsteps, and they found the defeated lizard, and since the body hadn't disappeared, it meant they were somewhere nearby, so they had to act quickly and smoothly. Then Sung-a had no problem letting them go on because it was all a cover mission, and the real target was Baek, because she was always determined to achieve her goals even through difficulties. She knew that the moment he defeated the boss, his strength would be at its limit, and that's when she had to act, because his exhaustion would give her a chance to use the moment to win. Sun-A recalled the time when her brother was a loser and regretted that she had not dealt with this problem earlier, because now he had become a strong rival and the situation had become even more difficult for her. Next, Sung-A asked for the bracelet and thought that this and the help should be enough. Even though she was not happy about it, she was ready to use all the opportunities to win. They followed them together, and Sung-a was ready to do anything to win, because her main goal was to succeed even if she had to act outside the box. Meanwhile, Baek found the boss and successfully defeated him, but he looked very tired because it was a serious battle, and despite his strength, he spent a lot of energy fighting. He was exhausted, but he believed that everything ended well because he had trained hard for this and was confident that he would be able to withstand even after a lot of physical exertion. Baek surprised Ju Yeon by saying that they had been watched all along, and now he was gently asking the observer to leave because the situation was changing and did not require additional attention. Sung-a didn't wait long to come out of hiding because her plan had already been realized, and it was time to act quickly to achieve the desired result in this battle. She surprisingly began to congratulate him and praise his skills, because thanks to him they reached them comfortably and without being tired, although this was not the most important thing in this battle. Baek politely thanked her for the compliments, but emphasized that he had defeated the boss himself, and she hadn't even dared to leave because she was convinced that she didn't need to interfere at that moment. Sun-a thought he was very naive, because in her opinion, he still did not see the main thing that she was aiming for, and that his strength would not help him escape from this trap. She explained that her goal here was not the boss, and now, after his death, the dungeon would disappear in 15 minutes, forcing them all to leave the place without the possibility of escape. Sung-a added that she would tell everyone who defeated the boss, but unfortunately, he would not leave the dungeon because soon it would all disappear with him, and they would all be trapped. Baek had no doubt that his sister would agree to anything, and that's why she had already come so far, because she wouldn't stop even when things started to get complicated for everyone around her. She did not wait long and therefore immediately went on the offensive because she had very little time to fulfill all her plans and not allow him to change the course of events in her favor. Ju-en was worried about his master and therefore wanted to help because he felt that the danger was getting closer and his every move was aimed at protecting Baek at any moment. The guard, Song-ah, blocked his path and ordered him to stay out of the way because she didn't want anyone to interfere with what was happening between her and Beck at this stage of the fight. She began to threaten Ju Yan and promised that she would not pity him if he did not get out of her way, because now everything depended on who would be the first to make a move. And she emphasized that, although everything is against the rules, she is a dedicated swordswoman, just like he was, and therefore understands the rules of battle and will not deviate from her principles. Ju-en disagreed with her and added that now he has a goal at the tip of his sword, and therefore he is much sharper and ready to fight even those he considered strong. He went on the offensive and shouted that he was no longer the man he used to be because he had a reason to win, and now he would act decisively, giving no chance of defeat. Meanwhile, Sonya carried out one attack after another, continuously trying to break through the opponent's defense, but he was very strong, and each of her blows caused only an echo. Peck, however, did not back down, and this made her very angry because she used all the resources she had, and her every move became more aggressive in an attempt to force him to surrender. She could not give in to him, and it seemed to her that at the moment he was extremely aggressive and would not stop until he won or suffered a final defeat. Sun-A saw his rapid breathing and realized that her brother was very exhausted because he had spent all his energy fighting and looked tired, but he did not give up. She realized that even after taking those pills, she was not much stronger than him, because despite his exhaustion, Peck still had powerful skills and strength. She figured that he had destroyed all the lizards and even the boss, but still continued to fight even though he looked tired, which gave her extra strength and motivation. Sunga thought that her brother was not in his right mind and could not defeat her, although in fact she felt that his determination and strength of mind could turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Peck realized that he had to act, so he summoned his spirit genie, because that was the only way he could get the help he needed and make the battle end in his favor. She was waiting for this and activated her bracelet knowing that this would be the moment that would allow her to win and overcome him, even though she did not expect such a struggle. Peck was defeated, and his spirit also fell to his knees powerlessly, unable to cope with the excessive pressure and the techniques used, which were extremely strong. Sung-A was anticipating her imminent victory and asked why her brother was so sad and why he was not aggressive as usual, but only quietly destroyed his enemies and did not respond. She knew about her brother's skills and prepared in advance and took into account all his strengths and weaknesses because she had been planning this fight for a long time and was ready for anything he could do. Peck couldn't understand what had just happened and why his strength suddenly began to wane, and he felt as if he was not ready for the difficult situation he was facing. Sun-A explained that this unusual bracelet summoned spirits against their will, and they were forced to obey it even if they did not want to help in the fight. Bayek seems to have lost all his strength after summoning the spirit, and Sunga is already tasting victory as she feels her enemy weakening, and her chances of winning are greatly increased. She added that this bracelet was made by someone he knows well in order to destroy it with her hands and deprive him of any possibility of resisting and winning. Sun-A did not consider it necessary to answer the question because she had already understood everything and was confident in herself, because now she had the advantage and acted at her own discretion. She raised the sword high up and added that her brother could meet his customer in hell, and all he had to do was watch his inevitable death. At the last moment, Bayek quickly repelled the attack, which surprised Sunga and even himself, because it seemed that his strength was almost at its limit and he would not be able to withstand such a load. He was a little upset because he didn't recognize the name, but he was proud of his game because despite all the difficulties, he managed to maintain his strategy and even surprise his opponents. Dream A was shocked and now stood with her sword down and could not understand how this had happened because she was almost certain of her victory and that her brother would not be able to resist. She had seen him defeat the boss, and now he looked completely unworn and ready for the next attack, although she was already sure that this time he would not be able to continue the fight. Sunga took it as a mockery and started to get angry again because she couldn't understand how she could have been so inattentive and underestimated Bayek's strength in this battle. Blackstone could not help but notice his host's successful game and suggested that he change his profession, as he had surprised everyone around him with his skills and could become a great warrior. Peck realized during this time that his sister had come here not to compete but to destroy him, and all her actions now had a single purpose, to take his life and put an end to this confrontation. He added that after that he no longer felt guilty and could destroy her in return because now he realized that the choice was his, and he was no longer afraid of her. He decided not to think long and immediately summoned Ignis to increase his chances of winning and overcome the power of the Sun-Ah bracelet, as the situation was becoming critical. Sung-A decided to use her bracelet again just in case to gain even more strength and guarantee her victory, because her strength was already approaching the limit. She could not have expected that in this case, the bracelet would be helpless and would not be able to ensure her victory, because the situation was changing faster than she thought. Ignis didn't watch it all for long and struck the offender, confident that he could overcome even her enhanced strength and end this fight once and for all. Sun-A simply lost her bracelet and fell to the ground because Ignis's blow was so powerful that even her strength could not resist such an attack. Peck was very angry and did not give up hope of dealing with her and finding out the name of the customer, and continued his fight because he did not want to give in even to his own sister. Sung-A surprisingly started laughing and saying that he had warned her about her brother's cunning. And even after all this, she could not believe his determination and strategy. She had already lost hope and decided to take the black pill to gain even more strength and a chance to win, even if it meant putting everything on the line. Dream. A felt an extraordinary surge of strength and mana, and could now attack with even more power than before, feeling that her chances of winning had increased significantly. Blackstone noticed that she was getting stronger by the second, so Peck called Ignis to curb her aggression and prevent her from gaining an even greater advantage in the fight. Sun-A became very strong and directed all her anger at Ignis, ignoring her brother, because she was convinced that her strength could overcome even the most powerful opponents. Ignis gradually disappeared behind Peck's back, and he just couldn't understand how much power she had there, feeling that the forces of her aura had become so powerful that even he could hardly breathe. Sun-A was just glowing with aura and emphasized that she was capable of anything now, and she was not going to stop at any obstacles because victory was at arm's length. She attacked her brother and was extremely fast, strong, and destructive, her blows becoming more and more accurate and powerful with each passing second until she completely seized the initiative. Blackstone emphasized that the owner should gather himself and remember everything he had taught him, because now it is the most important moment for him and his future depends on it. Peck's hands were already trembling from the force, and Blackstone explained that such aura amplification could have disastrous consequences, so he had to be careful not to get too tired. Dream A, if she doesn't pull herself together, could end up very badly because her power has become unpredictable, and even she could not cope with such a powerful aura. However, she did not think to stop and attacked again, and although her blows were getting stronger, her concentration was already beginning to wane, giving Peck a chance to counterattack. Peck found no better way out than to shorten her aura because her power was becoming extremely destructive, and he realized that if he didn't deal with it now, things could end badly. And Peck did well, and he knew that he had not practiced the absolute sword technique in vain, because it was thanks to it that he managed to maintain control of the situation and prevent the enemy from winning. Sung-A was furious because she couldn't imagine when her brother would have learned this technique and how he was able to adapt to the circumstances so quickly and even defeat her in this situation. Peck could see that his sister was already losing her concentration, but not her strength, so he had to be careful and use every opportunity to win. Meanwhile, Ju-yeon fought with the swordswoman and prevented her from helping Song-A as she tried to re-enter the fight, but he kept her at bay with his sword. Ju-yeon then emphasized that one should never doubt one's master's abilities and struck her, forcing her to retreat as she could not have anticipated such courage and determination. Ju-yeon was strongly motivated by Peck's faith in him and trust in him, and so his every move was precise and deliberate, knowing that great expectations were placed on him. Blackstone saw that it looked like the winner would soon emerge, and the whole situation seemed to be coming to an end, as victory was already within one last strong blow. Peck knew that there was little time left, and Blackstone suggested using it because it was the last opportunity to change the course of the battle and gain a significant advantage in the final battle. Dream A suddenly froze and began to literally fall apart. Her aura weakened dramatically, and she could no longer muster the strength to continue the confrontation, and her condition became critical. She could not understand what was happening, and thought she still had time to make the last step to victory and change the outcome of the battle in her favor. Peck saw that all the aura in her body was moving to her heart and realized that she had already lost control of the situation and that this process of self-destruction could not be stopped. Blackstone announced that it is most likely starting the process of self-destruction, and if it is not stopped, the entire territory may be destroyed irrevocably and catastrophically. And Blackstone called for a quick move. because if it fails, it will destroy the entire territory, and therefore it is necessary to act without delay to avoid catastrophic consequences for everyone. Dream A felt that she had been deceived, but she did not want to give up so easily, so she decided to use the rest of her strength and find an opportunity to counterattack even under such circumstances. Baek Woo-jin was running and urging his bodyguard to be careful, and an explosion was already going off behind them, forcing them to speed up because of the danger approaching them from all sides. He covered Ju Yen with his body and asked him if he was okay after the explosion, because he realized that even the slightest wounds could be fatal after such an incident. Ju En replied that everything was fine and asked what had just happened because the explosion surprised him and he could not fully understand the scale of what had happened. Peck explained that they had witnessed the self-destruction, and it was good that they managed to move to a safe distance because the explosion was very powerful and could have seriously threatened their lives. Ju-yeon fell to his knees and apologized because he thought he was supposed to protect him, not him, and felt guilty for failing to foresee the consequences of such a risk. Ju-yeon emphasized that no one knew about Song-ah's plans because her swordswoman was also shocked and could not even understand why everything happened the way it did. Blackstone agreed because it was clear that she was hiding it from everyone, and was not ready for the destruction herself, so she could not properly assess the situation in time. He couldn't understand why she took the pill knowing the consequences, and Peck didn't know anything about it, so he was very surprised by her decision. They could not find out all the details because she was not here, and even after the explosion, everything looked as if Song-ah had finally disappeared from this reality forever. Peck did not give up, however, and thought about all the people close to him who might wish him this, because he still could not believe that it had really happened. He turned around and noticed that only a bracelet remained of his sister. And of course he took it to learn more about the events that had taken place and to understand what exactly had happened to her plans. All those present were waiting for someone to come out of the portal, because the time had already passed and no one was there, and everyone began to worry that something had gone wrong and another surprise awaited them. Finally, everyone saw the shadow and realized that they had waited and were surprised that only Peck and the bodyguard came out of the portal, not those who were supposed to appear according to the plan. Everyone started asking them questions, and then they started watching the portal close, and Sung-A never came out, which made everyone wonder what happened and what really happened. People just exploded and began to put forward various theories of events, trying to understand why everything had changed so much and what they should expect from this situation. Baek Woo-jin did not look happy, and sadly added that she destroyed herself because she could not believe even for a moment that her actions had led to such a terrible ending. Everyone thought that they had just heard sensational news that would change the course of events because no one could believe it, and it all surprised everyone to the core. Peck told about what happened and did not mention that his sister wanted him dead, but some people did not believe it and thought that it could be just part of the deception. Ju-young assured everyone that in a few days the family would make a statement about what happened and resolve all the unanswered questions. Blackstone couldn't understand why the host hadn't told him everything, and Peck added that it was a bait to lure those who were left in the dark and didn't realize his true intentions. He passed everyone, and now he just had to wait for everything to be resolved because the situation was extremely complicated, and he had to take action in time. Meanwhile, the customer had already read the news and knew that Peck was up to something, so he tried to understand what was going on and what caused this change in his behavior. He got up from his chair, and it turned out to be Peck's brother, and he was sure that my sister had wasted all her time and had not exposed him because of her weakness and unpredictability. He knew that his sister did not even ask what kind of pills they were, and therefore he could not properly assess the danger and decide whether it was worth using them in such a situation. He didn't see it as a problem because he believed that his father did it on purpose to teach her a lesson and demonstrate who was really strong in this family. He believed that he knew his father well, and as long as he did not go against him and did not interfere, everything would be fine because changes in the family should not affect his position. Then he noted that his younger brother has been very smart lately, and he hopes that he has remained a good brother for him so far, who can support him at the right time. Peck came to his father to tell him that his sister had died, but he didn't know how to say it properly because everything that had happened was extremely difficult and painful for him. His father interrupted him and added that he already knew everything and did not need details because the situation was obvious and could have led to this outcome. He didn't even want to hear the details, because she must have known what she was getting into when she decided to embark on this dangerous path, and didn't heed the warnings. He only added that it was all her idea, and she was responsible for all the consequences of her reckless behavior and unpredictable decisions. The father assumed that she was not very smart or was simply deceived because her actions did not correspond to her level of capabilities and common sense. The elder emphasized that the strongest always wins, and this is not just a rule, but the basis of their world, where everyone has to fight for their own destiny and not wait for help from others. Blackstone saw only the monster in front of him and did not understand how Sung-ah came to this because her decisions seemed too impulsive and had no logical basis. His father emphasized that he could not trust anyone, and Peck said that he would do everything to take his place, and he liked that because he was ready for changes in the family. Peck left his father with the firm decision that he did not want to be the head of the family, but he also knew that this was his chance to make a difference and take on a new role. He agreed that his father was a monster and wanted to leave him his most precious possession, namely his throne, because he believed that this was the only way to escape from this world. Blackstone accompanied him outside and asked him about his training as it was important to prepare for possible difficulties ahead. Beck knew he had to find the person behind it, and went to Jinnah to uncover all the secrets and find out who was really involved in these events. She noted that it must be something serious because Peck had not warned her about his arrival, and this made her wary and begin to speculate about possible scenarios. Jinnah agreed that it was confusing because he came to her right after the assignment was over, which meant that the situation needed to be resolved immediately. She sent the guards in and immediately realized why he was here, and Peck took out the bracelet, and she realized that things were taking a turn for the worse, and this was no longer a simple investigation. He said that this was the bracelet she was wearing and asked to find the person who made it because it was the only key to unraveling what happened to his sister. Peck also asked her if she knew anything about pills after which a person self-destructs, and this was important to understand whether she could have been involved in this. It was the first time she had seen such a thing and knew that it was impossible to buy it, and she did not know about the pills, so she could not help Peck in this matter and had no additional information. She was the only one who could remember that a new drug with a similar effect was being distributed in the underground battle arena, and this fact seemed important to investigate. She explained that this arena is controlled only by the black market, and anything can be there, which creates great difficulties for any attempt to find the truth. Peck hoped that he could find the person who produced it, and already had some connection between this and other events that could be part of a larger conspiracy. It was as if he felt that all this was connected, and his intuition was right, because the events began to gain momentum and became much more complicated than he could have imagined. Jin-A had a counter-request and explained that there is a struggle for the position of deputy head in the arena, which is extremely important for further plans. She calmly added that it is a tough fight, but if he gets this seat, he will have unlimited access to information and all the secrets of the black market. Peck knew that she wanted him to represent her in the arena and realized that this chance was very important for her to increase her influence in the future. After a little thought, Peck agreed, because information is never superfluous, and in such an environment it can be the key to a new level of power and strength. Jinnah said that the fight is in a week, and there are 3 of him in the team, so he will be a dark horse, and it will give him a chance to show his true strength. Peck hesitated for a moment and said that he didn't think it would be that hard, and even if the fight was tough, he was confident that he could beat everyone. He said he didn't want to wait and wanted to be the first to enter the ring, and the system gave him an unexpected quest that could dramatically change the course of the battle. Then he was in the arena a week later and used his magic mask to disguise his true intentions and impress his opponents. Everyone around him was delighted because he won in just a few minutes, and his speed and technique were admired even by experienced fighters. All those present could not understand how Jin-Ah could be such a strong fighter, because he had never looked so strong before, and many doubted his abilities. But everyone else was just placing bets and noting that a worthy opponent had finally appeared, and that this battle would be impossible to miss because of its scale. One of those present saw in him a force of at least the 6th rank, and was sure that this fighter would be able to impress everyone with his capabilities. He wanted to fight him, believing that he would defeat him and gain a reputation among other fights in the arena, and make a career out of it. Jin-Ah, meanwhile, could not hide her dry admiration for the fight, and noted that Bayek looked much stronger than the others expected. She didn't expect Peck to make it to the finals so quickly, but unfortunately, she hadn't found anything about the drug yet, and had to look for other options. She explained that very little is known about the pills, but the bracelet was definitely made abroad, and this may be the key to solving this mysterious case. Then she said that her best people with experience in such cases were working on this case and were already working on this mysterious incident. Peck noticed his opponent, who had been willing to fight him until now, and now his eyes were full of determination and readiness for battle. And Bayek remembered his family, Yoon, and how he had broken it, and he didn't expect to meet him here in such a setting, which gave a new shade to their fight. Blackstone emphasized that he was ranked 7th, but he hadn't trained for a long time, and that's why his strength had decreased significantly compared to when he was at his peak. Peck recalled how he defeated him a couple of years ago, and how it made Blackstone work hard on himself and his shortcomings. Blackstone warned that one should never be equal to the enemy, because even the most experienced fighter can lose his advantage due to discouragement. The yellow tiger stood in front of him and suggested that Peck change his mind because he saw that it would not be an easy victory, and he risked getting seriously injured. He wanted to nobly let him go, but Peck emphasized that he was just talking now and was not afraid of the trials that awaited him in battle. The yellow tiger got the sign that the fight had begun and rushed to attack with all his might, trying to take the advantage from the very beginning. He let out his claws and threatened a swift retribution, realizing that time was not on his side and he had to attack to force the enemy to surrender. Peck, however, was quick and maneuverable and dodged every attack from his opponent, demonstrating excellent technique and control of the situation. Blackstone was expected to have magical claws that could defeat even the most trained fighters in close combat. It was the first time Peck had seen it, but he had heard something about them in his past life, and now realized how dangerous a weapon it was for his future plans. The yellow tiger had extremely strong claws that could attack even from a distance, which gave it a huge advantage in combat at a distance. Peck knew all of this because the person who defeated him back then was his older sister, and this experience helped him prepare for this battle. And Peck successfully defended himself and repelled each of his new attacks with impressive speed and accuracy, giving his opponent no chance of success. The yellow tiger could not even imagine who was in front of him because the enemy was blocking all his attacks so quickly and accurately that he did not have time to react. He ordered himself to get ready because one day he would be able to get it and win using all his available strength and strategies. The tiger saw that he was getting weaker and weaker with each blow and believed that he could defeat him because there was still a chance to win this battle. Blackstone was once again convinced that this tiger had left training a long time ago, and his technique and maneuvers no longer corresponded to the high level of combat. The tigers have great speed, and he is now losing his talent for nothing due to lack of training, and this makes the situation much more difficult for himself. Peck understood everything and explained that he already had a certain idea of what to do next and how to exploit his opponent's weaknesses to achieve victory. The tiger did not understand why he had not yet won and why he was blocking all his attacks, giving him no chance to counterattack and breaking his confidence. Peck suddenly manifested an aura, and Tiger realized that he had been accumulating aura for the decisive blow all along, and that was his biggest secret. He could not believe his eyes, but he already had a plan of action and was ready for the next step in the battle to ensure his victory. Then he decided that he needed to finish it as quickly as possible before he got stronger and had more opportunities to attack and counterattack. The tiger concentrated his aura for a decisive blow that was to be the final one and completely change the course of the battle in his favor. Blackstone suggested that this was his strongest shot, and if Peck was not careful, this shot could be fatal to his victory. Meanwhile, Baek Woo-jin was ready and waiting for his opponent in complete silence and concentration without being distracted by trifles. The tiger used the king's technique and the fatal tiger maneuver, which allowed him to launch an attack with considerable speed and force on his way. Peck, meanwhile, decided to test the sword of justice and honesty for the first time and felt the incredible power in his hands, ready to unleash it on his opponent. The tiger was shocked because all his minds were broken by one sword, which was not just a surprise, but a real shock. Peck didn't wait and attacked him with his aura, using all the accumulated energy for a decisive and powerful blow. The tiger did not believe it and continued to resist, but he was ready for defeat, feeling his strength gradually melting away. Peck had a motionless opponent, and now he had no control over his body at all, and his eyes did not express any emotion, neither fear nor struggle. He was completely helpless. Then Peck decided that it was time to end it all and destroyed the enemy with a single swing of his sword quickly and ruthlessly, ending everything in an instant without a chance of resistance. The head of the arena, who was Tiger's mentor, is not happy because no one knew Park San as Peck really was, and it was a big surprise for everyone. He stood his ground because he thought it could be a criminal or someone even worse, and this called into question everything that was happening in the arena and even undermined trust. The arena judge was not at a loss and said that he was a personal fighter of the head of the black market and that everything else was not important because his task was different and he could not retreat. Jin Ah heard all of this and advised him to watch himself because such accusations could turn into big trouble and even a threat to him. She showed everyone the exact pill that Peck was looking for and accused him of dishonesty, hoping that it would become important evidence for further action. Jin-Ah could not even imagine that the arena chairman would do such a thing because he had undermined the credibility of the black market, and now she knows everything and will not let it go without consequences. She ordered her bodyguards to arrest him and not to give him the opportunity to escape or pay off because the situation had become very dangerous for everyone. They threw him at her feet, and she only added that they had an interesting conversation ahead of them that would make everyone think about the future and make all the questions more complicated. Jin-A emphasized that the position he held was now vacant and that he no longer had any right to the role after what happened and how she had unraveled everything. After the fight, Bayek was waiting for news from Jin-A because she was now the deputy and had to figure things out quickly and make the right decisions in these difficult circumstances. He stopped and turned his head in Meng Hong's direction, emphasizing that he had noticed him and that this gave him a chance to show himself or to remain in the shadows again. Then Peck clearly said that he would not settle the relationship, but he apologized and realized that his words were unnecessary and would not change the situation in any way. Peck was at the place where his first fight took place a few years ago and remembered how hard it was then, but now everything looked completely different with his new experience. He recalled that his brother was his opponent, but now he is too weak and has no chance to stand up to his current level even if he wanted to. Peck asked what Meng Hoon wanted to say, because this was not a moment when you can just keep silent and have to explain all your intentions. He suddenly fell to his knees and asked to be accepted as a disciple, trying to show his determination and desire to change for the better in front of Peck. Peck could not believe his ears, adding that he saw no point in accepting him because he was not sure of his loyalty and could not believe in his sincere intentions after all. And Bayek said that he was not impressed by such acting and would not accept him right away because he needed more evidence and time to check his true intentions. Meng Hong, however, emphasized that he wanted to end this senseless war and did not want to go any lower, which was important for him to explain as his point of view on the situation. He added that this is why he did not attend the ceremony of selecting the swordsman and considered it a useless concern when more important matters were in the foreground. Then he explained that he chose Peck because he would not kill his brothers and sisters when he became chairman because he believed it was wrong and wanted to change the system from within. He also suggested that he would find a common language with Sen Xian and be able to establish a relationship with him, which would be important for achieving future goals. Peck felt something was wrong with his brother, but he agreed anyway and decided to give him a chance to change his life and prove his loyalty. Peck only added that if he were in his place, he would not believe it, but he promised to think about it and take all the points into account before making a final decision. Peck saw potential in him because he was a member of the Beck family, which gave him additional chances for development and opportunities in this world. Peck then added that even though he was not very smart, he would not have to fight with him, and this could help avoid many unnecessary conflicts. Ara, meanwhile, ran to him joyfully because she was so happy to see him, and realized that together they could make a difference even in the most difficult moments. And Ara rejoiced at the successful completion of the task and brought the following from the 7th Hall of Swords, glad that everything went well and that she could move on to new goals and victories. She had been looking for him everywhere and was now very interested in what exactly the task was and when he would be able to start a new mission that could change everything. Peck was given the task of clearing a level 5 dungeon and began to have doubts because it was a dangerous task and it was unclear how it would affect their future strategy. Blackstone convinced him because he trains hard, and Ara was very happy to hear a favorable response from him, believing that he was ready for all the difficulties. Peck gave her the task of warning everyone, and she ran with all her might to do it, knowing that time was running out and that she had to act quickly and accurately without putting everything off. And Peck was already near the newly created portal and was waiting to enter it, knowing that he was ready for a new challenge and was not afraid of what lay ahead.